Quinn grasped the doorknob in the invisible room, instinctively channeling his magic into it as he did with anything new. He wanted to understand how it was constructed. He already knew the door led to the shop they were about to visit, making it similar to the abate system and his own labyrinth maze. The moment his magic coursed through the door, Quinn realized something astonishing. This door was leagues beyond both the abate doors and even his labyrinth door. Damn, this is why I need to explore so many places, he thought. Culture played a crucial role in magic, just as it did in many other aspects of life. Countries with a strong sporting culture produced the best athletes. Similarly, different regions had distinct magical specializations. America, for example, was a powerhouse in spatial magic. If Quinn wanted to be the best, he needed to learn from those who had mastered their craft.
What happened? Alan asked. Is it locked?
Does it need a key?
Quinn shook his head.
There's just so much to learn and so little time. He twisted the knob, feeling the magic shift and transform, and as he pushed the door open, a spatial link materialized, connecting them to a location beyond where they currently stood. Quinn and Alan stepped into an old shop lined with wood from floor to ceiling. Even the slanted roof had wooden beams arranged in a grid for support. The air was thick with the scent of aged timber, giving the store a rustic charm. I expected a shop specializing in spatial magic to be more spacious, Quinn remarked. And maybe made of concrete, something inorganic, not wood which was once alive. Instead of an expansive open space, they found themselves in a cozy, decor-cluttered room. That's a stereotype, boy. Quinn and Alan turned toward the deep voice and saw a lean, chocolate-skinned man dressed in tan pants, a checkered shirt, and a leather apron. His short, rough brown hair was complemented by protective goggles perched atop his head. His sunken cheeks and dark-circled brown eyes studied them with a weary yet amused expression. Is it a stereotype if it's true?
Quinn countered.
If your job is to expand spaces, shouldn't you be using that skill in your own store?
The man chuckled.
It's true that many do, but spatial magic is about efficiency. Why expand a space beyond what's needed? Wasting magic serves no purpose.
Quinn nodded. That makes sense.
You must be the owner. My name's Quinn West, he gestured to Alan, and this is Alan D. Baddeley. We informed you we'd be visiting today. Yes, I remember. The man shook hands with Alan. Lado Diggs, owner of Clinker's shop. So, how did you like the Clinker's room? Fascinating, Quinn admitted. I don't see the point of it, Alan shrugged.
Lado chuckled.
You're not wrong. I created it 2 decades ago while experimenting with expanding point spaces. When I finished, I decided to keep it as a special entrance.
He stroked his chin. Though it's become outdated.
Especially that door, it needs serious upgrades. That door needs upgrades?
Quinn thought, stunned. He must know so much.
I wonder if I can get a glimpse of that knowledge. Alan, ever the pragmatist, spoke up. I'm curious, how do you prevent it from colliding with other objects if it's been there for 2 decades? Spatial redirectors. I won't bore you with details, but they ensure the space remains unobstructed. Though I say room, it's just a single point in space.
Lado turned to Quinn.
So, what brings you here today? Quinn placed his briefcase on a nearby table. Lado raised a brow and walked over, eyes fixed on the case. Without hesitation, he reached out to touch it, forcing Quinn to hurriedly disable his personal anti-theft enchantment. This is my work, isn't it?
Lado said. It is.
How did you know? Recognize the magic.
Lado chuckled.
Nothing so fancy. This leather tone and design? That's my style. I'd recognize it anywhere.
Quinn faltered.
So, it was the aesthetics that gave it away, not the magic? Alan snickered behind him. Any issues with it? Lado asked, examining the briefcase.
None.
It's held up perfectly. But since I was in the neighborhood, I thought I'd bring it in for maintenance. Good thinking.
Lado nodded.
How long have you had it?
6 years. Impressive condition.
My works last about 14 to 16 years, depending on use. Since you've taken such good care of it, I'll reinforce the enchantments. It'll last another 14 to 17 years. That'd be great. I can add upgrades too, for a small fee, Lado offered. But you'd have to empty it first. I can provide temporary storage. Space is one thing I have in abundance. No need, but I appreciate the offer, Quinn declined without hesitation. His briefcase contained sensitive items he wouldn't risk moving. Lado disappeared into the back and returned 10 minutes later. Quinn immediately sensed the invigorated magic.
Here you go.
No charge. I checked the records and boy, you paid a fortune for this thing.
I wouldn't know.
My sister bought it as a gift when I started school.
Ah, that explains it.
When you said you've had it for 6 years, I wondered why someone so young would need that much space.
Your sister went overboard. Quinn laughed.
Leah had gone overboard. The briefcase was still oversized for his needs, even after years of collecting books from his travels. Their conversation continued as Leto introduced them to his various spatial projects, including teleportation cabinets, solidified space fields, one-way instant transport paths, and even an experimental pocket dimension, though it remained unstable. As the day came to an end, Quinn and Alan found themselves back at their penthouse suite. That was something, Alan mused. A lot of his projects are unstable. Yes, but if he stabilizes them, he'll be famous overnight.
Alan sighed.
So, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Quinn grinned. A good bookstore.
I need more spatial magic books. Alan leaned back against the railing, watching Quinn gaze out at the glowing New York skyline. The city shimmered, its towering peaks crowned with lights, and the roads below flowed like luminous rivers of headlights and taillights. How are you feeling?
Alan asked.
Quinn exhaled, still taking in the sight. Not quite at the level I'd like, but comfortable enough, I suppose. It was Quinn's last day in America, marking the end of his time with Alan. Over the past 10 days, they had sat together daily, working through sensitivity exercises designed to sharpen Quinn's soul sense. Progress was slow, expected, given the nature of soul magic, but tangible. Quinn had peeled away some of Alan's shroud, but he still couldn't perceive his mentor's soul as clearly as he could others. Any idea when you're going to drop your shield?
Alan pressed. Soon.
Early July, after I graduate. That's when I'll deal with it. That's a couple of months from now. Are you sure you don't want to do it earlier? I'm not sure if you'll be able to hold out that long. I'll manage. I can gauge the progression and my own control over the curse. I just don't want to do it at Hogwarts. It would be a disaster if I lost control there.
Alan frowned.
And you think it'll be safer outside? Hogwarts may restrict you, but outside, the environment is much broader.
Quinn sighed.
Being at Hogwarts doesn't really restrict me. I can leave any time I want without anyone knowing. But I don't think the other me would want to leave Hogwarts while I'm still there. I'll set things up for graduation to limit any possible damage. Not that there will be any. I'm going to beat this thing into the dirt.
Alan chuckled.
You know, if you want, you can come here in July. I could oversee things while you go crazy.
Quinn smirked. Are you sure?
I'm pretty strong. Your old bones might not be up to it.
Alan laughed.
While I might not be much of a combatant, Quinn, I'm a very dangerous man in the right setting. There's a reason your grandfather prefers not to be alone in a room with me if he can help it. If Quinn and Alan hadn't shared a history, he might have felt a shiver run down his spine. But he knew Alan meant no harm, to him at least. If, by the end of my school year, I think I can't handle it alone, I'll take a portkey and become your troublesome guest indefinitely.
Alan grinned.
Troublesome guests are my favorite kind. Honestly, if that happens, I'd love to meet other you. From what I've glimpsed, it would be fun to poke at your pride and watch you grind your teeth in frustration. Even if it's the other me, I pity him. On a serious note, Quinn. Alan's expression turned somber. You can come to me anytime, without hesitation. It's safer for everyone if that version of you never sees the light. Especially since you're much stronger than before.
Quinn sighed.
You make it sound like I'm the worst without my morals. But yes, I'll come running if needed. He pulled 2 metallic cards from his pocket and handed one to Alan. A golden yellow gleam reflected under the evening light, while he kept the blue gleamed one for himself. Alan raised a brow.
A portkey.
You delayed your return home for me, and you've helped me so much, it's the least I could do. Besides, I'm leaving today. My sister has been bombarding me with letters asking why I showed up at her boyfriend's workplace unannounced, ignoring the fact that I own the place.
Alan laughed.
Write to me about your progress. I'll do my best to use that Magifax thing of yours to stay in touch. Be careful, you're starting to sound old. Child, you don't know how brightly the flames of youth still burn within me. Even now, I could run circles around you. Make up your mind, old bones or youthful vigor? Quinn's time in America had come to an end. You extended your stay, George noted, flipping through documents as Quinn sat across from him. And you had Alan D. Badly with you the entire time. That's correct, Quinn replied, glancing around George's home office. George's gaze was unreadable. Am I to believe you just happened to run into him in Manhattan, or was he aware of your visit beforehand? He knew I was in the area, Quinn admitted. I told him I'd be joining him after Hogwarts. One thing led to another, and we ended up discussing magic. So, you've made up your mind about the apprenticeship?
Yes.
Mind magic will be beneficial to my future endeavors. The stronger I am in it, the better. What else did you do in America?
George asked. Quinn grinned. Sightseeing.
Definitely did a few things that would have gotten me in trouble with the American ministry. Had some maintenance done on my briefcase, saw some fascinating spatial magic, and bought a shelf's worth of books on the subject.
George laughed.
That sounds like you. I also met with the broker. He's resourceful, to say the least. He has ties with a squib-owned financial firm managing my investments. Did you buy anything?
Quinn smirked.
A warehouse, with a large basement. George's brows lifted.
A warehouse?
Any particular reason? Let's just say I was inspired by someone else's setup. After George and Elliot left, Quinn wandered the manor, finding it oddly empty. Most of his friends were still at Hogwarts for Easter break. He sighed, entering his room and summoning a book on spatial magic. Hovering cross-legged in midair, he read for a while before raising a palm. Space flickered above it, distorting slightly before stabilizing with a faint iridescence. Quinn conjured a marble and let it drop. It didn't hit his palm, it hovered, caught on the stabilized plane of solidified space. Then the plane collapsed, and the marble fell into his palm.
Quinn sighed.
Nowhere near Leto's level yet. His visit to Leto's workshop had broadened his perspective. Before, he had thought of spatial magic only in terms of travel and storage. But now, he saw its potential for defensive wards, offensive spells, and more. His mind buzzed with ideas. He tapped his fingers against his thigh, deep in thought. Speaking of spatial magic, I wonder how Malfoy's doing. He glanced out the window. I hope he's doing his job properly. A smirk touched his lips. I wonder how they'll feel when they finally step into Hogwarts.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
Hey, you're back. Quinn dapped Eddie's raised hand as he sat on the place between Eddie and Luna that was obviously saved for him on the Ravenclaw table in the Great Hall. Just like the opening day feast, there was a feast after the Christmas and Easter break, sans the sorting ceremony. The students that had gone home would join their schoolmates at the time of the dinner feast. So, how was your time at home? Asked Marcus, who sat in front of them. It was interesting, to say the least, said Quinn, casting a spell on his golden cutlery. So, anything special happened while I was out? Special, let's see. Malfoy and Potter got into a serious duel. Both did enough damage to each other to spend a couple of nights in the hospital wing and more to the place around them to get a long detention, said Marcus. Serves them right. Eddie laughed. Oh, said Quinn, glancing ahead at the Slytherin table to see Draco, who was picking at his food, when he looked back at the Gryffindor table where Harry was talking among his group. Any idea why they fought? Why they fought? Why do those two usually fight? Probably for some stupid ass shit, said Eddie. Did Harry catch a whiff of what Malfoy's doing? Quinn wondered. The circumstances had been different, making the series of events different from the canon. From what Quinn was able to piece together, Harry hadn't run into Draco on his trip to Diagon Alley, thus had no idea what he was planning, making it so that Harry never spied on Draco during the train ride, who unlike the last time was invited to Slug Club as Malfoy Sr. was never sent to Azkaban. As the first tile never fell, the domino was never triggered, making the two antitheses never cross each other this year. But both of them were truly each other's opposite, so Quinn didn't put past them to eventually come crashing into each other, back to biting each other's necks. I hope Harry doesn't mess this up, there's a lot of riding on it, thought Quinn. If someone else heard his thoughts, most would probably argue his line of reasoning. Quinn threw the thought behind his head. The big end was near, and the chances of Harry stopping Draco were low, and if he did get a bit too close, he would do something about it. Other than that, there was a Slug Club meeting, said Eddie. Oh, how did it go? Asked Quinn. It was troublesome. It seems Slughorn had invited a bunch of executives from professional clubs to the party, and they made my life miserable, sighed Eddie. All of them were up to sucking up to me, and while usually, I am not averse to that, it got annoying when I couldn't spend with Tracy. Eddie glanced at Quinn. Speaking of, you have got to meet Daphne. Tracy told me that she has been cranky ever since you left. Really? Quinn glanced at the Slytherin table, and unexpectedly, his eyes met with Daphne, who it seems was staring at him. Both of them blinked in surprise. Daphne half raised her hand and gave Quinn a wave, which Quinn returned with a wave of his own. While in America, Quinn had exchanged letters with Daphne, but they hadn't been as frequent as he and presumably as Daphne would have liked. Quinn built up magic in his vocal box and spoke, and with sound magic, the words traveled across the hall, reaching only the intended ears. Daphne's eyes widened from across the hall, and Quinn saw her nod. Scene break. The dinner feast soon ended, and students returned to their dorms to prepare for the third term starting tomorrow with the curfew and quiet descending upon the Hogwarts castle. And after curfew, only a few roamed out in the ghostly halls of Hogwarts, and of them, no one was as consistent as Quinn. He stepped onto the astronomy tower and looked up at the full moon, shining brightly in the sky, outshining the stars around it. He closed his eyes at the cool breeze touching his skin. Quinn walked to the edge of the tower roof and looked down to the ground. He recalled the first night of his third year, just after getting rid of the sin curse. He had come to meet Friar, to intimate him that the sin vault was behind him, if only he knew that wouldn't be the truth. I had gotten rid of it, but it had left residual trauma. He smiled bitterly, recalling his leap of faith off the roof to regain the trust in the thing that was the closest to him, his most precious gift, his magic. At that time, he didn't know how to fly and only worked with arresto momentum, and to overcome his trauma, he had jumped off from a height that would have him dead if not for magic. That day was a wild one. Quinn chuckled at the memory of Friar's fear-stricken face. Now, here I'm again with the curse inside my again, sighed Quinn. I wonder if it would leave something behind this time as well. I for sure hope not. As he was pondering his thoughts, Quinn heard a voice that he was expecting. Quinn. He turned back and saw Daphne with a wand in her hand as she gradually became visible from what seemed like an invisibility spell. Daphne's eyes moved from Quinn and the edge of the roof. Hey, he said with a smile, stepping away from the edge. How have you been? I have been fine, thank you. What about you? How was your trip? Said Daphne, simply. Quinn walked towards her, and before saying a word, he slipped his arms around her waist and brought her close. For one, I missed you a lot, he said. Daphne didn't look up at him, her palms on his chest. It didn't seem so. You barely wrote to me. Quinn could only awkwardly chuckle. Alan had been a slave driver with the exercise session, and it seemed he had liked Quinn's version of sightseeing as he would drag him out daily to be shown something new. Between both of those, he would grow tired. I'm sorry, said Quinn. While I wish to push all the blame to my master, but it was indeed my fault to not write more. I apologize for not writing more. Daphne finally looked up and stared at him with her blue eyes. She sighed. I, too, am at fault for not being active on my part. I should have written more without waiting for you to reply. Quinn grinned and dipped his head to Daphne and smiled into the kiss as he watched her eyes widen before she participated in the kiss. Well, was that enough to be forgiven? Asked Quinn. He felt her nod into his chest shyly. So, how have things been for you? Asked Quinn. Have the potion classes been fun for you? I hope that my compendium has been of some help. Daphne's brows furrowed as she narrowed her eyes. From the looks of it, they have not been going as smoothly, asked Quinn. No, Daphne said with an edge to her words. Your gift has been of tremendous help to me. My potions knowledge and brewing skills have improved so much that I still doubt that they were brewed by my hand. But the potions classes, on the other hand, they haven't been going so well. And why's that? He asked, knowing the answer. I thought, with your book, I would be able to pull away from the rest of the class. However, that doesn't seem to be true, said Daphne. Somehow, Potter has become equally good. No, I'm still better, but in the eyes of Professor Slughorn, we both seem to be on the same level. I happened to take a peek at her workstation, and there I noticed that she had an old potions volume that had been assigned to use. I suspect that that book is the reason behind her sudden increase in brewing skill and knowledge. Ah, yes, said Quinn, I know of that particular book. You do? Asked Daphne, surprised. Yes, I am well aware of that old book in Ivy's possession. After all, he had been the one to point it out to her. That book was previously owned by what seems like a student with exceptional talent in potions. He goes by the moniker of Half-Blood Prince. He has written, in the margins, modifications of potion recipes. That book has been in the cupboards of the potions classroom for ages. Just like yours. Well, I won't say that, said Quinn. While both of us have improved upon the potion recipes, the Half-Blood Prince has chosen to make improvements to the already present framework provided by the existing recipes in the books, whereas I have taken much more of an involved route of not getting restricted by the existing prevalent framework by diving further into the potions recipes and, more importantly, ingredients and preparations. I'm sure you have noticed that my recipes can be wildly different from the ones in the course ebook. Then, Ivy's sudden progress has been because of this Half-Blood Prince's book. It'd be safe to say that. Daphne breathed a sigh of great relief. At first, I thought that Ivy had become without any external help and that I was only able to keep up because of your help, but I'm glad that's not the case. A soft smile bloomed on his face. The Daphne he knew wasn't one to share her vulnerable side much on her own until prompted to do so, and usually, he would have to observe her and prod her with questions to know what she was thinking. But, seeing her own share on her own was heartwarming to him, and the trust she had in him was touching. On the other hand, Hey, Daphne, said Quinn. Yes, asked Daphne. She had her eyes closed and was leaning into Quinn. There's something I want to talk to you about. Maybe it was something in Quinn's voice that Daphne looked up. Is everything all right? Yes, but there's something I would like to tell you. Yes, it's something I would like you to know. It's of importance. But I would ask you to wait till July. Daphne stayed silent for a moment, gazing up at him, and Quinn could tell that she was, as usual, searching for the answer. I am willing to wait, Daphne said. You said it is of importance, correct? Quinn nodded. Then I will wait, she said. But then Daphne's hands clenched the front of his clothes. Aye. You're not going to break up with me after you graduate, are you? Quinn's eyes widened, and more so when he felt shaking slightly within his arms. No, he said, quickly, what would prompt that? But then Quinn realized why Daphne had arrived at the line of thinking. The coming of July would see him graduate from Hogwarts, while Daphne would still have a year left to study, and in that time, their relationship would turn into a long-distance one. Daphne, I'm not thinking of breaking up with you. I would be with you as long as you have me, said Quinn. But at the same time, he thought, yes, as long as you would have me. And he wasn't sure if Daphne would want to be with him after he was done revealing what he had done. At novel bin at. That is a relief, smiled Daphne and tiptoed to kiss Quinn softly, while all Quinn could think was how selfish he was. For a year, he had decided to hide it and take it to the grave. But, the weight of her feelings demanded him to reciprocate. He could tell her right here and right now, but he wasn't sure what would happen to him with the curse inside if she left him. Magic, after all, was tied deeply to emotion. You are late, Challenger. After curfew, in the cover of night, Quinn turned a corner in the Hogwarts hallways and was immediately greeted by a deep voice. Quinn looked up and saw the Bloody Baron, decked in the restrictive chains wrapped around his body. The ghost was accompanied by the other 3 house ghosts, making the Council of Ghosts all present. Good evening, my ghostly friends, said Quinn. I apologize for keeping you waiting, but my duties had seen me busy organizing paperwork with the deputy headmistress. Ease it up, my friend, said nearly headless Nick, laughing boisterously. We are used to waiting. What are a few more minutes? Bloody Baron didn't grace the Gryffindor ghost with a reply, maintaining his somber self as he turned away, looking down at Quinn with his ghostly eyes. Quinn, Friar floated forward, for you to have called us here today, does it mean that you're ready? You're right to have those expectations, Friar, smiled Quinn. I have indeed completed what I was set out to do. I think it will be a great addition to Hogwarts. Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost of the Ravenclaw Tower and the once daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, swift forward in the air. She gazed at Quinn with curiosity in her eyes, an emotion unusual in the taciturn and unspeaking Grey Lady. Have you kept your promises, little eagle? She said in a voice much quieter than her 3 companions, yet it was the clearest. I have indeed, my lady. My creations, my legacy, will be a new jewel in the cursed vault's crown. Then what are we waiting for? Said nearly headless Nick. Let's go see what Quinn has built here. Quinn nodded. He turned to the left, and accompanied by the 4 ghosts, he walked into a short corridor on the 6th floor with no classrooms or even a single door, much less a broom closet. It was as if the hallway was built for apparently no reason and had no apparent use, but that was only to those who couldn't see the truth behind the hallway. Scattered all over Hogwarts, short corridors like these are present on all floors, all of them leading nowhere but dead ends, said Quinn. According to my research, they were built by the architect for when the castle was needed to equipped with more rooms in case the students studying in Hogwarts increased. I presume you found this information from the architect's vault, asked the Grey Lady. That'd be correct. There were a few documents related to Hogwarts in the architect's vault. One of those documents mentioned these hallways. And they were indeed built for the reasons I said before, but of course, the architect had been sneaky and had built a secret into these hallways. At novel bin at. Just as he had built the Chamber of Secrets for Salazar Slytherin, architect had built. What? The architect had built the Chamber of Secrets. Friar said in shocked exclamation. The other 3 ghosts looked equally shocked. They exchanged glances before looking at Quinn, who continued to walk towards the hallway's dead end. My dear ghosts, one thing that when Hogwarts was built, the architect knew all secrets. The short man was an overbearing man who wouldn't let the founders touch Hogwarts without his permission. So everything from the Room of Requirements to the Chamber of Secrets, he knew of everything and was actively involved in their creation, said Quinn. I was even able to find out that except the underground vault and the aquatic vault, the architect had mentioned the spaces in which all the vaults were eventually built. The architect knew about the cursed vaults, asked nearly headless Nick. No, he wasn't involved in any vault other than his own. It is just that all the vaults were made in the hidden, secret places that the architect had built during the castle's construction. Then there must be something similar about these hallways, asked Friar. Ah yes, the secret built into these hallways are rooms similar to where the other vaults are built. Empty spaces that are hidden from the castle, said Quinn. They arrived at the end of the hallways and stared at the black wall in front of them. Just like the other vault creators, I too have used on one of the hidden rooms inside Hogwarts, Quinn grinned, to make my own vault. He reached out to the wall with his hand and touched the wall for it to immediately thrum. The bricks shifted in their places, going up and down, forming ripples that spread across the walls. The spaces between the walls glowed with a purple light as the bricks started to move aside, leaving a gaping hole with a purple portal inside. This is just like the portal entrance to the architect's vault, said Friar. Quinn stuck his arm inside, sending gentle ripples in the portal. You will soon realize that my vault is an amalgamation of the magic I know until now, said Quinn. One of the magics that I have dabbled in is spatial magic, and I decided that the entrance to my vault would also utilize spatial magic. Is there a specific reason behind using spatial magic on the door? Asked the Grey Lady. According to you, the place behind is an empty pocket. What's the need for a spatial entrance? The reason is simple. The actual vault is not placed in the empty pocket behind the wall, instead, it is placed in a different empty pocket, somewhere else in the castle, making it so that if someone decided to break into the vault by brute force, all they would find is an empty space. Only those with proper skill would be able to enter the vault. The proper way. I drew inspiration from the icy vault and used a rune puzzle to reveal the portal. I have found that the architect's method of using a tangible object is deeply flawed. If someone is to take the ring away with them, the next challenger would never be able to enter the architect's vault. Bloody Baron stared at the wall and portal as he asked, "What is the difficulty level on this rune puzzle?" "Much easier than the one guarding the icy vault." Quinn glanced at the Bloody Baron, all according to the motive behind creating this vault. Bloody Baron nodded. "Now, let's enter the vault. I will show you what I have prepared," said Quinn and stepped into the vault with the ghosts following behind him. Scene break. After I went through the cursed vault journey, 5 years with 5 vaults showed me various things and taught me things that have made what I am today, said Quinn. He, along with the council of ghosts, stood in a room shaped like a pentagram. The entire room was painted white with artificial lights crystal, similar to those in the aquatic vault, studded on the roof and edges. The white was so pure that the lights from the crystals reflected all over the room, lighting it up in a glow just below uncomfortable blinding. However, every year, every vault, every time I ventured into the vaults, my life was put at risk in one way or another, said Quinn. Last year, after completing the architect's vault, I fell into the thoughts about the future challengers. I am not one to brag, but if the challenger is someone other than me, they will die a painful death in every one of them. The ghosts didn't have anything to comment on. They had been giving out the cursed vault challenges for centuries, and there had been a few who had died and plenty who had come closer to death. And that was only the first vault. So I decided that I would create a vault that makes things safer, or at least keep children away from danger. As Quinn spoke, the ghosts looked around the white room. Their eyes were attracted to the pentagonal walls of the vault. Every wall held a door within them, each had a unique design and a Roman numerical written over them. I-234V. Even though I said this is my legacy, I don't consider myself to be qualified to leave behind a vault of the same nature as the other ones, said Quinn. He turned to the door with the numeral I above the gate. It was the plainest of the 5 gates. Its design had no decorations or attractive features, only a gate that looked like it was made from dull gray concrete. The architect's vault was the creation of the architect. Even though the vault was the easiest to go through, and if a motivated student with a hint of talent for magic devotes themselves to solving the vault, they would be able to go through it without any problems. It's not much of a vault and doesn't match with the majesty of the others, but the creator behind it speaks for its legacy. Without the architect, Hogwarts would never exist. And while I do not enjoy saying this and would never ever again repeat this, I have not yet matched the architect in his achievement. He had created something that has persisted over 1,000 years, and I have not done that. Quinn turned to the door on the next wall with the numeral 2 over it. The gate was made from a beautiful sea green jade-like material, letting out a beautiful glow. He smiled as the scent of the water tickled his nose. I don't know which great person created the aquatic vault, but whoever it was, they have my utmost respect. If just by spending time in the vault's final area, I was able to gain so much knowledge about water and its relation to life, then I have no idea what that personage must know about the mysteries of water. I have no idea if it was the motive, but every stage of the vault showed me an important aspect of water. I have nothing to offer of that level, making me disqualified to leave behind a legacy like that. The wall beside had the numeral 3 over the gates made from stone. Both doors on the gates were etched with various magical creatures, centaurs, trolls, acromantulas, wolves, among many others. Moreover, a soft green light leaked through the slight spaces on the edges of the gates. The runic platform inside the underground vault was an application that I have never seen before, only second to what I have seen in the Sin Vault. Even now, there are plenty of rune logics in that runic cluster that I have not been able to understand. Moreover, the creator had combined runes, rituals, and human transfiguration together, 3 fields that are complex and potentially hazardous. They achieved a needlessly, almost not worth it procedure of achieving an animagus form through a runic application. Do you know what that is? They revolutionized an entire field of magic. Now that's a legacy to be proud of. I attained some noticeable achievements, but none of them are as prominent as this personage when it comes to the betterment of magic. The gate with the numeral 4 was unique even among the 5 gates. It had been crafted from pure ice, and a cold fog flowed out from the gates, granting it an ethereal appeal. Quinn walked to the gate and touched the ice. His shoulder relaxed when he felt cold enter his body. It won't be an understatement to say that the Icy Vault and Absolute Zero is my longest active project. The only thing that can compare to it is mental magic. I have tried for years to take out Absolute Zero from its cage so that I could take it with myself, so that I could continue to study it after I leave Hogwarts, but, even after years of trying, I haven't been able to create a method to transport Absolute Zero. The person who gave birth to Absolute Zero was a master of alchemy, reaching legendary status, and he had enough runic knowledge to contain a substance that could wipe out Hogwarts. Out of all the vaults, this person might be the most talented one and one who has achieved the most. It is safe without saying, I haven't reached that level yet. Finally, Quinn's eyes turned to the last gate with the numeral V over it. And unlike the previous 4 gates, he had no warmth in his eyes, only cold steel flashing in the stone gray. The gate was pitch black, so black that it looked like it was sucking in light, and even the ghosts who usually couldn't interact with the physical world were feeling a slight danger from it. I have made this clear plenty of times, but I do not want anyone to enter the Sin Vault. It is an abomination that shouldn't exist in a school of students. If I was capable, I would have destroyed the damn thing. Unfortunately, I am not able to do so, and believe me, I have tried. I implore all of you that if someone, somehow, is able to reach the Sin Vault, I beg that you don't let them go through it. Congratulate them, pat them on their back, and send them on their way while singing their praise. Quinn sighed, if it does come to that, then let them go through their gates, and if they're still excited after experiencing what's behind the doors, then let them go through the Sin Vault to risk not just themselves but also those around them. What exactly is behind these doors? Asked nearly headless Nick. They're like tutorials, said Quinn. Just as we discussed when I met you guys regarding the Vault Order, I wanted to make the future challengers' job easier, so if they go through what behind those gates, the aim is twofold: prepare them for the real deal and give them a taste of what's to come so that they can decide if they want to go through it. It's an asset and warning. He looked at the four ghosts and smiled. Would you like to see what's inside? Their eyes widened. The fundamental aim of revealing cursed vaults to students had been to sate the ghosts' curiosity. But even with Quinn revealing everything to them, they couldn't go in the vaults to see what was in there. But as Quinn had said, these gates were tutorials, and with the creator with them, they might be able to see what it was. We would love to, said Friar with a bright smile on his face. Quinn waved his hand, and the eye numerical glowed in a golden light as the gate beneath it opened up. Well then, lady and gentlemen, how about we take a grand tour? It would be decades before someone would step into the guide's vault. Quinn stepped out of the guide's vault and stretched his hands over his head. Even though the vault was complete and ready to be used, there were still a few things that Quinn thought could be smoothed out. It was crucial that the vaults remained functioning for years to come because he didn't know when he would return to Hogwarts in the future, and that is if he ever returned. As such, ensuring that none of his cast magic would fizzle out for quite some time. Well, with time, Hogwarts would assimilate the vault into its ecosystem, thought Quinn. Hogwarts was a magical marvel, standing for 1,000 years. It housed magicals in growth period with their magic in flux. The castle had long been mutated with that magic, and after 1,000 years, the castle had become an anomaly. Quinn was sure that after a couple decades, the castle would take in what he had created, and after that, the charms, spells, and runes would be maintained by the castle itself. I wonder how the magic would change, Quinn muttered to himself, interested in how Hogwarts would affect his magic. Maybe a visit to Hogwarts, a couple decades from now, is warranted. Quinn slipped his hands into his pocket and retrieved his trusty piece of reinforced off-white cloth, magically converted into the Hogwarts exclusive artifact known as Recon, the massively upgraded version of the Marauders map. It was the state-of-art solution to all Hogwarts-related stalking and the key to almost all doors in Hogwarts Castle. He activated the map and watched as the ink bloomed on the threads, taking various colors that formed a welcome screen before turning to the floor map of the 6th floor, which he was on with him illuminated in a blue dot, marking him as a student. Quinn's travel patterns in Hogwarts changed before and after curfew times. Before curfews, he would usually walk in the hallways and take the stairs on the grand staircase to go between floors, only using the Hogwarts internal passageways when no one was around. But when the curfew hour struck on the clocks, he would forget the grand staircase and exclusively travel using the internal passageways built within the walls. He glanced at the floating map, and a blue directional line mapped itself on the 6th floor map, and Quinn could see alternates and if there was someone present the routes. The line plotted on the map was from Quinn's current position and went to a passageway connecting the 6th and 5th floors and opening near the aide office. The passageway was one he used frequently and was near to another passageway that opened outside the headboy suite corridor on the 4th floor. Quinn followed the line and arrived at a wall tapestry magical and moving of a tree with birds flying around it. The wall, opposite to the tapestry, however, was Quinn's destination. He knocked on the wall twice before kicking it once for the bricks to move away, revealing a narrow staircase going down. Before stepping inside the passageway, Quinn glanced at the map and spoke, 5th floor. The ink on Recon sunk into the threads, disappearing for a split second, before it rushed back out and depicted the floor map of the 5th floor. The map under Quinn's nonverbal commands zoomed in on the 5th floor exit of the passage to see if there was somewhere there that he needed to avoid. Quinn gave it a cursory glance, finding that the coast was clear. But when he was about to look away, a blue dot popped on the edge of the map right outside the aide office door. For a moment, he thought it was a prefect doing their curfew patrols because of the blue dot, as neither Astoria nor Luna used the office after curfew. But then his eyes fell upon the name over the blue dot, and Quinn's body froze like ice as if someone had struck him with a body bind. His eyes blanked out for a good few seconds before they regained intelligent thought, and the shock of what he was seeing started to register and settle in. %, dollar, asterisk, hashtag. For the first time since its inception, Recon had failed to recognize someone's name. The map was connected to Hogwarts through piggybacking the runes part in Hogwarts, and not once had Hogwarts failed to recognize someone's name, even if they weren't once a student. But the gibberish on the map was only a minuscule reason for Quinn's shock. There was another thing that had set his heart beating like a steam engine running at full throttle. Names, as they appeared on Recon, were made from two words: first names and last names. The gibberish that was below Quinn's eye was the first name, but Quinn's eyes were transfixed on the last name that was not gibberish. and something he was well familiar with. West. It must have malfunctioned, said Quinn and grabbed the map in his hand, and let the magic flow into it. The map shut down before restarting again to show the 6th floor again. 5th floor. The map shifted to the 5th floor. Quinn sucked in a breath. There it was, the blue dot with gibberish and West, once again, on the map. But now, the dot was inside the 8 office. What is this? 100 thoughts ran through his head, trying to find a reason behind the strange, bizarre phenomenon in front of him. It must be a bug. Yes, a cam's razor. The simplest reason is the current reason, said Quinn. I just need to go down there to confirm it. Yeah, that'd work. Scene break. Quinn stood on the corner of the hallway, the 8 office in front of his eyes. Recon was still floating beside him, and the blue dot was moving inside the office and had moved to the workshop. As to his eyes, the dot was moving eerily like a human. A thought grew and dug its claw in his mind, making Quinn stand on the corner, his eyes fixed on Recon, following the blue dot, waiting for the dot to come out of the office. His breathing quickened when the blue door moved towards the workshop door and came into the office. Quinn gulped when the dot arrived at the office door, and his being stilled when he heard the sound of a door opening. Slowly, Quinn turned his neck up, removing his eyes from the map to the office door. A figure stepped out from the office, dressed in black overalls. The style of clothing was not something that Quinn could put his finger on, yet it seemed oddly familiar to him. The hallway was dark, situated in the inner region of the castle, with no open windows in sight, and the fire torches had been extinguished after the curfew hour. Quinn focused magic into his eyes and, just as he had done in the darkness of the Forbidden Forest, modified them to take in more light and night as many the animals who could see in the dark. With the adjusted eyes, Quinn could finally see the figure's appearance. It was a man, and from its looks, the man was young enough that Quinn could tell that it was a teen and not someone who had reached the age where their aging slowed down to match the lifespan of a magical human. It was not a malfunction. Quinn took a brief glance at Recon and then at the figure, who was walking away. His eyes turned determined. Quinn pocketed Recon and stepped out into the hallway. Whoever it is, I have to find out what is going on here. Deciding that, Quinn took action. Hello, he said and saw the unknown man jolt and turn towards him with a jerk. The unknown man's eyes widened as he saw Quinn and took a step back, seemingly in surprise. Yes, it's already after curfew, you know, said Quinn, keeping a calm smile on his face. You're not allowed to roam around after hours. Which house are you in? Slytherin, said the unknown man. Quinn's eyes narrowed. He remembered every student in Hogwarts by name and face, much less Slytherin, and he had profiles stored in his mindscape. And one thing was for sure, he sure didn't know who this person was in front of him. However, according to Recon, the man in front of him was a student of Hogwarts, indicated by the blue dot, which only showed up when for Hogwarts students. Slytherin, you say, said Quinn. I'm sorry, but it seems my memory is failing me, and I can't seem to recognize you. Would you mind telling me your name? The man stayed silent for a moment before the answer came. My name is Damon. I see. Damon is it? What are you doing here on the 5th floor instead of the dungeon? Quinn asked. And nothing, I was just here to see if I could find Professor Flitwick. You mean, Professor Flitwick? Asked Quinn, keeping his voice constant. Yes, Professor Flitwick, said the unknown man. Quinn hummed silently. It wasn't that late after curfew, and he knew that around this time, the professors were usually in their personal offices, wrapping up their work for the day. The head of Ravenclaw's office, which Flitwick used as his office, was on the 5th floor. Recon shows him as a student, and he seems to know things about Hogwarts. But that doesn't explain it, thought Quinn. Sorry to say this, Damon, but I find it a little hard to believe that you're out to meet Professor Flitwick. I mean, you understand, right? Sorry, I will go back to the dorms immediately. Damon turned and started to walk away with haste. But Quinn couldn't let the man leave. Quinn snapped his finger, and magic gushed out of him, spreading out in every direction. Magical berries, glowing with yellow light, suddenly appeared on both ends of the 8 hallway, blocking the unknown person's path and trapping him with Quinn. The figure stopped in his tracks just before the yellow barriers appeared, his head turning up to look at the barrier. He turned slowly back as Quinn spoke. I didn't say you could leave, did I, Damon? Said Quinn, staring dead at the man. I lied to just now. What? My memory doesn't fail me ever, and I'm quite sure I have never seen you in Hogwarts, ever, so I will ask this only once: who are you? Damon stared at Quinn for a moment before immediately turning towards the yellow barrier. He raised his arm, and an emerald spell shot out of his hand, hitting the yellow barrier, putting a deep crack into it. Quinn blinked his eyes in surprise. He didn't use a wand, but that power. At novel bin at. Quinn commanded his magic, and before Damon could shoot another spell, which would have broken the barrier, the yellow barrier repaired itself and the color deepened by several shades. That was surprising, said Quinn. That barrier should have stopped any Hogwarts student, but you managed to put a crack on it. It seems you aren't a normal student, are you? Damon turned to Quinn, his brows furrowed. Listen, just let me go, would you? It will be good for both of us. Sorry, but that isn't going to happen, said Quinn. You're not going anywhere until I have answers to all my questions, which you're going to answer willing or unwillingly. Let's start with a simple question, said Quinn. What is your name? Damon stared at Quinn and his hands as he, Quinn, put on black leather gloves. Damon's brows furrowed as his body language turned defensive. Quinn looked up, stretching the gloves to adjust the fit. Not answering, or was my question not clear enough? Is Damon your real name, or just something you made up from the top of your head? Silence? Well, we do have the entire night, said Quinn, seeing that Damon wasn't answering his questions. But, I do not appreciate this silence, so let me put another question on the table. His voice turned deeper as he asked, why is your last name West? The effect was immediate. Damon's facial expression turned into one of shock, with wide eyes and eyebrows shooting up to his hairline after his body stiffened immediately. Oh, a smirk appeared on Quinn's face. It seems I was not wrong. Recon seemed to be working correctly. It wouldn't have mattered if there was another West in Hogwarts, but as Quinn knew, there wasn't any other West in Hogwarts. There wasn't even another West family in the British Isles, as it was a rare late family name for a magical family, and the West family had only been producing one heir per generation for many generations, Leah and Quinn being an outlier case in the family. How did you know? Asked Damon. I wasn't sure, but thank you for confirming, said Quinn, making Damon flinch. At novel bin at. Now, if I assume you are indeed named Damon, making you Damon West, the question arises if you're the same West as my family and I. Which, given the balance of probability, I am sure you're the same West as I am, said Quinn. Which leads me to ask, what's your origin, Damon? There was another response of silence to Quinn's question. Damon didn't open his mouth, which was pressed into a line, and only stared at Quinn with a blank face. A clemency. Quinn noticed the lack of emotion. I wonder how long that would last. Come on, don't be shy. Damon raised his hands, and 2 rings, one on each ring finger, glowed with sharp burning yellow glare. He jutted his hands forward, and zaps of orange magic flew towards Quinn. A magical bluish-white shield appeared in front of Quinn and met the brunt of Damon's spells. Slice. Quinn blinked in surprise as a tear appeared on his shield when the jet of magic started to split his magic. What is this magic? Thought Quinn. He hadn't seen this kind of severing spell, if he could even call it that. It wasn't strong or heavily loaded with magic, but it was still cutting through a shield cast with much stronger spells in mind. Quinn raised his hand, and a thrumming orb of bright magic manifested over his palm. He aimed it towards the incoming spell and let the orb shoot out a thick beam of magic that swallowed Damon's spell along with his own shields, then proceeded to barrel towards Damon with a ferocious charge. Damon's rings again glowed. Quinn's spell suddenly came to a screeching halt halfway, exploding into what seemed to be an invisible barrier, until the magic in Quinn's attack was extinguished. Quinn lowered his hands and stared at Damon. Hey, are those ring-type magical foci? I have seen those a few times, but I haven't seen anyone use 2 at the same time. And what was the spell you used to bisect my shields? I haven't seen anything like that in my studies. You're becoming more and more fascinating every second, Damon. I must know what's the deal with you. Damon's face twitched as his eyes narrowed. He shifted his body to face the side and placed one of his hands on the yellow barrier that blocked his path. The rings glowed again, and the barrier started to tremble and shriek violently. I'm not letting you go so easily, said Quinn. He spread his palm for a glowing red-colored chain made from empyrean with a weight on end to sprout out from the middle of the palm and rattled towards Damon. To Quinn's surprise, the ring user released a bullet made from a familiar red magical malleable material and shot down the weight to another side. He used empyrean, thought Quinn. But the color was darker than mine. Was his spell a different version from mine? Damon, who wasn't privy to Quinn's thoughts, stepped up for the offense. Dozens of blades made from the darker empyrean appeared manifested around Damon. Quinn's eyes widened when he saw what looked like red zaps of electric arcs dancing around every blade. He has reached the level of adding elemental properties to empyrean, thought Quinn, his eyes moving between Damon and his magical constructs in surprise. Empyrean was a magical material, capable of assuming a range of physical properties only limited by the caster's skill and knowledge. However, achieving a wide range of those physical properties was a tricky task while using empyrean. Empyrean could assume solid, liquid, and gaseous states. It could become flexible, rigid, semi-solids, or any form of similar properties. However, that was only one level. Above that level, additional properties like adding electric charge, making Emirian burn, or an ice attribute that could freeze objects at contact, among other similar properties. The red arcs around the blades were clearly a lightning attribute added to empyrean. Alright, so that's how we are going to do it, huh, said Quinn to Damon. Time for the kitty gloves to come off. Damon didn't reply, and the dozens of empyrean blades shot towards Quinn with lightning dancing around them. Suddenly, the temperature in the hallway between the 2 yellow barriers dropped, and the blades ripping towards Quinn slowed down as if the energy had been sucked out of them, and before long, they came to a freezing halt in the air. Quinn and Damon's breathing turned to white mist. Damon's rings glowed brighter, and the empyrean blades started to chirp with lightning arcs and vibrating as he pushed in more magic to make them move. However, his eyes grew wider as he saw that not only did the blades not move, a deposit of ice started to build on the blades. Ice, muttered Damon. That's... Quinn's raised his arm and clenched his fist for Damon's empyrean blades to shatter into red and cold shards. This time, Quinn didn't speak to Damon. He let the magic flow through his body, reaching his every muscle, and shot towards Damon like a cheetah. Fast! Damon exclaimed. His magic thrummed, and the marble tiling beneath, between Quinn and him, broke away, and the floor started to shake and split, aiming to throw Quinn off balance. Quinn didn't blink, flinch, or slow down. He kicked the floor and took a body magic-powered leap above, Quinn didn't stop and immediately cast wind magic to push him up and ahead. He thrust his hands forward, and wind blades flew out from his body and sheared towards Damon. Damon, though surprised, didn't lose the focus of the fight and immediately countered with wind magic that surprised Quinn as his wind attacks were cancelled out. Damon didn't stop, and the broken tiles transfigured into metal chakras and shot up towards the mid-flight Quinn. Quinn didn't give the metal chakras a glance and directly simulcast 2 magics. The metal discs coming towards groaned and crumbled into balls while a warhammer with a long handle made from Empyrean manifested in his hands cocked above his head, ready to be brought down directly on Damon. Damon's pupils dilated. He raised his hands above his head, and the twin rings glowed brightly as a shield manifested above his head. Bang! The warhammer cracked down on Damon's shield. The shield flickered, its glow dimming as Quinn's hammer did damage to its integrity. Quinn didn't stop for the shield blocking him away from Damon to disappear and landed on the ground. 2 spells charged up in his palm and shot them towards Damon the very second the shield collapsed. This will hurt, thought Quinn as he jumped back a few steps. The next moment, a deep purple shield appeared in front of Damon, again blocking Quinn's attack from reaching Damon. Quinn didn't skip a beat and let the spells fizzle out. Instead, he cast another magic, many times more potent than the previous attack. He again let the magic assault into the purple shield, and an explosion boomed on impact. When the magic settled, Damon stood behind the shield, staring at Quinn. "It's not going to work," said Damon with a complicated in his eyes. Quinn, wide-eyed, stared at the unfazed shield. There wasn't even a single speck of damage on it. Without a single word, Quinn charged his magic and cast a more powerful explosive offense magic onto the shield, sending more louder and brighter explosions, only contained by the yellow barriers that Quinn had cast. "Don't waste your energy," said Damon, looking down his neckline at the soft glow underneath his clothes. "The shield is not going to break." Quinn didn't stop and started the barrage of successively stronger magic at the shield until he couldn't cast a stronger magic that wouldn't Hogwarts' structural integrity. He stared at the shield and Damon for a while before sitting down on the floor. "You must be powerful for you to be able to cast a shield that I can't even put a scratch on," he said. "It's a magical item," said Damon as he watched Quinn cast magic on the floor, restoring it to the pre-fight stage. "So, who are you?" asked Quinn. "Are you grandfather's secret child that he kept hidden from the family? Or are you my late father's illegitimate child that he had with a woman other than my mother?" Damon didn't reply, though there was something in his eyes that Quinn couldn't put a finger upon. "You can tell me, I don't really mind if there's another West out there," said Quinn. "Moreover, if you are family, I would like to know more about you, and seeing that you were in the aid office, it seems you know about me, so it is only fair that you share something about yourself." Listen, Damon sighed. He went silent for a moment and stared at Quinn through the purple shield. After a few moments of silence, he reached into his clothes and grabbed the neck chain, and a ring glow later, the purple shield was gone. "Listen, I am not saying this for just avoiding answering, but I can't really tell you." Damon's eyes widened when he saw a smile on Quinn's face. The next moment, ice rose from the floor, and before he could blink, he was covered in a block of ice till the neck. His eye jumped down, trying to look at his hands, but he could only feel it as the rings on his hands were twisted out from his fingers and taken away from him. Quinn stood up from the floor and walked towards the frozen Damon and stretched his hand as the rings encased in pockets of water flew out of ice and landed into his hands. "Give those back." Quinn picked up the ring and raised it to his eye line to observe it. "You shouldn't trust your opponent so easily," said Quinn. "I mean, even if you're a West, I don't know you, so yeah, it is your fault." Damon growled as he glared at Quinn with anger, betrayal flashing in his eyes. "I will check them out later." Quinn pocketed the rings and looked at Damon. "For now, I would like to get my answers. From the looks of it, you aren't going to get them from your mouth, so we are going to use the magical route." He stepped closer to Damon and spoke, "If you would look into my eyes and relax, everything will be over before you know it." Damon's eyes widened, realizing what would happen, and he couldn't close them as magic held them open. "No, wait, stop. Oh my, I couldn't see it in this light, but you have heterochromia. That's neat. Well, at least one of them is stone gray. Stop, please, you don't want to do this." Quinn reached out with legilimency into Damon's mind with a calm smile. The smile froze and died down as Damon tried to struggle out of the freezing bind. He couldn't feel a mind where a mind should be. His legilimency couldn't find the presence of a mind inside Damon. It was something that had never happened. Everyone had a mind, no matter if they were unprotected as a newborn baby or as protected as Alan D. Battleys. "Damon, where is your mind?" Quinn frowned when he didn't hear anything from Damon, not even sounds of him struggling. He focused out and on his face to see that Damon's wide eyes were staring behind him. "Where are you looking at?" He turned and suddenly came across a man dressed in a suit standing behind him, staring at him with eyes that he had only seen on 2 other people. Before he could speak or make a move, his entire body froze. Every muscle in his body betrayed him and refused to obey his command. "I would like to have my son released. I would like to have my son released." Quinn, with his eyes blown wide open, stared at the man. It was all he could do when his body was under the influence of binding magic, something that, no matter how much Quinn resisted with no amounts of magic or spells, didn't budge one bit. The man looked to be in his late 20s, which in magical human lifespan meant the man was at least inching towards 60. But that fact only lingered in the back of Quinn's chain of thoughts as his mind was dominated by the man's stone gray eyes and jet black hair. He had only seen those features on 3 people himself, George, and Leah. Are you Adam West? Quinn asked. He had seen photographs of his later father, and he could definitely see similarities. The man glanced at him before turning back to Damon. The ice that bound Damon poofed into a white mist that was blown away with a gust of wind, all under the command of the man with stone-gray eyes. "Dad," said Damon with his head bowed, not daring to look at his father. "Damon," said the man, "you are a massive imbecile." Damon flinched at the choice of words, and his head lowered even further, his eyes not fixed on his feet. "I won't usually say this to you, but when you ignore basic common sense and mess with something that you're not aware of or even remotely knowledgeable about, I have no choice but to wonder if my image of you as a bright young man needs to be reevaluated," said Damon's father. "I'm actively contemplating if I should punish you here and now, and the only reason I am of 2 minds about it is that this is not the time and place to do so." Damon cowered in the face of the cutting words from his father as the man spoke in a grave, no-nonsense tone without a speck of humor or lightheartedness in them. Damon could only imagine what expression was there on his father's face, only that it wasn't going to be the one he usually sported, and that frightened him enough to not look at him while he was talking. "So before we return home and we have a serious discussion about your actions today and the chain of dire consequences that it could have set forth, I suggest that you take the time and think long and hard about what you have done today, because even if I was, hypothetically, not to reprimand you, which believe me I'm definitely going to do, your mother would have no such mercy." Damon quivered as his father finished speaking and could no longer look more pitiful. Damon's father's eyes went to his son's clenched hands. "Where are your rings, Damon?" "He took them," said Damon in a feeble voice. The man turned his eyes to Quinn, who felt his pockets open up, and soon 2 metallic rings flew out and into the man's hands. He raised one ring to his eye level and observed them before repeating the process with the other one. After he was done, the father turned to his son and showed him the magical rings. "I'm keeping them with me until we return home, and I will let your mother decide when you'll get them back." "You can't do that, that's not fair. You're in no position to say or tell me what is fair and what is not." His father's stern voice made Damon back down to only show his frustration through gritted teeth, blazing eyes, and clenched fists. Quinn, who had been listening to the father and son conversation, finally took the chance to speak up when the conversation fell into a strained lull. "Hey, I'm not one to interfere in family time, but can you unbind me? It is getting uncomfortable here." The man stared at Quinn for a while before he slightly bent his elbow up and flicked his wrist up. "Whoa," Quinn exclaimed when his feet left the floor, and he was raised into the air, without even given a choice to awkwardly flail around with his body bound tight. "Hey, let me down? I can walk and am willing to cooperate." The man ignored Quinn and glanced at Damon. "Follow me," before turning away to walk with Damon following on foot with Quinn gliding in the air. Damon snickered as he walked past Quinn to just behind his father, making Quinn glare at him. Hey, you're not allowed in there," said Quinn when he realized where the man was leading them. The man once again ignored Quinn and opened the door of the aide office with a look, and walked inside. After taking a step in, the man stopped and looked around the office for a good while in silence. His eye moved from the office desk in the front to the glass wall on the side and moved over all the decor and knickknacks that adorned the room. "Damon, go and wait in the workshop while I clean this mess up," said the man and waved his hand for the workshop door's locking mechanism to click open. Damon stared at his father and Quinn for a second before slipping into the workshop, leaving Quinn and his father alone. The man snapped his finger, and Quinn dropped down on the floor with his bindings also coming off. Quinn got control of himself just in time to remain standing, albeit with a slight stumble. If it was another situation, Quinn would have resorted to magic to fight or flight, but in the current situation, where the man had fully incapacitated him without breaking a sweat, the better strategy here was to see what the man wanted. "He hasn't harmed me till now." The man walked to the chair behind the office table. He stopped and stared at the comfy chair with cushions and actual back support that Astoria had brought in to replace Quinn's barebones barstool. As the man stared at the chair, it warped and creaked to turn into a barstool for the man to take a seat. "Sit down," said the man, motioning with his hand for a customer chair to place it opposite to him. Quinn sat down in the customer seat, something he felt a bit uncomfortable doing. In his tenure, he had been on the opposite side of the table where the unknown was sitting. "Sorry for all this mess," said the man. "I didn't believe my son would make such a mess out of things." Quinn observed the man for a moment. His tone seemed to be genuinely apologetic even though his facials weren't reflecting the said tone. He shrugged. "Other than breaking and entering, your son didn't do much damage, though, in these times, those petty crimes can be serious, especially in Hogwarts." "Ah yes, breaking into Hogwarts is supposedly a big deal." "Yes, that is what everyone says," Quinn chuckled, recalling the fact there had been notable break-ins into the castle. "And to think Death Eaters would invade the castle soon," said the man. "Yeah, what?" Quinn's eyes got locked onto the man, who sat nonchalantly as if he hadn't said anything of importance. "What did you say?" I said Death Eater in Hogwarts." "How do you know that?" "Do you have an in with the Death Eater?" asked Quinn, emotion draining from his face. "Wait a minute, you still haven't told me who you are. Are you grandfather's illegitimate child or something?" The man chuckled. "It's quite amusing to me that you can't recognize me. Sure, it has been ages, but I don't think I have changed in looks that much." Quinn frowned. He couldn't comprehend what the man was talking about. "What do you mean?" The realization was sudden, heavy, and cut through the confusion like a sharp blade. Quinn leaned forward in his chair and spoke in a somber voice. Prove it. Proof? Huh. Well, how about you let the voice in your head take over? I am interested in talking to that version. Don't even joke about it. Quinn glared, his magic flaring as things rattled in the office. And that's not enough proof that secret is not strong enough. After all, the strongest secret was one where only a single person knew about it. If you're who you say you're, then you know what qualifies as proof. Well, how about that fact that you moonlight as a brutal invisible vigilante? Don't skirt around it. I don't like to bring that up. It's not part of my life anymore. Unlike you, I have moved on. The older man sighed and massaged his temple. Quinn showed no reaction and kept his gaze trained on. But if you do insist, then I shall bring it up once, said the man. He looked at Quinn and spoke softly. This world is supposedly won from a piece of fiction, and you're an outsider. We overtook at age 4, and well, I think that's enough. Happy now? Not one bit, said Quinn, snapping back immediately. This time he was the one to rub his temple, but unlike his relaxed companion, he was feeling a headache coming up. I can believe I would be meeting my older self. How am I supposed to react to this? How about with a greeting, said future Quinn with a relaxed grin. Hello, Quinn. I am Quinn. You. Quinn stared at the man incredulously. How can you be so nonchalant about this? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? You are not supposed to be here. You don't think I know that, said future Quinn. Why do you think I'm here? To have a leisure trip? No, I'm here to clean the mess up. You speak like this is not your problem, scoffed Quinn. You're the main reason behind this whole problem. Excuse me? I haven't done anything wrong here. Yay, right, Quinn scoffed again. He pointed at the closed workshop door. There's no way that guy capable of creating a device like Time Turner that could allow the user to travel back decades, much less cast temporal magic with similar effects. Hey, that's my son you're talking about, said future Quinn. My son is the most talented of his age. If I was to compare, Damon is on the same level as Dumbledore and Riddle when they were his age. Good for him. But that doesn't change the fact that when even I haven't made a fraction of progress that would be required for this type and level of time travel. If I can't do it, forget about Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, or even Grindelwald, and so I doubt Damon would be able to accomplish that. And honestly, the only other way I see this is happening is that you were careless and you messed up, making this all your fault. I don't like the tone you're taking, kid, said future Quinn. You might want to rein that in. I am just pointing fault where it lies, old man, said Quinn. Has your skin thinned with old age? What a tragedy. I hope I don't turn up like you. Was I always this annoying? Said future Quinn. Nope, don't think so. You've got that annoying quality of being irritating. The present and future, past and present, stared at each other with upturned noses, looking down on each other. All right, enough of this, said Quinn. I hope you have a way to fix this mess because both you and I know how things can turn out when temporal laws are messed with. Let's start from the beginning, said Quinn, tapping his finger on his armrest. You and Damon have time traveled past the 5 hours safety limit. So please, tell me you know what you were doing before you made a time-traveling apparatus that doesn't implement that limit as a restriction. Time travel was dangerous, and traveling back extended periods could cause catastrophic disasters. The unspeakable department of the British Ministry of Magic had experimented with time travel by sending one of their own back in time by several centuries. The experiment, while a hazardous failure, had taught the unspeakables a lot about time travel. The woman sent back in time when pulled back to the present, rapidly aged the time she had been sent back, centuries, and died as her lifespan ran out. Not only that, but the woman's interactions with the past had caused massive changes in the timeline. The experiment had resulted in people getting killed, others coming to life, and several others being erased from existence, a phenomenon known as unbirths. Canon. You have jumped back quite a few decades in the past, said Quinn to future Quinn, and from your behavior, you're not worried about the consequences, so I am assuming you have found to time travel without triggering those nasty side effects. Temporal magic or chronomancy are vast fields, my young and naive self. I can't claim to have mastered time, so all I can say is that it is a work in progress, future Quinn shrugged. And don't give me that look, you well as have time traveled without knowing zilch about temporal magic. Your occlumency must have degraded, said Quinn, his mood worsening. I followed a strict set of rules and restrictions when I traveled, kept my footprint minimal, only traveled within the permitted limit, and more importantly, I made sure not to meet myself. This case, on the other hand, has a person who hasn't been born yet travel to the time before their birth. You both have traveled way beyond the stable limit, and I don't need to say this, but we are meeting face to face. Way to go stating the obvious, said the future Quinn. Yes, I know all of those facts and obviously, if I'm not freaking out, then I have taken care of those factors. Quinn was about to say something, but future Quinn raised his hand and continued to speak. You don't have to be worried about the closed-loop nature of time travel. A closed loop was a temporal proposition in which, by means of time travel, a sequence of events is among the causes of another event, which is, in turn, among the causes of the first mentioned event. In simple words, when a future event is the cause of a past event, which in turn is the cause of the future event. Time travel achieved through time turners was the closed-loop type of time travel. You don't have to worry that because I time traveled back in time, you in the future will go through this very exact situation and travel back in time, finished future Quinn. That's not going to happen to you. The closed-loop time travel couldn't change past, as what was going to happen was always going to happen with the time travel a part of those events. Once a Quinn West triggered closed-loop time travel, every Quinn moving on would walk down the same path. During the Dementor horde by the lakeside, Quinn was always going to be saved by a future version of Quinn. That version of events was always set in stone. Such was the closed-loop theory of time travel. So, you're saying that this time travel is not in accordance with the closed-loop theory, said Quinn. You really found a way to do that. Of course, I did. Who do you think you're talking to, said future Quinn. How did you do that? It would go over your little head, so there's no use of me explaining the logic behind it all. Quinn's face twitched, and an angry vein throbbed on his temple. Doesn't change the fact that you screwed up big time, he jabbed back. Yeah, that's getting old. Come up with something new, said future Quinn. It is clear that your son isn't capable of casting temporal magic strong enough to travel this back in time, so I'm assuming he used a device that you created. That is correct, sighed future Quinn. So do tell me, how did he get his hands on something so dangerous, asked Quinn. He had all the dangerous stuff secured under lock and key and magic inside his briefcase. It boggled his mind that a future version of himself would be so careless. I know what you're thinking, said future Quinn, eyeing Quinn. He sighed. He got into my workshop at home and swiped it when I wasn't looking. That's plain stupid, said Quinn bluntly. Why didn't you have wards around your workshop? Because, unlike you, my workshop isn't in Hogwarts. It is in my house where I don't need to worry about people breaking in, and believe me, my house is a nightmare for people who want to intrude upon my family and my privacy. And it is not like it was completely unguarded. It has more top-of-the-line protection publicly available in my time, which meant that future Quinn had tech he hadn't released to the world. What good did that do when a teenager is able to beat it? Why wasn't it activated? Future Quinn once again sighed. I disable when I'm working in there because I don't like the magical interference from the wards and spells while I'm working on some very delicate and sophisticated projects. And Damon sneaked in during an emergency when I had no time to enable the protection. What emergency? My daughter tripped and fell. What? My daughter fell in the gardens and scraped her knee. I had a microdrone with an audio-video setup following her around, so when she started crying, I had to dash to her side. I didn't return to my workshop until later that evening, and because I wasn't working on the time turner, I didn't notice it had gone missing. I see, said Quinn. He couldn't wrap his mind around the image. How did Damon even know you were working on something like that? Because of my track record of working on project that technically could be seen as dangerous, I have to tell what I'm currently working on usually. He's at school, but he was at home when I talked about it. Quinn didn't know if he should take this as a valid excuse or not, so he decided to move on. How did you know that Damon had traveled back? Asked Quinn. I mean, you got here pretty quickly. When you reach a level at temporal magic as I am, you learn how to feel when there are changes in the time streams around you. I can feel the distortions as long as they're within a few dozen kilometers. And Damon was only in his room, so the distortions when he jumped sounded like resounding bells. I see, so you have multiple of your versions of your time turners. No, I have multiple prototypes, but I only had one working, which is the one Damon picked up. I came here using temporal magic, he sighed, which I'm still not used or experienced in, thank God. I acted quickly when the time distortions were still fresh, or else I would have not been able to track him down. That's a bit too much luck I'm comfortable with. I agree. So what now? Asked Quinn. You have been saying that you have to fix things, and as this is not a closed loop, I'm not even sure what kind of problems needs to be addressed. There are some that I need to address that you don't need to know. Quinn clicked his tongue before he gazed at his future self. He had to say, he liked what he was seeing. He looked sharp and well-built, and even though he hadn't told much about himself, it looked like things had been going well for him. So how's life? Asked Quinn. Future Quinn gazed at Quinn for a bit before a smile appeared on his face. It is good, he said. Life after canon have been much more than what you're living now. The world has much more to offer than what Hogwarts has, and there are so many interesting people out there to meet and learn from. People like Mr. Allen. Yes, people like Allen. Ah, now that I remember, you're going to apprentice under him after Hogwarts. Yes, that is the plan. So did you break into his mind? Asked Quinn. The expression on future Quinn's face told it all. He looked like the topic repulsed him, and talking about it was the last thing he wanted to talk about. You weren't able to break in. I was able to break into his mind, sure, but I was too late, said future Quinn. He was already old when I started apprentice under him, and by the time I was able to gain enough skill, he was already on the decline. I wasn't able to compete against him at his best. So, Mr. Allen is. Future Quinn nodded. It has been a while. A silence descended between the two. Come on, let's move on, said future Quinn, waving his hand. He looked around the aide office. It has been a while. I have been here. The last time I was in the office, it looked nothing like this. When were you here? It has been a decade, give or take. Damon's the current proprietor, and I haven't what he has done with the place, said future Quinn. Really? Did he get it on his own, or did you pull some strings? I hope he didn't get aid because he's your son. He got it on his own. The active aid proprietors only know about me and the other older proprietors when they graduate from Hogwarts, so Damon's predecessor didn't know that I was the one who created aid. Until a few months back, even Damon also didn't know that I was the one who created aid. What? You didn't tell him? I won't lie by saying that I didn't have expectations from Damon to get aid. so I refrained from telling him about it so it would be completely fair and made sure that neither Luna nor Astoria told him anything. It was going to be revealed to him after he graduated in the annual Aid Proprietors Meet, but Astoria couldn't keep her mouth shut, and well, here we are. Luna and Astoria, how are they doing? Is the blood curse still there? Astoria was cured a while back before she hit 30. As for Luna, she's a magi-zoologist as we thought. I visit her once a month, wherever she's exploring. Both are successful in their respective field and, as far as I can tell, happy with their lives. At novel bin at. What about Eddie and Marcus? You're still friends with them, right? A big smile bloomed on future Quinn's face. They're still my best friends. Thank magic for that. Both are doing tremendously. Eddie plays for a Quidditch team owned by yours truly. Marcus did end up working for the family business, and as we expected, he works closely with Leah. Oh, Leah? How's she doing? Has she become the most powerful woman in the world? She has. Future Quinn laughed, thoroughly amused. I said the same thing to her when she took the chair as the head of the business. She was quite happy with that when I told it to her. Future Quinn took out a strange pocket watch from his pocket and flipped it open to look at a glowing and shimmering watch face. Time's up, kid. We have to leave now. I have to fix this problem and don't have much time. Future Quinn sighed. Why did Damon have to do this today? My evening was booked with my lovely niece, and now, I don't know if I'll be able to make it. Future Quinn got up from his bar stool, but before he could even stand up straight, Quinn spoke up. Hey, listen. Hey, listen. Future Quinn turned away from the red workshop door to face Quinn and gazed at his younger self for a moment and a half before he ended up sighing. Future Quinn stepped back behind the office desk and reseated himself on the transfigured bar stool. Here I thought you were skirting around the topic because you understood the situation and my predicament. A wry smile curled upon his lips. Even though I know what you're about to ask me, go ahead and say it. Quinn smiled bitterly. He didn't want to bring this up as Future Quinn had said. The circumstance didn't make it easier for him, Future Quinn, to answer the questions. Can you help me with the curse? He asked. Ah yes, the curse. It has been a long while since I've heard or thought about that. Future Quinn breathed out, his eyes taking over a faraway look. I know you won't believe me because I wouldn't believe me, but the best thing you can do here is to help yourself. There's no running away from the curse. We both know better than anyone else that dealing with the sin curse is the last thing we want to do ever. But the reality of the situation is that the day you dove back into the sin vault, you made this fight a solitary one, at least in this stage of the battle. You really can't help me? Is the curse bad enough that even you can't help me? I'm confident that by your age, I would be much better than soul magic than Mr. Allen is right now. I left Allen in the dust in soul magic ages ago, kid, said Future Quinn, scoffing. And yes, I've enough skill that I can make the sin curse go away from your life, but I can't do it right now. It'd take some time for me to work with you to get it out of your soulscape. It's stuck in there like a parasite, growing its hold upon you. But as it is clear here, I can't stay here for the time required. Quinn leaned into his chair and massaged his temple. It wasn't like he didn't expect his future self able to make his problems go away. Give me something that will help me, anything would do. Future Quinn stared at Quinn for a silent moment, making Quinn feel uncomfortable, and just when Quinn was going to dismiss the question, Future Quinn spoke. I have 3 things that I can tell you. First, take care of the curse as soon as possible. There's no plus point in delaying it, and it won't give you any added value. Second is the most important one, so listen carefully. You are you. Don't forget that. No matter if you're under the curse's influence or not, Quinn West will remain Quinn West. Quinn furrowed his brows. He could understand the logic behind the first point, but the second's wording was particularly vague. And finally, this might sound absolutely dreadful, but when you get rid of the curse, go back to the sin vault. What? The single word was enough to show Quinn's reaction, and the bizarreness he was feeling was creeping up his tone. Yes, you're not hearing me wrong, said Future Quinn. You need to go inside again. You'll regret if you don't go inside. The more you delay solving the curse, the more you would delay your descent into the vault, and when you find what I'm talking about, you'll lament your decision. Quinn's gentle furrow hard turned into an angry frown twitching between his brows. He was confused and honestly regretting asking his future self, because if before, he was hesitant and touchy about his upcoming bout with the curse, but now it felt like his future self had taken a syringe and injected pure chaos directly into his mind. I'll think about it, said Quinn, trying to move on. His hand went through his hair and sighed with a grumble. Why did you have to say that to make it up? Now it is all I will be able to think about. A wry smile appeared on Future Quinn's face. Don't worry about it. It won't bother you for long. You say that, but I don't even know how it will turn out when I pull down my shield. It will come intuitively. When you're in the thick of it, you'll know what to do, said Future Quinn, and Quinn noticed that his future self once again had a look as when he, Quinn, had broached the sin curse topic. Even though I can't reveal it to you, I can hope that you understand that you'll be fine. Both Quinns matched eyes squarely, and a broad smile rose on Future Quinn's face, and he spoke a few words in a firm yet comforting tone that made Quinn's eyes widen. Everything is going to be fine. Hey, are you using some magic? Asked Quinn as he felt himself calm down. No, I'm not using any magic, I promise, said Future Quinn. It's pure charisma if I do say myself. Stop using magic. Told you, I'm not using any. The red workshop door opened, making both Quinn's turn in unison, making Damon still at the door as the unison between his father and the younger version of his father freaked him out a little. Good timing, said future Quinn, standing up. We're about to leave. Damon breathed a sigh in relief and fully stepped out completely. His eyes automatically went to Quinn, who was staring at him. What? Asked Damon. Why did you come here? Asked Quinn. You had a device that could have taken you anywhere in time, but you decided to come to this date. It makes me curious about your reasoning. Damon felt two pairs of eyes on him, and he averted his eyes from both. He rubbed the back of his neck and heaved a big sigh as he revealed with closed eyes. Dad doesn't have many friends. Hey, but those he's friends with. He's very close to Uncle Marcus and Eddie and of course Auntie Luna, and a few more that I think Dad actually considers to be his close friends. Quinn glanced at future Quinn. Hogwarts was a contained world, but the real world was anything but. It made sense to Quinn that his future self would keep a small friend circle, knowing how many people would want to get close to him for their own selfish desires and see him as a way to accomplish those desires. And every one of them is always telling me stories about Dad. Even the ghosts are all praises about him, and I guess I wanted to see it for myself, said Damon. However, both Quinns could feel that there were plenty of things left unsaid. Quinn thought maybe Damon had been compared with him and his guess seemed correct from the looks of it. I actually didn't want to come to this time, said Damon. What? Future Quinn frowned. What do you mean? I wanted to go sometime in the future, but I made a mistake in the input and ended up at this date. Unnoticed by anyone, future Quinn's eyes narrowed a fraction for a brief moment before they went to normal. Quinn intelligently didn't broach the topic that seemed to bring an awkward tone in the room and turned to his future self to directly ask. I tried to enter his mind earlier. Why was I unable to find even a single speck of an actual mind inside his body? Ah yes, that was because of runic magic that I'm still tinkering with. He has a chain around his neck with a runic cluster inscribed inside a pendant piece. As long as he doesn't remove it, his mind would remain hidden to Elijah Lems. However, because I am still tinkering with it, if you kept at it, you'd have been able to find the mind. Future Quinn turned to Damon and said in a half-warning tone, you better not slack off on your occlumency. That pendant isn't an ultimate defense, and it would never be. I am not slacking off, said Damon, rolling his eyes. Oh good, said Quinn, I thought occlumency had taken a major leap, and I was being outclassed by him. No offense, Damon. If you say so, heir. Damon looked between both Quinns, wondering how to address the younger version of his father. We're about to leave, so you don't have to worry about what to call him, said future Quinn. Quinn shrugged. He was fine as long as he wasn't called dad or father or anything on those lines. What about the ring foci? Asked Quinn. Have the laws regarding wands changed in the country because they don't allow other foci in Hogwarts? Damon shook his head. The laws are the same. I started with a wand and still have one. The rings, I got them 6 months ago. He looked at future Quinn. I was messing with ring foci and by pure luck was able to craft a pair of rings that act as one focus, said future Quinn when his younger self looked at him. I had people try them out to check the compatibility, and Damon was the one who matched the rings the best. You're working on magical foci. Why? Asked Quinn. Do you use them? Of course not. Future Quinn sounded deeply offended. I don't have to use them to work with them though. It does make things a lot harder to work on. Also, why would you make them glow? That was a dead give in the low light. I didn't add the glow. Future Quinn pointed at Damon. That was he trying to look cool. Quinn shook his head at Damon. Not cool, mate. Damon once again rolled his eyes. What do they know about being cool? Quinn glanced at his future self and transferred his voice directly to him. Barring Damon from hearing the conversation, he has heterochromia, he said, and I know you were trying to keep some things hidden, but that pretty much gives it out. Quinn glanced at Damon's eyes, and the two colors were striking to each other. One was darker by its nature, while the other sparkled to the point that it was the first thing anyone would notice about Damon. Does it surprise you? Future Quinn's voice came directly to Quinn's ears. I don't know how to feel about it. My thoughts are nowhere marriage, much less having children, and from what I know, you have at least 2 children, sounded Quinn. I don't want to think about right now. You don't have to. There are much more important things to focus on right now. Quinn nodded. However, his eyes remained fixed on Damon and his eyes. At novel bin at. All right, let's get going. Future Quinn clapped once. Come on, children, say your goodbyes like good boys. Is he always like this? Asked Quinn to Damon. Unfortunately, nodded Damon. Kids no matter what the age, are the same, they don't appreciate the good stuff. Future Quinn shook his head. He turned to Quinn, you take care of yourself. It's about to get hectic, so take care and watch your back at all times. Also, take care of grandfather, Leah, Uncle Elliot, and Ms. Rosie. He sighed, you already know what to do, so just be careful, okay? Quinn nodded in appreciation. Now, it's time for us to leave, said future Quinn and looked around the office, and I don't think we should do it here. It's too crowded here, and things can get chaotic. We can do it in the corridor. I'll be on the lookout while you guys leave, said Quinn. Lead the way, young one. Quinn walked to the office door and was about to open the door when he noticed that he couldn't hear any notice. He turned to face the 2 time travelers. What happened? Only to see future Quinn, raising a hand towards him. That was all he could get out before his vision rapidly turned back and found himself slowly falling down before he knew no more. Damon's eyes followed his father's past self's falling body after being hit by his father's spell and flinched when the thump sounded in the room. He turned to his father, his eyes threatening to bulge out. What was that about? He asked. Future Quinn raised his younger self's body and floated him into the seat Quinn had just vacated. Ropes sprung out from the wooden chair and wrapped around Quinn's arms, legs, and torso, securing him upright to the chair. Are you going to obliviate him? Future Quinn gazed at unconscious Quinn, all the fun and smiles gone from his face, and all that remained was a look of rumination. Damon observed his father's face, and he couldn't remember the last time he had seen him look like that. Sure, there were many times he had seen his father contemplative while working, but this was the first time it was like this. Us coming here revealed a lot about the future he shouldn't know, and I myself revealed a lot about the future to him. Future Quinn broke the silence. Time travel is complicated, especially what we're doing. For us to return home safely, I couldn't allow him to retain memories of what he had retained here. It would have been all dandy for him, but we would have a lot of problems back home. Future Quinn turned away from Quinn to a painting on the wall. He raised his hand for the sticking charm to come undone and the painting to float in front of him. What are you doing? Asked Damon with an uncertain tone. With a snap of his fingers, Future Quinn disassembled the frame and moved them away in the air, leaving behind the artwork floating in front of him. The moment we entered the office, he knew there was a possibility that his memory might be tampered with, so he took measures against it, said Future Quinn, half chuckling. Damon stepped closer to his father, and his eyes widened when he saw the canvas flip. Written in tiny black letters were lines upon lines of words, stretching from one corner of the canvas to the other, spanning across the length. He stepped ever closer and leaned forward to take a better look and recognized the context of the sentences through keywords. He wrote everything down. Damon said, sputtering, his eyes swarming between the canvas, his father, and the unconscious teenager. Of course, why wouldn't he? Said Future Quinn, matter-of-factly. When you meet someone from the future, it is beneficial that you somehow write it down. I know him, he wouldn't have written anything in open view, so he wrote it down on the back of the painting. There isn't any disadvantage for him because there isn't going to be any damage to his timeline, but because we decided to share the knowledge of the future, we have invited danger to our own timeline, and if we left him like this, our world would have changed quite a lot. But, if he knew there was a chance that his memory would be exchanged, then how would he remember that he has everything written down behind the painting? Future Quinn swept his hand over the back of the canvas, and the words disappeared, leaving behind the clean canvas as it was before. Then he turned the canvas to the front to show the painting. This was painted by your Aunt Luna. Half of the artwork in this room was made by Luna. Future Quinn pointed at the dismantled frame floating in the air. However, this frame is special as she'd replace the painting in it every few months to keep the office, as she used to say, peppy. He knew that when Luna would remove the painting, she would notice the writing on the back that she clearly didn't write. He even made sure that Luna would come to him with the painting by telling her in the first line. Damon's jaw slackened as he looked at Quinn. They were the same age, how could he think all of this while all the crazy was happening? But, he's prideful in his skill with magic, said Future Quinn, scoffing with what sounded like self-deprecation. He didn't think I would be able to sense him use magic. What a fool. How did he think that I wouldn't be able to sense him use magic? The frame on the painting came back together, and the assembled artwork was once again sent to the wall, fixed with a sticking charm, as if it had never been removed. I have a question, said Damon. There was something that bothered him. If you were going to erase his memories, why would you spend the time to tell him so much? The time turner you have is nowhere near perfect, and you were a bigger fool to use it without knowing anything about it. A stern voice reprimanded Damon. The device leaves the streams of time in disarray, and the steams connecting here to our home is distorted, and traveling through that is dangerous and unstable. One could even get lost in the stream of time, never to exit the steams to any single point in time. It didn't help that in a hurry, I worsened the distortion just so that I could catch up to you. Damon's head flinched back, and his posture collapsed. Future Quinn noticed the change in his son and slapped him on the back. Don't worry your foolish head about it. I would have reached you one way or another. Damon nodded with his head down before he recalled his initial question. But if you were looking to pass the time, you could have obliviated him right off the bat. That would have eliminated the risk of him not writing things down. There was a pause. It might not look like it, but he's going through a difficult time right now, said Future Quinn, gazing at his unconscious self. He's struggling with himself and a lot of things around him. He has a plan for everything till Hogwarts because he knew what was going to happen, but after that, it's a blank slate. He doesn't know what lies beyond it, and that scares him a lot, and I thought that talking to him would maybe alleviate some of his worries about the future. It's quite a frightening time for him. Damon gazed at his father and then at Quinn. He lowered his chin to his chest. He had not only added to Quinn when he was having a tough time but also had dug up memories of those times in his father. But with his memories erased, won't it all be useless? Damon asked. Let me tell you a story, Damon, said Future Quinn, making Damon look up in surprise. Once, there were two people, Balbite and Dolian. Dolian was Balbite's maternal uncle, but they weren't close to each other as Balbite wasn't close to his mother's family, and thus he hadn't met Dolian until quite a while when Dolian's family invited Balbite to their home. Dolian's family truly wanted to meet Balbite and get to know him better. However, not all was good in the story. While Dolian's family had pleasant intentions, Dolian himself didn't follow the same motive. He had other plans for Balbite. Dolian wanted to manipulate Balbite for his own benefit. He turned to Damon and asked, "How do you think Dolian planned to accomplish that?" Damon thought for a moment before he shook his head. "There are a lot of ways to accomplish it. However, with just what you have given me, I don't think I can give you a single choice." "Good child," Future Quinn chuckled. "Yes, there can be many ways one can accomplish manipulation. However, Dolian had in his hands a method that was essentially a sure way to manipulate to no end. One thing I haven't told you about dear Dolian is that he was a natural Legilimens." "A natural Legilimens?" Damon gasped. He was aiming to use mind magic to manipulate Balbite. "Indeed. But don't be surprised just yet. Dolian, with his natural talent, had accomplished something that even the more skilled Legilimens with a wealth of experience found tremendously difficult to achieve. He had found a way to exert complete control over a person. He had created a mind magic that would turn the target into a puppet, something worse than the Imperious Curse, with no hope of ever recovering." Damon gulped. "Did this Dolian use that spell on Balbite?" "Yes, he did." Dolian got close to Balbite to drop his guard and gain his confidence. When he thought he was close enough, Dolian drugged Balbite so that he could cast the spell without any problems. But Dolian, like many in his position, was blinded by arrogance. Drunk on his power, he had underestimated Balbite. Damon listened intently. Balbite, while not a natural, was a Legilimens. A skilled one at that. He was always suspicious of Dolian, and so even with Dolian trying to become closer to him, Balbite never put his guard down and just pretended to be friendly. So when Dolian finally made his move, Balbite was ready. He took care of the drug he was fed and turned the tables on Dolian. Not only that, he trumped Dolian in his own game Legilimency. But, wasn't Dolian a natural Legilimens? Then how? True, nodded Future Quinn. Dolian had immense potential. He could have been great and could have garnered people's admiration just like my own mind magic master, who was a dual natural Legilimens and a Clumency. But, unlike my master and Balbite, he wasn't hardworking and simply depended on his talent and put in no work to improve his craft. That allowed Balbite to be triumphant. And this is where things got interesting. Interesting? How? Asked Damon. You see, Balbite decided that he was going to exact some revenge and deal down some punishment on his own. So, Balbite decided to erase Dolian's memories of not only their interactions, but he also went further down the line and began cleaning out experiences that made up some aspects of Dolian's personality. Now, if Balbite had left it there, Dolian's mind would have filled the gaps on his own with suitable memories that would have been compatible with Dolian. But Balbite didn't stop there. He interjected into that process and started dropping suggestions on every blank spot, suggestions that went against Dolian's original experiences. He had learned of Dolian's likes and dislikes during their time together, so he knew what to plant that'd make Dolian less Dolian. When Balbite was done, he had planted enough suggestions that with time, Dolian would change away from his original personality. Of course, the results weren't as perfect as Balbite had expected, but he had indeed modified the Dolian into something different in a way. It was similar to what Dolian had wanted to do him. Future Quinn turned to Quinn and spoke, "I'm going to do the same to him." What? Damon all but shouted out of shock. "But that? Listen, first. I swear kids these days are in such a hurry." Future Quinn sighed. "I'm not going to change his personality. What I am going to do is to follow the same procedure that Balbite implemented and go into his memories and plant suggestions that'd create a certain effect I am aiming for." At novel bin at. What kind of effect? He'd interpret them as gut feelings, hunches, intuition. There are a few things he needs to sort out, so I'm going to try to guide him into directions and choices that'd be beneficial to him, said Future Quinn before sighing. I'm crossing the one line I know I shouldn't cross, but it is for his own good. He chuckled. If he ever found what I did to him, which he isn't going to, he'd be mighty pissed at me. He might even make it his mission to hunt us down just so that he could fight me. How are you so sure that he'd never find out? Asked Damon. Also, didn't you say that in Balbite and Dolian's case, the result wasn't as Balbite had expected? Dolian never found out because his skill overshadowed by Balbite. Even if Dolian got better, it'd been too late as his mind would have assimilated those suggestions as its own creations. And the reason why the result wasn't exactly the same as Balbite had desired was that the skill difference wasn't big enough, and Balbite himself wasn't skilled enough, said Future Quinn. He looked at his son and raised his chin, and spoke with confidence flooding out from his tongue. I don't overshadow him in skill, he pointed at Quinn, I dwarf him in skill. Not only will he never find out, but my magic will also bloom into the exact result that I want. After all, I have 40 years on Balbite when he cast the magic on Dolian. Now, step aside and observe as I show you something spectacular, said Future Quinn as magic obeyed his command. Scene break. Quinn stepped out of the guide's vault and stretched his hands over his head. Even though the vault was complete and ready to be used, there were still a few things that he thought could be smoothed out. It was crucial that the vaults remained functioning for years to come because he didn't know when he would return to Hogwarts in the future, and that is if he ever returned. As such, ensuring that none of his cast magic would fizzle out for quite some time. Well, with time, Hogwarts would assimilate the vault into its ecosystem, he thought. I wonder how the magic would change, Quinn muttered to himself, interested in how Hogwarts would affect his magic. Maybe a visit to Hogwarts, a couple decades from now, is warranted. Quinn slipped his hands into his pocket and retrieved his trusty piece of reinforced off-white cloth, magically converted into the Hogwarts exclusive artifact known as Recon, the massively upgraded version of the Marauders map. It was the state-of-art solution to all Hogwarts-related stalking and the key to almost all doors in Hogwarts Castle. Let's see, the path is clear. The train is going to leave for Slumber Town in right about now. Quinn sighed with a smile. For some reason, he felt like there was a spring in his step, and all the tension and stress accumulated because of the sin curse had been drained clean of him. He checked his soul space. Well, it's still there. There was a long silence as Quinn stared at his soulscape and the infestation of the sin curse. I should take care of this as soon as possible. He muttered to himself. Something told him that the faster he got rid of it, the better it'd be. Potter, you should know that I've retired, said Quinn, flipping a page on his book charmed to be perceived as an advanced charms potions book. If you need help, you know where to find Astoria Greengrass. Harry halted in his steps. He stared at Quinn awkwardly for a moment before walking to the seat in front of Quinn. He looked around the silent Hogwarts library before retrieving his holly wand and muttering, Mufflieto, for an invisible dome to spread out from the wand tip around the table and then some distance. At novel bin at. Quinn's eyes twitched as he felt the magic envelop him. He closed his disguised soul magic book and gently placed it on the book before folding his fingers together to look up at Harry. You're putting me in a difficult situation, he said. If Astoria hears that I'm intruding on her business when I clearly declared my retirement, she'd think that I'm trying to undermine her. I won't tell anyone, said Harry, and I really need some advice. Quinn tapped his index finger on the tabletop while staring down the boy who squirmed under his gaze. He wondered if hearing to Harry would benefit him more than Astoria's possible ire, and the answer was obvious. It was worth it, and his gut told him that he should listen to him. All right, if you insist, let's hear it, he said, snapping his finger to dispel the annoying, inferior, silencing spell to replace it with his efficient, superior, sound spell. Much better. Now feel free to pour your heart on the table. I shall hear you out. Harry looked around the table with softly squished brows and suddenly burst into a loud shout when he saw two people walk nearby them, but his voice didn't seem to reach them. It seems the spell is working. Of course, it's working. I'm the one who cast it. Now, is disrespecting me the reason you disturbed my precious reading time, or do you have something of actual substance to talk about? Sorry, but I had to make sure no one was listening. Then approach me somewhere that isn't a public place. Normally, I would do so. However, with aid being out of the question, there isn't a single time or place where I can pin you except for, of course, the Great Hall, but that's 100 times more eye-catching than here, said Harry and gave Quinn an accusatory look. I'm not an idiot, you know. So it seems, said Quinn with a smile. You've got a point, young Potter. Go ahead, tell me what ails you. Harry once more scoured the area with a cautionary gaze before leaning over the table. Listen, Malfoy has been doing something suspicious. He's been sneaking around the castle, and I fear he's planning something dangerous. Quinn listened to Harry impassive on his face, but his mind sharpened. After all, he had thought of this scenario. More importantly, I have found that he has been using the Room of Requirement, but I can't seem to find what room he has been requesting during his visits. Quinn's tapping finger froze in midair. He, of course, knew that. He had even seen Malfoy's thing of interest. But for the sake of appearances, he had to put on a surprised front. Are you sure? He asked. Harry nodded. I have put Dobby on his tail. Who's this Dobby you talk about? He's a house elf, who previously worked for Malfoy's, but now is under Hogwarts employment, so I asked him to follow Malfoy, and with their terrible history, he was more than happy to do so. I see now, a house elf? Quinn nodded. What more evidence do you have for your assumption? You need more evidence. Why? He's using the Room of Requirements. And so did we, and were we doing something harmful? Quinn paused. Well, from a certain point of view, we were disobeying the authority. Take me, I've been allegedly using the Room of Requirement for years, and I've not been doing something wrong. Wait, I did use the room during the curfew. Whatever, you get my point. Malfoy using the Room of Requirements isn't necessarily something bad. Harry jerked back and stared at Quinn with stunned eyes full of shock. Are you serious? This is Malfoy we're talking about. Quinn shrugged. While his reputation doesn't help Malfoy in this case, we can't automatically judge him guilty, especially when the accusation is coming from someone like you, who isn't particularly a neutral party. He sighed when he saw Harry's unchanging astonishment expressions. Let's say that Malfoy is indeed doing something malicious. What do you want me to do here? We obviously need to find what he's doing and then put a stop to it. And how do you purpose we do that? As you said, we don't know what he requests from the Room of Requirement or even what time he enters the Room of Requirement. And I don't think we can use your friend Dobby to find it, as Hogwarts house elves are quite busy. That's why I came to you, said Harry, immediately and leaning forward enthusiastically. We can use the box that you used in Umbridge's office and place it in front of the Room of Requirement's entrance, over the troll's tapestry, to know what time he visits and how long he stays. Quinn stopped his hand from jolting. He didn't think his spy spider would be brought up in this conversation. But this was Harry Potter, the one who had planted it in Umbridge's office. Moreover, it made complete sense, and even without a single second of thought, anyone could see that it was the near-perfect solution for this problem. Damn you, Potter, now this is a vexing conundrum. What should I do here? He didn't, by any chance, want Harry to interfere with Malfoy's mission. There was too much riding upon this, and he just couldn't risk any opposing factor to derail what he had been patiently waiting for. That's an excellent idea, Harry, said Quinn. That indeed solves the problem. At least partially. We still wouldn't know what he's requesting. I know, but isn't something better than nothing? I also think that the video will be able to provide us much more than just the time and duration. Quinn nodded, even if quite reluctantly. I'll prepare the recorder and install it in place. I suggest that we wait for at least a week or even two catch if there's a pattern in Malfoy's visits. That'd be enough time for Malfoy to complete his initial task, and by then, it'd be too late for anyone to do anything to stop it. Harry nodded in agreement, even if there was a furrow between his brows. Quinn smiled. Unlike him, who knew that Malfoy's plans were to come into fruition this year itself, Harry had no idea that what he worried about was already near its completion. Unlike the original, he was months late in finding out about Malfoy's strange behavior. He thought, Malfoy's not looking well these days, all pale, and it looks like he has even lost some weight, said Harry, which could mean that whatever he's doing is not going well. It's good that he's struggling. That may be the case, said Quinn in agreement. But on the inside, he shook his head. The worry, however, is what to come next. Familial pressure can be tough. I'm lucky in that regard. How are you doing these days, Harry? Asked Quinn, now that the Malfoy topic was over. I heard you've been visiting the headmaster's office quite a lot this year. Even I, the head boy, hasn't visited the headmaster's office once this year. Harry blinked and his mouth opened and closed, clearly flustered from the sudden change in topic. He was about to splutter an answer when Quinn laughed and saved him from uttering a feeble excuse. I guess, having a close relationship with the headmaster since birth and the favoritism that comes with it does come with some caveats, said Quinn, painting Harry's visit to Dumbledore as bothersome. After all, what student would enjoy spending time with a professor/headmaster instead of their friends? Why yeah, it can be a bother, said Harry with an awkward chuckle. Quinn smiled. Tell me if you need a break, I'll give you a detention and assign it under myself and won't allow the headmaster to get you out of it. Abusing authority does feel good, he finished with a blissful smile. Oh, thank you, I guess. Harry's sweat dropped, confused about how detentions could be something positive. You are much welcome, said Quinn and reached out to his disguised book to continue reading, expecting Harry to take a guess and leave him alone. But it seems that he was expecting too much from the golden boy as he spoke. I also want to thank you for telling Ivy about the potions book. She has been quite attached to it, and I have to say, it's quite helpful, even though she doesn't allow anyone to touch it. The spell I used before also came from it. Quinn, whose initial reaction was one of annoyance of being disturbed, changed to one of surprise. She told you that I pointed the book to her. Yeah, though she only told it to me when I asked what happened to the book that she had brought in advance last year. He then sighed, though I also blame you for all the problems that we have faced because of her casting spells from that book. Being an accidental target gets really old, really fast. But don't let it slip that you were the reason Ivy has the book to Hermione, because she disapproves and abhors the existence of that book. I'll keep that in mind, said Quinn, his voice fleeting a bit before it sharpened again, and he said, now, buzz off, Potter, you have already taken too much of my time. Yes, sorry about that, said Harry, standing up. Please take care of the thing we talked about earlier. Quinn nodded without looking up from his book. However, his mind was no longer on the book but wandering into various places. Scene break. Time slowly passed, and the year entered into the final leg of the school year, and with it, the chain of events had already started to rattle, and the events that had been running divergently started to approach the point of convergence. In the room of requirements, the room of lost things, Draco Malfoy stood in front of a cabinet. He lowered his wand with a sheen of sweat over his gaunt, pale face with sunken cheeks under eyes with light dark circles of exhaustion. It is done, he muttered weakly, his arms laying limply at his side. It is done, it's finally done. Power returned to his voice as he became aware of his achievement. Why yes, now I can. But he froze when he realized what was about to happen, and suddenly he felt his stomach turn. He turned away from the cabinet, and a retching voice echoed in the expansive room as Draco emptied his stomach all over the floor. No one can help me, Draco stared at his vomit pathetically. I can't do it. I can't. It won't work, and unless I do it soon he says he'll kill me. However, he didn't have a choice. He never had a choice. Well, Harry, I promised that you could come with me, said Dumbledore. You've found one? You've found a Horcrux? Asked Harry, gulping. I believe so. For several moments, Harry could not speak. It is natural to be afraid, said Dumbledore. I'm not scared, said Harry at once, and it was perfectly true. Fear was one emotion he was not feeling at all. Which Horcrux is it? Where is it? I am not sure which it is, though I think we can rule out the snake, but I believe it to be hidden in a cave on the coast many miles from here. A cave I have been trying to locate for a very long time. The cave in which Tom Riddle once terrorized 2 children from his orphanage on their annual trip. You remember? Yes, said Harry. How is it protected? I do not know. I have suspicions that may be entirely wrong. Dumbledore hesitated, then said, Harry, I promised you that you could come with me, and I stand by that promise, but it would be very wrong of me not to warn you that this will be exceedingly dangerous. I'm coming, said Harry, almost before Dumbledore had finished speaking. Very well, then, listen. Dumbledore drew himself up to his full height. I take you with me on one condition, that you obey any command I might give you at once and without question. Of course. Be sure to understand me, Harry. I mean that you must follow even such orders as run, hide, or go back. Do I have your word? Ah yes, of course. If I tell you to hide, you will do so. Yes. If I tell you to flee, you will obey. Yes. If I tell you to leave me and save yourself, you will do as I tell you. Harry. They looked at each other for a moment. Yes, sir. Very good. Then I wish you to go and fetch your invisibility cloak and meet me in the entrance hall in 5 minutes. I have it with me, sir. Dumbledore paused to stare at Harry before nodding. Very well, wait here, and we shall go to the entrance hall together for departure. Harry clenched his fists, a fire of determination burning in his emerald eyes. Quinn laid down his bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling his heartbeat at an accelerated pace, blood coursing through his veins. He could feel it. His body and mind were screaming at him that he had reached a limit he couldn't hold the curse back anymore. Yes, the time has come for me to accept the curse? He closed his eyes, dove deep into his soulscape, and he couldn't tell that this space was once a pristine white. The colors on the walls had covered the white and had started to bubble over. The 7 colors, which had been separate, were now mixing together to give rise to a tar-like black. In the middle of the space, his soul's warm glow had been encased in a cocoon resembling alien eggs with pulsing veins in cheap alien movies. His plan to wait till the end of the school year was no longer possible. Moreover, the situation had been gnawing on him, telling him that it was coming. It seemed his body and mind knew better than him. And today, he could no longer hold it in. It was time to oppose the curse by letting it in and fighting it to the point of overwhelming it and kicking it out of his body. I hope I act sane, he muttered, chuckling at his use of the word act. His face turned stern. He gathered his magic, and the soul shield, which had been up for months, started to crumble on his command, and the veins started to move immediately, aiming at the bright soul which had been dangled in front of them like a golden fruit, but they couldn't reach it till now. As the shield crumbled and Quinn let the curse in, he didn't notice that his soul had been shining brightly, not looking weak in any shape or form, capable of holding on for a while longer, maybe until after Hogwarts. He didn't notice because he himself had betrayed him, turning him against himself for his own sake, even if he himself didn't ask for his help. The veins burst open and black liquid spewed forth, tainting the untouched soul, turning the gold hue into a darker shade, slowly moving towards a black mass. After an unknown amount of time, Quinn opened his eyes still the same. He sat upon his bed and stared at his own hands, flexing his fingers. And then, a toothy grin cracked his face. His bare feet touched the cold marbled floor as he pushed himself off the bed to stand straight up. A blissful groan escaped him as he stretched his body like a lithe cat. He looked around the dark room and walked to a single ray of light running into the room through a crack in the curtains. Walking to the covered window, he grabbed the 2 drawn curtains and threw them to the side, making the hoops they were hanging from rattle as the sun's glorious rays flooded the room, painting it in its golden light, but not before illuminating the broad, free smile on Quinn's face as he greeted the morning of a new day. Quinn turned back into his room, treating the birds' chirps as the melodious melody of nature, serenading him as he started his day. He grabbed the bottom hem of his nightshirt and removed it over his head before chucking it behind him over his shoulder in a no-look throw to the clothespin for the elves to clean. Pants and the underwear beneath soon followed. Quinn, buck naked as on the day he was born, walked through the room towards the bathroom as curtains along the suite rattled open and miles lit up to match the room to what he was feeling inside bright. Inside the bathroom, he snapped his finger, and the showerhead spouted hot water over him as he stood under it with his palms on the wall and his head bowed down. He cracked a grin. It was time to start a new day. After the shower, Quinn dressed up in his morning workout clothes and walked to the door, his eyes glancing briefly towards his bedroom, where he could see his bed calling for him. Alas, while as tempestuous was the allure of a second sleep, it would have to wait until the night time. He reached the suite entrance and arched his brow when he saw runes painted on the door and spilling out onto the walls around it. He took a step forward, and the black runes flared up into angry orangish red with sparks bursting out. Quinn looked down and saw that he had stepped on a rune, eliciting a chuckle from him as he stepped back. What should I do? After contemplating a couple of seconds, Quinn shrugged, and his eyes turned purple. Let's knock him down. He raised his foot and stomped on the same rune he stepped on. The runes flared up again, and as they did, Quinn pumped in a torrent of magic into the runes. The light from the runes glowed brighter, a purple light coursing through every individual rune. They trembled but calmed down the next instant, making Quinn's eyes narrow. The runes were sturdier than he thought. Well, that's to be expected. They're my work. The air between Quinn and the door began to fizzle like the air above the blazing flame. The magic in the runes started to tremble, magic overloading them as Quinn pushed more magic into them. Whoosh! Quinn grinned when one of the runes burst into flames. His overloading approach was working, and so he decided to push forward by flooding more of his magic into his runes. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the runes burst into flames, and before long, chains of runes started to snap together until all runes were fizzled into non-being. All right, that's done, Quinn said, looking at the wall with black char marks on the door and walls. That'd take some repair work. Well, not my problem, the house elves will take care of it. He walked to the door without any runes opposing him. Quinn opened the door to the day that was waiting for him. Scene break. Eddie jumped down from the grand staircase stairs, skipping the last few steps to land on the floor, and broke into a sprint on the ground floor of the Hogwarts castle. He made his way through the hallways before skidding with squeaks rubbing from his shoes into the empty entrance hall, glancing at the still closed Great Hall as he ran past it, towards the castle entrance. He vaulted from the top of the entrance to skip the short steps. With his feet on flat ground, Eddie once again broke into a run with his destination set at his daily green fields. Sorry, he huffed out as he came to a stop with hands gripping at his sides. I thought I saw a nick on my broom that I hadn't seen before, and that turned into a full broom inspection. Eddie looked at Quinn, who had his back to him and was doing pull ups on a pull-up bar stand conjured in the middle of a grass field. No worries, it is good that you're here, said Quinn. He released his grip on the bar and landed on his feet heavily before turning to Eddie with a smile. Good morning, it's quite a pleasant day today. Eddie stared at Quinn for a moment. You seem chirpy today, something happened. You can say that, my friend. When I woke up today, I felt like a weight had been lifted off me. That's nice, I guess. Eddie shrugged and started his workout while Quinn got back to what he was doing. For Eddie, he started his day with a run around a track that ran that laid around a wide part of the Hogwarts ground and was mindlessly running, his body doing everything on its own as he stared ahead, half in thought. But when he was on the last leg on his run, a sound reached his ear, and he looked back to widen his eyes. Quinn was running towards him. But that wasn't the reason for his surprise. What are you doing? He asked, looking at Quinn, who had his upper body void of clothing in the years he had been working out with Quinn. Not once had his friend ever removed his shirt like this. If his clothes got sweaty, he would snap his fingers and the sweat would vanish. What's with the no shirt? Don't feel like wearing clothes today. It was feeling restrictive today, so I decided to try how it feels like. And it feels great. I might just do this every day from now on. Seriously? Well, whatever, Eddie shrugged, still running. So why are you here? You prefer to run at the end. I thought I would try something different today. Quinn looked at Eddie and pumped his brows with a grin. Now that we're here, what you say, should we do a race? The one who loses will have to buy something from Hogsmeade. I want to eat the meat pies from 3 broomsticks. How about it? Is that even a question? Yeah, let's do it, said Eddie with a wild grin of his own. He wasn't one to say no to a challenge. All right, said Quinn. We start from here and finish at our regular spot. Eddie nodded and looked ahead, ready to sprint at a moment's notice. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Eddie leaned forward and pushed the ground as hard as possible, bursting forward. He knew his route better than anyone else. The remaining distance was enough that he could speed all the way. As he was running, he could still see Quinn's swinging arms and legs on the edge of his vision. But as they ran, more and more of Quinn started to enter his vision. Come on, Eddie boy, are you even trying? Haha, of course, I'm running just enough that you won't be left in the dust. Dust, let's see about that, said Quinn. They reached the final corner, after which there was only a straight path to the finishing point. Eddie decided to make an all-out sprint before the corner to get a head start, but just as he was about to put the metal to the pedal, Quinn pushed to just beside him. Taste dust, said Quinn. Before Eddie could reply, Quinn pushed ahead as if he had been jogging and was finally raising his speed to sprint. But then Eddie's eyes almost popped out, and his jaw slackened when Quinn started to pull away more and more distance. How? Quinn, however, was already past earshot, zooming to the finishing point, body magic pumping through his muscles. He felt his body turn into one perfect machine as magic worked under his will, moving as he commanded it. It felt good. Eddie panted on the ground, staring at the blue sky above him, with the annoying sun on edge, rising up as the hours moved to noon. Suddenly, Quinn appeared in his vision, looking down at him with a goofy grin. That meat pie's mine now, said Quinn. Ho ho ho. You fucking cheated. Eddie spat. Nah, Quinn wiggled his finger. We never said that magic wasn't allowed. Oh, fuck off. Eddie raised his tired hand to swat Quinn's face but couldn't reach. Hey, it is your fault that you didn't think who you're facing. Quinn crossed his arms and said sagely. Always study your opponent. Yeah, no, how about you fuck off? Scene break. At novel bin at. What once had been pristine, untouched, had now turned into a tar-like place full of darkness. The golden soul that sat in the middle shimmering softly was now a mass of muddled black, giving out an ominous magenta-purple hue. In that space, Quinn opened his eyes. He didn't know why he was here. Maybe it was because this time his soul was stronger than before that he was able to be present with all of his reasoning. However, what was the use? Such thoughts swirled in his mind. He had been here ever since the curse took over his soul, and for hours he had tried to do so, find any clue that would allow him to regain control. Unfortunately, there was not a single thing he could do. He didn't have his magic here. And without magic, Quinn West was useless. Without magic, he was incomplete. TCH, 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 a voice echoed in Quinn's ears, so this was what holding us back. Quinn turned his head and saw that in the dark space where he could barely see the infected soul stood a person illuminated in violet light, looking down at with a sneer on his face and harsh, piercing eyes. The figure was another Quinn. But I can't say that I expected anything more. We have so much potential, more than anyone who ever existed, infinite, capable of transcending what's possible. It is good that you were dethroned from control. At least now we'll rise to what we are truly capable of. Quinn looked at Violet Quinn wordlessly. What? No words. Quinn kept staring at Violet Quinn, not a single moment from him, but inside, the cogs of his thoughts that had come to a halt had started to turn. Before, he hadn't had a single clue how to escape his current situation, but now the situation had changed. The entity in front of him was clearly a result of the sin curse, and there was a chance that he could use him to get out of his situation, especially when he heard the words that had been said. Dethroned from control. If he had been dethroned, which meant he could regain the throne. Why are you staring at me like that? Violet Quinn scoffed. Amazed by my glorious presence. Quinn finally opened his mouth. You're pathetic. You're pathetic. The silence that had filled the soulscape returned again with Quinn's words. Both Quinn stared at each other, one impassive, other rigid with fury growing on his face. What did you just say? Is there something wrong with your hearing? Sheesh, I'm not old enough to have hearing problems. You. The light around Violet Quinn started to flare dangerously. He clenched his fist tight enough that they trembled with deep anger. I was dethroned, you say? Quinn didn't let up and continued his assault. And you were put on the top? Really? I mean, you look like a splendid guy, but your behavior, on the other hand. What about it? Asked Violet Quinn with an edge. Just a bit immature, Quinn shrugged. The expression that came on Violet Quinn's face was one that Quinn was sure that he had never made. He looked like he was about to burst into flames of fury, and violet hue was fluctuating wildly. Quinn had been hurt, but never like this. Immature. Said Violet Quinn, his voice laced with a warning. Take that back. Why would I? Quinn didn't wait for a second to throw his reply. Just this morning, you raced against Eddie, and you know that Eddie naturally runs faster than us, which showed when he was ahead of us during most of the run, but then what you do? Quinn continued mockingly, you used body magic to gain an edge, and if it was just that, I could have excused it as a necessary action to stop Eddie's annoying victory celebration and him holding it over us for eternity, but you went on throttling to the full, crossed the body's limit and left him in the dust. Quinn moved close to his violet counterpart and whispered, that was the pettiest, most immature thing I have ever seen, and it cripplingly cringing and embarrassing that it was me who did it. It was absolutely disgusting. He leaned away and watched as a shadow appeared over the eyes of the apparition of the sin curse. Everything from Violet Quinn's tone, words, to the colored glow, Quinn had made an educated guess about what the figure in front of him represented. So what? Said Violet Quinn, raising his head with a smirk. I can do whatever I want, and if my actions seem juvenile is more of your fault than a me fault. I don't see where it is my fault. The violent oscillating flickering of glow stopped, and Violet Quinn stared down at Quinn with a raised chin and looked ghastly like a certain pure-blood family, who consider themselves superior to others. That answer is what I'd expect from someone like you, said Quinn, sighing. You're after all my pride, my hubris, my vanity. It wasn't instant, but a few clicks of clock's worth of time before a grin split Violet Quinn's face, and he started laughing. It was a peal of belly laughter than Quinn himself had only let out on rare occasions of celebration and achievement, but from Violet Quinn's mouth it sounded heavy and overbearing. I am not yours in any form, Quinn, said Violet Quinn, sneering at the name. I am superior to you, I surpass you in every form, I am simply better. You're beneath me, making me something larger than your worthless self. Why do you look at me like that? Violet Quinn stopped laughing and boasting when he saw the expression of pity on Quinn's face, his smile turning into a frown at the unexpected expression. I feel sorry for you. What? You're clearly a result of my pride being amplified due to the sin curse, said Quinn, shaking his head. When you think of the word pride, does it strike you as positive or negative? Pride is an emotion that can be both nurturing or poisonous. It's okay to feel proud when you accomplish something great. It's good to take pride in our work. People like it when someone tells us, I'm proud of you. All of these expressions communicate a positive kind of pride, dignity, respect, and honor, traits that we all can embrace. Feeling proud tastes delicious, it inspires positive behavior. Being proud, however, is a different thing. It can make one come across as arrogant and self-centered. Aristotle described pride as the crown of the virtues. For the Greek philosopher, pride implied greatness. He considered a proud person as someone who is and thinks to be worthy of great things. And I agreed with his thoughts. I have done great things, as such it was natural for me to hold pride. To think we are worthy of great things when we are not is vanity, whereas to think of oneself worthy of less than we are worthy of is cowardice. But because I felt I was truly great, and thus neither vain nor cowardly. Quinn looked sorry as he continued, but I had thought about this a lot, and if I look at it, I haven't done anything of exception, have I? Violet Quinn's eyes widened as the final words left Quinn's mouth. What have I done in my time here in this world that is truly something of my own? Have I accomplished something genuinely great? Said Quinn in askance. This body wasn't mine but belonged to the child. I should be grateful to him and his parents for it and the magic that it came with. Speaking of magic, I pride myself on possessing more magic than anyone I have ever met, but anyone in my position, having adult-like consciousness since age 4, knowing the future ahead, could have accomplished what I have. It's nothing special, and comparing myself to others, who didn't have my circumstances, is clearly something I should be proud about. Even my wandless capabilities result from my circumstances of starting to learn magic at an extremely early age. My knowledge? Is it something I should boast? No, the only reason I had access to so much wisdom in the first place was that grandfather indulged my requests and used the fortune that he had to provide me with whatever I wanted. I should be grateful to him for where I stand today. After all, without him, I would be nowhere near I'm today. Even the more esoteric knowledge I have comes from the room of requirement. I have been standing on the shoulders of giants, who had genuinely contributed to furthering the world of magic. My inventions? I should be proud of them. After all, I made them from scratch, and didn't they push a revolutionary change in how magicals live? But did I really? Yes, I made them, but not once in all my years have I used something in my inventions that truly were my own. Everything was already invented, and I just put them together using the inspiration that I knew from my memories or what I saw somewhere else. If someone had my vision, anyone of enough competence would be able to create what I did. So do I take pride in my work? Yes. Should I be proud? No. Was I proud? Unfortunately, yes. The cursed vaults? Something I had devoted a lot of my life to. Yes, I have far beyond what anyone before had, and that's a matter of pride. But did I ever stop to think who was my competition? Children of my age, who didn't have the time I had for preparing their magic, who probably didn't have the resources I had, and nor the maturity to work on magic as I did. If someone of my level gave the cursed vaults, who knows what would have been the result? There's a chance they would be better than me. My initiative to deal with the Horcrux is honorable, and when I began dealing with the soul anchors, I didn't think of it as something to be proud of. I was doing something any decent would do, given that I know I'm not really a decent person. But recently, my thoughts had turned to something of doing everyone in this country a favor by getting rid of the Dark Lord's life saves. Yes, something I never thought I would end up feeling, but it seems my self-arrogance was something that I had played down for myself. Quinn's smile and eyes were dripping with pity as he stared at Violet Quinn. I don't know when, but my authentic pride, the feeling of confidence and competence about who I was, turned into hubristic pride, letting egocentrism and arrogance take over. The latter encourages aggressive behavior, the first, affiliation. And the already worsening situation turned into a toxic one when I let the sin curse which gave birth to you. It is my fault that you had come to existence, that if I had introspected, maybe you would have not been born. So, from the bottom of my heart, I apologize. Forgive me. Violet Quinn stared at Quinn, his eyes blown wide. With every word coming out of Quinn's mouth, Violet Quinn got more and more somber and silent, more and more shadows appearing on his face, the glow around his body flickered, jumped, receded haphazardly without any pattern. But when, at the end, Quinn apologized, his demeanor changed to one of life-changing shock, as if he had been struck by lightning. What nonsense you're talking about, said Violet Quinn. I don't have to care about any of that gibberish because I'm better than everyone else. No, you're not, Quinn said shortly. There are many who are better than us. I am? Who has more magic than me? That's only because of me working hard on it. If it wasn't for the curse, you wouldn't have the amount of magic. True, but that doesn't have anything to do with you. You're a byproduct of the curse, not the curse itself. Shut up. I destroyed the runes you set up in the morning with ease. That's because the memory of me setting them up remains in my head and the magical focus I have built from my hard work. Shut up. Shut up. I can achieve more than you, much more than you. I'm not a coward who worries about small things that don't matter. Quinn sighed. Everything you do matters. The smallest action can turn into consequences of the highest effects. Ignoring them because you think they're beneath you is poor outlook. I am better than you. That is true, said Quinn, and Violet Quinn's rage faltered as his momentum came to a halt. Your outlook on life and how you do deal with things would indeed be better in various situations. You'd be able to make decisions quicker, charge ahead without getting stuck in thinking, and because you're still me and have that twisted pride, you wouldn't allow yourself stop growing to remain better than everyone else. He smiled. You're indeed better than me. He stepped closer and placed a hand on Violet Quinn's shoulder. I understand, I truly do. You're a hypocrite, said Violet Quinn, his voice now weak. You only care about all of this shit when you have your ass on the line. I know. I have to work on it. Violet Quinn stared at Quinn as his body started to turn into a violet solid, slowly breaking into pieces that dissipated into nothingness. For his final words, he said, I hope greed ruins you and you rot in hell. Quinn lowered his hand and gazed at where the twisted personification of his pride stood. He had to treat it as a real entity because, at some level, it was just that. Ah, that sucked, he sighed, looking up. Just saying all of those things wouldn't have worked. Quinn realized that and knew that if he didn't mean what he said, the pride personification would have realized it, and the effect would have been the complete opposite. But confronting himself and all of that wasn't pleasant. After wallowing in his thoughts, Quinn looked at the infected soul, and if it wasn't his imagination, the ominous glow had dulled. He glanced around, but there was no sight of another personification nor any indication of arrival time. He floated to the infected soul and sat down beside it. One was done, 6 more were to go. The silence returned to the dark soulscape. At the tail end of June, a rare cool afternoon greeted the Highlands of Scotland, with Hogwarts welcoming a softer sun and gentle breeze to its grounds and hallways, and enjoying that pleasant weather was Quinn, laying on the grass outside the castle, looking up at the floating clouds, thinking how appealing the fluffy white listlessness was looking to him. He sighed in contentment. Ever since he had let the curse in, he felt that he had attained the listlessness of the clouds. All the stress had vanished, his body felt light, his magic springy, and even the short nap he had just woken up from was heavenly enough that he wanted to return to sleep and not wake up until it was strictly necessary. Don't worry, don't hurry, he muttered and closed his eyes to get back to his nap. You should be worried and most definitely have a sense of hurry? Quinn frowned at the voice in his head. He opened his eyes, and instead of the blue-dotted sky, he found himself staring at a wall of black murkiness with hints of multicolored tints. He raised his hand, and his brow slanted at the blue hue that was spreading out from his body. He grunted as he lifted himself up from the cold ground to sit down, his back slumped. There's a lot on the line, and sitting there doing nothing is just not the correct thing to do, no matter how I look at it, a voice sounded out. Blue Quinn looked to the side and saw a figure identical to him without the blue glow sitting beside a floating mass of black that gave out a hollow light. He stared at his parent and said, even if I don't do anything, it's not like it's going to affect me negatively. Come on now, we both know that's not true, said Quinn. He had his fingers intertwined and was tapping his thumbs against each other, and in the room, the dull taps sounded like clicks of a clock. I have been preparing for this for a year, not that was when things were pushed into an active gear. I have been preparing for this for several years. We can't have that all to waste, now can we? Blue Quinn stared at Quinn for a moment before his head slumped down along with his shoulders before he laid back down and rolled over to his side, and propped his head on the palm of his folded arm. His half-lidded eyes gazed at Quinn, who was looking back at him. All that work you did was unnecessary. I won't say that. Blue Quinn sighed. Don't interrupt, please. It breaks the flow, and that's annoying and troublesome to start again. Just let me finish speaking. I don't speak much anyway. Sorry about that. Go ahead, please. I shall listen with patience. Thank you, said Blue Quinn. Now, I agree taking care of Horcruxes does help, even though it was so much work, he trailed, but your plans for the coming break-in just sounds unnecessary and I could do without it. Yeah, not going to do that, he finished with a lazy smile. You really are slothful, even with the amplification. I never thought my sloth would reach this level, commented Quinn, his thumbs still tapping against each other. Do you know, when I was researching the sins, I didn't do much on sloth. In fact, sloth might be something I never even considered a serious sin, even though it was potentially the reason I never went into the vault a second time during the first tenure of the curse. But it did make me ask the question, what does it mean to commit the sin of sloth? First, I thought it was physical laziness. While laziness is undoubtedly an element of sloth, there's more to this sin than just laziness. After some thinking, I narrowed it down to 4 factors: carelessness, unwillingness to act, half-hearted effort, and becoming easily discouraged by any possible difficulty. So let's ask some questions, said Quinn. Am I careless? All of us need rest, but has my rest turned into negligence? Have I begun to not care and not give my best effort in whatever life circumstance comes my way? Not really, I haven't been careless, at least, not because of sloth. Am I unwilling to act? Have I begun to procrastinate? I'm not the grasshopper who doesn't prepare for winters, I'm the mite ant. If I was unwilling to act, Amelia Bones would have been buried in her family cemetery and the ministry on its way into the Dark Lord's hands. While I think things thoroughly, I never procrastinate. As I have done nothing of those, I have yet to commit that sin. Do I do everything with a half-hearted effort? Ever since I have come to this world, I have made sure to make the most out of it, and doing things half-heartedly is wasting time and against my priorities. I do too many things simultaneously, and doing those half-heartedly would end up in failure across all boards, and I just can't allow that. Am I discouraged in the face of every difficulty? I have risked my life in 5 different cursed vaults. They have been difficult, time-consuming, dominated my life more than I like to admit. I could have been doing much safer things all that time, but I went ahead with the curse vaults because of the perceived potential. Difficulties can go drown itself. Quinn got onto his feet and skipped to Blue Quinn, and squatted down to bring his face close to Blue Quinn's. And you know all about it, don't you? What? At novel bin at. You know, I wasn't sure how to approach you at the start, but then you talked about my plans, which was what I would have expected, but then you made a mistake. You only talked about it, said Quinn, in an aggressive whisper. Sloth doesn't have the strongest hold on me, I know it, you know it, and you just should it by not even once mentioning magic. Blue Quinn stayed silent. However, the bored and lazed look was nowhere to be seen. If you were truly a sloth with concrete control, then you'd mentioned my magic. How that I have grown beyond my age and how it would be fine if I take a rest, probably for a decade or 2 and nothing would change, but you didn't, and that made me realize. A savage grin split his face. You represent sloth, but you're still an amplified personification of my sloth, and if there isn't much to begin with, even with amplification, it won't rise to an assertive level. You can also feel it, too, don't you? You don't mind the physical laziness, but I'm sure you're doing the usual thing even though I can't feel the magic in my body. I bet you have been spending it like usual. Come on, tell me I'm wrong. TCH, Blue Quinn clicked his tongue. Yeah, whatever. I did what I was asked. Quinn stood up with a smug smirk before his eyes turned grave. I accepted pride because I was guilty of committing the sin. But I won't accept a sin that I haven't committed, so. He cocked his foot back and let it rip forward, driving a kick straight into Blue Quinn's stomach. Get out of my soulscape. Blue Quinn couldn't get in a word, not like he looked like he wanted to say anything, as his body turned into luminescent blue solid, dispersed into pieces on the kick's impact just like the personification of pride had done before. All right, that's 2, Quinn muttered, turning his eye to his soul. The soul, which had been the darkest shade of black, had now lightened. Good, it's working. I just need to keep this going. From the 2 sins, he could tell that this time around, a single sin would be in charge, dominating the created personality, while the other sins would hang out in the minority. Pride had taken the driver's seat first, with the sloth going second, which he did think was strange. He would have expected sloth to go last. I wonder what's going to be the next. Scene break. Night descended upon Hogwarts, the dinner feast was done, and the day had entered into the curfew period with students in their dorms. Dark clouds hovered over Hogwarts with streaks of lights flashing in the darkness, announcing the possibility of a downpour. However, not all students were in their rooms. One Draco Malfoy was out of the dungeons, far away on the top, the 7th floor. He sat on a chair inside the room of requirements that he had fixed from its broken state. He had skipped the dinner feast and had been in the room of lost things for a couple hours, jittery with worries, roaming back and forth in front of the repaired vanishing cabinet until his legs demanded rest, making him sit, and since then, he had been staring at the vanishing cabinet. Even though his prancing had been quelled, his worries still bubbled in his gut, threatening to come pouring out, only being held back by his foot tapping on the floor. Are they not coming? Draco thought, leaning away from the backrest. Should I go to the other side to see what the delay is? Or is the mission cancelled? His thoughts filled with hope. Draco decided against leaving Hogwarts and leaned back into his chair again. However, now his agitation had been ignited, and he needed an outlet. He looked around, and he was covered with junk of all sorts. But then he felt something on his side, and his hand went into his robes to take out his wand. He stared at his wand. Today he would have to use it against something he had no idea how to even approach, much less defeat. How was he supposed to raise his wand against the great Albus Dumbledore, the defeater of the Dark Lord of a previous era? How was he supposed to kill Albus Dumbledore? You have to do it, or else he will kill everyone, a voice spoke in his mind. He won't spare your father nor your mother. The image of the snake-like man made Draco shiver. If you fail, everything's over. Suddenly, Draco's breathing became short, and he found himself short of breath. He grabbed his chest as his lungs heaved, and the world was turning for Draco. He couldn't do anything but try to get air into his lungs and watch as his mind started to shake and shiver. When everything came to a LUL, his ears were ringing, and his inner clothes were drenched in sweat. Draco felt like bursting into tears. He didn't want to do this. He couldn't do this. He was pulled from his thoughts when he heard creaking of wood and immediately sat straight, looking at the vanishing cabinet with wide eyes. He stood up when he saw the door swing open, and there stood a man inside. "Ah, dear Draco, you look ready," said the man dressed in Death Eater garb. "It's good that you're ready. You have a lot to accomplish today. You're going to be the star of this spectacular night." Corbon Yaxley smiled as he greeted the young Malfoy. He stepped out of the cabinet and closed it behind him before stepping aside. The cabinet vibrated, and once again, the door opened for another man to step out. "That didn't feel like much," said Amicus Carrow, he too, dressed in Death Eater robes. Then came Alecto Carrow, Thorfinn Roll, along with Gellert Gibbon. All three inner circle Death Eater. The vanishing cabinet shivered one final time, and the door opened again, but this time, the man that stepped seemed to look like he was crouching inside the cabinet and had to duck to not bang his head. "Whoever made this should be gutted," said the large, vicious-looking man with matted gray hair and whiskers. He had pointed teeth and long yellowish nails, adding to his bestial appearance. He wore Death Eater robes that looked like they were uncomfortably tight. His hairy arms were exposed, and they weren't branded by the death mark. The man was the most violent werewolf in the country. Fenrir Grayback. The infiltration squad was ready, and it was time to bring Hogwarts to its knees and announce the return of the Dark Lord to the world. Draco Malfoy looked at the adults around him, and his grip around his wand tightened so they wouldn't notice the tremble that wouldn't stop. In the headboy suite 3 floors below, Quinn opened his eyes, and a savage grin crept onto his face as magic flared inside his body intensely. It was time. "So this is Hogwarts," said Fenrir Grayback, his small, dead eyes gazing around the hallways. Looks different than what I had imagined it to be," he continued with a raspy chuckle. "I wonder how many would be reborn today with a changed fate. Just thinking about it gives me a thrill." The Death Eater, all graduates of Hogwarts, turned their eyes to the werewolf with disgust. "We're not here to play, Grayback," said Alecto Carrow, frowning. "We have an important responsibility today. The Lord will be displeased if we failed, so keep your antics in control today, or who knows what will happen if we were to return with a failure on our hands." Fenrir twisted his towards Alecto and dully stared at him for a silent moment. He gruffed snort in response before turning to Draco. "So, young Malfoy, where can we find your dead? I'm sorry, dear headmaster. I can't wait to meet the old bat and get a good taste. I'm sure it'd make all of this worth it." He should be in his quarters or in his office," said Draco. "It'd be not wise to corner him in his room." Thorfinn Roll scratched his chin. "From what I'm aware of, the headmaster has gargoyles guarding his quarters and office. Even if we act quickly, he'd know we're coming, and I refuse to believe Dumbledore doesn't have some hidden measures in place, all in all making our attempts to surprise him this way moot. However," Thorfinn continued, "we can surprise him via an ambush. The question is how to get him out in the open." The Death Eaters all began to think about how to get Dumbledore out in the open, so they could get a drop on him. It was then that Draco spoke up. "We can launch Mors Mordra just over the astronomy tower to lure Dumbledore out. If he sees the dark mark over Hogwarts, he will come running out." "That is a great idea, Draco," Amicus Carrow exclaimed. "If my memory serves me right, the stairs to the tower are in such a way that we can pick out any pesky ones that try to interfere. To make sure that Dumbledore is alone, I suggest that some of us go to the professor's quarters and stand guard there to hinder them," said Corbon Yaxley. There were nods and eyes from the other. "Bah, whatever," said Fenrir. "Just get Dumbledore to me." He glanced at Draco. "If he fails, I'd love to get Dumbledore's blood on my hands." Draco held back a hitch in his throat. Are you ready, Draco? You're going to turn famous overnight. Draco nodded with difficulty yet tried to seem brave. The Draco, if you'd lead Fenrir to the astronomy tower, said Thorfinn. He glanced at Gibbon and Yaxley. You guys go accompany them and guard the base of the tower in case someone tries to get upstairs. I will go with the Carrows to the professor's quarters and block those who come out from there. When the deed is done, cast another Mors Mordra high in the sky, and we will know to retreat. The discussions were over, and the Death Eater groups made their way to the grand staircase. All of them, bar Draco and Fenrir, had put on their masks and had pulled up their hoods to hide their identities. They were prominent figures in public with their identities free of the Death Eater tag, still useful in some ways. What is this? Said Fenrir, stopping, his nose twitching as he glared to the front. Fenrir's gruff voice with cautiousness made the Death Eaters stop in their tracks and look where the werewolf looked. They furrowed their brows when they couldn't see anything, but just when they were about to question Fenrir, something entered their vision. The segment of the hallway in front of them was drowned in darkness. The segment had no windows, and the torches on the walls were extinguished. Just next to the dark segment was a large window covered with clay grills letting in the pale moonlight, creating a crisp line of shadow and light. In that crisp line, a soft mist came spilling out from the shadows as if making a blanket on the floor's surface. Well, Fenrir questioned. Is this normal? No, I haven't seen this before, said Draco with a tight shake of his head. Just in a couple of seconds, the mist that seemed endless flowed out in waves and reached the Death Eaters. It covered the entire floor, rising to just above their ankles. It doesn't seem dangerous, said Thorfinn, as his testing spell didn't give any negative response. But what is this? Out of nowhere, the sound of footsteps sounded in the empty hallways. The Death Eaters all withdrew their wand as the footsteps closed in. A part of the mist was disturbed when a foot covered in overall black stepped out as if it had been the part of the shadow, only to break out just this moment. The foot was followed by the entire figure draped in black from head to toe. Draco stared at the unknown figure with doubt. Who is this? He wondered and glanced at his group to see that all of them had assumed a duel-ready stance with their wands positioned to cast spells at a moment's notice. You're, Yaxley muttered, but his voice echoed in the night. He glanced at his companions, and his eyes behind masks seemed to ask the question, is the figure in front of them who he thinks he is? Death Eaters, you dare come to Hogwarts? A voice that didn't seem human to any ear sounded from the figure that wore a plain black mask. The castle is no place to people like you. He turned to Draco, who was fumbling out his wand. And you have a student with you. Is that how you got in here? The voice and words only worked to put the Death Eaters more on guard, especially Draco, who felt the gaze burrow into him. You're the one who they call the invisible Vigilante, said Yaxley, but what are you doing in Hogwarts? Quinn, who was dressed in his noir gear, turned his eyes to Yaxley. He felt his heart pick up the beat as he spoke. Wherever scum of the earth like you go, I shall follow to ensure that your mechanisms are shattered into crumbles, and just punishment is doled for your crimes. Thorfinn turned to his companions and immediately ordered, there's no need to converse with this fellow. We will get rid of him and continue with our mission. The Death Eaters nodded, and Friar, who had been silently looking at Quinn, stepped forwards with a yellow-toothy grin. So you're the one who sneaked away Bones from under the Lord's nose, he said, cackling. Lestrange said she wanted to twist her dagger in your gut, but it seems she won't get the chance, or who knows, maybe the crazy witch would be happy mutilating your cold corpse. Quinn's gaze focused on Fenrir, and his heartbeat was now rising on the stairs to an elevated beat. Fenrir Grayback, you pride yourself as the progenitor of the werewolves in this country. Does inflicting the curse that much joy to you that you target innocent children? At Quinn's words, Fenrir burst into laughter that traveled to every corner of the long hallway and to its neighbors. Progenitor, I like the sound of that. Whoever you are, I thank you for this. I'm going to use it as my moniker. Yes, progenitor, it has a nice sound to it. He gazed at Quinn and grinned. Today you can die in peace knowing that you've pleased me. Quinn could hear his heartbeat in his ears over the sound of his breath against his mask. His fingers under his gloves twitched, and his muscles turned taut with excitement. Me, dead, he said, trying his best to keep his words from cracking. All of you, he addressed the Death Eaters, made the mistake of entering Hogwarts today uninvited, so don't think you will be leaving here. 2 spell lights manifested over his hands. The magenta bubbling with black thrummed ominously as Quinn pointed his palms towards the Death Eaters. Only way you'll be leaving the castle today is dead. Quinn released the spells towards the Death Eater with a smile of madness behind his mask. The moment the spells had manifested over Quinn's hands, Alecto Caro had stepped forward and pulled Fenrir back. He began casting and completed his shields just before the spells came zooming towards him. The magic, instead of colliding with the shields, exploded into a burst of magenta flames, spreading everywhere like a wildfire, scorching the walls and floor. The Death Eaters reacted to fire, and all pulled their shields and counter charms to subdue the spells. The stubborn flame raged, licking the magic shields, corroding them with acidic sizzles. And even though the Death Eaters all conjured their shield, one of them was a beat slow and paid consequences. Gellert Gibbon screamed as the cursed fire came in contact with his shoulders and ate away his clothes, then at his skin, burning it like an acid splash. It was only until another member pulled him under the shield did Gellert escape the flames, but his injuries remained, stinging and burning. Haha, take that. Quinn yelled, his voice drowned by the flares of the fire. He didn't mind and pushed more and more magic into the cursed flames. I can't believe the day has come where I would see such gross poor use of a magic of my own design, and never in my wildest dreams I thought it would be me. Quinn's laughter died as a frown marred his face. He shook his head, deciding to ignore the voice. Why would you use the white exploding configuration here? It makes zero sense. Ignore it, he thought. It had done Sloth no good to respond, and it wouldn't do him no good. This is so foolish and embarrassing. Mindlessly forcing more and more magic into a spell that isn't designed to take this level of input. That's the problem with guys like you. They don't appreciate the intricacies of magic? He couldn't take it anymore, and a part of his concentration dove into the soulscape, where the voice originated. Inside there, he opened his eyes and found that his body was glowing red. Standing in front of Red Quinn was original Quinn with a smile on his face. Oh my, a guest, he said. How exciting. What do you want? Said Red Quinn with a growl in his tone. I'm just here to talk, buddy, Quinn softly smiled. If you hadn't noticed, I'm sort of busy, and you're disturbing me. There was grit in his voice. Outside, Quinn's cursed fire spell was snuffed, however, the Death Eaters were still uncocked. He raised his hand, and the temperature dropped for several degrees as ice boulders manifested in the air. He lowered his hand, and the huge boulders went catapulting towards the Death Eaters to crush them. But, I was bored, said Quinn, also keeping an outside. If you hadn't noticed, there isn't much to do here in this dump. Drop the bullshit, and come to the point, said Red Quinn. Quinn wiggled his brows for a moment before he shrugged. If you keep fighting like this, you're not going to win, and while it would be difficult for you to lose with my capabilities, the Death Eater squad would trap you long enough to do the job. Red Quinn didn't bother to put his thoughts into words. Instead, he chose laughter as the medium. Quinn stared at the twisted personification of his wrath and shook his head. He knew this wasn't going to work, at least not the way he was trying to do things. And Red Quinn seemed to think so as well as he vanished from the soulscape. Well, I can always play the devil on the shoulder, Quinn muttered. And Quinn's warning soon came to be true as the battle continued to progress. Alecto Caro swiped her wand, and a colossal ice spear diverted from its flight path and crashed into the wall, piercing into the bricks. She didn't stop and shot a zap of killing green towards the soul assailant, but a tile broke away from the floor and exploded at impact. Alecto glanced at her brother, who was currently raising exploding spells at a thick floating barrier of ice that seemed to be perpetually recovering. Amicus, she called, this isn't getting anywhere. We're wasting our time. We need to get out of here. I would love to, Amicus countered an exploding ice shard, but this guy isn't letting us go. He raised the wand at an angle and shot a projectile to bypass, but a snappy fast spell came zapping out from Quinn's side and exploded to counter Amicus's magic. How can he cast so much magic? They were 6 people, 7 included Draco, and while one of them was injured, their opponent was striking their attacks down with defenses and counters while dealing his own damage. They were getting nowhere. We need to get Draco and one more person past him to do the job, said Alecto. The group knew that the longer the fight lasted, the more the chance of getting noticed, especially with the ghosts roamed in Hogwarts. She turned to the rest of the group. Who wants to go with Draco? I'll do it, came a reply from Cabron Yaxley. What? Fenrir immediately interjected. I'm the one who's to pass here. Thorfinn, who was listening, inserted himself into the conversation. No, Fenrir, we need you here. You're the only one who can brute force here to him, especially if we want to get 2 out of here. We would need to create an opening that only you can make here, he said, keeping the disgust down and hidden. The werewolf countered a spell before staring at Thorfinn, who matched his gaze. All right, I will do it just this once, said Fenrir. And by saying that only I can do it, means I'm allowed to let go and let it out. Yes, I'm expecting that to work. Fenrir's teeth seemed to be sharper from before as he grinned. You know it was getting difficult for me to keep it down. I'm not used to being human on a full moon night. The Death Eaters exchanged glances with each other and stepped back as they knew what was to come. Unlike the other werewolves, Fenrir Grayback accepted his leaken side, embraced it, loved it, and after hundreds of nights letting his other side run free, not once resisting it, had allowed him some control over the other side. And for today, he had a single dose of his most hated potion, which would allow just enough control that he could stay in his human form for several hours after the full moon. The already tight Death Eater robes started to stretch further as the sound of cracking and creaking sounded from Fenrir's body, and unlike others in his situation, which would be screaming in the sheer pain, Fenrir was laughing in pleasure. There was a terrible snarling noise. Fenrir's head was lengthening. So was his body. His shoulders were hunching. Hair was sprouting visibly on his face and hands, which were curling into clawed paws. The transformed werewolf threw his head up and growled before he looked at the Death Eater, and they clutched their wands tighter. But the werewolf didn't jump towards them, and in some way, they even thought that the werewolf was smiling. Werewolf Fenrir leaned forward with his feral eyes glaring at the blurry figure in front of him, hiding behind barriers of ice. He roared and then went charging towards the enemy. Some of the ice on the barrier melted away, and a spell came hurling towards Fenrir. He made no attempt to dodge the spell and let it hit his body and then proceeded to shrug it off like a child's punch. The charge continued, and Fenrir exploited the hole in the ice barrier to rip the barrier apart and jump into melee range. Quinn watched with wide eyes beneath his mask as the werewolf brought along a foul smell and, more importantly, the vicious claws and sharp teeth. Instantly, all the focus on the other magic was abandoned for a fast load of body magic inside his own body. He raised his foot and gave Fenrir a charged front kick, but unexpectedly, the werewolf staggered a couple steps. The werewolf looked at Quinn with what seemed surprise in his feral eyes, mirroring the same emotion in Quinn's eyes. But Quinn's shock turned into annoyance almost instantly. Werewolves have high resistance to many magic and have elevated physiques. Letting them close like you did is the worst thing you could have done. But you already knew that, yet you got cocky, opting for destructive rather than efficient and useful magic. Quinn furrowed as he shot another spell on Fenrir, who tried to get close to him. In the corner of his eyes, he saw Draco hiding behind another Death Eater trying to sneak past him. He cast a spell to stop them just to abandon it when Fenrir came charging again, making Quinn focus on the werewolf. Wrath. I don't get angry easily or frequently. When I do get angry, I blow up. Controlled fury isn't my thing. I remember how unloaded on the icy vault when it almost killed me. You who were born from within me would obviously gain my stats. You're not capable of making rational decisions, are you? Quinn, red, frowned, and his hands clenched hard, stretching the leather of his gloves. If you keep this up, a professor or Dumbledore will come here, and the deadlock would end up making it so that we wouldn't be able to escape, and that would inevitably result in the secret identity getting exposed, and we don't want that, do we? If it had been Pride, he wouldn't have minded getting his identity exposed. Even Sloth would have been quite lazy and made a mistake leading to exposure. But Wrath didn't have those limitations/motivations. He wanted the identity to stay secret, so he could continue to wreak havoc in the future. Come on, give me control, and I will take care of this situation. The voice sounded like a devil's offer, and the result? Quinn raised his hand and shot a spell at Fenrir, who again didn't dodge it, but he came to a halt this time. At novel bin at. Fenrir looked down and saw his werewolf arm turning back to his human arm. He looked up at Quinn with one human and one werewolf eye, shock tainting both just before pain hit him. Now, Death Eaters, said Quinn, a smile hidden from his listeners, let's move on with the events of this night. It was good to have control back, thought Quinn, as his magic flowed under his control. Quinn cracked his neck and flexed every movable muscle in his body. It hadn't been long since he had lost control of his own body, but finally, being in his own skin felt phenomenal. He breathed a sigh of comfort and turned his gaze to the werewolf in front of him while watching in his peripherals as Yaxley and Draco ran past him to continue their mission of the night. They eyed him all the while, and he could feel both their eyes and wands pointed at him even when they weren't in his eyesight. He, however, didn't make any moves to stop or even hinder them. They could get the ball moving while he finished the job here. He turned his attention back to Fenrir and saw that he was back in his werewolf form. I have to give it to you, Fenrir Grayback. You're a special werewolf. That spell would have reversed any other werewolf to their human form for at least a couple of minutes with searing pain, but you barely even sucked in an extra breath, and you're already back in full form. Truly impressive. What did you do? Fenrir asked. He didn't wait for a response and jumped at Quinn with his claws bared. Quinn waved his hand, and a blinding yellow jet of magic hit Fenrir square in the chest, sending him back, tumbling, and skidding along the floor. Homerfu's charm, said Quinn's noir voice. An incredibly inefficient spell that temporarily reverts a fully transformed werewolf into their human forms. Fenrir roared in pain while yelping in between as his body wriggled on the floor as the thick mat of fur/hair receded back into his body and muscles deflated back to their pre-transformation form. Didn't I mention it hurts horribly? Quinn commented, when he looked away from Fenrir at the Death Eaters, who watched the scene in shock. He wasn't expecting them to stop and stare between a fight, but he could only partially blame them. The Homerfu's charm, as he had mentioned, wasn't a great spell. Not only did it cause tremendous pain to the target, it also wasn't effective enough to be a practically viable spell. The spell would fail 7 out of 10 times, a shocking percentage when facing a werewolf who could transmit the lycanthropy curse. Only when someone with enough skill and power like Quinn used the spell would it work, and even then, the Homerfu's charm working against the Fenrir Grayback must have been shocking to the Death Eaters. Quinn, of course, wasn't shocked as his opponent. Orbs of dirty yellow magic manifested around him, turned into spell lights, and zapped towards the Death Eaters. Shields were pulled immediately in panic, which only seemed to grow when the spell ate away at their protection. Quinn didn't stop and summoned winds to shoot blades at the defending Death Eaters. He then returned to Fenrir Grayback and stepped on the man's chest as Empyrean shot out of the floor, bounding Fenrir's arms, legs, torso, and neck as he tried to struggle against the bounds while the werewolf form started to return. I was looking forward to today, said Quinn, as he began charging magic into a Homerfu's charm. I was disappointed that Bellatrix Lestrange didn't show up, but seeing you in the lineup made the entire ordeal worth it. Fenrir's eyes shook as he watched the yellow spell turn brighter. He growled and tried to push himself up, just to be pushed down by Quinn's body magic-assisted leg and punished by the Empyrean bounds. Fuck you, he snarled. Oh no, thank you, said Quinn and let the rampaging magic into Fenrir's body. At novel bin at. Fenrir let out an ear-ringing roar as the magic reversed the transformation by force. The painful yelling was so harsh that Quinn cast a sound-blocking barrier to keep it contained. However, the Death Eaters were kept within the confines of the sound barrier so that they could be part of Fenrir's experience. The exchange of spells halted when the screams pierced the area. The Death Eaters stopped still as their hearts beat faster as they watched the blurred figures behind the ice barrier. The screams continued for more than half a minute before turning into yelping and finally passing into silence. Quinn removed his feet from Fenrir's chest. The once imposing man now laid on the floor prone, unconscious, and bloody. The werewolf transformation was tough on the human body, and while Fenrir's unique circumstances had allowed him to switch painlessly, even he couldn't handle the reverse without feeling the changes forced on his body while the lycanthropy curse resisted stopping the reversal. Two opposing forces in his body had ripped it apart, leading to severe damage and bodily harm. That's that. Quinn walked past Fenrir and dispelled the ice barrier that had served him well while he took care of the most troublesome of the bunch. Now, lady and gentlemen, he said as he stepped into view. I have taken care of your attack dog. He yelped bravely and did try to bite, so be proud of him. The humor vanished, and now it is time for all of you to follow after him. There were no quips or jabs from the Death Eater's side as they chose to respond with spells. Multiple shields, results of multiple different spells, sprung in front of Quinn as he stood calm in his spot as the Death Eater's spell came just to be stopped, even the occasional killing curse by the floor's tiles that Quinn had floating around to keep him safe. Quinn raised his hands, and appendages of red Empyrean radiated into existence out from his body, raising above his body into the air to a height that the Death Eaters could see them glowing in a threatening light. They would remember that moment as the last time of relative peace. Quinn stood in the middle of unconscious Death Eaters as dark soot and haze emanated from his body, covering the bodies of the Death Eaters, who had their cracked masks laying beside their bodies. Tetany nervum worked to cripple their nerves in their arms to take away their ability to use a wand and, in turn, cast magic. Quinn sighed when the magic was complete, and the Death Eaters sealed from using magic until he released their arms by restoring their arms. He wished that more people had come to Hogwarts so that he could do more damage. At least there were named Death Eaters, he thought, looking at the faces, recognizing from the ministry parties and old newspaper articles on Wisengamot hearings. Quinn lifted all of their bodies and pushed them against the walls. The surface of the walls turned into liquid and the Death Eaters sunk inside, leaving only their hands, above the wrist, and feet, below the ankle, to dangle outside as Quinn solidified the wall, trapping and showcasing them at the same time along with their wands. He wasn't worried about them not being found. Harry Potter knew that Malfoy was doing something in the Room of Requirement, and even if others didn't know until now, they would know after today, and someone would be led here to see his artwork. Quinn finished his work, and at that moment, he saw a green hue reflected on the wall. He turned to see through the grated windows and saw a green skull in the night sky with a snake slithering out of its mouth. Perfect timing. He walked to the grate and narrowed his eyes as two additional spells launched out of the astronomy tower. They headed in different directions: Headmaster's office and Headmaster's quarters. Quinn couldn't tell the nature of the spells, but if he was to guess, the magic was to make sure that Dumbledore saw the huge skull and snake, or at least that he saw it first. I should also get there, Quinn muttered and turned towards the destroyed place of broken marbles, eyes pierced into the bricks, scorched walls, and various other spell damage from deflections and misfire. I should fix this up before going. Quinn's eyes widened as a bout of dizziness hit him, sending him staggering. He tried to look straight ahead, but the world didn't seem to cooperate with him and spun around like a gyroscope, and no matter how much he tried, he couldn't focus on a singular point. He took a single step ahead and stepped on the side of his ankle, and fell to the ground. His hands went forward to stop him from kissing the ground. But then his ear started to ring, and even a single moment made him feel like emptying his gut. As he was sweating, a voice inside his head spoke. Where are you going without care? Did you forget that you're still going through an internal crisis? Quinn grunted and sent healing magic around his body to isolate the cause and erase it so that he could regain some semblance of balance. Given the circumstances, he deployed mind and body magic, but even casting magic was hindered because of the physical experience he was going through. Yeah, none of that going to work when we have your soul under our control. It's such a fascinating thing, soul, that is. It has a tremendous connection with magic, but at the same time, it's such a vulnerable spot to those who know to work it. What are you? Playtime's over, it's time to return to your room. Come on, you're grounded? Quinn felt as if senses had been given a shock as for a second, all was kicked up to 11, but the next second, everything dulled until he couldn't see, hear, or feel anything. Then everything came back in a blink of an eye. Literally, he blinked, and he was able to take stable input through his senses again. And they showed him a dark and dingy space instead of the Hogwarts corridor. Now, what was all that about? Quinn sighed when he heard the voice, but not from his mouth. He turned and saw another one of himself, this one glowing green. The green Quinn had a smirk on his face as if enjoying the situation. As much as I dislike it, I have to give it to you. The way you got rid of Wrath was impressive, said Green Quinn, slow clapping. To think you'd trick the blockhead into willingly relinquishing his control. That idiot gave up the control and ended up getting erased out of existence, but I guess we can only expect that much from someone who has nothing but red steam up in the top shelf. Quinn sat on the floor, his face slumped down, chin meeting the chest. He had thought that he would have control for at least another hour, if not more. There was always a time gap between every sin personification appearance. They would enjoy the control of the body for a while before heading inside to meet him, and Quinn hoped that if he was in control, he could at least have some more time before the control was wrestled away. He was naive in his assumption. They, of course, wouldn't allow him to remain in command. He wouldn't do it if he was in their shoes. Green Quinn skipped to Quinn on light steps and squatted down in front of him. He tilted his head to take a look at Quinn's bowed face. Hey, what happened to you? Why so sad? The worst is yet to come. That got to Quinn. He looked up at Green Quinn's smug face with wide eyes. Now, I like that face, said Green Quinn. I beg you, please don't derail the plan. Green Quinn wiggled his finger with a smile. Can't do, big guy. I don't like the plan, and I'll do as I feel because I'm in charge. Too bad for you, though. Quinn's eyes turned sharp into a glare. I'm warning you, don't mess it up. If you even think about messing it up, I'll make your short pathetic life miserable before snuffing it out like your brothers. Don't test me, or I'll make you envy those who came before you. The personification of envy stared down at Quinn, his face devoid of emotion before a tight smile cleaving his face. We will see about that. You dumb idiot, do you think that going against my plan would somehow make you feel superior? Is that it? You jealous piece of shit, do you think that screwing me over would finally give you validation about your fake existence? Quinn, envy, chuckled with the voice in his head and walked towards the astronomy tower while keeping an eye on the destination through the windows in the way that would show him the view of the dark mark. Pathetic. Ugh, I never thought that something so pathetic would rise from me. I was fine with the sins that came before you, but you're the worst, most disgusting part of me amplified. Quinn injected the magic and activated recon with the voice password. Under his command, the map came to life and interfaced what Hogwarts fed to it. What? No words. You were spouting all that nonsense just before. What happened? Oh, wait a minute, do you not know to speak because it's your first time having a body? How pity. Quinn smirked when the voice went silent as if the plug on a spinning record player had been pulled, making it come to a screeching halt. He glanced at Recon and began listing out names. Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, Severus Snape, Lily Potter, Septima Vector. He was still on time. The professors were all in their rooms, and from the looks of it, they weren't shuffling around, which meant that they hadn't woken up yet, except for Snape, who was already on his way to the astronomy tower. Dumbledore was also out of his room, moving towards the astronomy tower. Did he not send the message to them? Quinn thought, scoffing. Overconfident old fool. You dare use my own magic against me? At novel bin at. Quinn's steps halted, squeaking against the marble, with Recon momentarily staggering in the air. If you don't remember, let me remind you, I was the one who found how to block all your voices, so of course, I know how to get around it. His hand tightened into a fist. He clicked his tongue and started walking again. Do you think not talking to me will help you keep control? Come on, don't fool yourself. You will have to confront me, just as I was forced to confront you. You hurried over to meet, so don't go avoiding me now. Quinn tapped his feet on the floor and cracked his knuckles as the voice continued to blare in his head, berating him, insulting him in every word and sentence. The voice was so loud and constant that it occupied his mind and grew to the point that it got difficult to even keep a line of thought. He stumped his foot on the floor with a snarl on his face. He descended into the soulscape and found himself in the dull space. Green Quinn's pupils narrowed when he saw that the walls were no longer completely black, and parts of the walls were now getting diffused into 4 colors. When he turned his eyes to the center of the room, his apprehension grew when he saw that the black soul now had a golden glow. Where? Green Quinn frowned when he couldn't see Quinn by the soul's side. It was then a voice whispered into his ear, like what you see? I guess someone upgraded my jail cell. Green Quinn jumped away and started to see Quinn, who had just been standing behind him. What do you want? Green Quinn asked. You know what I want, said Quinn, walking towards the soul. The correct question here is how to go on about what I want. What do you mean? Today's an important day for us, yes, us, and I can't allow your petty behavior to ruin it, so I'll give you 2 choices. One is that you follow my plan and don't intervene. In return, I give you some time to play around before the time inevitably comes that you vanish, Quinn continued despite the sneer from his green counterpart. The second option is that you relinquish control over to me, and we bid goodbye here on amicable terms. What kind of fool do you think I am? Green Quinn spat. There's no plus for me in either of those options if I'm going to disappear. Not if, when. Shut up. As I was saying, if I'm going to disappear, which I'm not, I would rather make your life difficult than before I leave. What is your problem with Dumbledore? Quinn asked suddenly. What? Green Quinn blinked in surprise, losing the snide remark he was about to throw out. You're my personification of envy, that much is clear from your behavior. So the next question that rises up here is where you stem from. Pride stemmed from the arrogant view that I was better than others, sloth was a poor amplification, physical laziness, wrath came from the characteristics of my anger. So where do you come from? Green Quinn's eyes turned somber, and his mouth stayed silent. Envy is the sin of jealousy over the benefits and achievements of others. It's interesting because I thought my pride would be enough to stifle out envy because of its origin, but here you're, standing in front of me, so it makes me wonder, where did you come from? There are only a few people I have ever felt genuine envy towards. There's Mr. Allen for his sheer natural talent for mind magic. I could only imagine what that'd feel like, but after getting so much of his help, yeah, I only have respect for him now. Architect is a short petty man, but what about the other cursed vault creators? I've thought for hours on how the icy vaults creator managed to create and store absolute zero, or how the aquatic vaults creator managed to record those memories in the water along with the healing factor, but that's sort of they're dead, so there's no need to envy them. Who remains? Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. I'm not envious of his name, that's for sure. But I remember feeling part appreciation part envy about the influence that he has built over the people of this country, or that he was trained by the alchemist Nicholas Flamel himself, or the knowledge he must have crammed in that head of his, or how he can move around freely, whereas I have to carefully step about. Yes, it was because I made it so, but still, there have been times I have been seen him as a target of my envy. Tell me, do you hate Dumbledore that much? Quinn stared at Quinn, measuring his expressions. The personification of envy had been aggressively hostile towards, much more than the ones before him, and given the current situation, it wasn't optimal to have such a hindrance. I'm not envious of Dumbledore, said Quinn, his sharp eyes glaring at Quinn. He raised his hand and pointed at Quinn. All of this is because of you. Me? Quinn asked in confusion and surprise. Our sins are based on you, birthed from your personality qualities, and because of the curse, those qualities were amplified and twisted, making us inherently flawed entities. Even if we are able to seal you away, we will not be able to live full lives. Pride wouldn't have been able to show vulnerability or be humble, sloth would have at some point stopped growing, wrath's life would have derailed at some point, sooner rather than later. Quinn glared as if trying to burn holes into Quinn. And I'd never be able to happy in the happiness of my loved ones. My flawed existence would never be able to see others doing good, and I would have no way to fix it. Do you think that's an enjoyable way to live? I hate you because you're the reason I'm like this. If you just had left the sin vault alone, I would have never been created and would have never had to experience the sheer bleakness that's ahead of me. But you know what? I will stay true to my nature. If I can't have a good time, I will not allow you to have one either. As long as I'm here, I will make your life miserable. Quinn's eyes widened as his words died in his throat. He looked down and saw a golden blade striking out from his abdomen. He shakily turned back his head and saw that the blade had come out of the soul, and he could see the flimsy blade crumble away as the darkness of the sin curse immediately recovered the golden part that had been able to break free. I am sorry, said Quinn, all the previous hostility gone. Yes, it was my fault that you were born, and if only I stayed away, none of this would have happened. I realize that stabbing you in the back isn't the best way to deal with you, and I could have done much better, but I'm sorry, the current situation has me on a time crunch, and this is the only way I could think of. Quinn saw the area around wound turn into a fluorescent green with small petal-sized chunks flying away as the green spread. He looked up at Quinn and tightly shook his head with complex emotions, mostly anger and rage. Fuck you, I hope greed completely takes over, and you never see the light of the day. With that, he disappeared like those before him. Quinn stared at the spot where Quinn had stood for a moment before he looked up at his soul. How did I do that? He thought about the sudden blade. He had been training his soul ever since he had laid his hand on the resurrection stone. He was able to conjure a shield around his soul, which had protected him from getting instantly being controlled by the curse, and that was before he had shortly trained under Alan, which had allowed him to better utilize what power he had built. And if he could conjure a shield, he could also conjure a sword. But soul offense was different from soul defense, as one could mostly only practically use it if the attack could be transmitted out to the targets, who were usually not in the soulscape, and Quinn hadn't grown his soul to the point where he could transmit outside, so he hadn't gone into offense. He hadn't learned how to conjure a sword, even if it could only stay within the soulscape. He had just done it, and it had unnaturally natural. Quinn shook his head and decided to move on. There was work to do. He closed his eyes and invoked the magic he had his control on. After getting rid of pride, sloth, and wrath, he regained some control over his magic, which had again increased now that envy was also defeated, and was sure it would continue to grow as he continued to beat the remaining sins. He breathed out, and when he opened his eyes, he was back in control of his body. I should have some time, Quinn thought. He had gotten rid of more than half of the 7, which did give him more control, or at least he thought/felt so. He glanced at Astronomy Tower before looking at Recon, and he could already see that Dumbledore and Snape were closing in on the Astronomy Tower, and the other professors were also shuffling in their rooms. He was also sure that the Aurors were already notified by someone in Hogsmeade, and one of the professors, most probably McGonagall, would let them in on their arrival. I need to hurry, he said, and started to run through the hallways. Quinn covered ground in the hallways, jumping between Hogwarts' internal secret pathways. He kept an eye on the Recon, and with every passing second, he could see activity from several different people in the castle. He jumped out of a secret pathway and sprinted to a T-corner nearest to him like an arrow shot from a bow. He skidded to a halt, and one full motion, the magic flowed from his core to the world outside. The air cooled down, and ice crystal crackled, freezing in the air, starting from the middle and from the edges near the wall. Quinn exerted his magic, and in mere seconds, a thick ice barrier had blocked one hallway on the T-corner. Quinn backed up and ran away from the ice barrier with his eyes on Recon as his legs did the walking for him. He watched as Recon showed him the position of 2 people on the floor above Aurora Sinistra and Septima Vector. According to his estimates, both the professors would take the route he had just blocked to get to the Astronomy Tower. They would either try to take another course, a longer route, or try to destroy the barrier. Whatever way they chose, it would buy him time. He popped out at another path, and just like before, he shot a charged shot of ice magic, and it expanded into another thick wall, blocking one more path. Then another, 1 more, 2 more, 3 more, until a half a dozen different paths were ice blocked. Quinn again looked at Recon and browsed through the zoomed out paths to find the one name he was looking for, and found it moving towards the Astronomy Tower just like every other person that was out and awake at the moment. He glanced to his right and saw a straight path, one turn around the corner, and the spiraling stairs to the astronomy tower would be clear sight. However, there was a Death Eater in his clear sight right now. His eyes were looking towards the stairs, and he hadn't seemed to notice Quinn. Quinn pointed his palm towards the Death Eater, and one magic shot later, the Death Eater was lying on the ground. He turned to his left and set his eyes on the short dark path. Hurried steps knocked on the marble floor, reverberating in the empty night, and with every footstep, the sound became louder until he saw billowing dark robes enter his sight. "You, Severus Snape," said Quinn, looking at his potions professor. Severus Snape stopped to a halt when he saw someone he wasn't expecting to see today. "Who are you?" he asked, taking out his wand. Quinn didn't reply verbally. Instead, he raised his hand and shot a bone-breaking curse at Snape. Snape conjured a silver shield and met the magic. He staggered a step when the curse pushed him back and made the shield groan and dent to almost the breaking point. "You will not be passing here today, Severus Snape," said Quinn, his magic flaring again. Scene break. By the light of the dark mark hovering in the sky, Dumbledore climbed the spiraling stairs that led to the top of the tower was opened, something that he was sure Argus Filch diligently closed every night. There was no sign of a struggle, of a fight to the death, of a body. However, Dumbledore could feel the tenseness around him. He stepped out to the roof, and his eyes immediately up at the green skull with its serpent's tongue glinting evilly above them. Dumbledore readied his wand as he walked near to the ramparts on the edges of the roof. Expelliarmus. Dumbledore didn't look back, and the red spell stopped before hitting him and fizzled away. He turned around, standing against the ramparts, very white in the face. Dumbledore still showed no sign of panic or distress. He merely looked across at his failed disarmer and said, "Good evening, Draco." Malfoy stepped forward, glancing around quickly to check that he and Dumbledore were alone. "Expelliarmus." Draco yelled again, and a red jet again zipped at Dumbledore, but once again, it fizzled away before reaching him. "A question I might ask you. Or are you acting alone?" "No," said Draco, his eyes turning to the green dark mark. "I've got backup. There are Death Eaters here in your school tonight." Draco kept a brave face, not showing any sign that Death Eaters weren't the only ones in the school tonight. Well, said Dumbledore, as though Malfoy was showing him an ambitious homework project. "Very good indeed. You found a way to let them in, did you?" "Yeah," said Malfoy, who was panting. "Right under your nose, and you never realized." "Ingenious," said Dumbledore. "Yet forgive me, where are they now? You seem unsupported." "They're making sure that we are left undisturbed. To ensure that your lackeys don't interfere with what's going to happen here today." I must say that you're confident if nothing more," Dumbledore smiled. "Well, then, you must get on and do it, my dear boy." There was silence. And in front of him, Draco Malfoy did nothing but stare at Albus Dumbledore, who, incredibly, smiled. Draco, you are not a killer." "How do you know?" said Malfoy at once. But he seemed to realize how childish the words had sounded and flushed under the greenish light. "You don't know what I'm capable of," said Malfoy more forcefully. "You don't know what I've done." "Oh yes, I do," said Dumbledore mildly. "You almost killed Katie Bell and the thing with poisoned chocolate that ended up circulating in Gryffindor. You have been trying, with increasing desperation, to kill me all year. Forgive me, Draco, but they have been feeble attempts. So feeble, to be honest, that I wonder whether your heart has been really in it." "It has been in it," said Malfoy vehemently. "I've been working on it all year, and tonight." Somewhere in the castle's depths below, Draco heard explosions. His shoulders stiffened and glanced over his shoulder. "Somebody is putting up a good fight," said Dumbledore conversationally. "But you were saying yes, you have managed to introduce Death Eaters into my school, which, I admit, I thought impossible. How did you do it?" But Malfoy said nothing. He was still listening to whatever was happening below and seemed paralyzed. "Perhaps you ought to get on with the job alone," said Dumbledore. "What if your backup isn't able to hold back the professors, and I'm sure that soon the Aurors and my Order of Phoenix would be here soon." Malfoy merely stared at him. "I see," said Dumbledore kindly when Malfoy neither moved nor spoke. "You are afraid to act until they join you." "I'm not afraid," snarled Malfoy, though he still made no move to hurt Dumbledore. "It's you who should be scared." "But why?" "I don't think you will kill me, Draco. Killing is not nearly as easy as the innocent believe, and I don't think even if you wanted, you could kill me. So tell me, while we wait for your friends, how did you smuggle them in here? It seems to have taken you a long time to work out how to do it." Malfoy looked as though he was fighting down the urge to shout or to vomit. He gulped and took several deep breaths, glaring at Dumbledore, his wand pointing directly at the latter's heart. Then, as though he could not help himself, he said, "I had to mend that broken vanishing cabinet that no one's used for years." "Ah." Dumbledore's sigh was half a groan. He closed his eyes for a moment. "That was clever, and if there's a vanishing cabinet, there must always be a pair of them." "In Borgin and Burke's," said Malfoy, "and they make a kind of passage between them. I was the only one who realized what it meant. Even Borgin didn't know I was the one who realized there could be a way into Hogwarts through the cabinets if I fixed the broken one." "Very good," murmured Dumbledore. "So the Death Eaters were able to pass from Borgin and Burke's into the school to help you. A clever plan, a very clever plan, and, as you say, right under my nose." "Yeah," said Malfoy, who bizarrely seemed to draw courage and comfort from Dumbledore's praise. "Yeah, it was. Now, I understand. Yes, I do." Dumbledore nodded with a soft smile. There is little time, one way or another, so let us discuss your options, Draco. There was a bang and shouts from below, louder than ever. It sounded as though people were fighting on the actual spiral staircase that led to where Dumbledore and Malfoy stood. My options, said Malfoy loudly. I'll kill you. My dear boy, let us have no more pretense about that. If you were going to kill me, you would have done it already without entertaining me with the conversation. And let's look at this intelligently here, Draco. You weren't able to disarm me, and even if you did, I would have been more than enough for you even without my wand. I haven't got any options, said Malfoy, and he was suddenly white as Dumbledore. I've got to do it? He'll kill me? He'll kill my whole family. Draco, I had doubts about you, and I do appreciate the difficulty of your situation, sighed Dumbledore. Why else do you think I have not confronted you before now? Because I knew that you would have been murdered if Lord Voldemort realized that I suspected you. Malfoy winced at the sound of the name. I did not dare speak to you of the mission with which I knew you had been entrusted, in case he used legilimency against you, continued Dumbledore. But now, at last, we can speak plainly to each other. No harm has been done, you have hurt nobody, though you are fortunate that your unintentional victims survived. I can help you, Draco. No, you can't, said Malfoy, his wand hand shaking very badly indeed. Nobody can. He told me to do it, or he'll kill me. I've got no choice. Come over to the right side, Draco, and we can hide you more completely than you can possibly imagine. What is more, I can send members of the Order to your mother tonight to hide her likewise. We can even try to save your father, but it would depend if he wants to come. Come over to the right side, Draco, you are not a killer. Malfoy stared at Dumbledore. His mouth was open, his wand hand still trembling. You'll save my mother, he asked, his voice cracking. Yes, Draco, she will be safe. I give you my word. Draco slowly lowered his hand until he let his arm limp down. His wand slipped from his fingers, it clicked on the floor, and now no one was there to stop it. Very good, Draco, very good, said Dumbledore, smiling. So, what can I do for you? Snape asked, settling himself in the armchair opposite the two formerly black sisters. He poured out 3 glasses of blue red wine and handed 2 of them to the sisters. Narcissa murmured a word of thanks while Bellatrix said nothing but continued to glower at Snape. This did not seem to discompose him, on the contrary, he looked rather amused. The Dark Lord, he said, raising his glass and draining it. The sisters copied him. Snape refilled their glasses. As Narcissa took her second drink, she said in a rush, Severus, I'm sorry to come here like this, but I had to see you. I think you are the only one who can help me. Severus, I know I ought not to be here. I have been told to say nothing to anyone, but ... Then you ought to hold your tongue, snarled Bellatrix. Particularly in the present company. Present company, repeated Snape sardonically. And what am I to understand by that, Bellatrix? That I don't trust you, Snape, as you very well know. Snape set his glass down upon the table and sat back again, his hands upon the arms of his chair, smiling into Bellatrix's glowering face. Narcissa, I think we ought to hear what Bellatrix is bursting to say, it will save tedious interruptions. Well, continue, Bellatrix, said Snape. Why is it that you do not trust me? At novel bin at. 100 reasons, she said loudly, striding out from behind the sofa to slam her glass upon the table. Where to start? Where were you when the Dark Lord fell? Why did you never make any attempt to find him when he vanished? What have you been doing all these years that you've lived in Dumbledore's pocket? Why did you stop the Dark Lord from procuring the Sorcerer's Stone? Why did you not return at once when the Dark Lord was reborn? And why, Snape, is Harry Potter still alive when you have had him at your mercy for 5 years? She paused, her chest rising and falling rapidly, the color high in her cheeks. Behind her, Narcissa sat motionless, her face hidden in her hands. Snape smiled. Before I answer you, oh yes, Bellatrix, I am going to answer. You can carry my words back to the others who whisper behind my back and carry false tales of my treachery to the Dark Lord. Before I answer you, I say, let me ask a question in turn. Do you really think that the Dark Lord has not asked me each and every one of those questions? And do you really think that, had I not been able to give satisfactory answers, I would be sitting here talking to you? She hesitated. I know he believes you, but you think he is mistaken? Or that I have somehow hoodwinked him, fooled the Dark Lord, the greatest wizard, the highly accomplished legilimens who no mind can hide from? Bellatrix said nothing but looked, for the first time, a little discomfited. Snape did not press the point. He picked up his drink again, sipped it, and continued, You ask where I was when the Dark Lord fell. I was where he had ordered me to be, at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, because he wished me to spy upon Albus Dumbledore. You know, I presume, that it was on the Dark Lord's orders that I took up the post. She nodded almost imperceptibly and then opened her mouth, but Snape forestalled her. You ask why I did not attempt to find him when he vanished. For the same reason that Avery, Yaxley, the Carrows, Grayback, Lucius, he inclined his head slightly to Narcissa, and many others did not attempt to find him. I believed him finished. I am not proud of it, I was wrong, but there it is. If he had not forgiven we who lost faith at that time, he would have very few followers left. He'd have me, said Bellatrix passionately. I, who spent many years in Azkaban for him. Yes, indeed, most admirable, said Snape in a bored voice. Of course, you weren't a lot of use to him in prison, but the gesture was undoubtedly fine. Gesture, she shrieked. In her fury, she looked slightly mad. While I endured the Dementors, you remained at Hogwarts, comfortably playing Dumbledore's pet. Not quite, said Snape calmly. He wouldn't give me the defense against the dark arts job, you know. Seemed to think it might, bring about a relapse, tempt me into my old ways. This was your sacrifice for the Dark Lord, not to teach your favorite subject, she jeered. Why did you stay there all that time, Snape? Still spying on Dumbledore for a master you believed dead? Hardly, said Snape, although the Dark Lord is pleased that I never deserted my post. I had 16 years of information on Dumbledore to give him when he returned, a rather more useful welcome back present than endless reminiscences of how unpleasant Azkaban is. But you stayed. Yes, Bellatrix, I stayed, said Snape, betraying a hint of impatience for the first time. I had a comfortable job that I preferred to a stint in Azkaban. They were rounding up the Death Eaters, you know. Dumbledore's protection kept me out of jail, it was most convenient, and I used it. I repeat, the Dark Lord does not complain that I stayed, so I do not see why you do. I think you next wanted to know, he pressed on, a little more loudly, for Bellatrix showed every sign of interrupting, why I stood between the Dark Lord and the Sorcerer's Stone. That is easily answered. He did not know whether he could trust me. He thought, like you, that I had turned from faithful Death Eater to Dumbledore's stooge. He was in a pitiable condition, frail, sharing the body of a mediocre wizard. He did not dare reveal himself to a former ally if that ally might turn him over to Dumbledore or the Ministry. I deeply regret that he did not trust me. He would have returned to power 3 years sooner. As it was, I saw only greedy and unworthy Quirrell attempting to steal the stone and, I admit, I did all I could to thwart him. Bellatrix's mouth twisted as though she had taken an unpleasant dose of medicine. But you didn't return when he came back. Enough, said Narcissa, in a low and deadly voice, looking up at her sister. Bellatrix still looked unhappy. Taking advantage of her silence, Snape turned to her sister. Now you came to ask me for help, Narcissa? Narcissa looked up at him, her face marred with despair. Yes, Severus. I think you are the only one who can help me, I have nowhere else to turn. Lucius does not want to listen. She closed her eyes, and 2 large tears seeped from beneath her eyelids. Severus, she whispered, tears sliding down her pale cheeks. My son, my only son. Draco should be proud, said Bellatrix indifferently. The Dark Lord is granting him great honor. Narcissa began to cry in earnest, gazing beseechingly all the while at Snape. Why, Severus? Why my son? It is too dangerous. This is vengeance for Lucius's mistake, I know it. Snape said nothing. He looked away from the sight of her tears as though they were indecent, but he could not pretend not to hear her. That's why he's chosen Draco, isn't it? She persisted. To punish Lucius. If Draco succeeds, said Snape, still looking away from her, he will be honored above all others. But he won't succeed, sobbed Narcissa. How can he, when the Dark Lord himself? Bellatrix gasped. Narcissa seemed to lose her nerve. I only meant that nobody has yet succeeded. Severus, please. I beg you. You are the Dark Lord's favorite, his most trusted advisor. Will you speak to him, persuade him? The Dark Lord will not be persuaded, and I am not stupid enough to attempt it, said Snape flatly. Yes, the Dark Lord is angry, Narcissa, very angry indeed. Narcissa seemed to lose what little self-restraint she still possessed. Standing up, she staggered to Snape and seized the front of his robes. She gasped, you could do it. You could do it instead of Draco, Severus. You would succeed, of course, you would, and he would reward you beyond all of us. Snape caught hold of her wrists and removed her clutching hands. The Dark Lord would want me to stay at Hogwarts, fulfilling my useful role as a spy, no matter if Draco succeeds or not. However, it might be possible for me to help Draco. She sat up, her face paper white. Severus, oh, Severus, you would help him? Would you look after him? See, he comes to no harm. I can try. If you are there to protect him. Severus, will you swear it? Will you make the unbreakable vow? The unbreakable vow. Snape's expression was blank, unreadable. Bellatrix, however, let out a cackle of triumphant laughter. Oh, he'll try, I'm sure. The usual empty words, the usual slithering out of action. Oh, on the Dark Lord's orders, of course. She shuffled to Snape, her face close to Snape with wide eyes. Come on, Severus, if you mean it, vow it. Snape did not look at Bellatrix. His black eyes were fixed upon Narcissa's tear-filled blue ones as she continued to clutch his hand. Certainly, Narcissa, I shall make the unbreakable vow, he said quietly. Perhaps your sister will consent to be our bonder. Bellatrix's mouth fell open. You will need your wand, Bellatrix, said Snape coldly. She drew it, still looking astonished. She stepped forward and placed the tip of her wand on their linked hands. Narcissa spoke. Will you, Severus, watch over my son, Draco, as he attempts to fulfill the Dark Lord's wishes? I will. A thin tongue of brilliant flame issued from the wand and wound its way around their hands like a red-hot wire. And will you, to the best of your ability, protect him from harm? I will. A second tongue of flame shot from the wand and interlinked with the first, making a delicate, glowing chain. And, should it prove necessary if it seems Draco will fail, whispered Narcissa. Snape's hand twitched within hers, but he did not draw away. Will you carry out the deed that the Dark Lord has ordered Draco to perform? There was a moment's silence. Bellatrix watched her wand upon their clasped hands, her eyes wide. I will. A third tongue of flame twisted with the others and bound itself thickly around their clasped hands, like a rope, like a fiery snake. So you vowed an unbreakable vow. Dumbledore spoke from behind his desk in the headmaster's office, his finger tracing the rim of the tainted glass bowl filled with sherbet lemons. That wasn't very smart of you, was it now, Severus? The Dark Lord would have intended me to do it in the end, I think. But he is determined that Draco should try first. This is merely punishment for Lucius' failures. I am not aware of what that failure is, however. Slow torture for Draco's parents, while they watch him fail and pay the price, said Snape. His eyes were on his arms, one of them marked by the dark mark while other freshly inscribed by the unbreakable vow, leaving behind a reminder of what waited for him if he were to break the vow. You were sadly cornered into taking the vow, Dumbledore sighed, pushing the bowl away. Who would have thought that the proud Narcissa Malfoy would come begging at your doorsteps, and that with her sister? Narcissa's sister. The corner of Snape's eyes wrinkled as his nose twitched. If I had refused Narcissa's request, Lestrange would have gone babbling her crazy mouth into Dark Lord's ears. Any chance he had to escape being bound was sealed the moment Bellatrix Lestrange had stepped into his home. Dumbledore stroked his beard, his eyes watching Snape, who had his usually scowling eyes staring dazedly at the table, a rare sight from the vigilant and sharp potions master. What do you plan to do now? I do not know, said Snape. Do you have a way to undo an unbreakable vow? Dumbledore shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't. He sighed. Even the wording she used doesn't show me a way you can escape the bindings, especially with intent and all. There was silence. Neither men spoke, nor there was any chatter from the empty headmaster/headmistress portraits, all having scurried away on the orders of Dumbledore. Do you intend to follow through with the vow, Severus? Snape's dark eyes went up at Dumbledore, and he scoffed. Are you asking me to spare you with me costing my life, Dumbledore? Dumbledore shrugged, his expression unchanging calm, looking at Snape with his usual sparkling gaze behind his half-moon glasses. Snape's eyes narrowed into half a glare. You don't believe I will be able to succeed if I am to try? One can never be too careful, Severus. This might be arrogant of me, but I do not believe that you will be able to kill me if I do not desire for you to succeed, and I have no desire to die. So, I am to die, then. Dumbledore kept his silence on the question, but he did speak. How does Draco plan to carry out this mission of his? Did Narcissa share something she might have heard from her son? Snape's fist clenched on his lap, however, that was the only indication he showed, with his body and face remaining calm and unperturbed. No, the poor woman was fear-stricken that after the vow was sealed, she couldn't even stand still on her, and it was better for her to return home, and I haven't had the chance to meet Draco. Lord Voldemort foresees a moment in the near future when he will not need a spy at Hogwarts, asked Dumbledore. He believes the school will soon be in his grasp. Yes, I see. Now then, your first priority will be to discover what Draco is up to. A frightened teenage boy is a danger to others as well as to himself. Offer him help and guidance. He ought to accept. He likes you, much less since his father has lost favor. Draco blames me. He thinks I have usurped Lucius' position. Snape shook his head. All the same, try. I am concerned less for myself than for accidental victims of whatever schemes might occur to the boy. Ultimately, of course, we need to save him from Lord Voldemort's wrath. Snape raised his eyebrows, and his tone was sardonic as he asked, Are you intending to let him kill you? Of course not, but I can try to sway him to the correct side. If we can ensure that we can at least save his mother, I am sure the boy would walk to our side. From the way Lestrange talked, Draco seemed excited about the prospect of being deemed worthy of such grand responsibility, said Snape. Dumbledore shook his head. He might think so, but as the time passes and he tries to scheme about killing me, the weight of the situation and actions would dawn upon him. Draco would become cognizant of what he was asked to do. All I need to do is to persuade him in the moment of pressure and weakness. We have time to lay the groundwork to ensure that he turns. You have everything planned, don't you? Said Snape, sneering. Dumbledore eyed Snape. There was a long silence, broken only by an odd clicking noise. Fawkes, the phoenix, was gnawing a bit of cuttlebone. When it happens, I want you to be there, Severus, said Dumbledore. Snape frowned. What? Why do you need me there? If I fail to convince Draco, then the responsibility will fall upon you. You must give it a try. He would be much more willing to listen to you, who is a well-known, trusted Death Eater, and suddenly knowing that you're on the other side would give him hope. His tone was light, but his blue eyes pierced Snape. At last, Snape gave another curt nod before standing up and announcing his leave. He turned away and walked towards the exit when Dumbledore once again spoke up. Thank you, Severus, and I am sorry for placing this burden on you. Snape slowed to a stop. In that moment of stillness, no words were exchanged. Snape's robes billowed, and he was off again. Scene break. Snape struggled in the air against the glowing red bindings wrapped tightly around his body, barely giving him the space to breathe freely. His struggles came to a stop when he was thrown onto the ground. He used his legs to push himself back as he dragged himself away from his captor, who was staring down at him. He soon felt the wall of the room he had been brought with him with his back. His eyes moved between the black-clad captor and the closed door. You should relax, Quinn said, seeing the disturbed Snape. It is too late for you to be thinking about returning back to the astronomy tower. Snape's eyes turned to him, and he shouted his demand, Release me this instant. You have no idea that what you're interfering with. I do understand what I am involving myself in, said Quinn. I don't know that you and Dumbledore have planned, but whatever it may be, I can't have you killing him today. Malfoy will not cast the spell, and Dumbledore will live past today. Snape's eyes turned into eggs, and his body went slack for a moment. His mouth opened and closed wordlessly before he finally asked, "Who are you? How did you?" There was no moment from Quinn, but Snape could feel the gaze trained on him. Then the black glove slowly raised up to the black mask, there was a double click, and then the hand lowered again, taking the mask with it. Snape's already wide eyes widened yet again as a tremor shot up through his body. Quinn West, he all but yelled. WW. What? Quinn stared down at his mask. It was a risk, he knew that, nevertheless. Good evening, Professor. I apologize for the injuries I caused during our duel, but I had to ensure that you were disarmed and disabled for me to take you away. Quinn noticed the confusion on Snape's face that had deepened as he had spoken. For the context of the situation, I am who they have come to call the invisible vigilante. Snape's breath caught, telltale signs that the realization had dawned on him. Today, Draco Malfoy allowed 6 Death Eaters entry to Hogwarts, and I made sure they were put to rest before they could complete their reason for visit, said Quinn. Right about now, Draco Malfoy is alone with the headmaster, and from what I know about those two, what I can see happening is Dumbledore successfully persuading Draco, bringing today to an end. Snape felt his head swirl. He felt a throbbing overcome as he tried to think of what he had just seen and heard. You swore an unbreakable vow with Lady Malfoy. How did you? Quinn shook his head with a smile. That is not of importance, Professor. What is of significance is that I can't allow you to go up there to kill the headmaster. Snape looked as if he wanted to say something, but Quinn continued. I do not wish to know if my assumption is right or not. As long as the Dark Lord walks this earth, the headmaster won't let himself die in vain. But I don't know about you might want to live past today by completing your vow. Unfortunately, that isn't the outcome that will lead to the least damage, so I have taken it upon myself to ensure that you broke your vow. Snape stared at his student of 7 years. Quinn had his head bowed and didn't dare meet eyes with him. You wish to kill me? Asked Snape, the tense energy in his body slowly draining. Quinn shook his head, his chin still tucked. There are a few minutes to midnight, and for all intents of the magic, if you fail to kill Dumbledore today, you will have failed to uphold the vow, and the penalty of failure will bring your life to an end. His voice trailed. What came next was unsaid. But Snape had no problems putting the unsaid into words. He spoke with a tired voice. If I don't die at midnight, you will kill me yourself. Quinn gave a short nod. What if I told you that I was never going to kill the headmaster? Asked Snape. Quinn shook his head. I have no way to verify your claim, Professor. I can look inside your mind, but it takes time and preparation to be entirely sure when the target is someone of your skill. I have neither of those. Soon this place would be crawling with Aurors and Order of Phoenix members, and when they find the Death Eaters or notice that you're missing, they will come looking. I can't be here in this attire when that happens. And when it comes to life and death, people's thoughts can change in a blink of a second. Snape stared at the ceiling above, myriads of thoughts roaming in his mind. Have you prepared yourself? Taking a life changes people, assuming I'm going to be the first one. I think I am, said Quinn breathily. There is a heavy pit in my stomach that I want gone, but with each passing moment, it only grows heavier. I don't know if this will change me, but this is something I have chosen for myself. Of all people who I thought who would kill me, I never thought it would be you, West, said Snape, but I guess I did think that the invisible vigilante might come for me. Quinn finally raised his head and gazed at Snape. The potions master looked resigned. He asked Snape if he could ask him a question. Snape nodded. Why did you never make peace with Lily Potter? I heard she tried to put the past behind, asked Quinn. I couldn't, said Snape. You already know so much, so you must know that I'm a double spy for both sides. If I grew closer to her, I would lose that position, and it was too precious for me to let it go. It was for her own good. Quinn bowed his head. He felt a buzz in his pocket. It was time, and he told Snape about it. I see, I prefer a quick, painless death if you could provide me with that, said Snape. The killing curse would be best for that? Quinn took out a pocket watch and clenched it tight in his hand. He watched as the minute and hour smoothly met at the top of the watch face, and a soft ping sounded when midnight arrived. Quinn didn't move and kept his eye on the watch as the minute hand did another round. Didn't you want to not to be seen? Said Snape. Quinn didn't respond and waited for another minute before he closed. He snapped the pocket watch close with a deep, deep sigh. Make it quick, said Snape, and shifted in his spot to get comfortable. Quinn slowly raised his palm to face Snape and could feel his heart threatening to beat itself to death. It was a pleasure learning under you, sir, said Quinn. Don't lie to a man about to die, said Snape before he closed his eyes. His last words were followed by a green light that flushed every corner of the room. The flap door to the astronomy tower's roof blasted open, and a crowd of people came bursting onto the top. A mix of Aurors and Hogwarts professors, all competent in their own rights, exploded onto the scene with wands whipped out, fully expecting to get involved in a fight. But the reality of the situation was the opposite. Albus McGonagall huffed in her night robes with a sleep cap on her head. On the roof stood in the middle were Albus Dumbledore kneeling on the floor with Draco Malfoy laying flat on the ground, his chest moving up and down. Albus Dumbledore kneeled in the middle with Draco Malfoy laying flat on the ground. The young Malfoy's chest heaved up and down, he had his eyes covered with his arm, and those straining who could hear above their own breathing could hear him mumbling something repeatedly. Everything is all right, good people, said Dumbledore with a smile. Draco here is just having a little bit of difficulty breathing. I'm sure he will be fine in a moment. Draco's hand weakly shot up and grabbed Dumbledore's robe. My mother, his eyes bore daggers into the older man. Emmeline, if you would, said Dumbledore to a lady in the crowd, about the thing we talked. Emmeline Vance, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, nodded and turned to other members who cleared out with her. They had the mission to one Narcissa Malfoy to rescue. Poppy, can you escort him to the hospital wing? I think he might also need a dreamless sleep potion for his comfort today, Dumbledore said as he stood up. The Mediwitch scurried to Draco's side. Within moments, he was on a stretched and being levitated out of the rooftop with an Auror escort. Albus, something terrible has happened, McGonagall spoke the moment she saw a chance. The Death Eaters? They dot. Draco tells me he had managed to sneak in some Death Eaters into Hogwarts. Yes, I'm aware of it. Dumbledore glanced at the Aurors and professors here present and frowned. The number of people present in front of him was strange. Are all the Death Eaters already captured? I did hear some sounds of fighting earlier. The people looked at each other awkwardly, making Dumbledore confused. Is something wrong? Albus, the Death Eaters were already captured before we could reach them, said McGonagall. We tried to look for them but couldn't find a trace of a single person with a Death Eater ensemble on their body or a darm mark on their arm. The only reason we could even found them was that a ghost discovered them on the 7th floor. What happened? He asked, confused. One of the Aurors in the crowd spat. The invisible vigilante happened. What do you mean? Dumbledore asked with eyes narrowed. On our way here, we came across obstructions. Seemingly every hallway that led to here was blocked by blocks of ice, some were even blocked twice or thrice. McGonagall sighed and shared a glance with others. And the hallway just outside that was blocked by a block of ice that was at least a couple meters thick. It took a joint effort to melt, cut, shear through it to get here. We even found another Death Eater on the stairs base. How did he get in? Dumbledore asked, his voice taking a serious note. McGonagall shook her head. She, or they, had no idea. Nothing pointed where the masked crusader came from or how did he leave or when he left. Dumbledore's mind swirled in thoughts. The invisible vigilante was an unknown factor he was not expecting to rise up for today. He looked up at the Aurors present on the scene and said, Aurors, if you could please keep this incident silent until morning. I would also talk to Amelia about this. The lead Auror stood in attention and nodded. Dumbledore flashed his patent smile but didn't wait for chit-chat. He gave a look to his deputy and walked away with his professors in tow. What is it? Is something wrong? I can tell something's wrong. McGonagall's wrong. Find where Severus is, Dumbledore said with urgency. No, wait. He paused and turned to Lily. Please get me the twins and ask them to bring the map with them. The words on Lily's tongue about her children died when she heard about her map. She nodded. I will get the map. I know how to use it, and she went off rushing. Is there something you want to tell us, Albus? Dumbledore turned to face his professors and started with a sigh. Severus took a vow, an unbreakable vow. Scene break. Dumbledore, the head of the houses, Lily Potter and 2 Aurors, James Potter and Sirius Black, stood in front of one of the many classrooms of Hogwarts. He's in there, said Lily with deep sadness in her eyes. The door is open, Sirius pointed out. He exchanged glances with James, who nodded. The 2 senior Aurors took out their wands, one spell later, and they were inside the room. The room was empty except for one thing. Severus Snape sat against the wall, his head bowed down, dressed in his black robes as if it was just another day, and he was ready to face it with all his dark, sneering, meanness. Yet the same man who was always at attention, his vulture gaze always glaring at any potential prey, with a poison vial on his tongue. The same man had his head bowed, back hunched, his long oily hair falling in the front of his face, nothing that would reflect what the man actually was. Everyone in the room knew that Severus Snape had promised an unbreakable vow. He had made a deal in the heat of the situation, knowing well that there was a chance it was almost inevitable that he wasn't going to be able to uphold the promises that his life depended upon. Albus Dumbledore was going to live, which meant that Severus Snape wasn't going to. Everyone knew that. And that's what happened. Severus Snape was dead. Yet, for some reason, Severus Snape had a beautiful spread of sparkling white lily flowers with lovely yellow stamens that only served to accentuate their beauty, spread over him as if serenading the man. Was he here? Sirius put the thoughts in everyone's minds into words. Did the invisible vigilante do this? James Potter stared at the flower spread and the man he had never liked. The man he loathed for putting his family in danger by whispering the prophecy into Voldemort's ears. The reason for his parents' death. He always thought he would feel joyous the day Snape would die, but that wasn't the case. There were no such emotions. He wasn't sad about the man's death, yet he wasn't happy about it. He turned to his wife and found her also staring, but he could see the sadness in her eyes, unlike him. Lily watched her estranged childhood friend. The first person she ever knew from the world she had ended up adopting, the one who had told her so much about it when she was just a naive girl with stars in her eyes, prepared for what was to come. She hated Snape for the danger he had put her children into. If it was just her, she could have thought differently, but not when it came to her children. Yet the same person was her friend. She couldn't stop the feelings from her formative years rising, the ones from before everything astray, and she had lost her best friend, and he had lost her. She stared at the lilies, and her feelings further complicated. She knew that while Snape had relayed the prophecy to Voldemort, he had also pleaded with Dumbledore for her safety, and she didn't know how to feel about that. Oh, Severus, Dumbledore walked to Snape with slow steps. He had been headmaster of Hogwarts for long decades. He had seen children enter his school and leave as adults. Snape held a special place in Dumbledore's heart as a student. When students graduated, he would seldom see them, only at events or in passing by. But Snape had entered his sanctuary when he was 11, and apart from the 2 turbulent years of war right after graduation, Snape had always been in Dumbledore's sight, first as a student, next as a peer. At novel bin at. He had come to trust the man. He had come to see that the troubled man with all his various faults had walked the road of redemption, not allowing himself the life's chore so that he could repent for the mistakes he had made. Dumbledore stared at Snape, a rare moment of dullness in his blue eyes. He had again failed another of his students. Dumbledore wondered if he could have done things differently. If he had done better, maybe Snape would have been alive, maybe even happy. "I'm sorry, Severus," he muttered, a teardrop entering his beard. "I am sorry." Scene break. The portrait door to the headboy suite opened, and Quinn stepped inside his room with heavy steps. Every step felt like he was walking in wet mud, pulling him down and becoming heavier with each step. The lights in the room turned up when he entered momentarily before turning down at a silent command from Quinn, plunging into cold darkness, something he felt he needed right now. Darkness could hide him, he thought. Quinn raised his hand to his chest. He looked at his hand, and he could still feel as if the green glow was still flashing from his palm. After staring at the palm of his hand, he tapped the chest, and noir that covered reverted back into the base state. It shrunk down into a triangular plate and fell onto the ground. He stared at it. The thoughts of picking it up passed his mind. It wouldn't take any physical movement from him. Just a single command and the noir plate could be in his hand or in his briefcase. Quinn didn't pick it up, leaving it on the floor. Instead, he walked to his bed and let himself fall into it. He laid on his stomach with his face to the side, staring at the single spot in the room illuminated by the moonlight stretching from the gap in the curtain. He had taken a human life. He had killed. Did he feel guilt? No. Was he going to give some excuse for justification? No. Was he utterly unbothered by it? No. He felt numb, as if his heart and mind had been stunted. There was no sadness, no horror, nor regret about taking life, nothing at all. It felt like a clemency had been turned up, and his emotions had been disconnected, yet he could tell that mind magic wasn't the reason behind his state. As he blankly stared at the moonlit spot in the room, his eyesight started to darken. He was tired. But sleep wasn't the thing that was taking over him. He was losing control. His time for in control of his own body had come to an end. As the darkness took over him, Quinn decided to close his eyes and go to sleep. He was tired, and right now, he couldn't feel anything. "Sleep, I will take care of it from here on. It's okay, I will take over for you." The castle was abuzz early in the morning. Students poured into the Great Hall, but unlike the usual morning lethargy, people walked in groups, talking among themselves in whispers and peeling their ears on what others were talking about. "Was your room locked last night?" Eddie asked. He moved around restlessly, looking around the hall. Quinn nodded his head. "I woke up when I heard the noise. I tried to see what was going on but couldn't open my door." Neither could we. The door refused to budge. Though I did get to see the dark mark in the sky. Barton's window had a clear view of it. It was mad creepy, I mean, ugh, the snake coming out of the skull's mouth. Looking at it made me feel like a snake would slither out of my mouth, disgusting. "I couldn't see it," said Quinn. "I have a great lakeside view, but not of the astronomy tower, a pity, really. I wanted to break the door but felt bad for the portrait outside, it would have been wrecked if I tried something." He had managed to isolate the ruckus of his fight with Fenrir Grayback on the 7th floor, but his fight with Snape had been anything but silent. The defense against the dark arts professor had thrown more dark curses and spells than all other Death Eaters combined. Quinn had to be on alert to make sure none of those nasty spells nicked him, so the thought of creating a sound barrier had not been the priority. Moreover, people breaking his ice barrier had also made noise. "Did they tell you anything about what happened last night?" Marcus asked Quinn. Quinn shook his head. "I went to the faculty office with Clarice Headgirl and the other 7th-year prefects, but the professors sent us away, told us they'd inform us after breakfast with everyone else." He jutted his chin towards the hall entrance where 2 prefects stood, sending people going out back into the hall. "We were also ordered to not let anyone leave the Great Hall." "Someone died," said Eddie, suddenly. Quinn froze for a moment before he relaxed his shoulder. Eddie continued, "I mean, Death Eaters only cast it when they kill someone, right?" "Who do you think died?" asked Marcus. "I asked around. All the dorms were closed just like ours, so it must be a faculty member." "When you went to the office, was there someone missing?" Eddie asked Quinn. At novel bin at. "There were a couple of them missing," said Quinn. He clenched his fist under the table. "But not all the professors come to the office first thing in the morning, so no use thinking about it. The professors are here," said Marcus. Quinn turned his eyes towards the back entrance of the Great Hall. It was a small regular-sized door near the faculty table. The entrance was used by some professors who preferred not to take the main entrance for their respective reasons. But today, all the professors, including Hagrid, who crouched to save his head, entered the Great Hall from the back entrance. The Great Hall lulled into whispers which were somehow louder than them talking usually. Their eyes followed the stream of professors as they walked to the faculty table and took their seats. Marcus had been watching the professors as they sat down just like everybody else was doing, but then his eyes widened as he noticed something off about what he was seeing. "Oh, one of them is missing," he said. Eddie's brows were squished together, but they rose up when he saw what Marcus was seeing. There was indeed only one professor missing from the bunch. Marcus' shocking revelation reached the ears of his neighbors and then set the trigger on what seemed like a complex, far-spreading domino chain that reached every corner of the Great Hall. In the time the professors took their seats, the whispers had blown up into full-blown heated discussions. Quinn didn't say anything. Instead, he watched the wall behind the faculty table. The Great Hall was usually decorated with 4 house colors. Today, however, there were black drapes on the wall behind the teacher's table. Quinn knew instantly that they were there as a mark of respect to Snape. Dumbledore ended Quinn's musings by standing up at the staff table. The Great Hall, which was boisterous in discussions, became very quiet. "All of you," said Dumbledore, looking around at them all, "must have heard or even seen that there was a dark mark over Hogwarts yesterday." He paused, and his eyes fell upon the Slytherin table. Theirs had been the most subdued table before he had gotten to his feet, and theirs was the saddest and palest faces after they had realized what had happened. "There is much that I would like to say to you all tonight," said Dumbledore, "but I must first acknowledge the loss of a very fine person, who should be sitting here." He pointed to an empty chair on the faculty table, "enjoying our feast with us. I'm sorry to inform all of you that last night, Professor Severus Snape passed away." The quiet that Dumbledore had commanded shattered and blusterous sound rushed into the Great Hall as if trying to fill a void left behind a vacuum. Stunned and frightened, every face in the hall was turned toward Dumbledore now. On the Slytherin table, people could be seen hugging each other, crying with bowed heads, and trying to comfort each other. Severus Snape might have been hated by most Hogwarts, but to Slytherin, he was everything a house could want from their head. He supported them, always took their sides, taught them how to behave like Slytherins, and was synonymous support symbol to all those who wore green. Quinn turned to his back. Daphne, Astoria, and Tracy sat directly behind him. Astoria was leaning into Daphne as her sister hugged her from the side while Tracy sat to their side with her head buried in her hands, hunched over the table. He wanted to go comfort them but held himself back. Right now, it felt like he would be an outsider going into something he didn't understand and wasn't a part of. "I will console her later," he thought while watching Daphne. And as the thought passed his mind, Quinn paused for a moment and waited for something he was expecting. But nothing happened. Yesterday, Dumbledore started again. A group of Death Eaters broke into Hogwarts to cause harm and sow disaster. "They appeared to have come to get rid of me." There were gasps, "and the fact that I'm standing in front of you safe and sound. It is clear that they failed and were captured. However, in that defeat, they took away the life of Professor Snape, who bravely faced them, but tragically sacrificed for the safety of the school." Quinn knew this was going to come. The truth of the matter couldn't come to light. If the fact that Snape swore an unbreakable vow to kill Dumbledore even became public knowledge, it would be a disaster and ruin Snape's reputation beyond all repair. That wasn't something the Order of Phoenix could do even if not well liked. Snape was still a member. His sacrifice would never be forgotten, so I would like you all, please, to stand and raise your glasses to Severus Snape. They did it, all of them. The benches scraped as everyone in the hall stood and raised their goblets and echoed, in one loud, low, rumbling voice, "Severus Snape." Quinn glanced back at the Slytherin table. His eyes searched for Draco, but the young Malfoy was nowhere to be found. It seemed that the Order had already hidden Draco. Hogwarts was no longer safe for Draco. If Draco could be a junior Death Eater, then others could be as well, and they might not have any qualms about taking a life, especially if their target was a betrayer. Severus was not the friendliest of person, but those who knew him were aware of his qualities that made him a great individual. Dumbledore continued. He was a good and loyal friend, even better confidant, a hard worker. He valued commitment and dedication above anything else. His death has affected you all, whether you knew him well or not. Dumbledore looked sad. His line of sight would always be forward, full of confidence, but today his eyes were lowered as he spoke to the students. Seeing their headmaster like this was a first for all. A sense of sadness for the most disliked person in Hogwarts spread through the hall. "Everyone in this hall," said Dumbledore, and his eyes lingered on the Slytherin students, "will be welcomed back here at any time, should they wish to come. Once again, I say to you all, in the light of Lord Voldemort's return, we are only as strong as we are united, as weak as we are divided. Lord Voldemort's gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great. We can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust. Differences in background and culture are nothing if our aims are identical and our hearts are open. It is my belief, and never have I so hoped that I am mistaken, that we are all facing dark and difficult times. Some of you in this hall have already suffered directly at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Many of your families have been torn asunder. Yesterday, an exemplary man was taken from our midst. Remember Severus Snape. Remember, if the time should come when you have to choose between what is right and what is easy, remember what happened to a man who was good, loyal, and brave because he strayed across the path of Lord Voldemort. Remember Severus Snape." Scene break. Quinn waved his hand over a sheet of paper. It wriggled over his palm and folded itself into a bird. The paper bird flapped its wings and flew away into the sky, heading into the building. On the other hand, he walked out of the castle to sit in the grass and get away from all the Snape talk that was happening no matter wherever he went. He wanted a moment of silence and peace. He looked around to find a comfortable spot with some shade. He didn't have to look for long, as there was one right in front of him, but the perfect spot was occupied. A smile appeared on his face. He wanted some alone time, but he guessed that some company wouldn't hurt. "Fancy seeing you here," said Quinn. Ivy Potter, who had been sitting under the shade of the tree with her back against the trunk, She opened her eyes and came across the smiling face of Quinn West. She blinked in surprise and sat up straighter. What? He asked. No, it's nothing. She shook her head. What is it? May I join you? Sure. Quinn smiled wider and sat down under the shade, but unlike Ivy, he laid down in the shade. Ivy continued to stare at Quinn, making him ask, is something wrong? There's something different about you, today, she said. Quinn chuckled. He took a deep breath and put his hands behind his head. I guess there's something different. The annoyance had been silent. Indeed, there had been nothing but silence. Ivy stared at Quinn. He was lying on his back with his eyes closed. A gentle wind made its way beneath the tree's canopy and ruffled their hair, adding to the coolness to the shade, shielding them from the sun's heat. You are staring, said Quinn, cracking an eye open to look at her. It's just surprising, she said. When was the last time you took the initiative to talk to me on your own accord? Usually, I'm the one who to start up our conversations. You're making me sound bad, he chuckled. I'm not lying, though. No, you're not. Then what changed today? Quinn shrugged. I wish I had a special reason. I came here to have some quiet away from the chatter. So you and decided to have some quiet time with you. Not that I'm complaining, believe me, I'm not. Shouldn't you be with Greengrass right now? Right now, the Slytherins are holed up in their dorms, so, yeah, said Quinn and then turned on his side to face Ivy. So, how's Gryffindor taking the news? Ivy shrugged. Ron tried to make fun of the situation, but no one laughed and then got pelted when he got annoying. It got really quiet in the common room, never expected that to happen for Snape. How do you feel about it? He must have made your life pretty miserable in his classes. You know I thought that too, said Ivy, pulling some grass. Dad and Sirius scared Harry and me about Snape when we were about to start our first year. How he didn't like Gryffindor and that he hated the Potters. And all of that was true. He doesn't like Gryffindor and hates Potters. But strangely, he never targeted me. He mostly ignored me for the most part. I have no idea why. Quinn gazed at Ivy. He could guess why. The resemblance between mother and daughter was much stronger than between daughter and father. I feel sad that he died, Ivy continued, even though he was miserable to literally everyone else who wasn't Slytherin and you, I guess. How do you feel about his death? I don't know actually. I feel mostly numb. What's with that? Quinn sat up and dragged himself to sit against the tree beside Ivy. Enough of that, let's talk about something else, he said. Why are you doing this? Quinn internally smiled as he heard the voice lacking strength. You know why I'm doing this. If you want to be like this, go find Daphne. Why are you targeting her? Come on, don't be like this. Isn't this more thrilling? No, it is not. Here I thought, you'd be a little more bothered with what happened yesterday? You think I am not? Quinn yelled inside while continuing to talk to Ivy with a smile. I have to put up a normal front while you hide inside wallowing in the dark. I'm warning you, don't take that course with me. Just leave her alone. I'll stay quiet. I'm not really in the mood to fight with you anyway. Just go jack off in the room? Yeah, about that not going to happen. We want her, don't we? What? Power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, he quoted. The West family name already granted us with enough social and financial power, and that was already too much. But no, we're getting stronger and more skilled with magic with time. We would reach a level where our personal power would allow us to roam around pretty much unfettered. And yeah, I don't really want to get drunk on power, you know. What? Wait, I don't understand. It seems you have some sort of confusion about the sins. I am not pride who wants his ego stroked every other second. I don't want people around me to be yes men. I am not envy who would think that anyone who disagrees with me is just jealous. Or even wrath, who would absolutely blow up if someone is a tad bit annoying. I am you just a lot more interested in the gentler sex. His eyes glimmered as he laughed along with Ivy. So before I go down that road, I need some sort of anchor. And you think this anchor is Ivy Potter? Now, you're just trying to act dumb. For someone like us, getting people who will honestly say the truth is hard. We got lucky with our friends, but how long do you think that'll continue? Even among those good people, Daphne, our girlfriend, the person who's supposed to be closest to us, is the subservient type, and we love that about her. She's always so supportive, but we need someone who's going to challenge us to act as the anchor I talked about. And out of all the people, no one else but Ivy has questioned our actions so consistently. Keeping her close will be beneficial to us in the long run, and well, even you can't deny that she's quite lovely. You're going to ruin my relationship with Daphne? Ah, don't worry about that. You already rolled the ball on that one. At novel bin at. Quinn turned his eyes towards the castle with a smile. Daphne walked towards them. Her pace hurried as she saw Quinn and Ivy sitting close together under the tree. Quinn, what are you doing here, with her? Daphne said, eyeing Ivy with a vigilant eye. She raised the creased-up sheet of paper in her hand. You sent for me to come here. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about something, said Quinn. What the hell are you planning? I'm helping you, of course, he said. Didn't you want to Daphne the dirty little truth? I'm going to do you a favor and do the job instead of you. Stop. I will do it on my own. Don't mess with my life, you shitty fake. Quinn closed his eyes and took a deep breath to settle the sudden bout of headache. That's why I didn't want to come so down the line, Quinn said to the one trapped inside the soulscape. If you're to blame someone, then blame Greed. He's the one who wanted this done. I really don't want to do this, you know, I really don't, but I need to or he will. Quinn stood up and dusted himself. He took a few steps forward till he was standing equidistance from both girls. He glanced at both of them once before turning to Daphne. "You remember that I wanted to tell you something and asked you to wait for some time before I could tell you," said Quinn. "It's a secret that I have been hiding for a long time." "Stop." The moment Ivy heard those words, her eyes widened. She hastily got just as Quinn dropped a bomb. "Shut up. I kissed Ivy last year," said Quinn even with a splitting headache. "I'm going to gut you and believe me, I'm going to enjoy it? Bloodthirsty much? Did killing Snape awaken something inside you?" "What?" Daphne uttered with a stunted expression. "Last year, we were alone. One thing led to another, and we ended up kissing," said Quinn. He noticed that the voice had gone silent once again. He bowed his head and continued, "I am sorry for hiding it from you and not telling you for so long." A score of emotions went through Daphne's emotions, surfing everywhere from sadness to betrayal, finally settling on anger with emotion draining from her face. "Who started it?" she asked, her voice cold. It reminded Quinn of before Daphne had warmed up to him, just much worse. "Doesn't matter," she turned her cold gaze to Quinn, "I will come to you later." Daphne turned to Ivy. "You knew that he was taken, everyone knew that we were together, so don't try to deny that, and you still did this." Her wand came out. Ivy, too, took her wand out in response. Quinn, seeing that, stepped in front of Daphne and placed a hand on her wand arm to gently direct it down. "Daphne, please calm down, there's no need to point." Daphne pushed him away and glared at him. Her eyes were glistening as she pointed her wand at him. "Give me one reason I shouldn't curse you here and now." Quinn once again stepped close to her and again lowered her raised wand arm. This time, she didn't resist and even let him take her wand away. She raised her other hand and punched him in the shoulder repeatedly. Why would you do that?" she said between her punches. "I trusted you." "I am sorry, I made a mistake," said Quinn with a genuine apology in his tone. "Please forgive me, I am really sorry." Quinn brought her closer as she kept on hitting him and hugged her. As he tightly hugged her, a strange smile appeared on his face. But then, the smile froze, and Quinn's expression turned from confidence to panic and horror. His eyes dimmed for a split second before they went normal. Tranquility appeared on his face as he stroked Daphne's back and whispered his apologies into her ear with magic weaved into his voice, manipulated his body temperature, trying anything and everything that would best calm Daphne. Inside the soulscape, Quinn sat slumped beside the soul. Yesterday, he had taken a life for the first time. Life of a person who didn't deserve to die. Today, one of the bedrocks of his life had been shaken. He hadn't been there to do it himself or even able to stop it. "You didn't want to stop it," a corner of this thought whispered the treacherous words to him. "You were glad that you didn't need to do it on your own." Quinn grabbed his head and hugged it to his knees. He was so out of it that he didn't notice that suddenly the blackness that plagued his soul was gone, and it was back to its golden state with only a few muddled black spots. The spotty walls that had improved after envy had been removed opened up, and only varying shades of yellow remained. "You know, I don't think the situation is as bad as you think." Quinn tried not to respond. He kept his eyes closed and his head down. But he couldn't restrain his anger at the ridiculous words spoken. "You fuck." He raised his head up and all but growled at the personification of his sin in front of him, only for his words to die in his throat when he saw the figure in front of him. "Hello, it's finally nice to meet you. My name is Quinn West, but you might better know me as Greed." "Hello, it's finally nice to meet you. My name is Quinn West, but you might better know me as Greed." Quinn stared at the copy of himself glowing in a yellow hue. He couldn't take his eyes off the person in front of him. The other personifications, when they appeared in front of him, were all dressed in a simple black shirt and black pants. But not the one in front of him. Greed wore Quinn's favorite suit, looking how Quinn would want himself to look. "I know I look good, but come on, you're making me shy," said Greed with a smile. Quinn's eyes darkened. He slowly got up and faced the figure in front of him. "Where is Lust?" he asked. "Bring him out. I have a couple words for him." "Ah, that won't be possible, unfortunately. Lust is, let's just say busy. I don't care what or where he is. Switch out with him. I just want to talk to him." Greed laughed. "We both know that's not true. He really did mess things out there." Quinn gritted his teeth, and the soulscape trembled for a moment. Greed turned his eyes around the space, a plain expression flashing over his face for a split second before he went back to smiling. "Don't you act like you had nothing to do with it," Quinn said, clenching his fists. "I heard what he said that he didn't want to do, that you made him do it." An aura of magic started to leak out of Quinn as he glared at Greed. "So tell me what you have to say for yourself." "Of course, Lust didn't want to do it," said Greed, matter-of-factly. "Why would that ball of lechery want to tell Daphne? If not for me, he would have taken decision making the situation much problematic than now." Greed's attitude was started to get on Quinn's nerves. His life had taken a turn for the worst in the past couple of days, and this was, without doubt, the worst part of even that time. "I did tell him to talk to Daphne," Greed continued, "but how would have I known that he would do in front of Ivy? Everything was going great. He headed to a quiet place, called her there, but then he got distracted by Ivy. If not for all his blood going through his lower body, he would have diverted the situation or postponed it, but that idiot didn't. What a mess. Why would you ask him to do that in the first place? Isn't it obvious?" Greed smiled. "Because I love Daphne." Quinn froze. For a second, all his anger and steam fizzled out, to be replaced with a stunned vacuum. The words didn't come to his mind, much less his tongue, and all he could for a moment was stare. You don't love Daphne. I love her. The only reason you only feel that way if you're not lying, that is because you were born with me as the base. Greed shrugged, seemingly not bothered by Quinn's jab. And I can't do anything about. I was born as I was. The only thing I can do is to take what I have and work with it. And well, if there isn't something I lack I will just get it, he said with a pleasant smile. I was born with the love for Daphne, all of us were born with that. I couldn't sit and see her being kept in the dark while you and the others fought with each other. I asked Lust if he could do me a solid, and he being the good bloke he was, agreed with me. Was the good bloke he was. Greed's eyes slowly opened as he went, oops, as if he had been caught doing something naughty. You know how I said that Lust was busy? Yeah, about that. He isn't busy, he just doesn't exist anymore. A wide, elongated thin-lipped smile stretched on Greed's face that looked the same as Quinn's. He doesn't exist anymore. Yup, I gave him one simple job. He couldn't even do that properly. Greed shook his head with a sigh. So, after I ate gluttony, I decided that I don't really need lust, so I popped him in as well. Quite exquisite both of them. Quinn felt a blockage in his throat. He tried to speak but felt like someone had laid inside that stopped the words from coming out. He stared at Greed with an incredulous gaze. You ate gluttony. Ironic, isn't it? I ate the glutton. Well, while I say I ate both of them, it was more like absorbing all of their essences, but who cares about the semantics? Quinn felt a headache come over him. He asked Greed how it was possible. Oh, it's possible, all right, said Greed. I won't go into detail about our composition, I mean, why would I? But it's not just me, any of us could have done that. No one did it because it would have been a problem, as any attempt to subsume another would have brought about retaliation from the others, and that would have turned out badly for the perpetrator. How was I able to do it, you ask? Quite easily, actually. With only 3 of us remaining, the threat had decreased significantly. Neither Lust nor Glutton was strong enough to oppose me even if they teamed up. I'm a strong boy, after all. I saw the need to buff myself up a little, so I did what I saw as necessary. What you say is necessary. For what? To take over, what else would it be? The initial aim of Eversin was to take over the body and become the driver, the only driver. That, of course, wouldn't have been possible with 7 of us, so we decided to take turns being in charge. Pride went first, I guess that was to be expected. We expected that you'd retaliate, his nose scrunched up, but the strength of your retaliation was something we underestimated. When you started to pick them off, we got worried, especially Envy Few, you straight up stabbed him. But then you offed Snape, and things started to look good for the final 3 and very very good for me. Greed straightened out his suit jacket and continued, now, I would love to talk to you more. Well, not really, but I have to go handle the situation outside while I can still get something out of it. There was an excited grin on his face as he said that. You are not going anywhere, said Quinn with a grave voice. You all ruined my life, I'm going to fix it up before you wreck it beyond repair. Half a dozen golden blades crackled into the soulscape, all of their razor-edged tips pointed at Greed. They vibrated, creating a terrible sound that seemed like it wanted to rip the fabric of reality itself. Greed stared at those blades with calm eyes. He looked down towards Quinn, titled his head, and smiled. Quinn's eyes narrowed. He waved his hand down, and the blades whistled towards Greed, who didn't move. He apparently didn't need to move as the blades suddenly shattered before they could even sniff the air around Greed. The 2 matched eyes. Greed shook his head and turned away. Quinn raised his hand again. A dozen blades again appeared in the space and whistled towards their target again. Greed paused, and the moment he stopped, the blades shattered like glass. At novel bin at. I'm going to forgive that, said Greed. He turned his head sideways, lazily looking at Quinn. However, punishment is in order. No one gets in my way of getting what I want. Golden chains burst from the formless ground of the soulscape. Before Quinn could even react, the chains looped around his arms and legs. He was ruthlessly yanked down to the floor, forced to kiss the floor. Be a good boy, and I will make your stay in here as comfortable as I can. Greed's voice echoed in Quinn's ears as he struggled to get up just to make the chains coil around tighter, tensing him closer to the ground. Quinn thrashed around before he started losing strength and could only down on the ground helplessly. He tried to focus his attention outside in the real world, but his nerves almost popped when he couldn't peer outside like he usually could. Greed had blocked him out. And just when Quinn thought he was truly alone ever since losing control, he heard, I was not expecting this. Scene break. Hey, said Quinn softly to the girl in his arms, who had stopped struggling, maybe because she couldn't escape or perhaps she had just gotten tired. He slowly let her go, hoping that she wouldn't run away. Daphne didn't run away. She stood there without moving, her head resting against his chest. Would you give me a chance, please, he said. Daphne's response didn't come for a while. Quinn waited for it patiently, his ears picking up the crunching of grass behind him. What do you want to speak? Daphne said softly. Give me a chance to explain, and I promise to not give any excuses. Daphne's head left Quinn's chest. She looked up at him with her blue, which had turned red on the corners. She stepped away from him but showed no indication that she wanted to go away. Quinn took that as a positive and stepped aside so that he could face both Ivy and Daphne. Ivy nervously looked at Daphne and Quinn. There was a smudge of envy in her eyes at the sight of Quinn paying so much care and attention to Daphne. She had seen it many times throughout the year, had wondered what it felt like. She had tried to move past her feelings without much success. Why did you kiss her? Daphne opened up the conversation without beating around the bust. Quinn glanced to the side briefly. Daphne picked on that slight movement. She turned to Ivy with narrowed eyes. You kissed him first, didn't you? Her tone made Ivy's eyes crinkle a little. When did this happen? She asked. The very end of the last year, said Quinn. He sighed. She found one of my secrets earlier in the year. A promise was made, and we found ourselves alone. She surprised me with a kiss and I ended up kissing her back. A secret. Daphne's gaze turned graver. Quinn nodded. There are places in Hogwarts that only I know of. I have been exploring them for years. He looked at Ivy. She by chance found me entering one and followed after me. I ended up sending her away, but not without promising to give her a tour when I was done. It was during the tour when it happened. Daphne immediately asked more about the secret. Quinn ended up sharing with both the girls about the cursed vaults, leaving out the particulars. Daphne glanced at Ivy, giving her a slight glare. The fact that Ivy knew something about Quinn that she herself didn't know clearly didn't sit well with her. Why did you kiss her back? Daphne asked. Her stern eyes turned softer and vulnerable as she asked, are you? The rest she couldn't speak. Quinn nodded after a pause. Daphne closed her eyes while Ivy's green sparkled like emeralds. Do you even like me anymore? Asked Daphne, her fist clenched tight. Yes, I do, said Quinn with a bit more power. I beg you, please don't doubt that. While Daphne didn't look any better, Ivy's enthusiasm did dim slightly. Leave us, Daphne said. No, ordered Quinn. I want to talk to her alone. I have to see whose fault this was. Quinn contemplated if he should interject, but seeing Daphne, he refrained and silently nodded before turning to walk away. Do not use magic in any way to listen on us, Daphne sounded out, her voice warning and threatening at the same time. Remove what you just cast. Quinn halted in his steps. He snapped his fingers to remove the spell that Daphne had clearly found out by guessing. Even with the current circumstances, if there was one thing not to be doubted, it was Daphne Greengrass knew Quinn West. Quinn walked away to a distance out of earshot. He closed his eyes and waited, hoping the result would be what he was expecting. If not, then he would just need to get it another way. No one was going to stop him from getting what he wanted. I was not expecting this. Quinn cranked his neck up. To his utter surprise, his eyes caught the sight of dragonhide boots. He shifted his body, bearing the stress of the chains tightening, to look up even further to find himself looking upon a person dressed in black. His eyes turned into frisbees, for even in his wildest of dreams had he expected Severus Snape, the person he had just killed, would manifest in front of him in his own soulscape. It wasn't a dream, but it could have been very well a nightmare. Did greed make you somehow? Quinn couldn't remove his eyes from the face of the man that looked so real. You wouldn't tell me even if you were, he sighed in self-deprecating. You're here to haunt me, aren't you? Go ahead, you deserve that much. Quinn stared at the ghost's face, a thin man with sallow skin and a large, hooked nose, straight-thinned lips, and dark, penetrating eyes that resembled tunnels, all framed by shoulder-length hair. Even the flowing black robes were so hauntingly similar to the real deal. Snape looked down at Quinn in stoic silence until he finally spoke. I expected more from the man who defeated me in a duel, especially more from by whose hands I ended up dying. Quinn lowered his head and pressed the side of his face on the floor, looking away from Snape. He couldn't give two squats about what Snape thought about him, but the question was valid. He right now wasn't even close to his usual self, much less his best self. It's strange, but I have been watching, said Snape, and I have to say I was quite surprised you were going through this ordeal of yours. However, I thought with your actions as the invisible vigilante, your conviction would have been stronger. It's disappointing to see that someone like that has fallen to this level. Quinn didn't move or even twitch. He laid on the floors with chains around him. But I suppose you see what you expect to see. I thought you were different from all other dunderheads, but you're just like every one of those idiots. Quinn snapped his head up and was ruthlessly yanked down by the chains. He forced his head up with the links digging into his neck. I just went through pride and wrath the other day. I'm not free from feeling those emotions, so I suggest that you don't go down this route. Tell Greed that this joke of his is not amusing. Tell him that I will stay quiet, so there's no need to continue this distasteful joke. Oh, and what would you do about it? I'm not going to stop myself from calling what I see is just pathetic. Quinn felt his anger rise up. He would have taken the indictments about killing Snape lying down because they were true. He would have apologized to the man's ghost. But to hear that he hadn't tried to fight against the sins was an insult that he couldn't take. What do you know? You became a slave to an egotistical megalomaniac snake and bent your knee in begging to an old manipulative bastard. I, you foolish child, have deceived one of the greatest wizards of all time, making myself one of his trusted generals while being in his service of an accomplished legilimens with a head of secrets that could have gotten me killed. I had become significant enough that Albus Dumbledore, the walking image of all good, risked his reputation to give me a Death Eater, who has spilled blood of innocence shelter in a school full of children. Until my death, I was well and good and made the best of my situation. And what have you done? Struggle against something that doesn't even exist. I could do both of that, and I could do them now, spat Quinn. As if. You can't even deal with yourself and escape from a simple mess that you have idiotically created for yourself. You won't last a single day in my situation. You would be painfully slaughtered by the Dark Lord, and Dumbledore would lead you by the nose until you couldn't tell if your actions were truly yours or something he planned for you. It was as if the lid over a pot of boiling water popped because of the rising steam. The soulscape shook as Quinn pushed himself off the ground. The chains that bound him snapped by the links, shattering into pieces in the vain effort of trying to hold the owner of the soulscape down. Listen here, you overgrown bat, said Quinn, pushing his face near Snape's. I don't want to hear all of this shit from someone who couldn't stop pining for a girl who was nice to the miserable little boy. Yeah, it was romantic and honorable for a while, but come on, it has been more than a decade. Snape's expression didn't change. Instead, he stepped back and gave Quinn a look over. Here, I thought you enjoyed the floor a bit too much. What? Quinn paused mid-outburst. There were no chains around him, nor was he pressed against the floor. His feet were on the floor, standing him up. How he looked up at Snape, who was looking back at him with unimpressed eyes. Look around yourself, said Snape simply. Quinn looked. It took him a beat, but he realized what Snape implied. The soulscape had come a long way from the initial blackened state. The white was still tainted with a thick yellow, but the vibe that Quinn could feel was much better. He turned back towards the soul, and his eyes widened when he saw that it had regained much of its beautiful golden color, and except for some muddiness, it looked as if it hadn't been touched by the sin curse. It seems that my death was enough for you to miss that you had recovered much of your soulscape, Snape sounded. You should get a better handle yourself if you are going to continue with your other secret job. You were struck just at the right times that you weren't aware of the control you actually had. Quinn turned to Snape with wide eyes. You're not greed's working, are you? You're the real deal, the real Severus Snape. That seems to be the case. At novel bin at. But how? Snape shook his head. Unfortunately, I don't know. I remember being executed by the killing curse, but after that, I have no inkling of how I can talk to you here, he said, but I somehow know it was because of the killing curse and something in your possession. Quinn furrowed his brows in thought. The killing curse and something in my possession, he thought. A memory of reading entered his mind. In the little Hangleton graveyard, Voldemort dueled Harry Potter after his revival. Their magic met, and the ghosts of the people murdered by Voldemort emanated out from the clash of the spells. Quinn turned to Snape and wondered if this was the same phenomenon. He had, after all, forcefully expunged Snape's soul using the killing curse. But what about something in my possession? Quinn wondered. The answer came to him like a bolt of blue lightning. His hand went to his chest, and while it wasn't there, he knew what it was. The Resurrection Stone. It was his only possession that was related soul. I think I know why you're here, said Quinn, rubbing his forehead, but I can't be sure. Doesn't matter, said Snape. I couldn't be bothered by something I have no control over. The subject of true importance is that I have to get you out of this mess. Quinn continued to stare at Snape with a complicated and incredulous gaze. Greed has used some clever tricks to have you stuck here. But I think I can help you get out of here and get rid of greed while doing it. How do you know all of this? Snape paused. I do not have any memories after my death. One moment I was seeing the green of the killing curse, the next, I was here. However, I somehow am aware of what has happened with a few people, and for some reason, you're one of those people. I suppose I kept a check on my killer in the afterlife. I can't remember. And it seems there is no secret to the dead. There weren't many things Quinn couldn't understand, but this was one of those things he couldn't wrap his mind around. Now, let's not waste any more time. You have to follow my lead so that you can help me. Quinn frowned. It didn't make sense. I'm dead, Mr. West. I can't directly do anything. It's against the natural law, and I don't fancy breaking them, even if I could. All I can provide you is an advantage that you can leverage into defeating greed. Quinn nodded. He could use some help. He couldn't see defeating greed without help. But I will need something in return, said Snape. What? Asked Quinn with a surprise. He hadn't expected this. I'm not going to hand my body over to you if that's what you want. I have no desire for your body, you fool, said Snape, sneering. I need a promise from you. I'm not swearing an unbreakable vow with the dead. Snape was not amused. He stared at Quinn with a look that thoroughly looked down on him. Just your word would do. I hope you're not going to deny me the man who you killed. A simple promise. If it is something I can do, I will give you the promise for it. Quinn sighed. I don't even know if you're real or not. You could just be a figment of my imagination. There is a war on the horizon, said Snape. The Dark Lord is not going to hide any longer, especially after failing to kill Dumbledore. Wars are never pretty, and no one is spared from some consequences. I want you to promise that you will protect some people for me. 2 people. Lily Potter and Ivy Potter. Quinn's eyes widened. He said, you are already dead even now. Snape's eyes softened, and he uttered a single word, full of regality, always. Quinn's jaw couldn't drop any faster. He didn't even know how he had walked himself into this. I will try to ensure their safety, he said after recovering. Snape's eyes narrowed, but Quinn didn't budge. Snape scoffed but nodded. So, how are you going to help me? Snape started. Greed, as you call him, has blocked you out from what's happening outside. Quinn tried to look outside, but he was still blocked. Thinking about what was happening brought him the anxiety momentarily forgotten because of the shock of coming across the dead man. Just the thought of greed interacting with Daphne and Ivy made him want to throw up. But in doing that, he has also blocked his internal vision, continued Snape. He can look inside anytime he wants, but that would allow him to do the same. He hasn't done that, and I don't think he's going to do. After all, his entire aim of springing what going outside was to weaken you. Quinn didn't respond. Greed had said that he was doing it because of Daphne, and that could be a reason, but it wasn't the sole reason. As Snape had said, Quinn knew that the timing was to send him into a rut, and despite having that realization, Greed's actions had the intended effect. You're going to use this vision block, and when he comes back, you're going to strike. Quinn watched from the far side at the two girls who seemed to be in deep discussion. At least he hoped it was a discussion and not an exchange of scathing words. He focused on their lips. Alas, they were neither facing him, nor it would have helped as he lacked the skill to read lips. Quinn's magic twitched under his impulsive commands, ready to launch a number of nifty spells ranging from enhancing his ears to picking up distant voices or sound magic to snatch their conversation and carry it over to his side. He contemplated, but he rested his magic after a moment of thought. It was difficult going against his own flawed nature, but unlike his brothers, he was capable of restraining himself with some effort, all thanks to the contribution of his two very generous brothers. His thoughts took a walk to distract himself from the honestly nerve-wracking conversation before him and wandered to wondering what was happening inside the soulscape. The original was bound there with the help of magic. Ah, magic, it's so wonderful. Quinn breathed a sigh of contentment. The range of magic under his fingertip was absolutely exhilarating and ecstatic. It couldn't, in 1,000 years, compare to what he had when he was nothing but a voice in the back of the head. Back to the original. He had bound him up as a punishment for trying to the unsightly assault. He had been nothing but kind to the original. The additional penalty was blocking the original's view outside. Quinn's brow furrowed. The original was as resourceful as a handyman's toolkit with a cockroach's persistence. The original didn't have the assortment of magic usually available to him in the soulscape, an advantage for the Sins. Despite that, he had been able to get his voice project out of the soulscape while they were in control. It had been the downfall of two of his brother, Wrath and Envy. But that much wasn't enough to surpass expectations. What actually surprised him was the control over soul magic that seemingly came out of nowhere. The stab in Envy's back was sudden enough to send a tremor in the remaining Sins, causing him to go ahead with his plan of subsuming lust and gluttony. A wise decision, as the original's access to magic jumped when he subsumed his brothers. He wasn't as strong as 3 Sins, but enough that he could keep the original down. Maybe I should try telling him that Daphne broke up with me, he thought. Contemplating how the pros and cons of the situation, on the one hand, it would definitely be a substantial hit on the original's mental state, putting a hamper on his abilities, but on the other hand, he will have to block the view every time Daphne was as much as mentioned in a conversation. Too much blocking would only serve to raise the original's suspicion. He clicked his tongue. If he could get rid of the original this instant, he would have deceived him about Daphne to strike when the target was at its weakest. But he had no method to get rid of the original. He was a prisoner that couldn't be executed. Beat up, sure, but not executed. The risk wasn't worth the unguaranteed returns, he decided. He would leverage another situation when one came in the future. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw Daphne walking towards him. He straightened up. Her every step was more nerve-wracking than facing the angry original's barrage of soul-shearing blades. What do you like about her? The question came even before Daphne's feet stopped on the ground. He gazed at Daphne, a flash passing through his eyes. He studied her, mulling his answer for the best effect. I need someone who questions me and can keep me in check, he said. The dynamic between Ivy and I is such that she doesn't take my words as right as many do. She will question me until she's satisfied. Call me out if something doesn't make sense. I need that. And you're saying that I can't provide that. Our relationship dynamic is different. In my heart, you represent a pillar of support who I know will back me with whatever I do. Something I also so dearly need. But I also think that more often than not, you will support whatever choice I make, and those times when you do are enough for me to be worried. She's the anchor I need to ensure that I don't end up going down a path with no returns. Daphne glared at him, her face becoming colder by the second. Is that it? You need her because she is of some use to you? Then she can be a confidant. Why does she need her? Tempo rose until Daphne breathed to calm herself down and stared at Quinn. I'm attracted to her, and she is to me, he said, maintaining firm eye contact. Will you be comfortable with her close to me? Daphne closed her eyes, scrunched up in a frown. She took a deep breath before opening her eyes. Slap. She slapped him tightly with a wide swing. Quinn made no efforts to dodge it, taking it as intended. He didn't lower his head and stared at her with his intentions clear for her to see. Daphne turned away and walked back to Ivy, who was looking at them from a distance. Her eyes widened when she saw and heard the slap. Quinn raised his hand and caressed his cheek. It stung, but he felt good about it. It was always better when Daphne showed more heated emotion than withdrew into her icy shell. He got back to watching the two girls. It was a risky move on his part. He could lose both. Daphne could dump him. Ivy might not like his choice and approach and finally decide that she wasn't interested. The original would have never gone through this, not in a million years. This desire had stemmed from the original, but something that was fated to stay dormant until forgotten. But he was different. If Quinn West wanted something, no one was going to deny him. Quinn waited for what felt like close to 3/4 of an hour. It looked like the discussion had been reached its conclusion because Daphne and Ivy walked to him. He studied their face. Daphne looked like she had a lot to say while Ivy's lips were stopping themselves from curling up. He knew that instant that his bid had been successful. I'm in a mood where that face of yours irritates me. Daphne's words made him restrain his expression. She continued, I should dump you here and now, but I just can't. Daphne's face was a strange mix of sharpness and vulnerability. I do not if this is even something I should entertain, but I'm going to give this a chance. She looked into his eyes, so please don't make me regret this, please. Quinn stepped close to her in an instant and grabbed her hand. You will never regret this, I promise, he said sincerely. His greed had obviously hurt her. I love you, he said. Daphne stared up at him with her blue eyes full of emotion. For a moment, when Daphne's reply didn't come, he felt his heart drop, but it was only a moment as she raised her hand and softly stroked the same cheek she had slapped. I love you too, she said, but then followed with, I need some time. Quinn's grip on her hand tightened. He didn't like the sound of that. It's not like that, she said with weakness in her eyes. I am tired, with what happened yesterday and now. I'm going back to the dorms and talk to Tracy about what happened here. You can expect her to come blowing steaming with her wand. He gazed at Daphne. He raised her hand in his hand and kissed it. I am very lucky, aren't I? Yes, you are, she said. Daphne tiptoed and kissed him on his cheek and then whispered into his ear, if you leave me for her, I will do everything in my power to make you regret it. She moved away and gave him a good long look before walking away towards the castle. He gazed at her all the way until she was no longer visible. Only after that did he turn to Ivy, who was staring at him with a complicated gaze. While I'm grateful, he spoke, may I know why you agreed? I was expecting you to curse me for even bringing it up. It happened so suddenly that I didn't get the time to think that, said Ivy. If you need more time, you can take it. Making a decision in a hurry to regret it later will not do any of us good. Ivy shook her head. I have decided to give this try. It's strange, you know. At first, I never thought I could ever look at you with anything other than dislike, but here we are. I'm in a relationship with you who already has a girlfriend and it's Daphne, no less. Never thought my first relationship would be like this. I sprung this on you without warning. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, she cut him off. I don't know if this will be a success or if this is a good idea to start with. I don't know why I agreed. There's no reason expressible for it, it is just what is. She shrugged. If I feel like this is not working, I will walk away as if it was any other relationship. I said this before, I will say it again. You're not going to regret it. I really hope so, Ivy said with a blooming smile. He stepped forward. Ivy's eyes widened as her body language turned shy. She didn't move away. He drew her toward him with his eyes. She inclined her face toward his, and he laid his mouth on hers, which was like a freshly split open fig. For a long time, he kissed Ivy and conveyed his feelings to her about how he thought of her decision to be a wise one. Oh okay, Ivy pulled back, her palm on his chest, slightly out of breath. She had her head dipped away from Quinn. Can we dub this our first kiss rather than the last one? He asked, smirking, wondering if absorbing lust had some pleasant side effects. Ivy nodded absent-mindedly before she realized what she had affirmed, and the blush turned to a burning red. After a while, the time to part had come. Can I also expect Hermione to come after with some nasty surprises? He asked. Maybe even Harry. No, I'm going to keep this under wrap for now, Ivy continued when she saw his expression. I'm not hiding this because I'm not sure of this, it's just that I don't want to listen to Hermione harp and I don't want this to go to Harry, Dad, and especially Mom just yet. Probably after we have spent more time together. Are you fine with that? You're making a compromise here. I'm going to follow whatever you want. After working out a few details, Quinn bid Ivy goodbye. She went to the castle, leaving Quinn still on the grounds. He waited a while before finally opening the block over the soulscape. Hey, so I have some good news, he said. I was able to. He stopped when he saw the original standing with no chains on his body, staring at him with a dull expression. How he felt the tap on his shoulder and on extinct. He turned, and the sheer shock wasn't the word enough to describe his feelings as he saw Severus Snape standing behind him. You're in my way to attaining my needs, and I can be very greedy. Greed staggered back a step when he saw Snape's visage with his face painted with shock. Snape stared at the man in front of him. You do indeed look identical, he said, his eyes peering at Greed. I think you two can give those unsufferable Weasley twins a run for their money. It's good that I can differentiate the two of you because of this yellowish aura around you. I do not like to deceived. Greed showed no movement and continued to stare at Snape with a shock on his face. The personification looked as if someone had sucked all the blood out of his body, leaving him pale and ghastly. Snape took a step forward, and Greed took a step back. He seemed to snap out of his shock as he hastily turned towards Quinn. How did you do, th? His eyes widened as his pupils shrunk. Greed watched as Quinn stood close to him with his hand holding a long golden blade held his both hands firmly. The blade was thrust forward. The soul blade going through Greed's body made for a sickening scene, even if it lacked the bloody gruesomeness. Greed turned to completely face Quinn as he staggered back, his eyes going to the tip of the solid golden blood coming out of his body. His face crumpled in concentration. The golden blade broke into soft beads of firefly lights. Quinn had no intention of letting Greed take his time. He stepped forward with rays of light bending into the shape of a golden knife grasped in his raised hand. His face twisted in aggression as, with a primal grunt, he stabbed Greed in his chest. With a schlick, the knife was pulled out and then sheared again into Greed's body. Once more, twice, thrice, and then again. With each brutal knife thrust, Quinn grunted with hate, channeling it into every stab. Greed somehow managed to raise his leg and kick Quinn back. It was weak, and Quinn only went back a couple steps. Greed jarringly made some distance between them and made a slapdash half-turn towards the other person to guard himself against another backstab. But Snape had no move from his place, watching placidly as the violence unfolded. Quinn watched Greed. Unlike Envy, who had gone down with one strike, Greed remained standing, albeit shakily. It seems absorbing other sins had granted Greed increased durability, he thought. How? A mix of using the Killing Curse and Resurrection Stone. It seems that Killing Curse left behind a residue of sorts that the stone caught that. Though I have no idea why he decided to appear now. Greed turned his face filled with pain to Snape. Snape said, I too don't have the answer to that question. Quinn approached Greed, who hurriedly waved his hand, sending a projectile to whistle towards Quinn. The projectile was thwarted by Quinn with the barest of efforts. You deceived me, said Quinn inching towards Greed, made me feel like a helpless prisoner with no power in my own soulscape. You chained me down and forced me to the ground from the very start. It was you who was pulling the strings from the shadows. The soulscape shook with Quinn's steps as if he was a giant, stomping through the space. Greed looked mortified. Then you screwed with my relationship with Daphne, Quinn fumed. Out of all the things you guys pulled, I loathe this the most, and I hate you the most for it. Quinn raised his hand, and Greed stumbled to the ground, falling. He looked up at Quinn with fear and unwillingness in his eyes. I hate that you caught me in the middle of. Quinn shortly glanced at Snape. All of this. If I wasn't like that, I would have crushed like this before you had the chance to even think about getting out. Greed's wounds started to glow in a solid yellow. It looked he could feel the changes in his body. He glared at Quinn. I couldn't give two shits about your situation. I wanted more, and I saw the opportunity to take it for me. What's wrong with that? You wanted to take what belonged to me. That's what's wrong. I am. You. Quinn and Greed glared at each other. Snape watched them from the side silently. Did you already forget Envy's words? Greed continued with spite. We were born from your mistake. We didn't ask to be here, but we were. So, what's wrong with turning a subpar situation into a great one while enacting revenge against the one who caused all of it, huh? Quinn's face soured at Greed's jabs. I didn't ask to be the manifestation of greed. But unlike Envy, I have no problem embracing who I am, Greed lashed. You know, I don't hate you. Quinn furrowed his brows. You are just someone who was in my way, just like the others were. Quinn felt a chill in his heart. There was apathy in Greed's eyes in which he saw himself reflected. Was something other than greed had been amplified, or was this the reflection of him? Somewhere in the depth of his being was he so cold that he could disregard everything just to achieve his goals. Quinn couldn't help but wonder. You will never be free from me, said Greed as if cursing him. It's too ingrained in you. It will remain with you. Raise its head at just the right moment, and for all that's magic, I wish that even with what I did today, you fall for your greed. Quinn frowned, confused with what greed meant. Greed savagely smirked as he raised his hand, and a blinding half-blade twisted over his palm. It rang like a tuning fork as he sent it singing towards Quinn's face. Quinn stood in the blade's path unflinchingly. The murderous blade turned into sand in the wind from the tip and disappeared as if never existed. Greed started laughing menacingly. His voice filled the soulscape. Quinn couldn't tell if he was acting or had the imminent death had turned Greed mad. The knife in Quinn's hand shimmered. It looked as if it was sucking in the light and threw it just brighter. The small blade had turned into a full-length sword. Any last words? Giving the villain some last word? I thought you knew better. I do know better. You are so pitiful that I don't mind if you try something at the last moment. Greed threw his head back with angry laughter. Shing! Quinn waved his sword, and the laughter came to an abrupt end. You wasted your last words, said Quinn, staring at Greed as his eyes went dull and the face twisted in corrupt emotion gradually settled in peace. The final personification of sin, the strongest one, turned into yellow orbs of light. From away, the yellow orbs could be mistaken as golden like the untainted soul in the middle of pristine white soulscape. His eyes didn't move away from where Greed had sat. Killing Greed, while good for him, had left him with some questions about himself. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The sin curse had been purged from his body. He opened his eyes and felt the wind on his face and the smell of the forest behind him. The rays of light filtering through the tree's canopy were warm. The feeling of him being in his own skin never felt better. Quinn braced himself and let out a shout from the bottom of his stomach as his magic sang. The grass grew faster, winds picked up, the rays of light bent, and the place seemed to be filled with something unseen. He was free. Quinn reached out into his clothes, snatched the pendant piece from the chain, and revealed the resurrection stone in his palm. The mystical stone glowed in a soft black glow. He could feel that resurrection stone had been fed magic. My magic. Several conjectures passed through his mind. The one he landed on was accidental magic working to save its master's life once again, just as it had done all those years ago during the icy vault. He glanced up. Snape had appeared in front of him, outside the soulscape, which was a relief. He didn't want anyone or anything in his soulscape, near his soul, ever again. Snape looked like in the real world with the rays of sun passing through his grey translucent body. Thank you, said Quinn. What Snape had done wasn't big, but it had the intended, profound effect of delivering the shock, which made an opening that Quinn could exploit. He knew without it, he wouldn't have been able to injure Greed, and an uninjured Greed was capable enough to fend him off, even if he did try something. If I tried something. Quinn wasn't sure if he had worked up the intent to try to rise up against Greed. It was the abrupt appearance that had shocked him out of his wallowing misery. I killed you, said Quinn, his eyes full of respect for the dead man, and you still helped me. If I was on your place, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But Snape is Snape. He sneered. I didn't do it for. If it wasn't that you were of use, I would have fought to the end if someone tried to drag me out here. The words seemed strange to Quinn, but he moved past them. He smiled wryly. Professor, I swear I will keep my promise. He rubbed his head. He finally had full access to his mindscape, and Greed's actions lay before him in full view. Triple ugh, that greedy bastard. He could even feel the emotions of satisfaction oozing from the memories. Snape nodded. He turned to the castle, his eyes flickering with emotion. Would you like to go visit? Asked Quinn. The funeral is set for at sunset. You would be able to see. No, it's all right. I don't want to, said Snape. Even if it is not possible, I fear I will turn into an actual ghost if I go. I just want you to keep your promise. I will. The dead and the living both watched the magical castle of Hogwarts, which had countless memories tied to her for both of them, for everyone who had ever stepped enjoyed her shelter. Mr. West, said Snape, not looking away from the castle. Yes, sir. You were the best student I ever had. Quinn's eyes widened as he turned to Snape, but the man was gone to his surprise. He hurriedly looked down at the resurrection stone it laid dormant in his palm. He looked up at the castle and at the clouds dotting the sky. Scene break. Lily Potter looked at the dark overcast clouds hiding the red hue cast of the sunset. All lessons were suspended, all examinations were cancelled. A good handful of students were hurried away from Hogwarts by their parents. The Poddle twins were gone before breakfast, and Zacharias Smith was escorted from the castle by his haughty-looking father. Seamus Finnegan, on the other hand, refused point-blank to accompany his mother home. They had a shouting match in the entrance hall that was resolved when Dumbledore had stepped in to have a conversation with the mother. Lily looked around the subdued great hall. Everybody was wearing their dress robes, and despite the teenagers filling it to their full capacity, the hall was quiet. She looked to her side, and beside Dumbledore's throne, a single, simple chair sat empty. She looked to the Slytherin table. The entire Slytherin house looked less polished to her, lacking the usual pristine sharpness that the student exuded in Unity. Crabbe and Goyle were muttering together. Hulking boys though they were, they looked oddly lonely without the tall, pale figure of Draco Malfoy between them, bossing them around. She wondered how the boy was doing right now. Narcissa Malfoy had been delivered to her son as Dumbledore had promised. She heard from her husband that Lucius Malfoy had refused to come along when they gave him a choice. Her thoughts were interrupted when Dumbledore rose to his feet, and the little hum in the hall died away at once. It is nearly time, he said. Please follow your heads of houses out into the grounds. The students filed out from behind their benches in near silence. She saw Slughorn at the head of the Slytherin column, wearing long, emerald green robes embroidered with silver. She had never seen Sprout, the herbology professor, looking so clean. There was not a single patch on her hat, and when they reached the entrance hall, they found Madame Pan standing beside Filch, both dressed for the occasion. The entourage arrived at the lakeside, to a place where hundreds of chairs had been set out in rows. An aisle ran down the center of them. There was a marble table standing at the front, all chairs facing it. Lily roamed her eye over the crowd. There were not many people from outside Hogwarts. The seats were mostly covered by the students. The castle ghosts were there too, barely visible in the bright sunlight, discernible only when they moved, shimmering insubstantially on the gleaming air. She could see members of the Order of the Phoenix, but they were only a handful, with the majority missing. A delegation of ministry officials, including the Minister of Magic herself, walked past her towards the front rows. She next recognized Rita Skeeter, who, she was infuriated to see, had a notebook clutched in her red-taloned hand, writing away with her eyes peering at the centaur Forenza, who was standing like a sentinel near the water's edge. Standing at the outsides of the chair arrangement was a guard of Aurors, which included her husband, James Potter. There was no one present who Severus could call family, she thought. The staff was seated at last. Lily sat on the left side of the aisle, in the second row behind the head of houses and the minister. Dumbledore's chair was empty. There was a hushed whisper from the back. When she turned, Lily saw Dumbledore was walking slowly up the aisle between the chairs, and floating beside him, wrapped in emerald velvet spangled with silver serpents, was what Lily knew to be Severus' body. A dull pain rose in her throat at this sight. Dumbledore placed the body carefully upon the table. Dumbledore then began speaking words, but she couldn't hear them. Her eyes were fixed on the emerald shroud. Dumbledore finished his speech and took his seat in the front. Lily waited for somebody else to get to their feet. She hoped someone would get to their feet. She expected speeches from the minister, but nobody moved. Then she felt something on her face. Lily raised her hand to her cheek, and when she saw her fingers, they were wet. She felt something on her other hand on her lap. The back of her palm was wet. Lily looked up, and the clouds were darker than ever. It must have not taken more than a few seconds for the cover of clouds to start pouring the heaviest shower of the season. While everyone pulled out their umbrellas or conjured them, Lily's eyes went to the table in the front in frantic worry. But the headmaster had taken care of it. The rain seemed to bend around Severus' body with not a single drop touching his body. Lily slumped in her chair, the worry draining for her muscles. When she looked around, people had started to get up, probably returning to the castle to take shelter from the rain. Among the standing people, a figure caught her eyes. Dressed in a suit, covered in black from head to toe. He stood on the right side of the aisle, in the front row reserved for the prefects. Lily recognized the head boy even with the rain impeding her vision. He had his hand gloved in black raised straight above. Then a bright white light bloomed in his palm. She didn't know why, but her eyes moved above to the sky, and there she saw it. A red spot appeared in between the black and gray. The clouds started to move in a spiral, with the red circle growing bigger and bigger with each passing moment. Those who had gotten up to leave stopped and looked up at the swirling clouds. Umbrellas all over were slowly put down, with every pair of eyes present on the lakeside fixed to the sky just like hers. The red hue of the sunset sky shone above Hogwarts. The dark clouds were still present on the periphery, but it was as if something was stopping them from entering Hogwarts, protecting it. Lily looked back down to the front row of the right side. He had resumed his seat and sat patiently with his eyes to the front table. She gazed at the empty spot in front of the table. The memory of the boy who had called her a witch when they had first met surfaced in her mind. Lily got up and moved to the front. The school year was cut short. After the events transpired at Hogwarts, the school administration was bombarded with letters from concerned parents who wished to have their children back home to safety. The sheer amount of letters, along with parents who had directly descended on Hogwarts to take their children, had forced Hogwarts Hen to end the school year before time. The examinations were cancelled for everyone except the 5th and 7th years. Owls and Newts were postponed by 1 week, and it was decided that the 2 essential tests would be conducted within a ministry-approved venue. Quinn rose early on the last day at the school. He was already packed. The Hogwarts Express would leave 1 hour after breakfast. But before he left the school for the last time, he had to do something important. He cancelled his morning workout with Eddie, and instead of going to the grounds like every morning, he headed to the 6th floor. Quinn stared at the narrow corridor in front of him. It looked no different than any other of its types scattered around Hogwarts. He could clearly see the end of the corridor where a wall stood ending the path. He glanced behind him for a fleeting moment before taking firm steps towards the portrait hung on the dead-end wall. There wasn't a single soul anywhere near the place, just him and the portrait. He looked up at the posh man with a goatee sitting on his ornate chair with a rod-straight posture, elegantly reading the book in hand from behind his small lensed glasses that hung on the tip of the nose with a long bridge. Quinn stayed silent, waiting for the portrait to look at him, which he knew wasn't going to happen from the dozens he had visited the place, but he waited. He wanted to. The result was as expected. The painted man continued to read his book, and Quinn watched him do it with only the sound of the occasional flip of the page sounding in the lonesome corridor. Headmaster Viridian, Quinn finally broke the silence. The man didn't respond immediately. Instead, he raised a finger towards Quinn and kept it raised as he continued to read the book. It was a minute later that the portrait of Vinditas Viridian placed a thin bookmark between the pages and closed the book upon it. He lowered his finger and, for the first time, focused his eyes anywhere other than the book. "Yes," he said simply. Quinn blinked in surprise. That was different, he thought. He requested entry into the room of rewards. "Password?" asked the portrait. Quinn's surprise grew. That was yet again wildly different from what he was expecting. "No condescending jab, or asking me to return," he asked. "That was only warranted when you, time after time, accosted me and disturbed me when I was preparing to slumber or was already asleep. This is early morning, the appropriate time to gain entry in the room. It was that simple for some basic politeness." "Finalist Visita," Quinn said, the password picked up from Recon. Viridian nodded and opened his book again as the portrait swung open to allow Quinn entry and let out cold, dry air from within. Quinn exhaled a puff and stepped inside the room of rewards. The room hadn't changed a single dust grain since the last time he had entered. The grid of standing double-sided bookshelves occupied the space with their black binders full of records on every Hogwarts student that ever studied in its classrooms. He picked the middle aisle and made his way to the room center, where the Hogwarts crest decorated the floor and hid the secret beneath the floor, hid the demons beneath the road. Quinn kneeled before the crest, channeled his magic, and uttered the magic words. The different parts of the crest jumped in their place, with a white glow leaking from within. The crest vanished and left behind a gaping hole. "Why am I here? Why am I doing this?" Such thoughts passed through his mind as he dropped him into the gaping tunnel. As he descended, his thoughts were doubting his actions, but his body was fearless, so fearless that he didn't create an elevated platform for him to stand upon and landed directly upon the bare floor of the vault. He immediately crushed the magic from the floor that tried to knock him out. The Sin Vault wasted no time to open business. The heptagonal walls glowed up in their 7-colored glory. Quinn's furrowed brows eased a fraction when he felt the magic from the runes fill the room. It felt familiar, he could recognize it, and it wasn't the absolute unknown it was as earlier in the year. He raised his magic as the runes reached saturation. The 7-colored beams burst out of the runes, but instead of infiltrating Quinn's soulscape without any hindrance, it halted like water before a dam at the boundary of the soulscape. Quinn had no sense of achievement as he thwarted the waves of soul-based magic. All he could wonder as he operated his magic was greed right? Is my greed too much for me to control? He had come down into the Sin Vault without even thinking about it. His first instinct had led him into the place that had derailed his life 2 out of 2 times. Was his greed for some semblance of reward so strong that he had yet again ignored a sense of safety, even after all the lessons he had experienced? The magic from the runes ran out, and the beams dribbled out until the room was again in darkness with Quinn in the middle. His body eased up as he looked around the room. He wished he knew if there wasn't any other offensive surprise, but he didn't. However, something told him that everything that could worry him was over. At novel bin at. There was a quake in the room, making Quinn twitch. The wall directly behind him broke into rectangular brick blocks and turned inwards until there was a path opened up to him. Quinn slowly exhaled all his previous tension to make room for a new batch that arrived with the appearance of the new door. He took out a miniature stone tablet from his pocket, enlarged it to full size, and leaned it against one of the walls with ample magic to ensure it would not topple over. On the stone tablet were concise instructions on finding him if someone did reach here and screwed themselves over. He cracked his knuckles just to break the heavy silence in the antechamber, then followed with the sound of his footsteps. His heartbeat in his chest blared in his ears as he stepped across the threshold and wisely sent his magic forward for scouting, which reported back with zilch in response. But Quinn knew better to believe that his skill with magic would be reliable in the Sin Vault. He kept his eyes forward and his ear listening with his skin tingling in attention. After deliberate and careful walking, Quinn reached the end, where a humble room awaited him. There was nothing in the square room but a single portrait. Quinn recognized the portrait. It was unique in Hogwarts. It was the only non-magical portrait inside Hogwarts, proudly displayed in the entrance hall outside the Great Hall. Yet, here it was present inside the Sin Vault. The man in the portrait, with his long white beard and long flowing hair, opened his sparkling blue eyes with specks of green. The man blinked a couple before his eyes turned to the front, focusing on Quinn. "Oh, Quinn West," the man's first word delivered a punch to Quinn. "It seems you have finally made it to my humble abode. Merlin, the Grand Sorcerer of the King Arthur's court, the founder of the Order of Merlin, an organization that promoted non-magical rights, and the greatest magic user in the Western world and one of the greats that the world had ever seen. The person that had permeated himself through the generations and immortalized himself in the minds of every single person who ever heard of his legend so much that he had become part of the magical vernacular." Quinn gulped. "You were behind the Sin Vault?" he asked. "Why, Sin Vault?" Merlin repeated. "Ah, the 7 sins, yes, I'm the creator of this magic." Quinn asked the question that plagued his mind. Why? Why would the greatest of all time create something so horrifying? Why? Let's say because of Morgana. Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay, more commonly known as Morgana, was a medieval dark art practitioner famous for being the enemy of Merlin and the half-sister of King Arthur. "Yes, Morgana," sighed Merlin. "In one of our tussles, she displayed a surprising skill in soul magic, which worried me because I was lacking in that area of magic, and by now, you must know how tricky soul magic can get. I couldn't risk falling behind, so I started to dabble in soul magic. Alas, I was naive in those days. Morgana was using wizards and muggle alike in her experiments to learn more about soul magic, and I, by my lonesome, couldn't keep up her progress, so I made this place and cast my magic in it." "You wanted to use children?" Quinn exploded. He and Alan had come to this very conclusion the first time Quinn had suffered from the sin curse, but having that theory confirmed was infuriating. "I did," said Merlin, nigh a regret on his face. "Where else better but at a castle full of young children with their bubbling and growing magic? Hogwarts was the best place I could think of to experiment to catch up with Morgana." Quinn's magic flared out of control. It lashed on the walls of the room, but they remained unharmed even under the unrelenting angry assault. Even Merlin's portrait remained unscathed. "Do you have any idea what I went through?" Quinn's voice distorted like a demon. "You egotistical piece of shit. Give me one reason I shouldn't make it my life's goal to erase every trace of your legacy from the world. I will find a way to destroy all physical traces and erase the entire planet's memory if that's what it takes." "That's a bold claim, boy. I've become quite famous after my death," said Merlin. "As for if I know what you went through, I was watching you all the time, after all." Quinn's furious momentum pressed a brake. While still angry, his magic abated. "I have eyes all over. As long as it is in this castle, I can travel to any portrait in every castle, even the deer painting in your room. Anywhere you went, I was followed, observing you. So, I know exactly what you went through, and I did construct the magic, so piecing together whatever I missed was easy enough." He was being watched? Quinn's heart quivered. "Also, don't worry, all of those who went through some version of the magic I cast here left relatively unscathed. Okay, you caught me, a couple of them did suffer later, but I did compensate their families. Ah, don't worry, no one entered here after my death, you're the first one. That doesn't change anything, you crazy bag." Merlin then went on to tell the tale of the Sin Vault. How he used to visit Hogwarts once a year to teach for a week, and by then, the Sin Vault would have lured in some students. When Merlin arrived for his 1 week, the curse's progression would reach a level where Merlin could study the student to gain some insight and then fix the affected students before he left. It continued for 2 decades, with a couple of students getting caught every year. Over the years, the Sin Vault changed as Merlin learned more and more and became what it was today. He told Quinn that every person would be affected in a different way, and what Quinn went through was unique to him, something Merlin was proud of because he could gain new insight from every subject. "When Morgana died, I stopped experimenting with Hogwarts students, but I didn't want what I created to extinguish, so I put a puzzle in place and put in a portrait here so that if someone stumbled in here, I could know what happened, even if it was after my death," said Merlin before asking, "Do you mind telling me how I died? Even after so much time here, I could not find how I died." Portraits were copies of the person, but they only held memories until the person had last refreshed the portrait. So not having the remembrance of death was a trait of a magical portrait. "According to what I have read, you fell in love with a girl, taught her all your magic, and then were done in by her," said Quinn. Merlin's eyes seemed to shine with realization. A sad look passed his face before it went to the normal, smiling one. "So, what are you going to do now?" he asked. "I don't think you can destroy me, at least, not now, not for a good while." Quinn didn't even have to think about his answer. "If I can't destroy you, then I will take you with me and keep you isolated until I am able to do so." He fixed the portrait with a baleful glare. Merlin didn't look one bit regretful for his actions. He had played with innocent students' lives, and he had made his life miserable. "Or, you don't do that, and maybe I will teach you a thing or two when I feel like it," said Merlin with a smile. You will find that I can be very knowledgeable about a wide variety of magics. Quinn's expression turned. He stared at Merlin, unblinking. After an unknown amount of time, he walked to the portrait, removed it from the wall, and walked out of the wall with the portrait in hand. Greed was right. Maybe he could never get rid of him. The Hogwarts Express chugged along the tracks, making its way through the lush and overreaching countryside. The school was over, and the student population was on the red train, going back to their home. The farewell party went straight down the gutter, Eddie grumbled, leaning on his train berth, his leg resting on the front corner of the opposite berth. Marcus picked his head out of his pork pie and fixed Eddie with a disappointed gaze. Don't be like that. Professor Snape died protecting the school from Death Eaters. We weren't going to have a farewell party either way. You think I don't know that? It just took a lot of time for me to get that big crate of fire whiskey, Eddie huffed with crossed arms. I had to divvy it all out and didn't get a party in return. You can come to my house, said Quinn. He was lying beside Marcus with his feet crossed and a book floating over his head. I will get you good and drunk. Grandfather would be more than delighted to start a young man like yourself on his journey. Alcohol. Though I doubt you'd be getting fire whiskey from him. Why, let's just say he has taste. In turn, you will be getting a lot of handcrafted beverages along with an evening full of responsible drinking habits. Yeah, that sounds drab. But hey, I won't say no to some expensive stuff. Send me a date and time, I'll be there. You say that, but I guarantee that you will be copying him by the end of the day. Quinn tried to imagine what fun it would be to see Eddie and George together and that too drinking. He could imagine it going in so many interesting ways. Moreover, he would even get a bonus interaction between Ms. Rosie and Eddie that could very well be more entertaining than Eddie and George. You don't anything to with the prefects? Marcus asked Quinn. I thought the bunch of you would be doing something like a posh lunch to mark the end. Quinn waved his hand. Nope, not one bit interested in that. Plus, no one was in the mood for it. It didn't help that quarter of the prefects went home directly with their parents, so we just dropped the idea of doing something as a farewell. It wasn't just them. The entire 7th year was bummed as their last days in Hogwarts had taken such a tragic turn. The only positive that had come out of the mess was the postponed exams, though some complained about wanting to get it over with as soon as possible. Eddie loudly slapped his thighs as he stood. Well boys, I will see you. I don't know when. Going to see Tracy? Asked Quinn. Yeah. Quinn grabbed the book and got up as well. You Daphne? Yes. Eddie turned to Marcus and opened his mouth just to close it. He furrowed his brow before quirking one up. You know we never talked about you, have we? You never told us if you liked someone or who you liked, and somehow we never asked you about. Eddie turned to Quinn. That's surprising, innit, mate? Quinn stepped beside Eddie and faced Marcus. It is surprising indeed. 7 years together, and never did you tell us what's your type, much less who you fancy. I think it is high time your best mates know about this sort of stuff. Both sat down in front of Marcus in unison, leaning forward over their crossed arms. No, don't sit, said Marcus, gesturing them to stand up. I fancied no one, there that's the answer, happy, now off you go. You don't want to keep the ladies waiting. I don't buy that crap, Eddie shot down the answer. I don't believe you never got interested. You must have a crush or two. Was it someone in asked Quinn. Was it Susan Bones? She's pretty, and you two got along. Now that you say that, they did get along splendidly. Then there were all those meetings. He can't be blamed for taking a fancy. Maybe she did as well. You dog? The minister's daughter, mate. Now that's ballsy. Never knew you to be so ambitious, Marcus. You know there's still time. It might be late, but you can at least communicate your feelings. You might regret it later if you keep those feelings hidden. Go jump her bones. Marcus' jaw had long slackened. No, he shook his head. No again, no, and then again none of that. How did from where you two? Out. Come on, who better to tell but us, said Quinn. Out. Look at him all shy, said Eddie. Sawed off. There was a knock on the door, but before they could even turn their heads, the door slid and shuddered open. Tracy Davis stood at the door with her eyes narrowed at her boyfriend. I have been waiting for a while, and here you are, laughing it off. Eddie stood up and all but flew to Tracy's side. He kissed her cheek and took her hand into his. We got busy trying to make Marcus' love life successful. Turns out that he likes Susan Bones. You do? Asked Tracy, surprise replacing irritation. No, I don't. Don't listen to them. So he says, said Quinn laughing. Tracy's eyes turned to Quinn, and her eyes narrowed yet again. She fixed him with a glare. Eddie noticed Tracy's change. He looked between his girlfriend and best mate and asked, What? Did something happen? Something happened. What happened? He cheated, said Tracy, making Quinn's heart skip a beat, me out of money in a bet using a trick. So it wasn't just me. He cheated in a race against me, used some bloody magic to rush off like a horse. Is that so? She hummed, sounds like him. Quinn thinned his lips bitterly. Daphne had told Tracy as she said she would. As one would expect, Tracy wasn't happy with what she had heard and had come for Quinn with her wand in hand. The incident, fortunately unseen, was Tracy bombarding Quinn with her most offense-heavy curses, with Quinn blocking them while hearing her hurling the non-magical type curses from her mouth. After she had tired herself out, Tracy switched to yelling at him for forcing Daphne into a horrible relationship. When he tried to give an explanation, which was difficult as Quinn didn't have a solid explanation for the situation, lust and greed had dropped him in, and that might have shown as Tracy had huffed and sneered and walked away mid-explanation. It's lovely to see you as well, Tracy, said Quinn earnestly. Tracy was one of his close friends, someone he had gotten along with from the get-go, and this was the first time they had turmoil between them. She raised her hand and threw something at him. It glinted golden as Quinn caught it out of the air. Let's go, she pulled Eddie along while giving Quinn one last glaring side-eye. Quinn looked at his palm, and there sat a golden galleon. When the door was slid close, Marcus spoke up, wow, she's in a bad mood. How much did you take from her? It must be a lot if she's still paying it now. Quinn could only heavily sigh in response. Scene break. Quinn rubbed the galleon with his thumb. He glanced down at the face of the coin, peering near the circumference, where a string of words swam as if on a long striped display showing stock prices. The fake galleon was used in to communicate the meeting details, and every member had retained the coins with them for communication. He had one as well, but he didn't keep it in person. He glanced up at the compartment he was asked to visit, communicated by the coin. He furrowed his brow and stepped back from the curtained-off glass-windowed wooden door to take in the full picture. There was a focus-averting charm laid on the whole front of the compartment. The charm worked the same as the Muggle repellent charm, but for magicals it wasn't a widely used spell as it would fail if someone was actively looking for the thing that the spell had been cast on. The spell work in front of him, as Quinn judged, was skillful with decent power behind it. He glanced around the train corridor. There was no one present but him and had noticed how half of the compartments in the section were empty because of the lack of students that had boarded the train today. It was a suitable place to ward off a compartment with such spell, away from the frequent pair of eyes that would pass by. He knocked on the door but didn't enter. A second later, the curtain parted a sliver, and green eyes peered from within. The door opened, and he was pulled in by a dainty hand. Quinn found himself in the room with two girls he was well familiar with. He peered at Daphne and Ivy as they stared back at him, making him nervous. It felt like a long time, but it was just yesterday that he had entered into a relationship with both of them. It wasn't nearly enough time for him to gather his thoughts. Hello, he said, then proceeded to scream at himself for the slight off tone. He pretended to clear his throat and said again, hello, this time normally. Both greeted him back. Ivy greeted him with a smile and a wandering eye, which he thought was because of yesterday, while Daphne greeted him as if nothing had happened. So, how are you two doing? Any change of thoughts since yesterday? He said jokingly. The joke didn't hit. Quinn knew it as it was coming out of his mouth. Daphne's eyes sharpened, threatening to turn into a glare any second. Ivy, on the other hand, looked a bit hurt. Quinn immediately realized what had gone wrong. Wait, I can practically see your thoughts, he said hurriedly. I am not regretting this and have no intention of going back on what was decided yesterday. He could only blame things on greed so much, and it was time to take responsibility. Then don't say things that make us think like that, said Daphne, snappily, but much less than yesterday. Ivy nodded. I apologize, I wasn't thinking, he said. But I can sense that both of you have some thoughts since yesterday. We have, said Ivy. I think it would be better if we have some well-defined rules between us to ensure that this, she pointed to everyone, doesn't collapse. Agreed, nodded Quinn. We have talked between us two what we expect from you. We will tell you those. And because it goes two ways, we want to hear what you wish from us. That was good, Quinn thought. He could definitely work with some guidelines. He hadn't even heard their expectations, but he was already feeling good about it. First, and maybe the most important part rule, started Daphne. She pointed at herself and Ivy. We aren't involved with each other. We are involved with you and you alone. As it stands now, we aren't interested in pursuing anything with the other, so don't expect us to do so or ask us to do. Ivy and I will work on our relationship, but it won't go farther than friendship, not romantically, and definitely not sexually, supplied Ivy and followed with a very blunt. So no threesomes if you somehow had that in mind. Daphne nodded conservatively. Wouldn't think of it. Quinn agreed with them without missing a beat. Next rule, Daphne continued. We are fine with spending time together. She flushed a bit, even living together. When it comes to that, Quinn held back his surprise of Daphne talking about living together. They hadn't talked about a living situation, this being the first time. We are willing to share some trips and outings, but there must be some single dates, and during those personal one-on-one times, there must not be any mention of the other. I personally want that you don't take Ivy to places that I deem special between the two of us, for example, the small handicraft Muggle market that we visited before this year. Quinn's eyes shined in recognition. It was his first time taking Daphne to the non-magical world, and instead of overwhelming her with all the glitz and glamour, he took her to a quaint street-side handicraft bazaar. I want the same, said Ivy. There was a competitive light in her eyes. So, you can't take her to the architect's vault. Her shoulders slumped, and she mumbled, we don't have any place else, and you're already not returning. Quinn was quick to rescue and promised her about building places with time. He did get a look towards Daphne, but she was as serene as night. Now, this is the last thing we could think, continued Daphne. It's about what and how much to share. I am open to hearing about what you did with Ivy if you're looking to share that. I might ask you about it, or you might want to share it on your own. In either case, I will leave it up to you how much you want to share and how much Ivy would be fine with me knowing. I don't want to hear anything you do with Daphne, said Ivy. As long as it is not something we three did together, I only want to listen to the bare minimum. If it is not something I must know, then please don't let me know about it. Quinn again agreed. And not it was time for him to share his side of the expectations. I only have one, he said. I want an appropriate amount of alone time where I don't spend time with either of you. Daphne already knows it, but I demand an amount of alone time alone, which borders just at the limit of what's permissible in a normal relationship. But that's not going to work if I'm going to spend time with both of you, so while I will be cutting down on my alone time, I still want a fair share of it. So, I request that you respect my time alone. His ask was taken in immediately. They then continued to talk and agreed that a calendar was needed to mark the plans from all three sides. The discussion ended with defining what was to be shared outside. All three were in unison that, with the exception of Tracy, they weren't going to make the relationship public, with Daphne and Quinn still a normal couple in the eyes of the public. A man appeared out of nowhere on a moonlit lane. For a second, he stood still, his eyes roaming around the area. He stowed his wand beneath his cloak and strolled down the lane bordered on the left by wild, low-growing prickly shrubs, on the right by a high, neatly manicured hedge. The man's long cloak around his ankle as he turned right into a wide driveway that led off the lane. The high hedge curved with them, running off into the distance beyond the pair of impressive wrought iron gates barring the man's way. His steps didn't break. In silence, he raised his hand in a kind of salute and passed straight through, as though the dark metal were smoke. The yew hedges muffled the sound of the man's footsteps. There was a rustle somewhere to their right. He drew his wand again, pointing it towards the source, but it proved to be nothing more than a pure white peacock, strutting majestically along the top of the hedge. The man thrust his wand back into his cloak, breathing out a breath as he shook his head at the presence of the peacock. A handsome manor house grew out of the darkness at the end of the straight drive, lights glinting in the diamond-paned downstairs windows. Somewhere in the dark garden beyond the hedge, a fountain was playing. Gravel crackled beneath his feet as he sped toward the front door, which swung inward at their approach, though nobody had visibly opened it. The hallway was large, dimly lit, and sumptuously decorated, with a magnificent carpet covering most of the stone floor. The eyes of the pale-faced portraits on the walls followed the man as he strode past. He halted at a heavy wooden door leading into the next room, hesitated for the space of a heartbeat, then turned the bronze handle. The drawing room was full of silent people, sitting at a long and ornate table. The room's usual furniture had been pushed carelessly up against the walls. Illumination came from a roaring fire beneath a handsome marble mantelpiece surmounted by a gilded mirror. The man lingered for a moment on the threshold. As his eyes grew accustomed to the lack of light, he was drawn upward to the strangest feature of the scene, a person sitting near the head of the table with his arm outstretched on the table with a dark mark eerily glowing in a dark sludge green. The arm trembled constantly along with the rest of the person whom the arm belonged to. None of the people seated were looking at the trembling person. "Locke," said a high, clear voice from the head of the table. "You are very nearly late." The speaker was seated directly in front of the fireplace so that it was difficult, at first, for the new arrivals to make out more than his silhouette. As Rivers Locke drew nearer, however, the figure's face shone through the gloom, hairless, snake-like, with slits for nostrils and gleaming red eyes whose pupils were vertical. He was so pale that he seemed to emit a pearly glow. "Beside Dolohov," said Voldemort, pointing to a place near the middle of the table's length. Rivers took his allotted space. Most of the eyes around the table followed him, and it was the second he took the seat that Voldemort spoke. "So, my lord, all of our captured troops are being moved to Azkaban from St. Mungo's tomorrow, at nightfall." The interest around the table sharpened palpably, some stiffened, others fidgeted, all gazing at Rivers and Voldemort. "Tomorrow nightfall," repeated Voldemort. His red eyes fastened upon Rivers' dead black ones with such intensity that some of the watchers looked away, apparently fearful that they themselves would be scorched by the ferocity of the gaze. Rivers, however, looked placidly back into Voldemort's face, not daring to move it away. After a moment or two, Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into something like a smile. "Good. And this source of information comes from my Novellus Oxionite source in Rufus Scrimgeour's camp," said Rivers. "Bartemius," called Voldemort to the pale young man with straw-colored hair and freckles, sitting closer to Voldemort in the upper half of the long table. "You will take some our own and free the unjustly captives from the Auror entourage. I expect that you won't fail me." His red eyes glanced at the platinum blonde-haired man who still trembled without stopping as the dark mark continued to glow. Rivers' eyes turned from Voldemort to Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. Rivers knew the man to be Voldemort's most rabid follower, his devotion only matched if not surpassed by the crazy witch Bellatrix Lestrange. Barty had been sent to Azkaban after his untimely reveal at Hogwarts and had been busted out by Voldemort at the same time as Rivers had been. Rivers could recall the moans and grunts of Barty that went for nearly a year before finally going silent as the Dementors had feasted on the new, fresh meal. "Yes, my lord," Barty bowed his chair. "I will shoot the Aurors from the ground, straight into their unmarked burial grounds, and bring your servants back home. See that you do." As Barty smiled deeply in delight, Rivers turned back to Voldemort. "My lord, I have heard another piece of information, something that DMLE and even the minister's camp buried away from reaching the papers." Rivers waited, but Voldemort did not speak, so he went on. "The papers wrote events of the night as the Dumbledore, his band of professors, and the Aurors, from Order of Phoenix, responding quickly to the infiltration and containing our team with only Severus Snape being the sole casualty." "Get to the point, Rivers," said Voldemort with a tinge of irritation in his eyes before he went back to the trembling man. Rivers' following words made Voldemort look back at him. "Dumbledore, the Hogwarts professors, or the Aurors, it was none of among them that put a stopper to our plans." He paused. "It was the invisible Vigilante. If there weren't any pair of eyes on Rivers before, now he had warranted the attention of the entire room. I met another contact from St. Mungo's. They told me that the team was being treated in an isolated ward with aurors guarding it around the clock, which is not unusual, but only a small portion of the staff knows what's happening inside that ward. All the records are sealed. My contact is one of the people who attend to them. I was told that the Death Eaters in the ward had their arms disabled with the same magic that was used on the day of the Quidditch finals. A discussion broke out in the room. The invisible vigilante, being the reason for their efforts to get rid of Dumbledore, didn't fare with the Death Eaters leaders present in the room. Voldemort held up a large white hand, and the talks subsided at once, all eyes returning to him. He stayed with his eyes staring slanting down and one bony thumb tracing a circle on the table. Does the invisible vigilante have any connection with Dumbledore and his Order of Phoenix? It doesn't seem so, said Rivers. There isn't a single indication that the invisible vigilante is someone from the Order of Phoenix or that he's someone from outside who works with them. His scarce and unannounced appearance makes it hard for anyone to get a trace of his identity. Anyone else? DMLE and the Ministry also don't know about his identity, said Not Senior in contribution. Auror Dawlish is a part of the task force created by Amelia Bones in her last days as the head of DMLE with the aim to find the invisible vigilante. The efforts to find any clue, but their efforts have turned no fruit, even with the Minister assigning additional resource in hopes of finding him. The yellow flame of the fireplace behind Voldemort turned blue, roaring up in size and fury. The Death Eaters held their breath, not willing to attract even a fleeting moment of attention to themselves. My lord, all eyes turned to Peter Pettigrew, who sat well into the upper half of the table. If it is true, then I suggest that we don't attack the Auror transport to free the failures. Their identities are ruined, and now they can't even wield magic, making them as useless as a squib, if not less. Rivers didn't know if Peter Pettigrew had balls of steel or he was just plain stupid. When he glanced around, he knew he wasn't the only one with those thoughts. All had their heads dipped or averted. Everyone in the room knew that Voldemort had broken out those affected during the Quidditch finals from Azkaban. Not because they were his Death Eaters, but because Voldemort wanted to find a cure or countercurse to the invisible vigilante's magic. But till this date, Voldemort hadn't made any progress with half of those people dead or as good as dead because of the experimentation. Pettigrew continued, I'm sure Dumbledore and the Ministry are rearing to go on a tour. If we stay away and let the transfer to Azkaban as they planned, and nudge the papers in the right direction, we would be able to derail their efforts. While Rivers had no intention to speak his thoughts, he couldn't help but agree with Pettigrew's reasoning. There was no benefit in rescuing people who had no use. Rivers sighed internally. He could feel the glare from Barty. It wasn't his idea to pour water over his big moment. No, the rescue will still happen, said Voldemort, making some in the room think that he won't abandon them if they ever got into trouble. But then Voldemort said, I want to see how the invisible vigilante's curse reacted with Grayback's lycanthropy. I don't care what happens to the others, I want Grayback in the basement the morning of the day after. And that made Rivers' worst dream come true. Among the things that Rivers wanted to avoid, coming across invisible vigilante was the last thing he wanted to happen. He would not only lose his magic and have one or two of his limbs removed but also would be hunted by the Dark Lord with the terrible fate of turning into a lab rat. It was only time when Voldemort ran out the people to kill. The company around the table watched Voldemort apprehensively, each of them, by their expression, having the same thought as Rivers. Voldemort, however, seemed to be speaking more to himself than to any of them. I have been careless and so have been thwarted by luck and chance, those wreckers of all but the best laid plans. But I know better now. I understand those things that I did not understand before. I must take the matters into my own hand. There have been too many mistakes where Harry Potter is concerned. Some of them have been my own. That Potter and even Dumbledore lives is due more to my errors than to his triumphs. At these words, seemingly in response to them, a sudden wail sounded, a terrible, drawn-out cry of misery and pain. Many of those at the table looked to Voldemort, startled, for the sound had issued from the man who had been trembling, the man who owned the house they sat in. Lucius, said Voldemort, with no change in his quiet, thoughtful tone, first, you made the egregious error in my absence, and now your family has betrayed the cause by running away with the Dumbledore's Bird Club. Am I right to punish you for their wrongs, Lucius? Why yes, my lord, gasped the man who would die rather than be seen in anything less than perfect in appearance, but the same man had seemingly lost all of his dignity and polish. Dumbledore is alive, and that complicates the matter more than before, continued Voldemort. He watched his wand twirling in his fingers. I thought with Dumbledore gone, I would be able to get my hands on Garrick Ollivander, but that doesn't seem to happen anytime soon. I still don't know why my magic doesn't work against Potter, though I do think that it is because of my wand. For that reason, I shall need to borrow a wand from one of you. The faces around him displayed nothing but shock. He might have announced that he wanted to borrow one of their arms. Asking a wizard to hand over their wand? From all the things one could ask for, it was one of the last things one should ask for from a wizard. No volunteers, said Voldemort. Let's see. Lucius, I see no reason for you to have a wand anymore. Lucius Malfoy looked up. His skin appeared yellowish and waxy in the firelight, and his eyes were sunken and shadowed. When he spoke, his voice was hoarse. My lord D. Your wand, Lucius. I require your wand. Aye. It was because of your son that Yaxley, Carrows, and the others lost their arms to the invisible vigilante, so it is only natural that the father must pay for his son's sins. Voldemort waved his wand, and like a guillotine during the French Renaissance dropping on heads, a wide silver blade dropped on Lucius' marked hand, cutting clean through the bone and the dark mark. Everyone in the room averted their eyes as the scream pierced through the room. Even Pettigrew drew in a breath and felt a phantom pain prick through his silver hand. "There," said Voldemort, "you won't be needing your wand anymore. Now give me your wand as I asked you to do." Malfoy, who had grabbed his hand with his other hand, painfully removed it, put his hand into his robes, withdrew a wand, and passed it along to Voldemort, who held it up in front of his red eyes, examining it closely. "What is it?" "Elm. And the core?" "Dr. Raghar ring. Dragon heartstring." "Good," said Voldemort. He drew out his own wand and compared the lengths. Finally, he waved Lucius' wand and waved it at Lucius' stump, and a fire erupted around the wound, searing the flesh and cauterizing it shut. "There, Lucius, a thank you for lending me your wand. Are you grateful?" Why, yes, my lord," said Lucius through tears. "As you should be, Lucius, as you should be. It very well could have been green rather than silver." The elevator bell rang as the door opened. Quinn stepped out into the inner corner of the Ministry's central atrium, ground floor. He stretched his legs on the very tip of his toes. The Ministry, like usual, was full of people coming in and out, going about their busy day among a crowd of similarly busy people. He glanced back to see the elevator door close. He had just finished giving the last of his 3-day newt period, conducted right in the heart of the Ministry in the Department of Magical Education's office space redesigned to be an exam center. He took out a piece of parchment from his pocket. It was the admit card to be shown to the security guard for visiting the Ministry for the 3-day examination period. Quinn stared at the printed parchment. With this, he was finally over with his Hogwarts education. The 7-year leg of his life was over. The castle, aid, the cursed vaults, the room of requirements, aid, the classrooms, the grounds, everything had come to a full stop, period. The only thing that had remained was to receive his newt certificate and his graduate degree. "Ah, Quinn, is that you?" As he was putting the rolled-up parchment back into his pocket, Quinn heard the voice calling to him. He turned towards the source and saw James Potter, in the typical Auror clothing, a suit sans the accompanying overcoat/topcoat because it was the prime of summer. "Auror Potter," said Quinn in greeting. "You know," James pursed his lips and eyes, "I can count on one hand the people who call me Auror Potter or Auror James outside of the formal setting. I appreciate you using the proper title and all, but you can call me Mr. Potter or Mr. James if you'd like." "It has become a habit," said Quinn with a polite smile. "I will keep it in mind moving forward." James smiled. "So, what brings you to the Ministry today?" "I just got finished with my newts, actually. The last one." "Oh, right. I remember hearing that they were conducting the owls and newts in the Ministry. I saw the education department guys running around. Those guys are only used to taking care of wombat in the Ministry." Quinn nodded. The theory examiners/proctors were really prickly and nervous around the Hogwarts students. They were clearly not used to handling school students. Harry was bouncing on his feet when he got the official letter that his exams had been cancelled. Even Ivy was relieved about having to give exams. "I think Hermione psyched her out about the exams," laughed James. He smiled and looked Quinn up and down. "So, done with Hogwarts? That's a big deal. I heard from Lily that you got made head boy, which means Dumbledore is going to sign that recommendation for you, and believe me, that really opened the doors. It did to the Auror office for me. What are your plans for the future, son?" Quinn held back a groan. He wasn't sure James would want to even think about the word son while anywhere near him if he knew that he was dating his daughter, especially if he heard the exact of the relationship. "I have an apprenticeship lined up, starting next year." As Quinn said that, a dong banged up in his head. "Ah, shit. I need to write to Mr. Allen. Well, he can wait a couple days, he's on a beach anyway." "Oh, in what? Charms, transfiguration, defense, or maybe potions? Mind magic?" James was visibly surprised by Quinn's choice of further study. "You want to become a mind healer?" "No, nothing like that," said Quinn. "I live at the top of a massive conglomerate and thus a very valuable asset for anyone who would want to get their hand on my family wealth. It is imperative that my mind is well protected for the sake of not only my family but also a sizable population of the world." James finally showed an expression of understanding, but then Quinn knew what the initial surprise was all about. Mind magic, or at least, occlumency, was an extremely valuable skill for anyone wanting to protect that mind, and it was perfectly justifiable to learn that skill, even excel in it, and admirable to become progressively better at it. But the other side of mind magic, which didn't delve into the protecting part, came with an attached stigma. People were naturally averse to the individual they knew could read their minds. "But even without that, I would love to learn more about mind magic," said Quinn with an apologetic smile. "Getting to know my way around the inside and out of the mind is the first step to better know myself, don't you think?" Despite the attached stigma, Quinn didn't have any qualms about letting people know about his intentions to learn mind magic. Even if it was the father of his girlfriend, especially if it was the father of this girlfriend. There was a silence between the two, so Quinn decided to change the topic. "I heard about the attack on the prison transport. Last I heard, the investigation was still ongoing. Has there been any new leads on that front?" James shook his head with pursed lips. "I cannot divulge any information. The investigation is still ongoing." Quinn didn't need any facts. The senior Auror's expression gave the not-so-unfavorable truth of the situation. It seemed the night raid had been a little too successful. Did the Dark Lord at least make an appearance? This time he did get an answer in the form of a compact shake of the head. Quinn had many more questions to ask, but it seemed that if he asked anything else, it would only serve to dull the Auror's mood. You know, I think you'd be a great fit in the Auror's office, said James suddenly, his eyes shining as he stared at Quinn. You said you're going to your apprenticeship next year, right? How about you gave being an Auror until then? He stepped closer. I am sure you'll find it right up your alley. I will even make myself your mentor. Don't underestimate being under a senior Auror like myself. It comes with its ample perks. How about it? Quinn took a step back. The sudden burst of excitement was a little too sudden. He was even sure that he heard a mutter about this being enough for a promotion. Air. Before Quinn could say a single word in reply, a growling voice spoke from behind him. What is this, Potter? The Auror office hasn't fallen enough that it needs to act like a girl peacock spreading its plume for mating. Quinn turned back and was found himself staring at an electric blue artificial magic eye on a scar-riddled face staring at him. He stared at the man well named as Alistair Mad Eye Moody. The man had one good eye, grisly scars, and a chunk of his nose missing. The veteran Auror even had his other trademark, the wooden leg that looked like a vicious animal's claw. It's actually the male who has the plume, not the peahen or the girl peacock. Quinn turned his eye to the young woman beside Alistair Moody. She had a pale heart-shaped face and dark twinkling eyes with short, spiky pink bubblegum hair, which, as Moody spoke, turned into waist-length violet locks with red accents. Bah, peacock peahen? Whatever, said Moody grumpily. The Auror office should be the aim, the top of the mountain peak, not some roadside wench that you could pick up for a night and forget about the next. You're making it sound like I'm a prostitute, said James. You might as well be. Quinn listened to the two talking with one ear, but his attention was focused on Moody's companion. What? She asked. I'm Quinn West, he said. You're Nymphadora Tonks. Tonks narrowed her eyes, her red accent growing darker. I go by Tonks, only Tonks. You know my name, so you must know. Well, you aren't particularly hiding it. When Quinn was in his first year, Tonks was in her 7th. At that time, they were in 2 different worlds, so he never had any interaction with Tonks. The most were walking by her in passing. So what? You want me to someone? Quinn shrugged. Not really. I was just wondering if you do it some other way than I do it. His hair, which was jet black to its roots, suddenly became more voluminous and took on a royal shade of blue. Tonks' eyes widened, and the 2 bickering Aurors went silent. All 3 pairs of eyes turned to Quinn as he spoke to Tonks. Natural talents like yourself are fascinating to me. Quinn matched Tonks' hair color and even her slightly brightening skin tone as he spoke. Is the process the same? Or are the abilities granted by nature itself somehow better than the ones created by us? If I could somehow find about how that instinctual magic of yours work, I would be able to elevate my abilities. Are you a metamorphmagus? Not at all. It's just that copying what you do is not as hard as you think. Though I have to say, unlike you, I can't do it instinctually without thinking. Moody's wooden leg clicked against the ministry floor as he limped towards Quinn. His magical eye swirled at Quinn, taking him from top to bottom. Lad, are you lying about not being like the lass? Asked Moody. Why would there be a need for me to lie? Said Quinn, the color draining from his hair as they returned to their original jet black. It serves me no good to hide something like this. Moody hummed. He peered at Quinn as if trying to see through his secrets. He then backed away, but his eyes were still focused on Quinn. Well, Quinn clapped, as much as I would like to talk to you, very interesting people, believe me, I would like to have some long conversations with all of you, but I have to leave for today, maybe some other time. He nodded to James and then to Moody and Tonks before walking away. I take it back, Potter, said Moody. What? If you can get that lad into the force, you can be a girl peacock. Just peacock. I will whore myself out to the boy if I can get him to join the force. Tonks and James looked surprised. They looked towards Quinn's shrinking back. That's surprising coming from you, Moody, said James. That lad never once took out his wand, said Moody, and yet, he was able to do whatever Tonks could do, or at least a part of it. If he could do that without a wand, then just think what he could do with one. If what I am thinking is true, then we could be looking at a future Dumbledore. James sucked in a breath, and Tonks gasped. Or maybe another Dark Lord. Moody, James frowned. Isn't that too much? He's a pureblood, correct? So are both us. What does? He's young and impressionable. Moody cut him off, and unlike you, he wasn't part of a faction. He's a West, above from factions but not detached from them. He could be pulled down into one. It's the question of which. Or maybe into something else. Both of Moody's eyes stared at James, but there were no more words spoken. He turned to Tonks and grunted, come on, lass. We are going to the pits. Not the pits. James said a hasty goodbye to Moody and Tonks and ran to the ministry entrance, and was lucky to catch up just at the entrance. Quinn. At novel bin at. Quinn turned and saw James running towards him. Yes, he asked. Would you like to visit for dinner? What? The space twisted and distorted like an old hag's wrinkles. There was a pop, and Quinn appeared behind a tree near the township gate of the little community of Godric Hollow. He glanced around for the presence of a non-magical residence of the hybrid township. Seeing that there was no one in sight, he stepped out of the tree's shade and walked towards the gate under the guise of an invisibility charm. It would be a bother to run into a non-magical resident and become part of a conversation that would go nowhere, ultimately ending in a confundus or obliviation charm. The little township was the same as before, with the town church sandwiched between the town square and cemetery and half of the houses hidden from the sight of the unknowing residents who continued to live their lives in a town that looked to be nothing out of the ordinary. But today, Quinn could see something out of the ordinary. He swept his eye on the paved street he was on. Quinn could make out several individuals that shouldn't be there usually. Some were hidden under an invisibility spell, and while Quinn couldn't tell who exactly they were, he could clearly pinpoint their positions. Then there were few physically hidden instead of magical invisibility, though these people did have muggle-repelling charms cast over them. Quinn made a mental of his surroundings with the people he spotted, and they seemed to be strategically placed around his destination. Quinn reached his destination, the Potter house. He eyed the cozy house, much more spacious on the inside, from a few paces outside the property. He could feel a strong ward on the property. He could feel his warding, a type of aegis, on the property, and seeing that the Potter house was protected by his ward was a relief to Quinn. He thought for a second if he should check if there was a goblin ward, which he personally recommended to be set alongside aegis, but decided against it in case he alerted the owners of tampering. Before stepping through the ward boundary, he softly patted the front of his sleeveless vest, and all of his clothes straightened out. He walked to the door and knocked on the door from the attached door knocker. The wait between the knocking and the door opening wasn't anything lengthy, but to Quinn, it felt excruciatingly long and startlingly short, all at the same time. It reminded him of the time he had visited Daphne's house for the first time after they had started dating. He had been cornered by Sophie Greengrass, whom he was told won't be present during his visit. No, I am prepared this time, he thought and straightened himself. And they don't know that I'm dating their daughter. There was a faint sound of footsteps before the door swung open for Harry Potter to appear in view. Right on time, or Harry glanced back at a clock hung just beside the door. Oh, you're 5 minutes early. No wonder Mom suddenly went mad. Should I return after a while? You can pretend it was the milkman or something. Or we can just wait here and talk until someone comes out looking for us. That's fine as well. Did you really expect anyone to buy the thing about the milkman? Hey, I was being polite. It's the sentiment that matters. What kind of milkman comes in the evening? The imaginary kind, of course. We get our milk in the morning through the owl. A mishap in delivery then. It happens, you know. We got milk today. An extra package for being such loyal patrons. A little customer appreciation can go a long way. Brand loyalty and all that jazz. But I don't have milk to show. You were thirsty and drank it. An entire bottle. You're a growing boy, you can guzzle down a bottle. It might even go to your height. Hey, me being shorter than you doesn't mean I am short. You are just really tall. Never said anything about you being short. That was all you, mate. You just don't want to admit that your suggestion was silly. I have no idea what you're talking about. As Quinn and Harry spoke to each other at the door, a voice from inside the Potter house interrupted them. What are you two doing goofing at the door? Come in and shut the door before the mosquitoes come in. Harry turned, and Quinn leaned to the side to get a look at Hermione Granger peeking out from a room. Oh, you're here as well, said Quinn. I am staying over, said Hermione. Ron is here as well. That's nice, said Quinn. Before he entered the house, he turned to the outside and waved over to the hidden people with a smile, who had clearly moved from their initial places when he had revealed himself on the doorstep of the Potter house. Who are you waving to? Asked Harry. To the milkman, of course. That's still going on. Quinn followed after Harry and Hermione into the Potter house. They led him into what he remembered to be the lounge, where he found the other two of the Golden Squad waiting for him. Good evening, you two, he said, smiling. Ron nodded in greeting, while Ivy responded with a good evening, accompanied with a bright smile. Quinn continued to smile, keeping his brow from quirking. Had she forgotten the conversation they had? When James had asked Quinn to come to dinner, he had immediately communicated with Ivy about it through Magi Fax. But the problem was that after the Hogwarts attack and the looming threat of Voldemort, the Potter children weren't allowed out of their houses without adult supervision. This meant that Ivy and Quinn couldn't meet face to face, and they could get caught if they kept using Magi Fax. It was Ivy who remedied the problem before Quinn even brought it up. It turned out that she was thinking about how to communicate better with Quinn. She learned how to make the two-way mirrors James and Sirius used in their Hogwarts days. She charmed two-hand mirrors, something she could do easily without getting pinged by the underage magic usage trace on her wand, as she was inside a magical home and a heavily warded one at that. To keep the mirrors a secret, Ivy forewent owling the mirror to Quinn and instead sneakily dropped the mirror in a marked corner of Godric Hollow, from where it was picked up by Polly, who transported it to Quinn, with only 3 people knowing of the twin mirror's existence. Your father asked me to come to your home for dinner, said Quinn, surprised to have a two-way mirror in his possession just after the day he got the invitation to the Potter house. He hadn't even told Ivy about it. That's until now. What? Ivy exclaimed and instantly sat up in her bed. How? When did this happen? Yesterday, said Quinn, ruffling the back of his head. And I accepted. Oh, Ivy sounded surprised and lost at words simultaneously. Yeah, said Quinn. He could have politely refused the offer, but if he had done that, he would have not been able to meet Ivy for the summer. Sure, even if Ivy didn't take the initiative to send the two-way mirrors, he would have made something similar, but meeting face-to-face was something he wanted to do, even if it was just once. So, we need to talk about how to act in front of your family, he said. That's if you want to keep it hidden. Ivy nodded. She wasn't ready yet, they had just started going out. I say that we act normal, just like the last time I visited. I think that'd be fine. You mean, you coming unexpectedly and I pulling my hair wondering if you'd do something horrible. You and I have really different memories of that day. It was jolly fun for me. Well, it wasn't for me. But I do agree about acting as if we are friends. I concur. Then, it's decided. That was how Quinn remembered the conversation between them went. But that smile on Ivy's face was definitely not something that would be classified as normal. She could smile, but that was a little too bright, and if he was being honest, he didn't mind it. Harry and Hermione took a seat on a triple-seater. Ron was slumped on a single-seater with his feet on a footrest. He turned to the other single-seater in the room, but his eyes caught Ivy, who was lightly tapping the empty space beside her on the double-seater where she sat. Quinn stared at her for a moment before taking the seat where she asked him to. "Where's Ms. Potter? I would like to greet her," he said. "Mum," called Harry, "Quinn's here." He turned to Quinn. "She'll be here. Or, Mr. Potter, in the kitchen with Mum, probably." Quinn nodded. He watched as he saw Hermione and Harry get their feet up the sofa and snuggle with each other. "I did hear about you two getting together," he said. It looks like it was true. He had been occupied with his internal problems and keeping up with who was going out with who wasn't on the top of his priority list. Quinn glanced at Ron and found him looking at the couple from the corner of his eye. He reached out with a feathersoft legilimency probe, and the feeling of green jealousy echoed through the probe. It seemed that the resident Weasley wasn't psyched about his best friends getting together at novel bin at. "How's life after Hogwarts?" asked Harry. Quinn retrieved his magic and turned to answer. "I don't know. I have been at home, doing nothing special, to be honest. It just feels like any other summer break. I guess I will know when I don't board the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September. What about you guys? Any ideas for your final year?" "We will be aiming for the Quidditch Cup," said Ron confidently. Harry nodded. "Gryffindor is going to win, no doubt about it." A smile appeared on Quinn as he dipped his head to hide it. "What?" asked Ron. Quinn shook his head, the smile still on his face. "It's about Quidditch, so he most probably remembered something that Carmichael said," Ivy supplied as she peered at Quinn. Both Ron and Harry leaned forward. Harry immediately asked, "What did he say?" "Nothing, he said nothing, but he did do something that I did personally find hilarious." Ron and Harry exchanged glances before turning to Quinn with a question in their eyes. "The day Ravenclaw won the Quidditch Cup, Eddie sort of marked it." "What do you mean?" "He sort of engraved his name on the Quidditch Cup. Well, to be precise, he wrote, 'Eddie Carmichael the real champion,'" said Quinn, and every pair of eyes in the room widened. "And I mean really engraved it. He made sure you can't undo the engraving." "We have to get a new Quidditch Cup," said Harry immediately while Ron had his jaw hanging. "You know it better than me that the Quidditch Cup is a tradition. It has a long legacy behind it. I don't think McGonagall would replace it, even with Eddie's name on it," said Quinn with a grin on his face. "He told me that he'd regret missing the expression on your face when you saw it. I guess I ruined your surprise, but at least now, I can tell Eddie my first-hand experience about it." A chime bell sound tingled inside the house. It sounded like some sort of indicator as Quinn could feel that the sound was weaved with a hint of magic. Quinn turned to Ivy. "That was. Someone came through the floor," she said. There were heavy footsteps in the corridor beside the lounge. The sound grew closer until the source entered the room in the form of Sirius Black. The senior Auror directly focused in on Quinn and sighed. "You really gave everyone a scare, kid. You really gave everyone a scare, kid," said Sirius Black as he dusted the flu dust from his jacket. "How do you mean?" asked Quinn. "Don't act coy, kid," Sirius chuckled carelessly, but the curve of his smile was modest, and there was a glint of seriousness in his gray eyes. "You know what I am talking about. I don't think a simple wave of the hand would be something to freak about. It wouldn't be if the recipient was expecting one, but they weren't, were they? In my defense, they weren't well hidden. So you say, but they got a scare when you suddenly appeared." The Golden Squad looked between Quinn and Sirius, confused by the ongoing conversation, and interjected by asking to be cued into the conversation. But before either Quinn or Sirius could explain, James and Lily Potter entered the lounge. "You were coming today, Sirius," said Lily in surprise. "What should I do? I don't think we have enough food for another person." "It's all right, dear, we have some dog chow. I'm sure Padfoot would be satisfied with that," said James, smirking. "Haha, dog food, haha," Sirius said to James. "Couldn't come up with something remotely funny, could you?" "I found it ample funny," said James. "It was hilarious, Sirius," Harry chimed, sharing identical smirks with his father. "I knew I should have gotten myself a little me," Sirius grumbled. "At least I shouldn't have been double-tagged like this." Lily sighed at Sirius, James, and Harry's antics before asking, "You should have let us know that you were coming. I would have prepared accordingly. Let me see if I can make something with leftovers." "It's all right, you don't have to do that," said Sirius. "I'm not staying for dinner. I wasn't even coming today." "Did something at the office?" asked James. Sirius shook his head. He nudged his chin to Quinn. "Your little guest surprised the people outside. If you hadn't told them you were having a guest and the fact that Harry talked to him on the doorstep, things could have gone poorly." James and Lily turned to Quinn, who just shrugged. "How did they miss him?" James asked. Gone was the chipper tone replaced by a serious tinge. Sirius turned to Quinn and asked, "You want to take this, or should I?" "I was under an invisibility spell," said Quinn. "I mean, I wasn't going to be walking through a hybrid village like this without some sort of guise to keep the non-magicals away." It would have been troublesome if an overly friendly chap decided to strike up a conversation. Justified, James turned to Sirius. They should have detected him. I know, I'll plan some upgrades and make sure this doesn't happen again. But I am surprised that you were able to detect them at all, Sirius said to Quinn. Not all of them were that obvious, Quinn crossed his hands. I guess a couple of them hadn't taken shadows and distortion into consideration while casting. My eye caught the slight unnaturalness, and then I started to look for more, making things more transparent to me. But I guess if I wasn't looking for them, it would be fine if the weak links were strengthened. But that's the problem, those coming under guys will be looking for those weak links, said Lily with furrow between her brows. Sirius, please ensure that this doesn't happen again. James, you as well. Quinn glanced at Sirius. It seemed that he was in charge of the protection of Potter House. He felt a tug on his arm. He turned and found Ivy close enough that he could make out the vibrancy and pattern in her emerald eyes. Ah, I am really conscious of her, such thought passed his mind. What is happening? She asked. I found people outside of your house, hidden under invisibility spells and muggle-repelling charms, and I spotted them. It seems that they are keeping an eye on your house for protection. He turned to James and Sirius. Are they Aurors? Sorry kid, can't tell, said Sirius, winking. So, Aurors who are part of the Order of Phoenix, thought Quinn. There are people outside our house. Ivy exclaimed in surprise, along with the rest of the Golden Squad. It seemed they weren't aware that they had been under surveillance. It does make sense, said Hermione, to have people keeping a lookout, that is. Quinn agreed. Unlike the general public, those connected to the Order of Phoenix were well aware, and in acceptance, of Voldemort's return. It was only natural to have people stationed outside the Potter House. Quinn could even guess that if given a chance to examine the Aegis wards, they would be the top of the line and connected to the DMLE's emergency response service. He looked around, also wondering if there was a labyrinth door hidden somewhere in the lounge. He was sure that the Potters had won. The situation, however, did make Quinn wonder if the Potters had lost confidence in the Fidelius charm. Having betrayed by someone who they considered to be their closest confidant was an emotional hit that most people won't want to go against ever again, so Quinn didn't put it against the Potters to be averse against the use of the ward that had promised them safety, but had resulted in the loss of dear family. Or maybe there's another safe house under the Fidelius, ready at a moment's notice. Quinn looked at the three adults, wondering if they knew the location of the hypothetical location. Quinn silently waited as the adults revealed the security arrangements around the Potter house. The talk was short and only a rough overview, given that Quinn was present in the room. All right, enough about this. We have a guest with us today. Lily put an end to the topic. Then I will be off, said Sirius. See you tomorrow, mate. No, now that you're here, stay for dinner, said Lily. I will sort something out. She turned to Quinn. Look at me, dear. You have been here for a while, and we haven't even offered you anything to drink. She gave a sharp glance to her children. It's all right, Mrs. Potter. The invitation to the dinner today gives me another chance to try your fabulous cooking. I haven't forgotten the taste from the last time I was here, said Quinn politely. His words had their intended effect of instantly raising his affinity points of likability with Lily. The last time he had done this was just because of fun, but this time the stakes were high, and he needed the Potter parents to fall in love with him. I need to become the son they never had, thought Quinn as he stood up and took out a matchbox-sized box. He expanded it to its full size and presented it to Lily. This is just a little thank you gift for inviting me to dinner today. It's set of cured meats and cheeses, and there's a bottle of wine from my grandfather inside. Quinn didn't miss the glances that James and Sirius shared when he mentioned his grandfather. Oh my, you didn't have to bring us anything, said Lily, accepting the box. Quinn continued to smile politely. His gift game was strong. That solves the dinner problem, said Sirius, grinning with a thumbs up to Quinn. Sirius, I already set up some beans on the stove for you, said Lily as she sent Quinn's gift somewhere inside the house. I thought you'd be fine with beans on toast. You have been standing here for the entire while I have been here. Magic? Silly. Come on now, we don't waste food in our house. But I don't want to eat beans on toast. You're not a child anymore, Sirius. Don't act like one. The little banter between Lily and Sirius seemed to push the slight heaviness because of the protection situation behind and bring in a light and bright suitable for when guests were visiting. As they moved to the dining hall, Ivy subtly bumped into his shoulder. She was smiling when he glanced at her, obviously happy with Quinn's performance. And what could Quinn say sometimes? He lived to impress. The dinner table was set up with a beautiful spread of appetizing food. There were 3 chairs each on the lengths of the table and 1 each on the heads of the table. Quinn could feel that the table had been expanded and that 4 of the 8 chairs were conjured copies of a single chair, of the 4 real ones, made from the Gemino charm. Quinn took a corner chair along one of the lengths, and again, to his surprise, Ivy took the chair beside him, on the table's length. He was perfectly fine with Ivy sitting beside him, but wasn't the plan to not seem suspicious? He thought she would sit beside Hermione, who had taken a chair on the opposite with Harry sitting beside her. In the end, Quinn, Ivy, and Sirius sat along the table's length. Lily took a chair on the table's head just beside Quinn, with James sitting directly in front of Quinn. Harry and Hermione sat beside James. Finally, Ron took the other table head. The food looks amazing, Mrs. Potter, said Quinn in unrestricted praise at novel bin at. James, who sat opposite to him, sneakily rolled his eyes. It seemed that it was going to be a repeat of the last year. You know, I was amazed when James told me that Mad Eye wanted you to join the force, said Sirius at the table. Moody doesn't believe in soliciting people for the Auror office. He believes that the least requirement for an Auror aspirant is for them to apply on their own without any persuasion. So I couldn't believe it when I heard about it. Mad Eye said what? Harry exclaimed as his food fell from his fork. Believe it or not, but that Moody even compared Quinn here with Dumbledore, said James, adding to the conversation. That made eyes go wide around the table. Comparison to Albus Dumbledore was a high praise, but that praise was elevated to another level when it came from someone like Alastor Moody. I am sure he was jesting, said Quinn. Moody doesn't jest, kid, laughed Sirius as if hearing an amusing joke. But really, why don't you give the Auror training program a try? It has some great perks, and I think you'll have great fun there. They even pay you just for being in training. Quinn snorted internally. He knew that the Auror training was a notoriously tough program. Long hours, no work-life flexibility, and standards that made even the most talented of the bunch find themselves running around trying to keep up with the program. It was akin to a young doctor starting their residency, working enough hours that they earned a very low hourly rate even with their hefty salaries. Quinn wasn't interested, so he was going to join something that would dominate his life. All right, that's it, you're making him uncomfortable. Lily turned to Quinn. If I remember correctly, Professor Flitwick told me that you're planning to go into magic research. But, I'm confused about what field you're aiming for. I'm keeping my options open, said Quinn. I actually want to pursue everything from transfiguration to herbology. I will need varying knowledge if I want to pursue some advanced magics like alchemy. Just like Dumbledore, commented Sirius. Lily didn't pay him attention. That's admirable, Quinn. Even Ivy is aiming to go into magic research. She's starting with warding magic, which will take her to aim to gain mastery in both charms and runes, she said with pride in her eyes as she looked at Ivy. I know, said Quinn. Turned to Ivy. I was there when Ivy was talking to Professor McGonagall about her new subjects. Aiming for warding instead of taking charms and runes individually shows commitment, which I immensely respect. Ivy seemed to be conscious of the sudden attention, or maybe it was because of Quinn that she bowed her head in embarrassment, but as Quinn was beside her, he could see a smile blooming on her face. Below the table, suddenly, he felt Ivy's hand intertwining with his own. Quinn held himself from reacting. He knew that Ivy Potter was bold, but now it was confirmed. Oh, look at you, all matching, that's cute, said Sirius with his brows wiggling at Quinn with a grin on his face. Quinn knew what Sirius implied. Only if he knew. It was then that Ron joined the conversation. It seemed as he understood Sirius was implying as he spoke. Quinn is going out with Daphne Greengrass. Oh, Greengrass, you say Greengrass, Sophie Greengrass. Sirius leaned forward to get a grinning look at Quinn. It's Sophie's daughter. It's her, isn't she? It is. Oh, if she's as pretty as her mother, then you got a catch there, kid. He leaned back into his chair and folded his arms, his eyes taking a faraway look. I still remember I tried to pursue her when we were in Hogwarts. A Gryffindor and Slytherin, the forbidden love, right up my alley. She was a Ravenclaw, said Lily. He sighed dramatically, making most eyes roll, but she never gave me Sirius Black the time of the day. It was heartbreaking. I even remember bothering Lily constantly about getting a good word because they were benchmates in arithmancy class, good friends, but she refused to even look at me when I brought up the topic. I didn't like you very much back then. You and James were total gits in those days, said Lily bluntly. Ah, Lily dear, you know just the words to cheer a man up, smiled Sirius. On the other hand, James Potter looked to be entirely invested in counting the individual peas on his plate. The Golden Squad, especially the twins, listened and chuckled along with the story. All the while, Ivy didn't let go of Quinn's hand under the table, even while she talked on the table. Quinn and Daphne dating each other was a big event in Hogwarts, said Lily, and it sounded weird to all Hogwarts students, including Quinn, when she said, it even reached McGonagall's ears. I can say on good authority that her ears would perk whenever we talked about it in the faculty office, she giggled. I heard from Pomona that McGonagall has always been interested in her like students' relationship. She's quite the consumer of gossip. Ignoring the looks from the others, Quinn turned to the Potter couple. I heard that Mrs. Potter was Professor McGonagall's favorite, and I'm sure she was partial to Mr. Potter with him being the Quidditch captain. It seems like she must have been on the lookout on your relationship. I heard it was quite dramatic with Mr. Potter chasing Mrs. Potter for years. How do you know that? Asked James. Let's just say that professors really like me, he smiled. I have an excellent rapport with a certain Scottish witch, and unexpectedly, she tends to get chatty if you find her when she has a drink in her hand. James looked more interested in his plate than ever, as if he had found gold in his pudding, while Lily looked like she would turn the same color as her hair, having heard that her once professor and now colleague was talking to her students about her quite dramatic relationship. Sirius threw his head back with roaring laughter. Oh, that was fantastic. He turned to Ivy. Bad luck, Ivy. I remember the last time I met Quinn, I did try to get you together. Alas, I, the cherub of love, have failed. I am fine, thank you, said Ivy. And Quinn could tell she was fine. She had been doing all kinds of things with her hand to his hand. Quinn was having doubts if she was really trying to hide the relationship. They were sitting beside a load of people who didn't know about their relationship, and if they didn't know it before, they knew now that he was going out with Daphne. If they got found, he could only imagine what the rest of the evening would look like. They have actually come a long way, both of them, said Hermione. They didn't get along at all when they first met. It went on for a couple years where they, especially Ivy, weren't on the best of terms. Really? I couldn't tell. Lily looked at Quinn and Ivy. We kept a distance, said Quinn while wondering what was going below the table. Oh, my magic? It's like she's making up for that? He was a jerk, said Ivy, smiling. You started it, Quinn replied. Those were fun times. They were? Ron spoke with food stuffed in his mouth. Owsies at fun. Quinn glanced at Ron and simply smiled. He contemplated whether he should do something to the Weasley, who really bad table manners, but decided against it. I am kind, aren't I? I need to be praised, yes, I need to be showered in them. He didn't want to create any drama in Ivy's home when he was so cordially invited for dinner, and he was trying to make a good impression here. The conversation continued at the dinner table until they moved back to the lounge, where they started to talk about the real-world circumstances in the country. Quinn was fine with some topics, such as economics and finance, while the other, like politics of the Wisengamot faction, weren't things he liked to talk about, but many things were connected and normal within conversations. He could tell that James was subtly keeping the topics of conversation closely tied to the Light faction. He didn't try to stray away from that and listened carefully to what James, Sirius, and Lily spoke, trying to piece together the internal situation of the Light faction and even the Order of Phoenix, though they didn't really give out any vital information, only some tidbits that he used to speculate at novel bin at. He even had an inkling that James and Sirius, especially James, were trying to hint around him siding towards the Light faction. Quinn had expected that he had graduated Hogwarts. Stepping into the real world, it was just that he had expected the Grey faction, even the Dark faction, to approach him first rather than the Light faction. He, of course, restrained to giving any form of commitment to them. He preferred to be factionless, and if he was to be sided with a faction, he would wait until the very end to make his decision. After some while, the Potters offered him a drink, but Quinn refused the offer. Right now, any thought of inebriation or any form of drugs made Quinn want to puke out his insides. It was total revulsion. He took that as a chance to retire for the evening. Already? Asked Ivy. Are you sure you don't want to stay for a little longer? Yay, it's getting late, said Quinn when he saw that no one was looking at the strangely except Hermione, but that was to be expected. When he was about to leave, Quinn asked to go to the bathroom. Ivy led him there and took the moment of privacy, a moment where she knew that they wouldn't be seen by the others in the house, and if someone came, she would be alerted about it. But Quinn didn't know about that, so when she pulled him into a snog session, his eyes went wide, and he didn't know what to do with his hands until later when he responded back. You have been really confusing today, said Quinn between a kiss. Didn't we decide not to do something risky? Risky? Like this? You don't like it? It's not nice. It's exciting? I can't deny that. Ivy kept him until it was about to get suspicious, and it was the right moment to let go as Harry sprung up just moments later. Hey, are you two okay? He said and came upon Ivy standing outside and the door to the bathroom opening with Quinn coming out with a handkerchief in hand. Is something wrong? Asked Quinn. No, it's nothing, said Harry. Quinn and Ivy exchanged glances when Harry turned. Ivy winked at him, making Quinn think that this wasn't good for his heart. Quinn bade farewell to the Potter family along with Sirius, Hermione, and Ron, who saved them out to the door. He refused to use the float, instead of choosing to apparate home, personal choice. He stepped outside the Potter house ward boundary. He waved again to the guards outside, still hidden. They were hidden better since early evening, but not enough. Quinn smiled when he felt them shift a little to his wave. Some hid themselves better while others exposed themselves. He chuckled and walked out of Gordic Hollow. It was the township rules that apparition wasn't allowed within the town borders if it wasn't inside the house wards. And because Quinn wasn't part of the Potters, he wasn't keyed into the house wards, and this couldn't apparate from within the Potter house. He stepped outside Godric Hollows. The sky had already gone dark, and the moon was glowing brightly with stars clearly visible. The night sky was one of the perks of having the house in the countryside. It was always clear, with the celestial bodies visible. Quinn stared up at the sky for a while, contemplating if he should fly his way home, but decided that it would be better to apparate and lay on the roof to admire the stars in still calm. As he was about to apparate, he felt a flow of magic trigger around him. It was sudden and flowed all around him like a great river, forming a dome. It took Quinn a surprised beat, but then his magic flowed outwards, as aggressively as he could pump it. His eyes turned grave as he felt the fluctuation of spatial magic. The space around him was being solidified. It was an anti-apparition ward. Quinn straightened up and looked around when he heard the crunching of grass and the turn of stone gravel. Suddenly, figures came out from the dark, all dressed in black robes and silver masks surrounding him. Death Eaters, said Quinn as he counted a dozen of them. Oh, come on, I just had a really nice evening, let's not ruin it. Surrender, said one of the masked Death Eaters. Quinn turned to the speaker and smirked. Not a single one of you has their masks down. You don't want someone to know that you're attacking Quinn West. That's not a confident outlook, gentlemen. Behind the smirk, Quinn analyzed the situation. He could now feel isolation wards, blocking sound, and any form of disturbance from going out. They were trying to keep this under wraps, different from the usual Death Eater modus operandi. Surrender, the speaker said again and raised his wand with other Death Eaters. Quinn didn't grace them with an answer. He cracked his neck and unbuttoned the buttons on his vest. I ate a bit too much, he said. You guys came at the right time. Now, I can exercise it off a little. He didn't waste a beat, turned to the soul speaker, and let out a gnarly shearing spell. The Death Eater wasn't expecting the attack. There was no wand in Quinn's hand after all. A shield was pulled up, but the half-baked shield was sheared through like a hot knife against butter. Quinn didn't stop and charged another powerful spell towards the same Death Eater. There was solid contact, and he went flying back like a cannonball, smashing into a tree. The other Death Eaters responded and led a blinding array of spells, all different colors with varying effects. Quinn's magic dumped into the ground, and the earth around him rose up like spikes, forming a rough dome. The magic ripped the earthen dome apart, but no spell made it through. Quinn's mind zapped with activity. He triggered his spells, and the flying chunks of the earth all transfigured into pure steel. The lumps of steel froze in air and warped into spears. The Death Eaters all pulled up their protective spells to guard. Quinn was expecting that and welcomed it. He now had a moment to assess the situation. It was the first time since he had been aggressively attacked by multiple opponents. He was experienced with facing multiple opponents, but that was when he had prepared for it, when they weren't expecting him. This time they had prepared for him, and they had prepared indeed. As Quinn was concentrating on the 11 Death Eaters, a spell came from within the woods just outside Godric Hollows. Quinn noticed the spell, but just in time. He turned, and out of instinct, ice crystallized between him and the spell. The ice seemed to have not entirely crystallized as the silver spell melted through the ice and struck Quinn. It was like a jolt of electric current coursing through his body. Quinn felt himself lose control of his body and fell down onto his knees, and for a moment, there wasn't anything he could do to stop his fall. A fear bubbled inside him, gripping his heart. He didn't like it. Losing control of his body. He wasn't going to go through that ever again. An obscene amount of magic burst out inside Quinn's body. The effects of the spells were purged. Quinn got up on his feet, and he only had a few words for the Death Eaters. You guys are lucky. So lucky that I don't have my mask and gear. The late evening, early night sky framed the background of a tense situation. The spell discharged left residue, leaving behind their remnants magically in the form of a tingle in the air and the physical destruction with the carved ground and splintered barks. The Death Eaters thwarted the threatening but easily avoidable steel spears. The wands were raised again with magic coursing through them. They were many while their target was one. Losing one of their own while not optimal wasn't something to be worried about. Getting the job done was the priority. The faster they got it done, the faster they would get the fallen to safety. But then the sole opponent spoke. I'm going to make it so you can't use those port keys to get out of here. You tried to trap with this ward, so don't think I'll let you go without a good sleepover. The statement ruffled some feathers. The first thoughts were of surprise of the port key knowledge. While not a secret, it was still not common knowledge. But then came the offense, a child who was still wet behind the ears trying to threaten them? Did he not know his position? They knew their target, Quinn West. Every one of the Death Eaters knew about him, what he represented, and thus why it was imperative to be successful. But then a scream pierced through the tenseness, and a body came flying out from the trees, passing over their heads and dragging the rubble as the body came to a stop at Quinn's feet. While the eyes were staring set in the middle at the spectacle, one of them turned to where the body came from and saw a glint of what looked like a ginormous tree branch, colored gray with a few green figs, retreating into the darkness. Quinn raised his foot and stamped it on the Death Eater's head, pressing the face into the gravel. There was a painful groan that he ignored. He pointed his palm at the body and forced a spell into the Death Eater's back while staring at the bunch in front of him. There was a scream much more horrible, terrible than the one before. It sent shivers down the listeners' bodies. They couldn't even see the injury clearly yet. Nonetheless, they could tell that it was severe, to say the least. The spine was at least cracked and mangled, with further damage to the back. You all are fortunate that I have to think about my reputation, said Quinn, pointing at the Death Eaters as he pressed the head further into the ground. I can't cast dark curses on all of you, and neither can I kill you guys, but I will ensure that the healers have a horrendous time healing each and every one of you. That will have to do for now. Shut up, brat, said one of the Death Eaters in a gruff voice. Quinn glanced to the Death Eater, and an explosive spell leaned on the legal boundaries of a non-dark spell manifested between them. The cast speed surprised the Death Eaters. The gruff one pulled up a shield while others went for the attack. The best moment to attack was the just moment after the opposition had just cast their magic. The exact time the explosion spell was released, the ground jumped between Quinn and the Death Eaters, serving his commands. There was an exchange. The ground exploded into dust in the face of magic. Quinn cast another level of protection, this time magic shields, which stopped the spells that passed through. On the other hand, the explosion spell saw no stoppage from the defensive shield and rammed into the panicked Death Eaters' raised hands. It broke bones, and some magic slipped through the sides of the arms into the face, obliterating the mask and shredding the facial muscles. Spells are slower than guns, they say. Quinn's voice suddenly echoed from everywhere around the Death Eaters, startling them as they looked around. And it is true, guns are frighteningly quick, and the spells aren't up to that speed yet. No one has tried to increase travel speed yet, but it doesn't mean that magic is slower. Let me show you a skill that top hit wizards take pride in. The dust cleared, and they found that Quinn had vanished from their encirclement, only leaving behind the unconscious Death Eater on the ground. They immediately went on alert towards their surrounding, but then the same place in the middle showed a ripple, and light ripped towards a Death Eater. It was a split moment between the appearance and impact, and then the Death Eater went flying, crashing into the tree, rattling it to its roots. I'm going to pick out every single one of you, repeated Quinn's voice. The Death Eaters immediately launched their spells to the middle, but they passed through. There was no one there. Suddenly Quinn materialized just in front of a Death Eater, who froze in shock at the sudden appearance. The Death Eater felt his entire body gripped by something. It felt like a body bind, but worse as the magic binds began strangling. Breathing soon became difficult, with each breath becoming a gasp. Quinn had his back to the other Death Eaters, and they took the chance. Spells were shot, and multiple lights covered their paths and made an impact with. The Death Eater Quinn had vanished from the front. The magic was too much, and the Death Eater collapsed into a heap on the group to reveal Quinn, who now stood behind the collapsed Death Eater. He walked to the side, and with each step, a part of his body disappeared until he was no longer visible. Something started to bubble up inside the Death Eaters. 3 of theirs have been taken down, 1 because of friendly fire, and now they couldn't even keep track of their target. Another sudden spell suddenly appeared. It sunk into the ground beside a Death Eater's feet, changing the solid ground into a quagmire. The Death Eater lost balance and fell on his back, slowly sinking into the sludge. It wasn't over as the muddy appendages rose from the sinking ground and pulled the Death Eater inside. He struggled, fought against the sludge, shot stray spells but found that the sludge started to solidify against his body. Then a horror jolted through his body when he found that the ground began to press his body tighter and tighter until his lungs stopped working and darkness overtook him. Only the masked face of the Death Eater remained over the ground, which was now back to normal. There wasn't a beat missed as the next attack against the Death Eater arrived. And it was the biggest and most devastating one yet. Winds started to pick, making the Death Eaters look around vigilantly. Within moments, the area was filled with fierce gusts moving in unpredictable directions. The Death Eaters found it challenging to stand still, much less try to find Quinn at novel bin at. Everyone turned just in time to see 4 people drop to the ground, and even in the dark, the carved backs of the 4 victims could be seen shredded with blood staining the skin, clothes, and everything it came into contact with. One of the Death Eaters started to back up. His heart was trying to beat out of its natural rhythm. He raised his wand up, moving it constantly to cover any direction the attack could come, trying not to stumble because of the wind. He felt a hand on his shoulder and felt a shiver creep up his body before he could turn. He looked down and saw a long silver blade slowly come out of his abdomen. The eyes started to shake as he continued to watch. The tip of the blade turned into liquid and climbed up the edge until there wasn't a blade left and the silver was sticking close to his body. Then he heard, "I have plugged up the wound from both sides. The blood will stay inside where it belongs. Thank me for it later." There were 2 shoulder taps before everything went black. That was it. One of the Death Eaters pulled up his sleeve, exposing the dark mark. He was going to portray out of there. He touched the mark with his wand, and it started to turn red. The portray was activated. Nothing happened. What? I told you're not going anywhere today. The Death Eater felt something hit him on the head with something blunt and heavy. The pain was momentary before he went to the ground and knew nothing more. Quinn looked around. There weren't many Death Eaters left. He glanced up to where he had stealthily set up an anti-pot ward hidden in the shadow of the Death Eaters' wards. He cast an assortment of illusion spells on himself and disappeared to prey on the remaining Death Eaters. He was going to keep picking them apart. There were magic he couldn't use in his Quinn West persona. Everything that he used as his invisible vigilante persona was out of use for Quinn West if revealed. There were plenty of ways they could reach others, and then someone was bound to connect the points. Then there was dark magic which he couldn't be seen using for the sake of his reputation. He won't be charged for using such spells in the current situation, but people would keep in mind that he used dark magic. He called up more magic and sent a massive gash of fire towards a Death Eater, blasting him in the face with flames as if coming out from a high-fueled flamethrower. After causing some burns, Quinn vanished the bones from a leg and left the Death Eater on the ground, unable to move. He turned to the opposite side and saw a Death Eater trying to run. He stamped his foot on the dirt, and a long linked chain came snatching up the ground. A huge clamp on the other end grabbed the Death Eater's foot, tripping the runner. Quinn pulled the chain with magic and dragged the Death Eater near him, where he buried him inside the ground and suffocated to end another one. He threw a superpowered reducto into another Death Eater's face and crushed just enough bones that would keep the man alive. That continued until only one was left. Quinn faced the last Death Eater, who had his trembling wand pointed at him. "Why, you monster? This is all your fault," said Quinn. "If you just hadn't done this, none of it would have happened." He stepped forward. "Stay away." Quinn ignored the futile and useless words and closed the distance. The Death Eater raised his wand and cursed, "Avada Kedavra." Quinn halted, and a rough chunk of ground rose up. Something material was the only way to block an Avada Kedavra. The green zap exploded the ground, leaving behind a plume of dust. Quinn grinned. "Thank you. You just gave me some great justification. What? I can now rough you up a little." He raised his hand and sent eerie bolts of lightning towards the Death Eater, which he wasn't able to dodge, rendering him prone to the ground. Quinn walked to the limp body and straddled it. "I did this once before to someone," said Quinn as he raised his fists and charged them with body magic, "and I suppose he didn't like it all, so I'm assuming you won't be liking it as well. And this time, my hands aren't going to get all mangled." Quinn raised his fist and then dropped them on the Death Eater's face and then started the pummeling. Nothing could beat the physical exertion of pounding someone down to a pulp with his bare hands, thought Quinn as he continued to beat the man bloody. The thoughts of the spell that had hit him earlier in the fight occupied his mind, fueling him with anger. He didn't notice that the man had gone unconscious. But fortunately, someone was there to stop him. Quinn's hands froze mid-punch. He turned his head, a glare still in his eyes, to look upon a crowd of people looking at him. Among them, at the head of the crowd, was Ivy, who was looking at him in worry. Looking at him surrounded with carnage and battered bodies, Quinn, hearing his name called out, brought him out of the bout of anger. His hand stopped in the air as he momentarily glanced at the broken face before his attention went to the source, itching to get back. He turned his head back and saw the Potter family, Sirius, Hermione, Ron, and an assortment of people who he assumed were the guards. His anger subsided at the sight of the people. The reasoning started to flow back in with the trickle of adrenaline retreating back from his bloodstream. He glanced back at the Death Eater and the bloodied face. This was enough, he thought, and that he wouldn't be able to do any more anyway. Quinn got up from the Death Eater's torso and turned to the Potters. He took a deep breath before dropping his shoulder and stepping away from the Death Eater. They started it, said Quinn. He rubbed his hand, and a water bubble covered them that slowly took a red hue. He shook his hands, and the stained water splashed away on the ground. Are you all right? Asked Ivy, worry quivering in her voice. Quinn nodded. There was a scrap or two from the flying debris that nicked his clothes and some skin, but other than that, he wasn't touched by any magic. Ivy seemed to want to come near him, but Quinn sent a very short and concise burst of sound magic saying, no, which made her halt with an unbridled unwillingness. Quinn glanced at the others and was relieved that no one felt his burst of magic to Ivy, especially with the Auror standing a step away from Ivy. What happened? Asked Sirius, stepping into the war zone, his eyes wandering over the numerous unconscious bodies. The corner of his eyes wrinkled when he saw the Death Eater with the gashes on his back. They were looking to abduct me, said Quinn, glancing around the area to see if there was something that needed to be hidden. I wasn't able to apparate away because of an anti-apparition ward covering the area. It was gone now. Classic Death Eater work, spat Sirius. I thought they had isolated this place. What alerted everyone about the tussle? Asked Quinn. Something must have broken the ward because they, Sirius pointed to the guards, saw flashing lights and a pillar of fire, and here we are. Did I somehow end up damaging the ward? Thought Quinn. He didn't want to damage the isolation ward set up by the Death Eaters. It allowed him to operate without worrying about things ending too quickly. Or maybe it was because they weren't able to keep it up properly, and looking around the latter seemed to be true. So what's next? Asked Quinn, not in the mood to talk to anyone. You will need to come with us to the Auror's office, said James, looking around before turning to Quinn. We will need to your account of what happened here. At novel bin at. Can't you see what happened here? Said Quinn, spreading his arms in annoyance. Still, you'd need to come down to the office. Quinn sighed. Very well. Let's be off then. He turned to the group and said with a bow, I apologize that all of you had to see such unsightly sight. It ruined a pleasantly enjoyable evening. I will make it up to you the next time we meet. That last one bit was intended for Ivy, who apparently understood and gave a slight nod. Scene break. Quinn sat in an interrogation room inside the Auror's office. He wasn't being interrogated, but it seemed that Aurors would lead anyone who they wanted to talk to an interrogation room. Quinn didn't mind that he was seated here instead of maybe in an Auror's office or the bullpen. The privacy of the small room while the Aurors outside ran around processing the incident was much appreciated. He loosened the tie from under his collar and placed it on the table in front of him. I have been exposed, thought Quinn. Quinn West was to be a talented individual interested in magic. He was supposed to be ahead of his peers, an overachiever in both academics and otherwise a winner in life. He had a great background, a part of high society, all the riches he desired as part of an illustrious family, an excellent social standing from his time in Hogwarts, great friends who shone in their own ways, a flourishing love life. Everything in his life was supposed to be perfect. But that carefully put together image strayed away from perfect when such an individual was found pummeling a group of Death Eaters in the ground, guaranteeing every one of them a lengthy extended trip to the hospital. I might not be able to hide this one, he thought. The last time something like this had happened was during Harry Potter's abduction attempt from Hogwarts. He had stopped the abductors, and because of the limited visibility, he could escape the public's eye. But this time, there had been Order of Phoenix members and Aurors in the mix, and a good number of them. It wasn't possible to close that many people's mouths, and it was bound to spread out. Dulling the spread, however, was another matter altogether. He had plenty of resources to keep it from spreading to the common folk, but those in the right places would hear about it. Unlike the last time, I'm sitting in the Auror's office, Quinn sighed. Grandfather will need to grease some hands to keep my name out of the official report. The problem was that the scale of the situations was different. Last time, it could be chalked up to carelessness from the Novellus Oxyonites member that he got done in by a child. This time, it was 13 Death Eaters against one youngster just out of Hogwarts that couldn't be packed up as luck. So when people heard what he had done, brows would rise, and the mind gears would start to turn, clicking the obvious chains of thoughts. Quinn clicked his tongue. Damned Death Eaters? The door creaked open, and Quinn looked back to see James Potter and another man walk into the interrogation room. Good evening, Mr. West. My name is Gawain Roberts, I'm the head Auror, said the man as he and James took seats in front of him. I have been informed that you had an unfortunate encounter with a group of Death Eaters. I would like to ask if you're feeling all right. Quinn observed the man. With Amelia Bones becoming the minister, the previous head Auror, Rufus Scrimgeour, was promoted to the head of DMLE with Gawain Roberts, a captain Auror announced to head Auror position. Other than being irritated about my evening being ruined, I'm doing just fine, thank you, Auror Roberts. That's good, good. I have been briefed about the situation by Aurors Potter and Black, but I would like to hear what happened. There are a lot of things that took place before Auror Potter arrived at the scene. There's nothing much to say. The Death Eaters were ready in an ambush to abduct me. I know that because they asked me to surrender. I tried to escape using apparition and a portkaya, but that was left unsaid, but they had set up a ward which rendered that option unfeasible. From there on, I had no choice but to retaliate in self-defense. Even if you say self-defense, you seriously injured 13 people. Many of them would be under the care of medi-healers for a very long time. I was against multiple opponents. I had to thin the herd and ensure when I dropped someone they stayed down. You broke 3 backs. I might have poorly controlled my output under panic. Panic? You were found on top of a Death Eater, caving his face with your fists. He used the killing curse, you can check his wand. I was angry, and things might have gone a bit out of control. Gawain and James exchanged looks. Quinn knew that they couldn't do anything to him. In the first place, the Auror office, or DMLE as a whole, wouldn't want to press charges against him. The victims were Death Eaters, and as long as there was a dark mark on their arm, they saw no love from the law enforcement. The ones who could be pressing charges were the family members of the Death Eaters involved, and even then, Quinn was sure he would walk out scot-free with 0 consequences. There were a few more rounds of questioning, with Quinn asked to write down his experience for records. If you'd like to call your family, said Roberts. I have already done that, said Quinn. Gawain and James were surprised. James said, you already informed your grandfather. My grandfather isn't in the country, neither were Elliot and Leah, someone else would be coming from my family. How? Asked James. Did Sirius send someone to take your message to your family? Quinn put his hand into his pocket and placed a pocket watch on the table. He clicked a flat button on the side, and a small square plate came ejecting from the side. He touched the top with his finger, and the plate started to expand. Parts began to appear out of nowhere until the plate had grown to the size of a small notepad. What is this? Asked Gawain. That's a Magifax, said Quinn. Well, a version of it. What? A Magifax. The Magifax models in the market were all stationary. Even the smallest version was only made to fit on a work desk. The size that Quinn had just produced was unimaginable. How? It's a concept model and isn't going to be available to the public for a good while, said Quinn, reducing the portable Magifax back into its chip size and clicking it back into his pocket watch. You don't have to look surprised. My family makes Magifax. I volunteer once in a while to test things that are in development. The door suddenly opened, and an Auror poked her head inside. Sires, some woman by the name of Rosie is waiting outside with a posh lawyer. They're here to pick him up. She pointed to Quinn. Quinn looked at the two before him and asked, am I free to go, Aurors? Yes, said Gawain. Quinn stood up and picked up his tie from the table. Thank you. I hope you'll be bringing those Death Eaters to justice. I'm willing to provide any help the Auror office needs, so if you require me, please contact my lawyer, who I'm sure you'll be meeting now. Certainly. We will give this our top priority. Fantastic, Quinn smiled and walked to the door, but then he turned and faced the 2 Aurors who had stood up. Just one more thing I would like to say. Yes. I would be very upset if the Death Eaters, for some reason, didn't make their way to Azkaban. Gawain and James frowned. They didn't appreciate the Auror office's latest point of failure. And it would also make my grandfather not very happy. And believe me, making me unhappy is nothing compared to making my grandfather upset. He doesn't like to be disappointed. From their expressions, Gawain and James understood what Quinn was implying. Quinn gave them a final nod before leaving the 2 Aurors alone with his words in their thought. James and Sirius exited Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of DMLE's office, closing the door behind on the meeting with the head Auror and a couple of Captain Aurors. They walked in silence through the ebony marbled halls. Well, they made Scrimgeour come down, said Sirius, looking at his watch, which showed a time much after the working hours. Yeah, James pursed his lips. He didn't look about it. I don't think I had ever seen him come down this late, even when he was the head Auror. Sirius shook his head with a sigh. I don't think his mood is going to get better tomorrow when he meets the Bones, and then I reckon George West going to come down to make his presence known. It's going to be horrible until we put the bloody fools to trial and throw them inside Azkaban and chuck the keys into the ocean. And all of that would only be the start. I don't think George West will take an attack against his grandson sitting down. He's going to retaliate in some way. I just don't know how he will enact his revenge. I think some people are going to lose their jobs. Remember what Dumbledore said? Voldemort is going to want his people inside the ministry in important positions. Head of houses of Wisengamot were just a side of influence. The department heads represented the other side. The actual changes happened on that level, and if George West starts to pull strings, the blood supremacists who are suspected to be connected to Voldemort may have a difficult time. But I don't think Scrimgeour and Bones are going to let him interfere with the ministry and DMLE. Or, I think he's going to attack businesses. It's his forte. After all, James recalled how his father used to do business with George West. He might want to pull out the funding for Voldemort's operations. I just hope things don't get difficult for the common folk because of the fighting. That's one naive thought. There will always be some collateral damage. It's usually the common folk who face the brunt of it. Remember when I told you about Moody telling me about bringing Quinn to our side? The reason I invited Quinn to dinner. Yeah, what about it? Do you think this would end up being the tipping point for that? But instead of coming this way, the Wests will join themselves in some form with the Grey faction. George West does business with Jacob Greengrass, and Quinn dates his daughter. I fear that our chances took a hit today. James sighed. Things had derailed before he could even try. Well, we got one thing cleared, said Sirius. What? That kid can use magic without a wand. The tone of Sirius' voice was a mix between weighty seriousness and respect. You know what that means, don't you? The fact that we are just finding this out, and even Dumbledore doesn't know about it, means that the kid has been hiding it for who knows how long. Moody said that we could be looking at the next Dumbledore, said James, but I don't know if Dumbledore could do that at Quinn's age. I definitely couldn't. I still can't. Maybe Moody was right. How do you think Dumbledore will think of that? I don't know. Who knows what Dumbledore is thinking? We will only know when he tell us. Sirius groaned. I guess now we have to attend an Order of Phoenix meeting. Dumbledore will want to know what happened, so yes? Can't it wait till the morning? We won't be free from tomorrow, said James before sighing. I'll also face Dumbledore about moving. He has been hounding about it quite a while. Do you plan to move? After today, Lily would want to move somewhere safer. What about you? What do you think? Maybe, I'll have to talk about it with Lily and the children. Scene break. In the Potter house, the Golden Squad sat in the room Harry's room. Harry sat by his study chair, Ron sat on another chair, with Hermione and Ivy sharing the bed. After making sure they weren't missing anything, the 4 teens had just left the small gathering downstairs, after making sure they weren't missing anything, and had come to the room to have a quiet place to talk. Did you see all the people? Started Ron, his body hunched forward. They were just sprawled over the ground everywhere. Did he really do all of that? The other 3 pursed their lips. They could recall the scene of carnage that had happened outside Gordic Hollow. Uprooted trees, barks with chunks missing, the carved ground, scorched soil, the smell of burning in the air, the slight tingle on their skin as they arrived there, and all the bodies that looked they had been thrown haphazardly. He was on top of the person when we got there, said Hermione. She recalled Quinn's back as his fists repeatedly cocked up before going down on the bloody and broken face that she only saw afterward. It didn't look there was someone else down there other than Quinn and the Death Eaters. Dad told me when I was getting kidnapped, started Harry, and when they came upon him, he was on top, changing the face of the person. He has big arms, said Ron. They're smaller than Charlie, but they're up there. The dragonologist Weasley had developed a bullier physique than his leaner brother due to his demanding work with difficult dragons in the pits of Romania. I mean, I knew he was strong with magic, but today I wasn't expecting that. Hermione trailed off. They had looked at it firsthand and had heard what was being talked about downstairs. The amount of damage that Quinn had done and what was done to him, it was astonishing. Do you think he used dark magic? Asked Ron, raising some eyebrows in the room. What rubbish are you talking about? Ivy immediately rebuked Ron with a frown. They were saying that dark magic was used in the fight. Ron pushed back. Of course, there would be dark magic. There were Death Eaters fighting, for God's sake. All right, don't fight. Harry broke the fight before it could escalate. But it did come to surprise that Quinn could do that. There were 13 Death Eaters and just one of them, and the fact he looked fine when we saw him, it was rather shocking to me and the others. Ivy slumped back against the wall that was beside the bed and sighed. She was trapped. She wasn't allowed to go out of Godric Hollows without someone accompanying her, and now, after this, she was sure things would become stricter even though it wasn't them that was targeted. She glanced at the door just outside. On the other side was her room, and inside there was the 2-way mirror that she shared with Quinn. She wanted to leave here and try contacting Quinn but knew she wouldn't get the chance now, probably not until late at night. She would only be talking to him tomorrow, she thought. And that too only through a mirror. Are you not surprised? Harry asked Ivy. Ivy turned a lazy eye to her brother. I am, but at the same time, I'm not. He always looks so calm during and he's always doing some strange and fascinating things, so I guess, while I didn't think about it, it was always at the back of my head. What kind of strange and fascinating things? This and that. I don't know. He's always doing something. Some of them are bound to be interesting. Harry stared at Ivy, but she didn't seem in the mood to talk, much less answer, so she let it go. Quinn was always doing something, he thought too. He has seen a couple of those interesting things as well. What's going to happen now? Asked Ron. The Death Eaters will be put to a trial, said Hermione, and because they got caught in the act, with ample proof, they're going to be put in Azkaban. Because they're Death Eaters, and I assume they are going to be marked as one, that's going to open an investigation on their lives, their work, their families. The Ministry under Amelia Bones is aggressive against Death Eaters. It's just the start. This is going to be big. That was something that didn't need to be stated. Scene break. Voldemort tapped his bony finger on the mahogany table. He looked at his generals, his inner circle, those he expected to handle his organization. But right now, none of them could match eyes with him. I will ask again, he said. When I said I wanted Quinn West to be brought, what didn't you fine wizards and witches didn't understand? He watched them cower, turning their beady little eyes, looking to pass the blame. All of you are of noblest of backgrounds, the purest of magical blood, the rulers of this country, so did you not understand what the West name means? Was I expected to explain to all of you fine people what failure would mean in this situation? Do you not understand now that we don't have Quinn West in our grasp? We don't have the opportunity to put George West under our palms. The room started to shake as Voldemort's blood-red pupils deepened, emitting an ominous glow as he stared at the people around the table. He hissed in his serpentine tongue, and a deeper hiss was returned, one that reverberated in the room, making people jolt. He glanced at the opposite of the table as his beloved familiar slithered on the table with her strong green-scaled body, representing his proud Slytherin heritage. One glance at his nogginy was enough to set fears in the heart of even his own Death Eaters. She was a part of himself and had a piece of himself. My lord," said a short, stout man while sweating bullet, "we didn't think the child would be able to take on 12 people." He cut the man off. "Yes, that would be a correct assumption, but did you not think the West child could have bodyguards with him? What then? Do you think that 12 people, of whom I never trained a single one, would be able to bring him here?" He had seen a great future when he heard that the West child would be visiting the Potter house. It was an opportunity. If Quinn West had shown his face outside, they would make a move and abducted the child right under Potter's nose, not only bringing George West under his control but also turning the Wests against the Potters and Dumbledore by making George West resentful and blame them for the abductions of his grandson. We are well aware that Amelia Bones, the blood traitor, has been a persistent bug against our advance in the Ministry. I wanted this to be a change to that situation. We could have established a foothold and then grabbed control in one fell swoop, but now, George West is going to look in our way. Why did none of you esteemed wizards add yourselves to the plan? Were you afraid of what would happen if George West found out? He sneered as they couldn't answer. Voldemort stroked Nagini's head, making her hiss in pleasure. He wondered if he should let her feast on one of them to set another example, but decided against it. Now was not the time. Break out the people who were arrested. I don't care when you do it, but I don't want them to reach Azkaban. Embarrass the Ministry, the Minister, the DMLE, everyone involved. I don't want George West to be chummy with Bones. Put a fault in that relationship before it could grow. But wouldn't that offend George West more than he's now? We offended him enough when we tried and failed to abduct his grandson. Doing this won't make any difference, said Voldemort. He looked at his Death Eaters before announcing, I will be leaving the country for a few days. I need to remedy this embarrassing situation that you have put us in. I expect you not to make the situation any worse in my absence. If I hear that there had been some unnecessary complications when I return, be prepared to face some punishment. Nagini hissed in pleasure, her long body curling wider on the table, almost touching the people who jerked back. Voldemort waved his hand, and all left with haste as there was a plague they had to run away from. He fell into thought while stroking Nagini's head. The situation with Wests was a roadblock that needed to be cleared as soon as possible, or else it would stop his conquest of magical Britain and the subsequent plans of expanding his rule. It was time to call in some favors and meet some old friends to see how they were doing. Quinn West, huh? Quinn breathed in as he pulled up on an crunch and emptied his lungs out as he went down. He felt the sweat on his bare upper body as he continued to work his body under the summer sun. As he went down, the sun's heat would dissipate, and a cool wind would pick up as he would pull himself up. The magic synced with his breathing, flowing inside and outside his body. He pushed more magic into his body, contracting his muscles to make things a little difficult for him. His brows furrowed as things did get a little more challenging for him. He was focused on his body when his ears picked up the crunching of grass moving closer. He pulled up and turned his head back to face the familiar footsteps. You got back quickly, he said. I was expecting to see you in the evening. George looked down on his grandson, his eyes moving around Quinn's body. I'm not injured, not even a nick on the skin, said Quinn. I will believe when I see no injuries, said George, and Quinn got up with a kip up and turned around to show George that he was indeed all right. Tell me everything that happened, start from the top and leave not a single detail from what happened yesterday evening. Quinn did precisely that. He started from the top about his arrival at Godric Hollows, the presence of guards in front of the Potter house, some chatter about the dinner, and then the climax in the form of his confrontation with the Death Eaters. He finished the account with his little time in the Auror office. That's about it. After that, I was home, had a lovely sleep, and here we are. Quinn waved his hand, and a patio table with 2 chairs conjured between them. I am assigning you a bodyguard, said George as soon as he sat down. I refuse. You don't have a choice. After yesterday, it's clear that if you're going to roam around outside, you'll need a bodyguard, said George, and before Quinn could get a word in edgewise, George continued. It's better if you take some time off from here, and a good way to do that is to leave here and go to New Zealand. I want you to start your apprenticeship with Alan Baddeley now instead of next year. Quinn stayed silent for George to finish before starting. Wow, okay, I heard what you said. I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to stay here, have a good break, plan a trip with my friends, and have a jolly time. I will also repeat, I do not want a bodyguard. Don't try to stick someone with me, don't even think about it. I'm not going to appreciate it. You don't need to appreciate it. I will not be getting a bloody bodyguard. The grandson and grandfather stared at each other from across the table. None said anything to each other, just stared at each other. They only started again when Polly popped up and served tea. Are you fine? George asked. Quinn answered with a glass of lemonade in hand. I'm doing just fine. You don't need to worry like that. George took a sip from his teacup and sighed. You and Death Eaters mentioned in the same sentence is not good for my health. It was fortunate that Elliot was with me, or else I would have been leaving a lot of things unattended. I will write to him to tell him that I'm okay. He must be worried sick. They're all on his own. Leah would be coming in the evening, I got her message. Should I write to her? If I remember correctly, today and tomorrow are her free days with Abraham, and you know how those two work. It'll be better if I write to her before she gets that portkaya. He raised his hand towards his room to summon the portable Magi fax, but was stopped by George. You can do that later. So 13 Death Eaters, that's impressive. Some might say that, said Quinn, smiling into his glass. You never told me about this, that you had reached such levels. Even some Aurors and hit wizards pass their careers without achieving such. It wasn't a big deal, Quinn crossed his legs and said nonchalantly. They were weak, not used to group combat, hell, they were untrained, normals, they probably didn't even use magic daily. So even though they were a dozen, they weren't much of a threat, if even greater in number. And well, they underestimated the difficulty of the mission they were given. Their failure was imminent. Untrained or not, they were 13, and you were one. Fighting that many people and coming out victorious uninjured, that is a big deal. Fighting multiple opponents without magic, yes, that's extraordinary, but I had magic. When magic is involved, normal rules don't apply. But they had magic as well, son. Having magic doesn't give them the same weapon as I. The way we understand magic is completely different. Even if we term it as magic, it's something completely different. I could see that from the condition they were transported into St. Mungo's. I heard they horrified many eyes. I might have overdone it in the heat of the moment. It was astonishing when it happened. I was never expecting them to greet me with such vigor. You seem to have progressed much in magic. I have been working on it for years. It would be strange and disappointing if I didn't make progress. Yes, but you have made too much progress, I'm impressed. And I just wonder how much you have progressed. To be exact, you're asking me if I have progressed in the disreputable parts of magic. Yes, that's exactly what I am asking. In some ways, I have made more progress in those parts than in the mainstream. Things can get boring, and those things just seem so much interesting. And dangerous. You let me worry about that. A parent always worries about their child. I still think you're too young to be dabbling in those things. Quinn raised his glass again. There wasn't anything he could say to dissuade George's worries. The most they could do was ignore each other and pretend that the cause of uneasiness didn't exist. What are you planning to do now? Asked Quinn. I do not like getting involved in wars, said George, taking a somber tone. War skirmishes happen every day in this world, be it wizarding or muggle. There are plenty of countries, unrecognized states where we do business, where people are at war with each other for resources. I have tried to stay clean of war, knowing well that it would make us humongous profits and secure my family's future even better if we partook even a little. Those are third world countries, I don't care much about them. This is my country, my birthplace, where I grew up, a place that I dearly love. And I still don't want to get involved, but... George looked more somber than Quinn ever looked at him, and he saw a look of anger in his eyes, something so rare that it took him a step even with his acclimacy to remember seeing it. They encroached upon my family, something I love much more dearly than anything else. I have to wish to want to respond to what the Dark Lord dared to do, because if I don't, they will think I'm weak, that I fear him like everyone else does. I can't let that happen. I already moved away once during the last war. I will do so again if it happens again, but I will not stay silent this time. You are planning to take an active part in the war? Asked Quinn in surprise. War hasn't started yet, son. We're still in the preparatory stages, George said while shaking his head. Even if it had begun, I have no intention of picking a side on the chessboard or becoming a side. However, what I can do is ensure the white side of the board has the advantage. I will take my revenge and hedge the bets in favor of the side I want to win. That sounds like taking a side. Not if we stay away. George maintained hard eye contact with Quinn, and we stay away. We stay away, huh? George nodded. Tell me more about the dinner. Did something interesting happen? I see no reason why the Potters would invite you, asked George. The objective of the dinner, said Quinn with air quotes, was to thank me for the Umbridge situation. It was overdue, as James Potter said. It was an excellent thank you dinner, but the real reason was to bring me to the Light faction, or at least the Order of Phoenix. He was dropping hints all the way through the time I was there, except that everything was nice. And, asked George. What? Counter-asked Quinn. Are you going to join Dumbledore's Order of Phoenix? Now, why would I do that? They're looking to recruit you. You obviously got attacked by Death Eaters with the intention to exploit you to get to me, which means they have no intention to solicit you into joining their illustrious ranks. The abduction attempt and their plans for you obviously didn't please you, and knowing you may have formed a grudge against them. Joining an outfit that combats Death Eater must look like an attractive destination to you right about now. I wasn't thinking about that, said Quinn. George just stared at him, which seemed to have to be looking through him. I will repeat it, Quinn, he said. We are staying away. That we means you, me, Leah, Elliot, Rosie, and everyone who works for me. I will say it again and will say it as much as the time is needed from me, so if you need to hear it again, let me know. Quinn pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes just a smidge. Why do you think I don't plan to stay away? He asked. I am not saying that you don't, but just in case you wanted me to say it, I will say it. I don't know if it's just me, but it sounds really passive-aggressive. George shrugged. I understand, sighed Quinn. We stay away. He was going to stay away, but the other him could have as much as free reign he wanted, or at least all the freedom he could afford. Quinn put down his empty glass and stood up from his chair. I will hop into the shower to freshen up and see you at breakfast. He got a nod in response. He walked away, but he heard George call out to him just as he was a few steps away. Yes, he asked. Remember when I helped you with Labyrinth? Yes, it has worked out very well till now. Yes, it has been going well. But I'm talking about the promise you gave me. That made Quinn's smile pause. He stared at George for a bit before saying, yes, I do remember the promise. Have you thought about what you want? No, not yet. I was just saying. I see. Good, you may leave. And Quinn did just that with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Quinn closed the door to his room, and the latch snapped into the frame. He walked into the walk-in closet attached to his room, and the chair from under the study table followed after him. It placed itself in front of the full body-length mirror, where Quinn sat himself down. He took out a circular hand mirror and played with it in his palm. He looked between the hand mirror and the full-body one. The hand mirror glowed, turning solid yellow, then the full-body mirror glowed in the same hue before both dimmed down to normal. Quinn put the hand mirror back and patiently stared at the full-body mirror. A sheen passed over the huge mirror glass and stopped reflecting Quinn's image. Instead, it showed Ivy from the chest up. Ivy's face bloomed as the two-way mirrors connected, her eyes intently staring at him. Are you alone? He asked with a whisper. Ivy nodded. Why were you sitting so far away? She said. Can you even see me from there? Quinn softly smiled and pinched out his index and thumb, manipulating the charms in the two-way mirror to change its transmission. Am I visible now? He asked. A/N, LOL. Online meeting. Much better. Ivy stared at Quinn. How are you? Were you injured? Did you go to St. Mungo's to get checked? What did they say? How? Slow the train, said Quinn. I'm fine, there were no injuries. Yes, I went to St. Mungo's despite that Ms. Rosie took me forcefully. Don't worry about it. He wondered how many times he had repeated the same things to Ms. Rosie and Polly, who seemed incapable of taking his word for it. How about you? Yesterday must have been a scare for everyone at the Potter house. Mom couldn't stop pacing. She wouldn't like the mere thought of Death Eaters near our house, and yesterday it actually happened even if they weren't coming for Harry. It was enough to set her worries off. You passing past the guards unseen didn't help it. She's in the library now, reading upon protective charms and wards, sighed Ivy. Sorry about that? But she's right. The Death Eaters dared to come this near your house must show that they're not apprehensive enough about being near the enemy area where they knew the possibility of guards being present is the highest. That's not something you want to see from an enemy who wants nothing more than to kill you. It's not exaggerating to say that it might be the time to move houses to somewhere more secure. I don't want to. Ivy. I know it is tough to leave your childhood home, but for the safety of your fam. I know that. She cut him off. The unwillingness was brimming in her voice. It's just if we move from here, we would be moving to somewhere with much more rules and restrictions. I'm sure I wouldn't even get to go out in the yard. I can't deny that, but it doesn't matter, does it? You'll be off to Hogwarts before you know it, and there you won't have those rules even with your mother at Hogwarts with you. Ivy sighed. I know, but Hogwarts still isn't for a while. I'd be bored to death before that. You'll be turning 17 soon, you'll have full access to your wand after that. Have some fun with magic, pick up a project, create something interesting. I do it every year. It's really fun, and brought in a lot of money. Didn't you have fun creating these mirrors? Do something similar to that, and time will pass before you know it and you have Hermione with you. Both of you can work together and make up something amazing. Tell her she might even get some extra points from the professors, she'll jump at it. Ivy almost tumbled back over her bed, laughing. Hey, do you have any way we could meet again? She said. I won't get to meet you for a long time at this rate. Forget about during the summer. I might not get to meet you during Hogwarts. Mom might not allow me to go down to Hogsmeade. You can always sneak out. You have the map and the cloak. Tell me when you want to meet. I'll be there, and we can spend some together. It's pretty easy if you can successfully sneak out. We can even go out if we have enough time without freaking people out, that is. I think that'd be something I could do. Okay, let's see how this turns out. Looking forward to it. Hey, listen. Quinn couldn't see anything except Ivy. She looked up, away from the mirror, and then he heard Hermione's voice from the other side. Hey, Ivy, do you have what are you doing? Nothing at all. Are you looking for something? The image in the mirror was covered as Ivy shoved it under somewhere, and the voices got muffled because of it, but Quinn could still make out some of the conversation. Was that way mirror? It. Wasn't it? No. Oh my god. Wait. At novel bin at. Quinn moved quickly and cut the call immediately in case the mirror was seen. His face would come up, and that'd be not optimal, to say the least. He weaved his magic and set up a disturbance in the spell connecting the two-way mirrors so that even if someone tried to connect from the other side, it would seem like the magic were faulty. Not a calm day, Quinn chuckled, wondering how Ivy would be handling things with Hermione. He got up and turned to the array of clothes behind him. What should I wear? Scene break. Quinn sat on the green field, his eyes looking at the cloudless blue sky. His magic moved inside him into the ground beneath, slowly, so slowly, getting expended from his body. The grass around him moved like they were being swayed by the winds even though there was no wind around him. He focused on a patch of grass that looked no different from its kin around it and sent up more magic to it. The grass grew longer, wilder, lusher, and denser, and the progress could be seen through the naked eye. The grass wilted, turned yellow, withered away before new strands grew, richer than before, and the process repeated until Quinn heard footsteps and turned back. Hey, he said with a smile. Daphne looked down at him. She was dressed in a summer skirt with a black top that complemented her usual elegance with its gracefulness. "The fact that you called me here must mean you heard what happened yesterday," said Quinn, getting up and dusting himself. It was expected that Jacob Greengrass would hear about the sudden late-night activity in the ministry. He had gotten a magi fax from Daphne early in the morning, wanting him to come near the non-magical village down the hill from the Greengrass residence. She didn't speak and continued to watch him with the same gaze he had gotten from all his family since yesterday, so he repeated the answer before the question came. "I'm all right. The Death Eaters, though, I can't say the same for them. I heard that they got some nasty injuries." Daphne stepped forward and hugged without saying a word. Quinn wasn't surprised by her reaction and embraced her gently into his chest with his chin over her head. He stayed silent as he felt her stronger than usual hold over him. "Come now." Daphne nodded into his chest but didn't let go. "I hope this thing didn't cause you too much worry. I got worried sick when Father told me." Death Eaters? 13. Seeing that Daphne was getting anxious the more she spoke, he stopped her and got back to calm her down. When she calmed down, Daphne separated from him. "Tell me everything," she said. Quinn went through the events, but unlike what he told George, he toned the things down for Daphne and only gave her the rough details of what happened. He saw her eyes narrow when he glossed over the details a couple of times, but he got by. "And that's about it. Your grandfather must not be happy," she said. "Father thinks he's going to retaliate in one way or another." "Your father is absolutely right." He sighed and told her the conversation he had earlier in the day. "He was already in a meeting with someone I was leaving to come here." "He's going to participate in the war?" she asked with worry. Quinn shook his head. "He's not wants us to stay away." "That's a wise decision." It looked like Daphne was in full agreement. Quinn didn't comment on that situation. After some conversation, the two roamed around the area hand in hand, with Daphne telling Quinn all her favorite places. It seemed that Daphne loved to just walk to places from her home and see if she could find new places. As Daphne was sharing all these things with him, Quinn decided that he wanted to do the same. "Would you like to know something about me that I haven't told anyone?" he asked, not knowing why he was asking. "Yes," was the instant reply. "It might be a little heavy. I don't mind." "Okay, then. Only my family knows about this, but I am a Legilimens." They stopped in the middle of a dirt road with Daphne's wide eyes staring at him. "Surprised? Horrified? Repulsed?" he asked. "Surprised, yes. Scared more than a bit. But the other two? No. That's good to hear." "Since when?" "Before Hogwarts, actually. I told you about my apprenticeship. It's with my mind magic master. He taught me occlumency, and because I had the potential for it, I also learned legilimency. I have been using it ever since then. Even in Hogwarts. Mostly in Hogwarts every day during breakfast for 7 years. When I had just joined, I used to listen to everyone's surface thoughts to see what was going on." He paused as he stared at her. "Even you were included in those times because I lacked control, and when you didn't have your barriers primed, I would hear your surface thoughts." He felt her hand clutch, his hand firmer. He could feel her worry, but he continued. "There was a time when I liberally used legilimency whenever I could get away with it. Somewhere along the line, I grew or just realized what I was doing, so I implemented rules upon myself. Never to use any form of legilimency on my friends. If someone seemed safe the first time, I wouldn't use legilimency to hear their thoughts. I continued the breakfast ritual, but limited it down to emotions and excluded friends." He then stopped and let Daphne decide what she thought of it. Her reaction? She resumed walking and pulled him along. "Have you ever looked into my memories?" she asked. Quinn shook his head. "I haven't, not with our friends. I rarely dove into memories during Hogwarts. And outside Hogwarts? Well, I need a way to practice, so when during the summers, whenever I would go to the non-magical world, I would take some time and sit down in a crowded place like train stations and feel memories, listen to thoughts, and even dive into memories. I justified it to myself by thinking that I would never meet those people ever again, and it worked because I never felt I was violating my values." There was another spell of silence before Daphne spoke and asked, "Did you feel my emotions before asking me out to ensure that I—" "No," Quinn said before she could finish. "I had done a good job with my self-imposed restrictions. I'm not going to lie that I wasn't tempted to check, but they were just fleeting thoughts that I paid no regard to." "I see," said Daphne before asking, "Would you like to check now? If I love you?" Quinn softly shook his head. He didn't need that. "Would you like to know if I love you? It'd be great if my girlfriend loved me." Daphne stopped and faced him. "I have a much better way than reading minds to let you know if I love you." "Oh, what is it?" "It's straightforward," she said, tipped-toe as she pulled him down. Quinn found himself kissing her. It was soft and slow but at the same time burning. His head was filled with thoughts of how she was right. It was straightforward and effective. Granian breed of winged horses neighed under the dark night sky. "Calm down, boy," said the carriage driver, patting down the horse out of the 6 horses attached to the front of a long barred cage atop wheels. The gruff middle-aged man with the scruffy beard smoothed out the horse's coat as he glanced at the group of fellow Aurors standing at a distance, conversing. One of them, who Graham recognized as Hartley, broke away from the group and walked towards him. "Is everything ready, Graham?" asked Hartley. The boys are ready to fly. Anxious actually," said Graham, the Auror assigned as the carriage driver. Good, good, today's an important day." Hartley turned his eyes up to the cloudless sky. "The weather's with us today. It doesn't look like it will rain or thunder." "Nor will it thunder," Graham added. It's terrible time flying when the horses get agitated by the thunder. Rain won't be hindering me today as well. It looks to be turning into an easy haul today. Hartley pursed his lips, making Graham ask if something was wrong. You know how it is, said Hartley, we'll be hauling Death Eaters to Azkaban today. Last time this happened, the patrol was ambushed in the way, and the prisoners freed away by the filthy Death Eaters. 3 good people in the guarding patrol are still stuck in St. Mungo's spell damage recovery ward. You reckon it will happen again? Who knows? Last time, the prisoners were pretty big names: Grayback, Caro twins, Yaxley. This time, they aren't that big of names, so maybe the Death Eaters won't bother. Can't imagine them being the chummiest of the bunch. We have to be careful, sighed Graham as he continued stroking the well-maintained coat. It looks like we'll be traveling a lot of people today. He pointed at the group of 10 additional Aurors that had arrived with the prisoners. Orders from above. The Death Eaters seemed to have tangled with someone mighty important and pissed them off. Scrimgeour had been taking rounds of the office to check progress. Even Lady Minister came down once. No one wants this to go down in flames. Let's just hope it goes smoothly without any crazy. Don't we all want that? 13 Death Eaters, all cuffed behind their backs with arm cuffs, were levitated to the open cage and unceremoniously dumped inside with no regard. The cage door was shut on them as they shuffled inside. The magical looks snapped into places with a buzz of magic sealing them shut. A wave of cracking blue magic passed between the bars on all 4 sides, forming a pale coating before it vanished there but unseen to the eye. Graham and Hartley greeted their superior in charge as Sirius and James came to overlook the transfer process. Should we knock them out? Asked Sirius, lightly kicking the side of the cage, springing up the pale blue protection. It'll be much less trouble for us if they don't fuss. He looked down at the Death Eaters. Don't fuss, okay. Any strangeness, be ready for a world of misery. It'll be a problem if they get too roughed up during the transport, James said with crossed arms. Let's nail them down to the floor with sticking charms and leave it at that. Sirius smirked. Yeah, on a second thought, it'd be a pity if they don't experience the pleasant winds of the night during their ride after all. When's the next time they'll get to experience such luxuries? Will you be coming with us today, sirs? Asked Graham. Yes, can't have this going wrong. Other than us, you'll be joined by 1 more senior and 1 captain. If Death Eaters do come to save their pals, they'll be coming along with us. That much for a transport? Hartley asked in brow-raising surprise. At this rate, the Death Eater will turn back when they see who they'll be going against. The 4 laughed beside the miserable Death Eaters stuffed into cages as if they were animals. It would take someone a good amount of effort to look for someone inside the Auror office sympathetic with Death Eaters. All right, enough joking around, it's time to focus on the job. The 4 Aurors turned to see Captain Auror Kingsley arrive. He called for everyone to gather around and started the final brief. This is your standard transport to Azkaban operation, but because our prisoners are Death Eaters, there's a danger that other Death Eaters would try to free them as they have done before. We will be divided into 4 teams. Singh's team will remain with the prisoners and take them to Azkaban. Potter and Black will take their team and protect the carriage if the Death Eater tries to be stupid and interfere with the transport. I will take my team and act as support wherever needed. Don't slack off or let your guard down. Now, let's do the job and get home. The Auror Patrol took flights on their brooms and surrounded the prisoner cage pulled by winged horses reined in by Graham. While Graham had cast a nifty spell that reduced the wind resistance on his body, the prisoners had no such luxury and were whipped by the fast winds. Graham had his eye in front when he noticed something on the edge of his field of sight. And out of nowhere, out of nothing, at least 30 hooded figures, suspended in midair, formed a vast circle. He narrowed his eyes behind his flight goggles before they went wide. He whipped his wand out and placed it on his throat. Death Eaters incoming. His voice fought against the wind and reached the ears of all members of the Auror Patrol. The trained Aurors took their formations at once and formed a dome around the prisoner carriage. But just as they set themselves into the formations, several spells came whistling against the wind and exploded in the front. The chaos was instant as the Auros spearheading at the front were blown away along with their brooms. In an instant, the night sky was turned into a battlefield of magic, with bright spells lighting up the darkness. Brooms flew at neck-breaking speeds, with the riders weaving out of the spell's way and defending against others. Graham looked around, his grip tightening on the reins. He raised his wand to cast spells defending the horses, trying to keep them safe because the carriage would crash below into the fields without them. He also kept on the team in charge of defending the carriage, watching to spot the weak side and supplementing it. He swallowed at the chaos around him. There was no communication from anyone, and that worried him. That's why he didn't like transports to Azkaban. The fortress, surrounded by vast waters, with no island anywhere near it, was covered in wards that disallowed apparitions and Portkea travels, which couldn't be pulled down even for a second because of the security risk, and there were no FLA network because of the risk of getting watched. The only way to arrive at the prison was by flying, which could lead to problems like the one they faced now. A spell suddenly came from a side that Graham thought was the strong side protected by the defensive team. He turned hastily towards the spell with his wand. He wasn't going to make it. Suddenly another spell came from just beside his head and expanded into a shield spell, thwarting the Death Eater's spell. Graham jolted in surprise and turned back. That shield spell wasn't a standard one used by Aurors. His breath hitched when he saw another spell, this time from a weak side, coming towards him. Time seemed to have slowed down for Graham, and at that moment, he could only watch as the spell inched towards him. But then again, out of nowhere, another shield spell came over his head and protected him against the second Death Eaters that should have blown him out from the air. The world returned to speed, and the sounds returned to his ears. Graham's heart thumped like a train as his eyes swarmed around with his wand at ready. But while Graham's mind was thinking about protection and survival, another part was dominated by the two spells that had saved his life twice. They weren't standard Auror Shield spells, and while not all used those spells, he couldn't remember anyone using that specific one. Thump! Graham jumped in his seat because of a sudden downward jerk from behind. He turned his head up and back towards the carriage cage, and his pupils shrunk from shock. Standing on the top of the carriage, dressed in all black and the mask well known to everyone in DMLE, Invisible Vigilante, but Graham's voice was drowned away by the winds. The shocking appearance was sudden as the Invisible Vigilante vanished in front of Graham's eyes. Instantly, Graham tried to locate Invisible Vigilante and found him immediately in the form of horrid screams that reached his ears against the flow of the winds. Graham looked back into the prisoner cage through the bars to find he couldn't see anything than soot and haze that filled the cage, leaking out, blowing back with the winds. Graham broke out of his shock and put the wand to his throat to inform the entire patrol. Invisible Vigilante? Invisible Vigilante? He is here. He has released a spell into the cage that I think is the one we suspected he used before. He is invisible? I repeat, the Invisible Vigilante is here. There was no response for 1 second, 2, 3, 4 ticks before Graham heard a voice that he identified as Kingsley. Noted. Remain focused on the prisoner's protection. We will take care of tracking him down. Don't interfere with the prisoners inside the cage. The last part of the message made Graham suck in a breath. He clutched the reins tighter and ignored the screams coming from behind him. The Aurors didn't need to put much effort into finding the Invisible Vigilante. The sky was lit up with white flashes near some Death Eaters, sending him falling out of the sky into the fields below. Then 2 long glowing red chains appeared out from a singular point and sprinted towards 2 Death Eaters and grabbed onto their brooms. As if chained to a wall, the brooms were yanked from below the Death Eaters and sent them to an obvious fate of free fall. If they survived, their fall was currently unknown. One of the Aurors shot a spell from where the magical red chains originated, and a shield manifested into defense. There was a distorted ripple in the shape of a human as the shield disappeared. The distortion vanished almost instantaneously, hiding the Invisible Vigilante. I have a lock on him, heard Graham and everyone in the Auror patrol. It was Sirius Black who had spoken. I can roughly locate him. Do you want me to pursue him? There was a pause in the response from Kingsley that came into everyone's ears, but it surprised a lot of people when it arrived. You are not to attack the Vigilante until the threat of Death Eater ambush is taken care of or until I give the order. If he attacks any of us, you are free to shoot him down. After that, Black, Potter, and I will hunt down the Vigilante with the rest of you continuing on to Azkaban under Singh's command. Kingsley finished with, I want him alive. Serious affirmation ensued, with James following after. Graham accepted the orders from Captain Auror in charge. He didn't know how to feel about it but didn't get the time to ponder about it because of the attacks. Graham took a look back in the cage and saw that the soot and haze had cleared. He watched as the Death Eaters lay slumped on the floor, not moving. He panicked, wondering if they were dead for a second, but then he strained his ears to hear some painful moaning that he almost missed. Graham knew that the Death Eaters had lost their hands if his guess was correct. The sounds of whipping wind flapped in his ears. Quinn, in his noir gear, flew above the fighting Aurors and Death Eaters, keeping his eye on the spell crossfire from behind his mask that had been magically modified to not hinder his vision in any way, especially his peripherals. He glanced at the prison cage. Tetany Nervum's soot and haze had subsided as the magic had run its course, taking away not only their hands but also their legs as one final revenge. If it was any other prisoner transport, even if they were Death Eaters, he wouldn't have bothered coming here, but it had become personal because the prisoners were the 13 Death Eaters who had attacked him. He had kept an ear open for it, keeping tabs through his grandfather, and when he heard that it was going down today, he had put on his gear and was out of home with an excuse of going to the non-magical world, that he frequented enough to not seem suspicious. They're talking, he thought. It was faint and well executed, but he could sense the flow of magic going back and forth between every Auror. He observed the flow and arrived at the conclusion that it was sound magic with it being used to communicate over the wind. He turned his focus on the Death Eaters. Unlike their opponents, there was no communication or at least none that he could pick up, but that wasn't highly probable. Good for me. They'll go down more easily. He was done with his primary objective of disabling his 13 assailants. He wondered if he should exit and leave the Death Eater rescue team to the Aurors, but after some pondering, Quinn decided to stay a little longer to ensure that there were no casualties on the Auror side. There were already on the lesser side, and losing any more would be a loss of quality magic users capable and competent in dueling. Quinn controlled the finds and launched towards the Death Eaters like a cannonball. He giroed his legs forward and mercilessly kicked the Death Eater from his broom. He ignored the falling scream and grabbed onto the broom, bombarded it with his magic, setting the entire shaft on fire. Looking around, he picked a nearby Death Eater and sent the burning broom towards them. The Death Eater, startled at the sight of a burning broom streaking towards him, steered his own broom away, and with his attention consumed by the broom, he was hit by a spell from an Auror just as Quinn had intended things to turn out. Quinn glanced down, and he could see the rural being left away and the urban building closer. He could tell that within a few, they would be squarely into a city with large non-magical populations under them, making any commotion in the sky a potential spectacle to those down below, something that was a severe security hazard. He took in the aerial battlefield. Even with the fight going for a while, the Death Eaters still outnumbered the Aurors. He needed to trim the numbers enough that the Death Eaters lost confidence and retreated from the rescue operation. I guess it's time to blow some away. His focus deepened. The magic began pouring out of his magic core. The deep reserves, which rarely saw such substantial expenditure from magic, started to hum as if they were excited about what was to follow. He increased his altitude and rose up above the battlefield, looking down at everyone with his burning purple eyes. Suddenly, everyone in the air saw large currents of wind whip up around them. They picked up speed, sucking in some of the clouds below them. The swirling winds grew more potent, forming a tornado around them, with Death Eaters and Aurors alike suddenly finding themselves in an eye of a literal storm. But this eye of the storm wasn't calm at all. Everyone found themselves clutching their brooms tighter and were forced to adjust their speeds to not running into the swirling wind walls that progressively grew stronger. But then everyone found their danger alarms rang up a storm when the tornado started to shrink upon them, but at the same time, the swirling winds only seemed to run faster. Quinn turned his glowing purple eyes towards the Death Eaters in the sky and commanded his magic and thus decreed the winds to do his bidding. The winds turned into almost solid pillars and shot at angles towards the Death Eaters. One of the wind pillars sneaked up a Death Eater from behind and knocked the wind out of him, and he found himself leaning towards the tornado walls. If it was just that, it would have been manageable, but then the winds that made up the pillar surrounded the Death Eaters and forcefully pulled him towards the tornado. The Death Eater's scream got locked inside the winds, but everyone saw the violent outburst of spells shot in panic that was until the man met the tornado and all struggle halted. And with that halt began the chaos that descended the Death Eaters into what seemed to be a waking nightmare. The fierce symphonies of wind sung under Quinn as the conductor, extending their screaming talons that pulled the masked followers of the Death Eater into its violent embrace. The magic was one from the Nordic books of winds that Quinn had picked up in Denmark. Quinn had learned a variety of wind magics from the said book, usually concentrating on control-type magic, but the book had an abundance of destructive magics with the sole aim of decimating their targets. Quinn breathed out, and his eyes returned to their usual color. The tornado dissipated just in time for the flight to reach the port town. He glanced towards the direction they had come from, where he had left behind a trail of Death Eaters. He didn't know how many of them survived their fall after all. He didn't know how many were able to hold on to their wands while being pulled apart by the winds. The thought only stayed in his mind for a moment. Quinn glanced towards the prisoner carriage and saw that the winged horses were still flying strong. The Aurors had moved closer to the carriage to keep themselves away from getting sucked into the tornado. He had taken revenge, cleared away the obstacle for the Aurors, used a magic he wouldn't get a chance to use usually, and had felt great all the way through. Now it was time to go home and maybe have a nice meal at a non-magical restaurant on the way. He turned himself invisible and flew away in the opposite direction from the sea. But it had only been maybe half a minute of flying when he felt something and turned back. His eyes widened when he saw 3 people on brooms flying in his direction, and it was obvious that they were following after him. What? He recognized the 3: James Potter, Sirius Black, and Kingsley Shacklebolt in the front. Quinn pulsed his magic and accelerated faster to force the 3 Aurors to give up their pursuit. Contrary to his expectation, the 3 had no problem keeping up with his speed and even a lot of the distance and were now just on his tail. He frowned and turned forward. He thought of the maximum speed of the fastest broom and upped his acceleration to push his speed past that maximum limit. But then a spell whizzed past Quinn, missing him by inches. His pupils contracted, and his speed faltered because of the sudden surprise. It took mere seconds for Quinn to shake the shock, but that was already too late. Quinn clicked his tongue and twisted himself to face the 3 Aurors while still flying away from them. He turned his head a smidge and let another spell go past him. A spell came from Sirius, immediately followed by James, and the link continued by Shacklebolt. It was like archers alternating themselves to shoot a continuous barrage of arrows. There wasn't a single skipped beat, forming a chain of seamless spells. Quinn grunted with furrowed brows. They could see him, but Quinn knew of that possibility. Invisibility spells didn't work well while moving, especially when moving at his current speed. He couldn't run away from this. He could leave them in dust in terms of flight speed, but that was a problem as flying was something that took a lot of his focus, and there was a high enough risk of him getting hit by a spell. And because of the same reason, he couldn't apparate out. The only operation was a confrontation. Or, Quinn glanced down and saw a small town beneath him. It took a split second to make his decision. He cut his forward acceleration, simultaneously creating a partial vacuum beneath him that sucked him down at a revved rate. It must have been surprising because there was a noticeable pause in the spell barrage before they continued. Quinn sped up his descent, and soon he was on the tarmac road in a fortunately deserted street, and he hit it running. Quinn didn't wait for a second and dashed out of the main road into a gap between the buildings. Shit, he cursed as the other side of the narrow alleyway was another wide street. As he came to a skidding stop on the concrete of a manhole cover just as a spell blasted the tiles off the paved ground, Quinn looked up and saw Sirius on the other side of the alleyway, flying. Surrender, came a voice directly above him where James came into sight. A yellowish dome suddenly covered the area around them, and Quinn could see Shacklebolt casting the dome. He was cornered. We don't want this to get messy, said Sirius. It'd be better for all if you come with us peacefully. If you resist, it will get ugly quick, and after what happened before, we don't want that, do we? Quinn didn't respond, instead kept an eye on all three Aurors and began trickling his magic, slow enough that even the trained Auror couldn't detect the flow of magic. It was better for him to get them by surprise, especially in the current situation. Invisible Vigilante, Shacklebolt spoke from above. I am Captain Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Auror office and the DMLE have issued an arrest order for you. You might think that your actions are doing good for society, but the truth of the matter is that they have been against the law, which is there for a reason. Your blatant disregard of the law is dangerous not only for you but also for those who might take inspiration from you and go down a path that will harm them. Unlike you, not all are well versed in the magical arts. So it is imperative that you stop your actions and come with us. If you come with us now, I can guarantee that the prosecution will be lenient on your case. Even the minister would support leniency. It is a great deal that not many if any get, said James from above. We want you to work with us against the Death Eaters. If you are of help, we can work a deal for you. Isn't that what you want? The demise of the Death Eaters. Just imagine the DMLE working towards your goal with resources much greater than yours. Quinn listened to them and stood straighter and spoke in the distorted voice of the invisible vigilante. No. The Auror seemed disappointed. They exchanged glances before looking down at Quinn. Then we will have to take you by force, said James. Quinn replied, goodbye. He tapped his foot on the manhole cover below him. The magic that Quinn had been tricking in secret had corroded the concrete, so when Quinn tapped it, the concrete broke, and the cover sunk down into the sewers, taking Quinn with it. The Aurors' faces exploded with shock and surprise. They recovered swiftly, but it wasn't fast enough as a pop greeted their ears. Quinn pulled the noir gear off of him in one of the many alleyways that he had ended up memorizing in cases he needed an empty place for situations like the current one. That was close. He hadn't expected the Aurors to spot him and chase him down while they were on the Death Eater transport assignment. So it surprised him to see two senior Aurors and a Captain Auror on his pursuit. I need to figure out a better invisibility spell. These ones aren't clearly working under high speeds. He had thought that the Knight of the Sky would work for him to cover up for the limitations of the spell, but his assumption was faulty. At least, the Aurors were able to spot him. It didn't help when an Auror was actively looking for him. Damn, Aurors. Why couldn't they just do their job? Why do they need to follow me? This is all Amelia Bones' fault. Why did she have to set up a task force? It was clear from Shacklebolt's words that the Aurors' office wanted the information they thought he had. They were even willing to strike a deal. Though I can't think Rufus Scrimgeour would be willing to strike a deal with a vigilante out of his control. The new head of DMLE didn't seem to be a negotiating person, which meant that Amelia Bones must have really rallied for the task force, thought Quinn. He stepped out of the alleyway into a partially busy street and began wandering around without a destination in mind. He didn't want to return home just yet, with his filled with thoughts swirling with Aurors, Death Eaters, and invisible vigilante. So he decided to have a walk to clear up his head. His thoughts soon wandered to the chase. Quinn wondered if his choice to drop into the town was correct, or should he have continued flying and tried something else. It was luck that the alleyway had a manhole cover, or things would have gotten real ugly fast. The escape through the manhole cover was a way for him to leave the conflict without violence. It was clear to Quinn that if he hadn't found the manhole cover and escaped using the sewers, a fight would have ensued, and because of his choice, the location would have been a town instead, somewhere detached from the general population. There would have been property damage and even a possibility of a non-magical getting implicated and injured. Quinn didn't want that to happen. He was confident that even with 3 trained Aurors, who probably had more technical and practical experience than him, he would have come out victorious. He was comfortable in the invisible vigilante's fighting style and magical usage. It wasn't an overreach to say that he was more familiar with it than he was with Quinn West's fighting style. But Quinn preferred to avoid violence and destruction. He wasn't very keen to leave a magical footprint in such a way that would harmful attention to the magical world and take work to cover and fix it up. And Quinn's fight with the 3 Aurors would have done substantial damage to the town. If that happened, the lenient Aurors department could turn their stance, which was something Quinn didn't want, as it not only made him a prime enemy for the Death Eaters but also a target of capture for the Auror who would remove the "handle with care" sticker from the box he was. Who knew that being a vigilante, an outlaw, would have to worry about so many things. This job is tougher than I thought it would be. But Quinn was sure that now that the invisible vigilante would be appearing more and more from now on. I wonder how would this shape things up. For now, he had other work to do. Scene break. He escaped, said Amelia Bones to 4 Aurors sitting in the conference room with her. She looked down at the report and expanded, escaped through the sewers. She looked at Rufus Scrimgeour, Kingsley Shacklebolt, James Potter, and Sirius Black. How did he manage to escape a Captain Auror and 2 Senior Auror when they had managed to trap him in an alleyway? The Aurors remained silent, with Scrimgeour looking at his subordinates, looking for answers. He got lucky, ma'am, started Sirius. If he hadn't found that exit, we would have him a room with us, making him spill all of his secrets. That sounds like an excuse, Auror Black. I do not like excuses, you know that, right? Yes, Minister. Amelia sighed. They had come this close to the invisible vigilante, but he had again slipped away. She picked up the report and glanced through it when she found a line that jumped out off the page. He can fly. She looked up at 3 Aurors who were part of the confrontation. What does this mean? He wasn't using a broom. He wasn't on a broom, we can say that with certainty, James nodded. There were many observations that led us to believe that the invisible vigilante can fly without the use of a broom. First, Junior Oragram reported that he found the invisible vigilante standing atop the prisoner cage, visible there was no broom in his possession. Sirius picked up from there. When I spotted him initially, I kept an eye on him, and from the distortions in the magic, I could tell that he wasn't on a broom. It got progressively clearer when we were chasing him that he wasn't using one. Then he was completely exposed when he dropped his disillusionment, and there was no broom anywhere near him. Unaided flight. At novel bin at. Amelia knew surprise when she felt it. A wizard who could fly without a broom? That was something she didn't think she would listen to today. It was a long-established fact that unaided flight wasn't something possible ever in the history of magic. No, it wasn't unaided flight, said Shacklebolt. Yes, he didn't use a broom, but the magic he used wasn't true flight magic. We can confidently say that the invisible vigilante is a master in using wind magic. He used wind magic to get rid of the Death Eater. How many of the Death Eaters were we able to find? Asked Amelia. The report didn't mention what had happened or what was the progress of the Death Eaters that had initiated the attack. We are trying to find them. It is difficult to find them when they were whipped out by a wind tornado, said Sirius. If they made it alive, it would be too late to find them, but if they didn't, we will either get to them first, or there will be news in the Muggle newspaper. Amelia massaged her index finger on her temple. This will be a problem, she said to Scrimgeour, but her tone was more of asking. Scrimgeour nodded his cold lion-like eyes, looking indifferent. If we find a dead Death Eater, and from the look of it, he didn't mind finding one, it would open a case or multiple of murder against the invisible vigilante. If that happens, the current policy would need to go in overhaul. I know, of course, I know, she sighed. Amelia wanted to say that she hoped there would be no dead bodies but couldn't say it because that would show an unfavorable amount of favor for someone whose every appearance was associated with breaking laws. What should be our stance on this? Asked Kingsley. The incident is going to be leaked to the public sooner or later. We can put a gag order on it and stop it for a while, but if it gets out after a wait, the impact is going to be larger than before, and we will have to answer why we hid the matter in the first place. Don't do that. Tell your teams not to talk about it, but don't mention that it's official. There will be no official memo on the matter. Scrimgeour fiddled with the ring on his finger. For now, what we can do is to put the information as sensitive as part of an ongoing investigation. That seems to be the best course of action, Amelia agreed. Scene break. Rivers Locke sat down in the Malfoy lounge with a drink in his hand, picked from the Malfoy cellars. He let down his shoulders as he relaxed and raised his glass to take a sip, but before the rim could reach his lips, a voice sounded. What did you find? Rivers' hand paused and glanced towards the source and saw Peter Pettigrew sitting on a chair in the corner, covered in darkness. I can switch on the lights if you want, asked Rivers. You went fact-finding, did you not? Said Pettigrew. Does the DMLE have anything on the invisible vigilate? Rivers lifted his glass again and took a sip, savoring it before he finally answered. They know nothing other than that he can fly. We also know that. What else? It seems that some of Auror chased after the invisible vigilante. They had some sort of confrontation. The details on that are tight, but the clear thing is that they couldn't capture him. He gave Potter, Black, and Shacklebolt the slip. Pettigrew showed no emotion, but there was a light in his eyes. How many of them have returned? Asked Rivers. Half of them. What do you think about the other half? Peter shrugged. They're either dead, or they deserted in fear of retaliation from the Lord. The news of Lucius' punishment had an effect. Rivers took it from there. If Lucius Malfoy can't escape the punishment, then what about them? They might have thought running would be a chance to break away. Fools, scoffed Pettigrew. By running away, they have brought upon death upon them. When the Lord returns, he will hunt them down. Or they could be dead. They could be. Rivers took a sip and let the silence swirl. When's the Lord going to return? That only he knows. What is he doing? Pettigrew stared at Rivers with a flat smile. You could have asked these questions to him rather than trying to get information from me. Nothing like that, said Rivers with a similar smile. I missed the timing to ask the questions, and you're his trusted so you'd know. Am I wrong? Who knows, said Pettigrew, his smile growing more plastic. About the invisible vigilante, Rivers knew that he wasn't going to get more answers from Pettigrew, so he switched the topic. Who is he? I have been trying to find his identity, but no one seems to even know the color of his hair. He's a mystery, said Pettigrew. The fact that he dared to face the Dark Lord means that he is either confident in his magic to get alive, or he's an idiot. I'm betting on the former. How do you think the Lord's going to react to this? He has been neutral about the invisible vigilante, which I find uncharacteristic for him. He has been a hindrance one too many times. I do not know why I haven't seen a single shred of anger or even annoyance. I do not know what he's thinking. Rivers sipped his drink. Unlike Pettigrew, he had seen something in the Dark Lord's eyes. Curiosity. Quinn walked down the stairs of his briefcase. Ever since Hogwarts, it had become a place where he spent substantial time. After all, the entirety of his research had shifted from the aid workshop and the room of requirement to the corridor of rooms present inside the expanded confines of the briefcase. He stopped in front of a royal blue door with a pearl white owl with intelligent human-like eyes. The owl seemed angry and stared at Quinn with a piercing glare. Thinking of the inspiration behind the door art made a blissful smile bloom on Quinn's face. He opened the door and stepped into the pitch-dark room with the open door as the only source of light. It shined a light on the world, on the sole object in the room. Wake up, he said. The white-bearded man in the magical portrait roused from his sleep and cracked open his eyes, narrowing them to adjust to the light. When he looked at Quinn, the blank face turned into one of great anger, so much so that the man's pale skin flushed red. "You," thundered Merlin, as if wanting to break out of the photo frame. "Who do you think you are? I am Merlin, the Grand Sorcerer of the King Arthur's court, the premier enchanter of the free lands. How dare you imprison me in here? Release me at once or face the wrath of magic and nature's smite." Quinn chuckled. "What is so amusing?" Merlin's voice seemed filled with poison at novel bin at. "Oh, nothing much." Quinn clapped his hands for the miles in the room lit up. "This makes me cognizant of the fact that the development of magic didn't end with your death. The fact that there's so much more magic that you don't know, but I do, that brings me so much elation." Portrait magic had much progress after Merlin's death. While he could travel to every portrait in Hogwarts, but if his image was taken out of Hogwarts, Merlin wasn't able to return to the castle. On the other hand, Phineas Black, a Hogwarts headmaster, could travel between his portrait in the headmaster's office and the one in the Grimmauld Palace. When Quinn found that interesting fact, he exploited it to exact some revenge. How was it? Feeling panic, anxiety, and fear after so much time, all those emotions that must have become foreign to you after so much time. You had wide access in Hogwarts, the means to go anywhere, and everywhere you wanted. But here you are, having all that taken away, locked in a room by a person who has a grudge against you, hates you, even not knowing if you'd ever see anything other than the blackness of the dark. How does it feel? I hope it was jolly fun. Quinn knew he was getting revenge against a portrait, an image of Merlin and not the real man, but it sated his need for the sweet payback. Merlin gritted his teeth. The ancient wizard's blue eyes seemed to be burning cold flame. He took a deep breath and retreated to a stoic appearance. Quinn didn't mind that and conjured a chair in front of the floating portrait. "I have some questions to ask," said Quinn nonchalantly, as if he couldn't see the anger. "Why would I answer you? Do you want to spend the rest of eternity in darkness? If that's the case, I'm happy to give you some privacy." Merlin seemed that he didn't want anything more than to cast killing curse from his eyes. Seeing that Merlin didn't have anything to speak, Quinn continued, "What can you tell me about spatial magic?" "Spatial magic?" Merlin's glare softened only a smidge. "What do you want to know?" "I'm currently dwelling more into the intricacies of spatial magic. I thought, who better start than the Grand Sorcerer of the King Arthur's court? The premier enchanter of the free lands. So how about it, Mr. Big Shot? What can your old wise magically created head teach the young naive me? I see thy guidance. I spent time researching the secrets of spatial magic. While I can't demonstrate them, I can guide you to the correct course, help you not stray from the wrong paths." "That would be great," smiled Quinn, folding his legs and taking out a small notebook and pen. "What would I get?" Merlin spoke the second Quinn stopped. Quinn quirked a brow. "Do you want to spend another indefinite amount of time locked here in this room? I want to be given some freedom. I want you to give me access to a place with many portraits and charm them so I can pass through them. You're in no condition to negotiate, portrait. But I'm no ordinary portrait, am I, Mr. Quinn West?" said Merlin with his eyes full of confidence. "I have a hoard of knowledge inside me that you can't extract, only I can give them to if I wish to do so. You don't know that. I have a way to turn you into something that would answer every question of mine." "Oh, but you don't. You wouldn't be here talking to me if you had a way to do that. I won't pretend to know you inside out, but I have observed enough to know that if you had a way, you would have already used it." "I would." Quinn sighed and closed the notebook with the pen as a bookmark. "Why couldn't you be more gullible? I'll give you access to one more frame, ask any more than that, and I'll leave you here. How about it?" Merlin nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good, then let's continue," said Quinn while thinking. "I guess the portrait isn't the same as the real thing. He didn't make me specify the place. What do you want to learn? Tell me about the taboo curse." Then the lecture began. Scene break. Quinn was at the breakfast table eating his breakfast while reading the newspaper when George came into the room fully dressed and looking ready to leave. "You're going somewhere?" asked Quinn. "Germany," said George tersely. "Oh, a nice business deal." "No, a problem." Quinn quirked his brow but didn't look up from the papers. "What happened? Someone made a mistake." "No, but half our partner alliances in Germany suddenly pulled out doing business with us all together yesterday morning." That made Quinn's both brows shoot up. "What? Half? What happened?" "The Dark Lord happened." "The Dark Lord?" Quinn dropped everything and solely concentrated on the conversation. "He went to Germany and swayed the pureblood supremacist to drop business with us, those he wasn't able to get. He threatened." George didn't sound happy. Quinn knew that there were not many things that would make his grandfather angry, and business going bad was a thing that always made him furious. "Why would the Dark Lord suddenly attack our business?" "To get me off his back, of course. Do you know how much work and effort it is going to rebuild our business? I can't bring back our partners, I can't trust them. Finding new ones that could match them would take a great amount of vetting and due diligence, and even then, it is going to be a while before we reach the same revenue benchmarks. I knew I shouldn't have gone the alliance route and built our own. Why did I expect competence and honor from those bigoted morons? So the Dark Lord thought you'd be hurting his operations here, so decided to disrupt you in another country to occupy your time. What are you going to do?" "I am going to take care of Germany, of course. I'm not going that madman ruin my business anymore. He has already done enough of that. When I'm done in Germany, I will pull his operation here Death Eater by Death Eater." Or, I take over the retaliation against the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. George turned his stern eye to Quinn, his eyes narrowing. Didn't I say we were going to stay away? I'll stay away. I'm just going to follow what you do and not the bone-breaking you think I'm going for. I will handle matters peacefully, Mahatma Gandhi, non-violence. All that stuff that you love. How about it? I'm not sure. I am an adult, grandfather. I have plenty of experience using favors, I'm charming, and well, I know legilimency, and as long it is for a just cause, I'm willing to offer my services as legilimens. And what cause more just than to bring trouble to the Dark Lord? So what you say, shall we show the Dark Lord the might of the Wests? If George's face was any indication, he wasn't impressed. I do not like it, he said. But you know I'll be good at it. There was a long silence in which Quinn and George stared at each other, smiling other severe, until George sighed, you can do it. Thank you. But. There's always a but, Quinn sighed. You'll do things the way I say you do, meaning that you'll go to the people I send you to do what I want you to do. I'll leave it to you how you want to accomplish my given tasks, but other than that, you'll have no additional input. Agreed. So, I'm going to your execution, man. I wouldn't put it in those words, but yes? All right. I agree. Your wish will be my command. My commands will be your commands. Oh, come on, we had a good thing going on. George shook his head. He picked up the cup of juice that Polly had packed him and left without saying another word. Well, that was great. Now both of me can get involved. Quinn West in meetings, behind the doors, cracking down on influential people's authority. Invisible Vigilante in the field, behind the mask, breaking down on Death Eater's bones. Here, I thought with 8 over, I would be free. Wait a minute, what am I, Batman? No, I'm better. Bruce Wayne was a bum. Quinn West's a total badass. Yeah, I'm better. Polly popped up in the room and asked, would Little Master like some sweet cereal? Yes, please. Elliot entered the gardens of the West property, stretching his shoulder to relieve some stiffness. It had been longer than usual since he had got to spend some time at home, away from all the strains of work. All the problems in Germany had sapped all of Elliot's energy and were taxing enough that he wished he could take a vacation. He was about to move to the corner where he had planted herbs on his own when he chanced upon Quinn laying on the ground, spread eagle. Is something bothering you? Asked Elliot. Quinn groaned and kept groaning until he said, I am old. You just turned 18, young master. You're in no way or form old. My magic stopped growing yesterday, said Quinn, his eyes staring at the sky. Your magic. The flux period. I exited it yesterday, sighed Quinn. The flux period of growth. When a magical human turned 11, they'd enter a state of magical flux where their magic would grow even if they didn't use any magic, being a muscle would grow with use, and during the flux period, magic would grow at an incredible rate if regularly utilized. Quinn had been using as much magic as he could every day ever since he could remember. It wasn't an exaggeration that he had larger magic reserves than anyone his age. Quinn was even sure that he had larger reserves than Dumbledore and Voldemort. However, the flux stage, as it was appropriately named a stage, it had to come to an end. It was observed that the flux stage would pass when a magical would pass at the end of the 17th year and around the 18th birthday. Quinn, who had just recently turned 18, had passed the age limit, and today, his magical core had finally matured to an adult's. The magic inside him was still capable of growth, albeit at a very slow rate. He had thought his flux stage would continue for another 4 years because of his transmigration status, but it seemed that he was too optimistic in his thinking. This sucks. There was a feeling of stagnation inside his body. If his magic had been free before, as if he was walking through the air, now it seemed like it had been forced to walk inside a vat of viscous liquid that pulled on his every movement to move forward. Elliot laid down beside Quinn and faced up, also looking at the sky. Doesn't it signify that you're ready? He said. What do you mean? Now that your magic core has matured, doesn't that signify that you're ready for a magical journey? Your magical journey? That you're done with preparation and have all the tools you will need to progress, and now you can fully give it all. I've been giving it all since a long ago, said Quinn before sighing. I understand what you're saying, but it is hard to accept that the same amount of effort won't be paying the same level of dividends. So you won't be doing it anymore. I don't feel like it, said Quinn. He could somewhat understand why Voldemort had gone down the path of artificial modifications and he had just been off of the growth just for 1 day. Then don't, said Elliot. It must have been tiring to expend all of your magic every day. It won't be bad for you to take a break from it. Quinn reached into his pocket and showed Elliot a golf-sized ball of shiny metal that reflected in many colors. This is lead. I have had this ball since I started Hogwarts. Lead is a metal that's difficult to manipulate and meld through magic. It takes a lot of magic and requires a decent amount of focus to perform operations without exploding the metal. Since I got it, I have been doing it, and this ball has seen at least 16 hours of contact with magic every day. I just can't believe that I'll be stopping. How are you doing? You look tired, asked Quinn. The mess in Germany isn't sorting out as we expected it would. The fact remains that they're foreign and we indigenous, is creating unnecessary friction. The partnership break is creating much more problems for us than for them. It'll take some more time to sort the problems out so that problems. How's grandfather doing? Busy. I don't think he's going to stop until he thinks he's done, which might take a while, saying that Elliot got up before saying his finishing words. Don't let the tension pile up in your heart. No matter what choice you take, it should be the one that comes from your heart. Quinn watched Elliot till he was gone before looking back at the sky. He floated the lead ball up so he could see it and wondered if he should continue with the exercise that, when compared to before, now seemed pointless. The lead ball distorted into a liquid consistency that thrummed with spikes. It broke down into smaller pellets that then flattened into rings that began rotating in front of his face. I'm a sucker of magic. The lead continued to change shapes as Quinn stared at it from below, wondering if there was someone he could go to. Merlin couldn't help him on this. The flux period wasn't discovered in his time, and Merlin himself hadn't done personal research on the subject. Quinn had written to Alan, and even though he knew about it, he had never tried to push his magic after his flux period, and even during it, Alan had been like any typical teen when it came to increasing his magic reserves. Quinn suddenly sat up with a sparkling look in his eyes. A golden idea had struck him. It was genius, he thought. I know, I should go ask Grindelwald. It was time to take a trip. Scene break. Voldemort sat in a room with a poshness that oozed out from every corner of the room. There was a glass of wine in his hand that he rose up to his lipless mouth. You have been doing a fine job against George West, said Voldemort, pleased. He's been so busy that he doesn't have the time to raise an eyes towards Britain. Dark Lord, we're already struggling with George West, said one of the German pureblad. At this rate, he will steal our business rather than us his. Pulling out of the partnership has plunged us into the risk of future losses that seem inevitable, sighed another pureblad. This doesn't seem to be looking to be a good deal. A sudden chill descended into the room. There were a dozen or so people in the room, and every single one of them looked at the one who had spoken, their eyes practically screaming that he needed to stop. Hansha, do you like your money more than your life? Asked Voldemort. George West will take your money but won't kill you. I, on the other day, can take away your life and your money after that. Which one do you think is better? Hansha felt his feet go cold. And no, my apologies, my lord. Hansha wasn't over yet. He gathered up his courage and spoke, my lord, if I may. Voldemort lazily waved his hand, so Hansha continued. I was a bar when I heard a name. What name might that be? Gregorovitch. The wine in Voldemort's hand trembled. He turned to Hansha with his eyes being a mix of excitement and danger. I hope you're not jesting, Hansha, are you? And no, my lord. I heard it clearly. They were talking about Gregorovitch and you were looking for him. Tell me more about it, Hansha, and I will forgive your previous unsightliness. Thank you, my lord. Voldemort glided along a twilit street. The buildings on either side of him had high, timbered gables. They looked like gingerbread houses. He approached one of them, then saw the whiteness of his own long-fingered hand against the door. He knocked. He felt a mounting excitement. The door opened. A laughing woman stood there. Her face fell as she looked into Voldemort's face, humor gone, terror replacing it. Gregorovitch, said a high, cold voice. She shook her head. She was trying to close the door. A white hand held it steady, preventing her from shutting him out. I want Gregorovitch, she cried, shaking her head. He doesn't live here. He doesn't live here. I don't know him. Abandoning the attempt to close the door, she began to back away down the dark hall, and Voldemort followed, gliding toward her, and his long-fingered hand had drawn his wand. Where is he? He moved? I don't know, please, I don't know. He raised the wand. She screamed. Two young children came running into the hall. She tried to shield them with her arms. His wand tip glowed green at novel bin at. No. A man burst into the room. Voldemort lowered his wand as the green glow subsided, and a smile grew on his face. It's good to see you, Gregorovitch. Give it to me, Gregorovitch. Voldemort's voice was high, clear, and cold, his wand held in front of him by a long-fingered white hand. He had just found out why his wand didn't work against Harry Potter's and found another piece of exciting information. If his wand didn't work, then he needed to get another, and if he was going to a new one, which better but the best wand ever made? Gregorovitch, at whom he was pointing, was suspended upside down in midair. Though no ropes were holding him, he swung there, invisibly and eerily bound, his limbs wrapped about him, his terrified face ruddy due to the blood that had rushed to his head. He had pure white hair and a thick, bushy beard, a trussed-up Father Christmas. I have it not. I have it no more. It was, many years ago, stolen from me. The hanging man's pupils were wide, dilated with fear, and they seemed to swell, bigger and bigger. Do not lie to Lord Voldemort, Gregorovitch. Who was the thief, Gregorovitch? I do not know, I never knew. A young man, no please please. One last chance, Wandmaker. Gregorovitch's eyes widened in horror as a memory surfaced in his mind. Gregorovitch burst into the room at the end of the passage, and his lantern illuminated what looked like a workshop. Wood shavings and gold gleamed in the swinging pool of light, and there on the window ledge sat perched, like a giant bird, a young man with golden hair. In the split second that the lantern's light illuminated him, Gregorovitch saw the delight upon his handsome face. Then the intruder shot a stunning spell from his wand and jumped neatly backward out of the window with a crow of laughter. Voldemort's wand glowed in green again, and Gregorovitch's mouth screamed wide open. Grindelwald. Austria? Why were you going there? Leah said, decanting a bottle of wine. She raised the decanter and asked, You want some? No, thank you. Quinn attached his pockets to the inner lining of his thin coat pocket. As for Austria, I want to go mountain airscaling. What's mountain airscaling? Oh, you know, it's like climbing a mountain, but without actually climbing it. I'm going to scale the Austrian Alps by flying and hovering over the surface until I reach the top. When I get to the top, I'm going to jump from the top with a gliding suit that I stitched on my own. Exciting activities and great weather are going to sum up to what I think will be a really great weekend. Oh, that does sound exciting. Maybe I should also come. Don't you have work? Leah sighed and poured her Bordeaux glass with aerated, unlocked wine and filled it a little too much over the one serving limit. Yes, I do, she sighed. Go to your stupid mountain air scaling thing alone. Arg, it sounds so much fun. Quinn calmly smiled. Saying half-truths mixed with half-lies was the best way to tell a lie. While he was going to Austria Alps and was going to scale a mountain, but in no way he was going to do it for a fun activity. All right, I'll see you on Monday, said Quinn. Bring me something cool from Australia. Austria. I'm drunk already. Quinn chuckled and exited the West Manor with a pocket full of travel gear. Today was the day he was going to visit the impenetrable prison created by the most successful Dark Lord of the century, more successful than the current generation of the European Dark Lords, the Dark Lord of Deceit, the one owner of the Death Stick Gellert Grindelwald. It had been a while since he had felt such a burst of excitement inside in heart, the pure exhilaration of unknown adventure with untapped potential. He snapped his fingers with a grin, and the gates to the West Manor melted away in the middle and remolded themselves back into shape as he passed through them. This is going to be marvelous. He snapped again, which became the precursor to the loud pop that whisked Quinn away. The Austrian Alps have the highest peaks of the entirety of the Greater Eastern Alps, extending from the foot of the Bergamasque Alps at Lake Como and the Bernina Range in the Graubünden canton of eastern Switzerland along the Liechtenstein shore of the Rhine in the west as far as to the lower promontories east of the Mur River including the Hochwechsel in Austrian Styria. The valleys of the rivers Inn, Salzach, and Enns mark their northern boundary, the Dreux River their southern border. They had great weather around the summers. It was neither hot nor cold, just the right temperature with the glaciated terrain letting a cool breeze throughout the mountain. Quinn perused the map in his hands and turned his eyes up to look at the Petsec of the Schober group of the Alps, standing at the height of 3,283 meters and the prominent location of the Nurmengard prison. Quinn closed the map, stretched his legs, and jumped against the ground to push himself into the air. Winds surrounded him, and he flew at jet speed, shoveling the snow dust to the sides from the air pressure. He air-scaled the mountain and covered the ground faster than any or thing. When he reached the location marked on the map, he rose up straight into the air and rose until he could see the flat hilltop part of the larger peaks. It was an assuming hilltop to others, but Quinn could feel the tremendous magic activity that was practically oozing out in every direction. Magic flowed into his eyes that shined in purple, and his breath was taken away as the Nurmengard prison came into view. Nurmengard was a stone fortress at the edge, overlooking a deep ravine where falling didn't have any other result other than death. It had a square-edged tower with a cone-shaped top, possibly a watchtower. There was a building connected to the tower that was slim with windows. It did not look impressive any right, and from the outside simply looked like any other rugged and unimpressive building. But Quinn could tell the truth. Even from his place, he could tell the actual impressiveness. He flew down and landed on the boundary of the wards and spells with the sole intent to keep unwanted, uninvited people out, and Quinn was precisely that, an unwanted visitor. He scaled a wall and stood on the top of it as he stretched his hand forward, and a layer of magic as it passed over his hand. 1, 2, 3. As counting uttered past his lips, Quinn studied how the ward interacted with his arm. Every single detail that he could observe was taken in and processed to form conjectures and conclusions. 6, 7. He pulled his hand back. 7 seconds was the limit unauthorized personnel could remain on the prison grounds without alerting the guards. It made Quinn frown deeply. The ward was weak, pathetically weak for the reputation that Nurmengard held. I can break these like this. Quinn snapped his finger, and a red spot appeared before him, illuminating the previously hidden ward. Quinn stepped forward and passed through the ward boundary into the official prison space. Quinn slowly moved through the grounds, taking each step carefully. Who knew what crazy Grindelwald had planned into the prison? Suddenly, behind a wall, Quinn stopped on the spot when he saw a guard dressed in stark white appear from the corner. Quinn remained still under the guise of invisibility, watching the guard lazily and carelessly stroll through the grounds. Quinn narrowed his eyes, raised his arm, and shot a spell into the back of the guard, knocking him out. After a thorough mental search, Quinn found the answers he was looking for. The grounds were harmless enough if the correct paths were followed. The real danger laid inside the prison, especially for those who were spellmarked as prisoners. Quinn followed everything the guard did to traverse the prison, knocked out the equally careless guards in his path, and eventually reached the topmost floor and, thus, the topmost cell while feeling that something was very wrong. Before he stepped in front of the cell, he put on his noir gear and mask. The cell was a standard cell with bars in the front, and behind those doors was a man. He had no hair, his teeth were rotten, his fingernails had turned yellow, and the man looked like a sack of skin hanging over a skeletal frame. His piercing blue eyes, sunken into the depths of his skull, were the only feature that time had not faded. A hoarse voice came from behind bars as if they hadn't spoken for ages. Who might you be? I am Noir, said Quinn. Even though he had been termed as the invisible vigilante, he wasn't the one who came up with said moniker. Noir. I see. The man got up from his cot, almost falling over as he did so. The man looked like he would keel over by the gentlest of winds. He came to beside the bar but didn't touch it. And, Noir, why have you come to Nurmengard? This place isn't much of a sightseeing location. Oh, forgive me. How rude of me not to introduce myself. My name's Gellert Grindelwald, but you must know that already. After all, I'm the only one who lives in the castle. Gellert Grindelwald had designed a prison so formidable and terrible, both from the inside and the outside, that the International Confederation of Wizards had deemed it too cruel to use on common prisoners. Only the leaders of his dark army had ever been imprisoned here. His army, more than any others, knew just how much effort their master had put into the spells guarding these walls. All of those leaders had long passed away. Why were the enchantments outside so weak? Asked Quinn. Oh, they're weak, said Grindelwald, and Quinn quirked his brow behind his mask when he heard the voice getting smoother and less hoarse. ICW and Dumbledore. Do you know Dumbledore? Yes. Good. ICW and Dumbledore made changes to my masterpiece, soiling my creation. Dumbledore did a decent job. Grindelwald looked at the bars in front of him. He added his own enchantments to this cell. I haven't had the chance to witness those. He hid them quite thoroughly. I wonder what they do. It wasn't necessary, though. Mine are enough to keep even me, at least me of now, inside. The ICW, those guys infuriate me. There was a heated passion heat in his voice. I always assumed they made mistakes. I haven't been outside of this cage ever since I got in, so I never knew. He smiled with his rotted teeth. Thank you for telling me. Those nitwits couldn't comprehend my genius and soiled the perfection that I had created. Indeed, Grindelwald's mind, one of the greatest in the history of the century, had continually upgraded and improved upon his prison over the entire course of his campaign. Gellert knew of every enchantment he placed on Nurmengard, and he knew there was no way around them. When the ICW first sent their team of enchanters to increase the security of his cell, they thought they found several flaws in his containment spells, as Grindelwald knew they would. They tried to correct the flaws, only to spend their last moments alive wondering why their necks were bleeding. In the years that would follow, no less than 5 guards were killed as they attempted to fool around with the prison's enchantments. The last death led to the virtual abandoning of the upper levels of the prison. House elves were left to deliver food and remove any waste from the few surviving prisoners. It was a surprise to hear footsteps on the cold floor. It has been ages since I heard human footsteps. I thought I had forgotten them. Quinn tapped the side of his head, but it seems they were still there. Quinn had no doubt in the statement. Grindelwald's eyes gave it all away. Unlike every other part of his being, the eyes shined like gems. They were intelligent, deep, focused, and a reminder of the man that had once been. I apologize if I seem talkative, but I haven't had a guest in so long. Just your presence in front of me is the most interesting thing that happened to me in decades. Why don't you speak some more? I would like to hear your voice, your real voice, and not the altered one. Would you please offer this old man this small wish? There was a silence for a minute before Quinn opened his mouth in a normal voice. Hello, Gellert Grindelwald. Your real voice. Grindelwald cut him off at once, his eyes taking what seemed was clear to be anger. I may be old and frail, but don't disrespect me by thinking that I do not understand magic. I can still feel the fluctuations magic this close to me, so do not jest with me. My apologies, said Quinn, this time in his real voice. No worries, no worries. May I ask why I have the pleasure of your visit? May I ask why I have the pleasure of your visit? Quinn stared at Gellert Grindelwald. He was different from what Quinn had imagined what a former Dark Lord would be like. Grindelwald seemed almost desperate, but at the same time, Quinn believed he understood where that desperation came from. Human was a social being and needed some amount of human interaction. Grindelwald, from what Quinn could glean, had been deprived of that human connection for decades. It is surprising that he has even retained his sanity, some of his sanity, thought Quinn. He found himself staring into Grindelwald's eyes, those bright blue eyes. They were a clear telltale sign of the terrifying occlumency that had kept Grindelwald from descending into complete madness. Well, I would like to know about the flux period, specifically about how to increase magic after it ends. Grindelwald leaned away from the bars and hummed as a pensive expression appeared on his face. Quinn's eyes shined. Maybe Grindelwald knew something. The Dark Lord had performed feats of magic that required a respectable reserve of magic. Flux period. There are multitudes of ways to boost magic after the sweet period parts. Would you like to know? Quinn nodded. Grindelwald smiled, but when he spoke, the words that came out weren't that Quinn was expecting. I will require something in return. A clever smile appeared in Grindelwald's eyes. Quinn froze up for a second. His eyes became cautious. What do you want? He asked. Show me your face. I refuse. Then we don't have an agreement, Mr. Noir. You're trapped in here, without any means to escape. What value does knowing my face bring to you? You're my sole visitor in decades, Mr. Noir. As you said, I have no means to escape here and don't know when the next visitor will come, if they ever will. So, if I'm going to help you, I demand that I know the face of someone who might as very well be the last person I ever see. You're so desperate. Be that as may, you have my offer. Accept it, and I'll share my knowledge. Refuse it, and we may have a lovely chat where I'll withhold the information you may or may not need. Quinn pursed his lips. He should have known that getting information out of Grindelwald wasn't going to be so straightforward. As much as Quinn knew, if Voldemort reveled in violence, Grindelwald thrived with information. Various streams of thoughts passed through his mind until he decided that it was safe to show Grindelwald his face. He hasn't met anyone for years and isn't going anywhere, he thought. I'll comply, said Quinn. I'll show you my face. Grindelwald's face once again came close to the bars, just a finger's breadth away. Quinn raised his gloved hand to his mask, and with a click, the mask came off. He lowered his hand and showed his face to Grindelwald. Now remove the magic over your face. I have to say, you must be really confident in your magic to try that for a second time. Quinn held back a groan. He was confident in his magic and thought that he'd be able to get past the somewhat magically talented frail old man if he made some adjustments. He sighed and pulled down the illusion over his face. I knew it. Grindelwald clapped happily. What? I knew you were young, said Grindelwald, his eyes shining as bright as stars, and the old man's entire being looked younger, more energized. The question about Flux's age was clearly indicative of your age, especially when you came to Numengard with such a question. Quinn's heart chilled. In his curiosity and greed, all other thoughts, even ones about his privacy, hadn't even come up. It was okay now that Grindelwald knew of his face, but that didn't change the thought of a what-if plaguing his mind. But I couldn't have guessed that you were so young. I had thought you of being 20 years ago or older. It is fascinating that somehow you were able to break into Numengard. You must be amazing at magic. Tell me how to continue the growth of magic after the flux period, said Quinn, cutting the chatter. Oh my, look at you so much hurry, chuckled Grindelwald. Well, to answer your question, there's no organic method to keep up that level of growth. Quinn's pupils shrunk, but what you can do is perform some rituals that'll be able to stimulate your already matured core and make it balloon up in size. Grindelwald went on to explain in great detail the use of rituals and magical modifications to increase the size of the magic core, and with each other method, Quinn's eyes darkened. Every method was viler than before, and while they seemed legit answers to Quinn's question, most of them sounded like something that someone like Voldemort would use or maybe had already used. He didn't utter a single syllable until Grindelwald was done speaking, and even after that, he kept quiet. He had revealed his secret identity to a manipulative Dark Lord in vain. And that's about what I know, said Grindelwald. Would you like to know something else? In return, I'd like to know your name. No, thank you, said Quinn and put his mask back on. He wasn't going to give any information more of his personal information to the man. Grindelwald's smile remained the same. Then how about we chat? That wouldn't cost you much. No, thank you, said Quinn promptly. Grindelwald's smile dimmed. He sighed and straightened his back as much as he could. I expected more from when someone could come to meet me, but I suppose not all can go as per expectation. But how about you stay here for a little while? Quinn had turned away when his pupils shrunk. He felt as if chains had slithered over his body, individual links clenching over his body as if trying to suffocate him. Quinn couldn't even move away from his spot. He cranked his neck back and glared at Grindelwald. Let me go. No, let me go. Grindelwald, you should stay here, and we can have a civil conversation. Quinn gritted his teeth, burst his magic out, and felt the chain loosen, but the chains immediately snatched back onto his body, clenching again. He tried again. Once again, Quinn felt the magic wash over him, and yet again, his magic failed to break the spell around him. What are you doing, old man? Quinn demanded, his magic lashing out. I'm warning you, let me go, or don't blame me for a backlash. Are you quite done? Grindelwald asked. My desire to keep you here far surpasses your desire to take it. Therefore, you're extremely unlikely to be able to overpower me for it. Grindelwald laughed for the first time in years. Regardless of my body's appearance, my magic remains quite strong. You're deluded if you think you can overpower me with such brute force magic. Grindelwald raised his hand, and Quinn was pulled near the cell, inches away from the bars. For the first time since coming here, Quinn had the sudden awareness of just who this prisoner used to be, and still was it hit him faster than the old Dark Lord's hideous breath. Don't be like this, Noir. Am I asking something outrageous? All I want to have is a talk. But I don't. You don't have a choice. I always have a choice. Quinn's magic flared again, and his eyes turned purple, making Grindelwald jerk back. Quinn's magic started to balloon outwards, making Grindelwald's binding push outwards. I can't overpower you with brute magic. Your magic is the same. I am delusional. Quinn scoffed with a grunt. You're the one who's delusional to think that your magic is the same. Magic is mind, body, and soul. Your mind has cracked. Your body has deteriorated to this patheticness. Quinn's eyes switched to golden for a split second, and this time Grindelwald's eyes were blown wide. Your soul, while still intact, is already withered. You are already a thing of the past, you skeleton. Don't push it. Quinn's magic screamed and bit back. With all his strength, Quinn pushed Grindelwald away, sending the old man tumbling backward and falling into the stone floor. Ignoring the pain in his back from the fall, Grindelwald pushed himself as far back into the cell as he could. Don't try to hide that smile of yours. I'm not going to attack the cell. I expect it to behead me or some other gory thing. Grindelwald cackled. Oh well, it was a try. Grindelwald's pupils dilated as he turned towards the small barred window in his cell, and all of a sudden, the old man had gone eerily silent. At novel bin at. The snake's coming. What? Grindelwald turned to Quinn. The snake's coming here, Quinn. How did you? It doesn't matter. While our talk has not ended well, I still appreciate the small conversation we did have. If you leave here now, you'll escape his presence. Who are you talking about? The Dark Lord, the latest one. Quinn's brows went above. Voldemort was coming here? Right now? I'm leaving, said Quinn immediately. He turned to walk away. He had heard about Grindelwald having seer blood inside him. Thank you for the talk, Quinn. I'm glad that you were the last one. Quinn paused his step. Had Grindelwald foreseen his death? He turned to face Grindelwald, and seeing that the old Dark Lord spoke once again. If you could tell Albus I'm sorry for Ariana. Did you really? So you know that. I don't know if I killed Ariana. I don't care who killed the girl. If it helps, I don't mind bearing another death. It doesn't change much for me. I guess I owe Albus that much." Quinn didn't give any affirmation as he turned away from Grindelwald with the rotten tooth smile, the last image he had. Quinn had no sympathy for Grindelwald. He was still a Dark Lord responsible for countless lives lost, and as far as Quinn was concerned, the request was just a ploy for sympathy to move Quinn enough that he would get Grindelwald out of the prisoner cage to escape death. He walked down the stairs and sprinted through the ground floor. He needed to exit the prison grounds to apparate away from him. But as he reached the main gate, Quinn came to a skidding stop. There was a slight tremor coursing through the castle. It seemed Voldemort had arrived. It seems ICW had done enough corruption to Grindelwald's spellcraft to allow Voldemort to exploit a weakness in the plan. Then he recalled Grindelwald telling him about Dumbledore casting spells on Grindelwald's prison cage. And just when that line of thought ended, the entirety of Numengard shook as if it was breaking down. Did he trap him inside, thought Quinn. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. No. Quinn's soul shivered when he heard a baleful scream. That was Voldemort. Grindelwald did do something. The prison castle began shaking, and cracks appeared in the walls. Quinn took that as a signal to leave and bolted out of the building and flew outside the prison grounds just as the castle's top blew up. Quinn kept an eye on the building from afar. A few seconds passed in silence until there was an explosion, and the faraway figure of Voldemort came flying out at a turtle's pace before apparating away. "He's injured," Quinn muttered. The old man must have used his magic to escape and set up a trap for Voldemort. Quinn glanced at the prison. There were guards inside that he had knocked out. He sighed and headed inside to bring them to safety and dig a Dark Lord's grave. Grindelwald watched as Quinn disappeared down the stairs. He sighed. The plan to invoke sympathy had failed. "I wonder who he really is," he muttered. His seer blood was far from perfect. It was already a surprise that he was able to get a name. But having known the name and face, he couldn't help but wonder more about the person named Quinn West. "Oh well, maybe I'll get to meet him afterward," he sighed while glancing towards the small window. His prison started to shake. The brick shook off old dust, his feet felt tremors, and the debris rained on his old nest head. Grindelwald walked to the edge of his cell. His knees were tired from standing and sat down on his thin, wet cot, and got to staring at the small window, the only source of natural light that ever graced his body, but also from where the cold mountain winds came which tortured his joints night after night. The window suddenly darkened, and a black mist came pouring into his cell, spreading to the ceiling. The mist stuck to the top, bubbling and freezing simultaneously. Grindelwald watched it calmly with his blue eyes, studying with curiosity. The mist sank to the floor with a waterfall and coagulated into a humanoid figure, giving shape to a lean and tall man with slit-like red eyes, a flat nose, a bald head, ghostly white skin, wearing a loose black robe on his body. "Grindelwald," spoke the unnatural man. Grindelwald smiled with a bare grin. "Voldemort. I knew you'd be coming." 53 years after his defeat, Grindelwald found himself not alone in his prison cell. The prison had been infiltrated by the newest iteration Dark Lord. He found it strange having someone this close while not being separated by bars. He wanted to get up and touch Voldemort. He couldn't do it with Quinn, knowing that if he tried, the prison of his own creation would retaliate. Grindelwald internally sighed. It wasn't like he could peacefully touch Voldemort without getting cursed with some horrid magic that his body couldn't bear, as it was now. "Look at you, so frail and weak," said Voldemort with a mocking sneer. "Defeated by your enemy, jailed inside your prison created to hold your enemies. What an insult, a stain on your accomplishments. And you were killed by a little babe. I will let you decide which is more of a stain on accomplishments," smiled Grindelwald. The sneer fell from Voldemort's face, his red pupils darkening as if a shot of blood had been injected into them. "I will kill that little babe, but you," he looked Grindelwald up and down, "can't even stand against Dumbledore. But don't worry, I'll take care of the old fool for you, so in return, you tell me where the Elder Wand is." Grindelwald's eyes threatened to widen, but he pulled on the reins known as a clemency to keep his expression to the carefree mad smile. "The Elder Wand, ah, the Elder Wand, of course, the Elder Wand." Grindelwald smiled as if listening to something amusing. "No wonder you came to the humble abode. You can't defeat Albus with your own power, so you want the help of a wand that'll push you over him. How frail and weak." Voldemort's mouth pursed into a thin white line. "Tell me where it is, Grindelwald." Grindelwald laughed again as if hearing a joke. Voldemort's bland expression twisted into a frown. He raised his wand, clutched in his bony finger, and chanted Crucio. An invisible stream of magic flared out of the wand and hit the skinny body of Grindelwald. A scream pierced the prison cell's walls, and it continued till Grindelwald's weak throat from not speaking much for decades screamed sore. "Now tell me, where is the Elder Wand, Grindelwald?" said Voldemort, his expression confident. Grindelwald laid prone on his cot, coughing with his body shaking. He used his skinny arms to push himself to sit up, leaning against the wall. Grindelwald stared at Voldemort, his chest going up and down until when the ex-Dark Lord started to laugh again. Voldemort's eyes narrowed angrily. His mouth twitched. He cast the Cruciatus curse again. The pain again tortured Grindelwald's body, cutting his laughter off and replacing it with screams. "Answer the question," said Voldemort, stopping the magic. Grindelwald took a while to sit up and raised his head to again look at Voldemort with a mocking smile and spoke with a frail voice. "You know, I've been here for decades, but it doesn't mean I've been completely cut off from the outside world. The idiots who thought they could improve upon my work ended up creating mistakes that I could exploit. The guards talk downstairs, and I listen. They told me about your penchant for torture, but do you think torturing me would work on me? Grindelwald looked at Voldemort as if he was bored. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Do you think your usual crude methods will work on me? Voldemort stared down at Grindelwald, his expression not showing what he was feeling. Then let's try some other methods. Legilimency. Grindelwald and Voldemort met eyes, and a connection was established immediately. Grindelwald felt a metal probe thump against his shield and his eye sharpened in focus. It had been a lifetime since he had felt a mental attack. The last time had been after his capture with various Aurors trying to extract information out of him. They, of course, had failed. Is that the best you can do? Asked Grindelwald, scoffing. If so, I care for the wizarding going downhill in their capabilities. Voldemort frowned. Grindelwald felt the force of the mental attack increase, but he shook his head. I have been alone for a long time, Voldemort. I have a lot of time on my hand, and mental practices have been common for me, and you should know that occlumency is much easier to improve than legilimency. Even without that, I have been practicing the mental arts for longer than you have been alive, boy. Don't think I'll just roll over and let you in. Grindelwald winced. The pressure on his mind just went up. While he had said what he said, his condition hadn't been good for the past 50 years. What Quinn had been correct, his magical trifecta wasn't operating at the level it should be. He could keep it up for a good while, but not long enough. Voldemort raised his wand and again launched a vile curse that struck Grindelwald's body, who felt that his body had been plunged into freezing cold water. His skin turned progressively paler, visible in real time with chattering teeth. Grindelwald's body shriveled up into itself and dropped onto his cot once again. Let's see if you can still keep things hidden, said Voldemort at novel bin at. Grindelwald felt as if a hippogriff had crashed into his mind. He gritted his teeth and turned to Voldemort before breaking into laughter, weakened by the cold, but he kept laughing. Voldemort fumed in anger and curses after curses fell on Grindelwald's prone body, while Grindelwald kept on laughing at Voldemort, who failed to break into Grindelwald's mind. I have been never ever been defeated, except by Dumbledore's hand, said Grindelwald, his teeth chattering. Oh, one time is enough, and if there's going to be another, it is not going to be someone else like you, he laughed. Voldemort's fury exploded, but he was about to launch a curse when he stopped. He looked down at Grindelwald and his frown turned into surprise, which gave way to a smile. Only defeated only once, you say, he said. Doesn't the Elder Wand change masters on defeat? If you were only defeated by Dumbledore, then that means, his eyes widened, and anger started to bubble in them. If Grindelwald was laughing before at Voldemort's failure, now he was laughing at Voldemort's realization. Oh, you realize it now, don't you? The one who you hate the most has the thing you want so dearly. How does it feel now? I feel it is fate. He started to shake with laughter. Grindelwald didn't care if Voldemort knew or not. He had already spent his prime here and was left behind by the world. He only cared that he didn't get beaten by a disgrace like Voldemort. You have killed so many wizards and witches, said Grindelwald. So much magical blood spilled. So many lives that could have birthed more magic dead. You started the war, wanting to prove that the wizarding kind was superior to muggles, but all you did was to make them weaker by killing so many. You're a disgrace to the wizarding kind, an enemy to magic. I hope you get killed by the hands of the boy who lived. Grindelwald raised his hand to point at his eyes. I have seer blood in me, so let me give you a prophecy. You're going to be killed. Voldemort. He laughed. You're going to get killed. Voldemort raised his wand to Grindelwald. You don't have to worry about any of that, Gellert. If you kill me, you're going to regret it. A pathetic excuse for a pathetic man, said Voldemort and yelled Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald smirked as green filled his vision and uttered his last words, ready to regret. As the killing curse hit Grindelwald's body, an orange streak expunged from his body and raced towards Voldemort. The Dark Lord didn't miss a beat to defend himself, even while in surprise. While his defense worked, a portion of the spell passed through his defense and seemingly got absorbed into his body. Voldemort's eyes bulged. He clutched above his heart and staggered. His nose slits started to bleed as his body began quaking. No. He waved his wand, and a yellow glow covered his body before it got absorbed. He weakly looked to the ceiling and raised his wand, and the entire cell came apart, brick by brick. His feet left the prison cell ground and flew away, not giving Grindelwald's dead body another look. Scene break. Quinn walked into the previously securest cell of Nomengard prison castle and started at the blown-off ceiling. He sighed at the destruction. Voldemort was strong, he thought. Grindelwald had created the prison, believing it to be perfect, but Voldemort was able to stroll in and exit without retaliation. Well, the prison did injure him in some way. He waved his hand, and all the debris rose. He couldn't vanish it as every single piece was imbibed with magic, so he could only put it away to the side. When the debris cleared, there lay the crushed body of Grindelwald. Quinn stared at the lifeless body, and another sigh exited his body. While he didn't agree with what Grindelwald stood for, he still held a level of respect for the man's level of accomplishments. Grindelwald had accomplished so much more than many couldn't achieve in multiple lifetimes. I wonder what happened for you to smile like that, Quinn muttered as he stared at the smile on Grindelwald's face. You know, I'd love to learn about people, how they think and behave from you. He, of course, got no other response. Quinn waved his hand, and Grindelwald gently rose from the floor. When ICW response team would arrive later, they'd found a grave that'd be immediately dug out. But that grave had a tombstone with words etched into. Für das große Wall. Here rests the greatest Dark Lord to ever reign, Gellert Grindelwald. In the Ministry's main atrium, 2 guards chattered at the security check counter. You came early. Everything at home all right, Geoffrey, said Pierce, a Ministry guard, sitting behind the security counter with a puzzle book in his hand as he leaned on the back of his chair, making it stand on its 2 hind legs with 4 legs dangling in the air. Everything's all right, said Geoffrey, rubbing his forehead. Couldn't sleep last night, and then it was already morning. Because of the baby. Yeah, Geoffrey sighed. He kept crying for the entire night. Just when I thought he slept and I could also sleep, he would walk up and raise up a storm. Your house isn't the only place where someone raised a storm. What do you mean? Pierce picked up a newspaper from the counter and slid it through the hole in the glass panel separating them. Geoffrey picked up the newspaper. The front headline was literally plastered all over the page, and reading it made Geoffrey's sleepiness fly away as if he had been injected with a potion that he took during his newt days to stay awake for various nights. Numengard fell. SHHH. Pierce leaned forward. Not so loud. What loud? It's on the front page. I know that. I'm not stupid. But I got ordered that we're not to talk about this during work. So keep it down, and we can talk. Geoffrey leaned forward on the counter and spoke in a low voice. What about Grindelwald? Did he escape? Was it someone who worked with him in war? What if not? No, the Dark Lord Grindelwald is dead. According to that, someone dug him a grave and buried him in it. They dug the body out to confirm it. They dug a dead man's body out. Pierce shrugged. The only way to be sure if a Dark Lord is dead or not. Is there something about Dumbledore written in there? He must be happy that his nemesis is finally dead after so much time. It must feel good that now he only has to worry about one Dark Lord returning. They couldn't get him for a comment. But I guess you're right, Pierce chuckled. I thought I needed a coffee. I don't think I need one anymore. Go get some. No one wants you drooling all over the counter. I'll wait. Thank you. But as Geoffrey was about to turn away to get some coffee, a voice called out to them. Good morning, gentlemen. I would like to check in if any of you'd like to help me do that. Geoffrey and Pierce turned to see a young man dressed in a maroon suit over a black shirt. Name and reason for the visit, asked Pierce. Quinn West. I am here to visit the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, said Quinn. Pierce noted it down before asking, do you have an appointment? No, and I don't need it. Pierce turned and procured a badge from the machine and handed it to Quinn through the hole in the glass before asking, your wand? I don't use one, said Quinn. Squib. Pierce raised a brow. Quinn placed his palm flat on the glass panel, and a layer of crackling ice began spreading on both sides of the glass. He smiled and answered, would that have made a difference? Pierce seemed miffed but shook his head. Would you be willing to submit to a search to see if you're hiding a wand? Quinn nodded and calmly went through the search, resulting in Pierce not finding a wand, or to be precise, he ended up finding nothing but a few coins. Quinn's person was free of any personal belongings other than some money at novel bin at. You're clear. Quinn thanked both the guards and walked past them. Just money and no wand, said Geoffrey. That bloke was weird. Not just money, most of it was galleon, and you saw how he was dressed. He must be a brat from a rich family, said Pierce, picking up his puzzle book again. People like them don't have a worry about problems that we suffer. If he needed something, he would buy a new one. Rich people have it easy. Geoffrey looked at Quinn's back before a yawn came over him. I need a coffee. On the other hand, Quinn walked to his destination with a sigh. I should have taken grandfather on his offer. There was a special, VIP, entrance to the ministry without any security checks for affluent people. George and the others in the family all used that entrance, all except Quinn, because he didn't usually come to the ministry, and today he wanted to keep his presence invisible. After taking an elevator ride, Quinn reached his destination. He walked out of the elevator and walked straight to the greeting desk to greet an elderly lady sitting behind the desk. Good morning, lovely lady, he said. I'd like to meet Stephen Sprague. Do you have an appointment? The elderly receptionist asked. No, but I'm sure he'd like to meet me if you tell him that Quinn West is here to visit. The elderly lady quirked her brow and looked up at Quinn for the first time. She narrowed her eyes at him in a half-threatening way. Sit. I'll inform him, said the elderly lady. Quinn smiled charmingly and wrapped his fingers on the high-quality desk. He took in the space around him with people coming in and out. Quinn enhanced his ears to listen to conversations and watched every person that walked by the way they walked, what they talked about, what they wore, among other things that he could perceive. He eavesdropped on their emotions and surface thoughts. He smiled and nodded to everyone who matched eyes with him. Follow me, said the receptionist. Quinn turned to the elderly receptionist and nodded with a smile. He followed her through a few corridors until they reached a small section with only a few offices and another smaller receptionist desk at the end with a young and pretty receptionist lady. Caroline, if you could lead him to Mr. Sprague, said the old receptionist. Caroline, as she had been identified, put down her nail file and looked up for her eyes to widen as she took a look at Quinn. Quinn smiled charmingly and extended his hand for a handshake. Good morning, Caroline. My name is Quinn West. It's a pleasure to meet you. Caroline immediately grabbed Quinn's hand for a shake, and her other went to twirl her blonde locks as she stared into Quinn's eyes, finding herself not being able to look away. The old receptionist cleared her throat, ending Caroline and Quinn's handshake. Lead him in, she said before walking away. Caroline led him through the door beside her desk to the office of her boss Stephen Sprague, who stood up from his desk and came walking with a pudgy belly to greet Quinn with an oily smile. Mr. West, what an honor of someone from your family to come to visit me, said Sprack. Quinn smiled and shook hands with Sprack, who used both his hand. Caroline, if you'd get us some refreshments, said Sprack. Caroline gave Quinn one last very flirtatious look before leaving. Department head Sprack, said Quinn after he and Sprack sat down. I have always been interested in the work of the Invisibility Task Force here at the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. The Muggle and the Wizarding world need to remain apart from each other, and the task force is an essential part of it. Keeping all the magical creatures and incidents hidden from sight must be a hard job. It's hard, but it's our job, so we can't complain, said Sprack, twirling his miniature mustache. I see, so it's hard as I expected. So that's why during the last 2 Death Eater Azkaban transports, there were 2 breaches of the protocol where major magical incidents came into the Muggle view, said Quinn with his eyes smiling. Pardon. I understand that keeping invisibility across the entire state is a tough job, and having a mishap or 2 during one's tenure is understandable, but having 2 of them of such magnitude that Aurors on reserve duty had to be called in to cover all bases so close to each other, what can I say? It raises some question. What are you trying to say? Sprack's face turned red. I am trying to say nothing, Mr. Sprack, but people have been asking questions about the happenings. You must know how important the law of secrecy is, and if accidents like these keep happening, who knows when we might find ourselves revealed to the Muggles. And who might these people be? Asked Sprack, looking like a red balloon about to burst. Well, my grandfather is one of them. That made Sprack deflate to a normal fat human being. Mr. Sprack, I did some fact-finding about you before I came here and was surprised to find that out of the entire ministry, the Invisibility Task Force is the one department with the least diversity in its ranks. You not only have the least number of first-gen magicals, pardon my habit, that's Muggle-born for you, but you also are rutting in the bottom when it comes to half-bloods. All you have are pure bloods. Sprack seemed to realize that Quinn had been insulting him. He stood up with his belly jiggling, bursting in anger, and shouted at Quinn. So what? This is my department, I'll do anything I like. Who are you to tell me how to? Quinn tapped his armrest with his finger, and Sprack found himself being pushed down by a strong force into his chair. Sit down, Mr. Sprack, and put on a smile. What? Smile, said Quinn with a smile. The office door opened, and Caroline walked in with a plate of refreshments. Thank you, Caroline, said Quinn with a smile, ignoring her blatant attempt to touch his hand as she handed him his glass of juice. He gave Sprack a look, and the man seemed to understand as he cooperated by acting normal. After Caroline left, Quinn continued, Resign, Mr. Sprack. What? Resign as in relinquishing your position as the head of the Invisibility Task Force. Your time here has come to an end, and consider this as a generous warning and a chance to exit with dignity. What is that supposed to mean? I'm not going to resign. Then be prepared, because we're going to drag your name through the mud until your superior is forced to fire you, said Quinn. Huh? You don't want everyone to hear about your Mr. S, do you? Sprack sputtered as if his tongue was repeatedly being pulled. By the time he could put his words together, Quinn spoke again. Caroline is a gorgeous woman, you're a man in power, just think about what it'd look like. Moreover, we have very good people who can make it look like you forced her into this, and if we can assure that, I'm sure dear Caroline would be happy to play the part. Yes, you, Mr. Sprack. We are giving you a chance. If you walk away peacefully and hand over your seat to a candidate of our choice, we can assure you that you will face no retaliation. And Mr. Sprack, when I say resignation, I actually mean retirement. I don't want you to be involved in any bureaucracy or politics. I want you to leave the ministry, go live in that summer house of yours away from your Death Eater friends, who I know were behind the 2 incidents you let get out of hand. And believe, under this administration, you don't want to be labeled as an accomplice to the Death Eater and the Dark Lord. Lady Minister and Scrimgeour will eat a small fry like you for breakfast and ship what remains to Azkaban. Sprack couldn't speak. He could only stare at Quinn with his mouth open. The man had sweated so much that the color of his shirt was soaking. Quinn drained his glass of his juice and stood up. You have 3 days to decide, Mr. Sprack. I'll return in 3 days to get your response. If you say yes, you announce the retirement by the end of the week, and then the clock will start on 2 weeks under which you'll leave the ministry for good. If you say no, we will start our campaign against you, and don't bother trying to fight it because we have everything ready for deployment at any given moment. Quinn walked to the office door, and before he opened it, he turned and said, Think about your family, Mr. Sprack. If you go peacefully, they won't be disgraced, and you will still have plenty of means to earn a handsome living, but if you fight, you know how ugly things can get. He smiled. It was lovely meeting you, Mr. Sprack. I'll see you soon. Let's go for lunch at that time. Quinn opened the door and left, leaving behind a man with as much sweat on his clothes and thoughts of turmoil in his mind. Did you hear? No, what? Sprack from the Invisibility Task Force announced his retirement yesterday. So, that itself wouldn't have been surprising, but he appointed a half-blood as his replacement. What? That Sprack appointed a half-blood? I reacted the same way when I heard it first, but it's the truth. Quinn smiled as he listened to the conversation between 2 ministry employees sitting beside him in the ministry cafeteria during lunchtime. Yesterday, Quinn had visited Stephen Sprack after a 3-day period as he had promised, and Sprack had all but begged Quinn not to ruin his reputation and that he'd immediately retire. Quinn had generously kept his part of the deal and had called off the disgrace campaign along with giving Sprack a candidate of his grandfather's, choice to be his successor. Quinn cleaned up his fruit bowl and finished up his glass of water. He burnt the tiny receipt into ashes and let it fall and flow down to the ground. We have a dustbin here, and more importantly, the ministry's not the place to burn things carelessly. It can be a massive fire hazard, Mr. West. Quinn paused. He could see that the crowd in the cafeteria had stopped talking to each other and were now whispering among each other as they looked at him or they were looking behind him. He turned back, and his eyebrows raised by a half to find himself standing face to face with Amelia Bones with an entourage of aurors behind her. Madam Minister, what an unexpected surprise. Is it a surprise, Mr. West? Asked Amelia. You have been visiting my ministry every day for the past few days. It wouldn't be strange to run into me, the minister. I should have just come through the VIP section, thought Quinn as he said, What can I do for you, Minister Bones? Should we talk over some food, Mr. West? Asked Amelia, but before Quinn could tell her that he had already eaten, she started to walk with the aurors following behind her. Quinn shrugged and followed after them. They led him to a door beside the cafeteria, which opened up to a much larger area. The decor was dignified, higher quality, more polished, and much quieter. Unlike the main area, which was a communal setting, this one, which he could tell was a VIP section, was designed to have a private sitting arrangement with every party sitting a respectable distance from each other. They reached another door, and the couple of aurors that had come inside stopped there with Amelia and Quinn walking inside an even emptier and private room where Amelia sat down on an empty leather chair while Quinn took the chair opposite her, brought in by a waiter. This is a fancy space, said Quinn. Do you always have your meals here? Only when I do not have it in my office, Amelia said, receiving a cup of tea from the waiter. Quinn refused all and any food from the waiter before saying, You didn't answer my question. Why this invitation? I wonder why your sudden interest in the ministry, Mr. West. As far as I know, you have been in Whitehall a handful of times before this week, but now, you've been here every day. It makes me wonder. Quinn shrugged. I wasn't expecting that some so busy as you were keeping tabs on the little me, Minister. Keeping tabs on various things is what keeps me busy, Mr. West. Sounds awfully drab. Things are rarely glorious in reality. I think that's deep. Amelia placed her cup down and spoke. You've visited various departments in the past few days: the Invisibility Task Force, Beast Division, International Magical Office of Law, Ministry of Magic, Public Information Services. May I ask why you have been visiting all of these departments? Their work interests me. They have such fascinating duties and domains, making me wonder how exactly the inner workings mesh with each other. I simply wish to sate my curiosity. Mr. West, you do realize that all departments in the ministry handle official work. You don't have to worry about me disturbing their work. I wouldn't hold it against them if I was turned away because I was disturbing their busy work and would respectfully oblige to their request. Fortunately, all of my visits have bore fruit, and I have gotten to learn a lot about all the departments. Are you looking to join one of these departments? No, as I said, just sating my curiosity. Quinn kept smiling in the face of Amelia's questioning. How's your grandfather? I haven't met him since our meeting about our incident. It's okay, you can say it as it is. The abduction attempt by the Death Eaters. Yes, my grandfather's not in the country at the moment. He has been busy cleaning up the mess the Dark Lord made in Germany, so he hasn't had the time to visit the ministry. But please don't worry, he has assured me that he has been keeping tabs on the situation. That's good to hear, but she didn't sound like it. It's good that the Death Eaters reached Azkaban. Things would have become complicated if another batch of Death Eater prisoners were freed before they reached Azkaban. It would have indeed made things complicated, she sighed, but the situation is already complicated even without it. You must have heard about it. The Invisible Vigilante, correct? Amelia nodded. The Invisible Vigilante and the Death Eaters who came to free the prisoners. It is good that there were no casualties on the Auror side, but there were deaths on the Death Eaters. A total of 3 Death Eaters dead, Amelia sighed. Quinn held his expression. 3 Death Eaters had died during the Azkaban transport because of his wind tornado sucking the people in and throwing them out. It turned out that they had not been able to keep hold of their wands. The news had spread like wildfire through the country, splitting the people into 2 parts: those who defended the Invisible Vigilante and those who condemned him. The result had been DMLE changing its stance against the Invisible Vigilante, turning the internal passive stance to an aggressive curse on sight. Quinn didn't know how this would affect him. Since then, he hadn't been out as the Invisible Vigilante on the English soil. As for how he felt having the lives of another 3 people on his hands, he felt disconnected from the entire situation. Better Death Eaters than Aurors, he said. Are you in support of the Invisible Vigilante's action? Asked Amelia, touching up her monocle. I firmly believe that the law that protects the people shouldn't be broken. Breaking laws that help maintain peace and harmony is a punishable offense, said Quinn with an earnest expression. I'm glad to hear that, said Amelia. Quinn changed the topic. Minister, you look tired. Is there something weighing on your mind? The situation around Numengard has brought in an entire bag of problems, she sighed. But the prison isn't on our soil, and Grindelwald wasn't a citizen of our country. He was under the charge of ICW for the past 5 decades. Why is this any of our problems? Said Quinn with furrowed brows. He was genuinely curious about it. It's because of Dumbledore. He was the one who caught Grindelwald, so the ICW decided to rope us into it because DMLE was actively involved during those times. Dumbledore agreed. That's surprising, said Quinn. Surprising? Why? It's been half a century since the war, that's a long time, and Dumbledore's pretty involved with the current Dark Lord, so it surprises me that he would go along with ICW. Have you met with him? Amelia shook her head. Not yet. And then, I had to authorize some of our Aurors to the ICW task force, which is going to find the 2 parties responsible for the Numengard's destruction. 2 parties. 2 parties. The prison was scoured by experts, and they were able to conclude that there were 2 different parties there. The way the magic was used was too distinct. The 2 groups that were involved were trained to use magic differently from each other, and that was clear from the evidence left. 2 groups, thought Quinn, but then realized that the level of damage to a sturdy magically enforced place Numengard was too much for people to think that it was only 2 people and not 2 groups. Curious, said Quinn. He filed it in his mind to check what sort of experts Amelia was talking about and if he needed to prepare himself for things that might point back to him, but he wasn't much worried about it. He had done enough due diligence to keep himself from connections. You're very curious, Mr. West. It's the only way to learn. You have to have the curiosity if you want to experience all sorts of new things. I also have something I'm curious about. Oh, what is it? Stephen Spurk resigned today. I heard that. Yes, said Quinn, keeping himself relaxed. Didn't you meet him yesterday and 3 days before? I did. Mr. Sprague was the first one I visited. He was so sweet. Did he say something about his sudden retirement? I am surprised why he would make a decision so suddenly. I had worked with him a lot during my days in DMLE. When I visited him first, he didn't look like he wanted to retire to me. Is that so? A pity. I guess I'll need to have a talk with Stephen. It'd be best to ask the person himself, said Quinn before patting his knees. Now, if you'll excuse me, Minister, I'll take my leave. I still have some work to do. Please, don't let me hold you back, said Amelia and saw Quinn get up, button the front button of his coat, and exit the VVIP room to enter the room. From where she was sitting, she saw Quinn walk up to another man, who looked surprised to see Quinn. While she couldn't hear what they talked about, she saw the man hurriedly get up and walk away with Quinn. She glanced at the Auror standing at the door and silently beckoned her. Did you find something? Asked Amelia. Yes, as you asked. I looked into the people Quinn West met in the past few days, and it was as you expected. They have been on the list of people we suspect connected to the Death Eaters. Do we suspect them to be marked? No, ma'am. None of the people he met are suspected Death Eater, just associates of Death Eater. Stephen resigned today, ma'am. In the coming month, a lot of department heads are going to resign, and others will replace them. Then there will be those who stick on and raise a commotion. Amelia sighed and massaged her shoulder. Another bloody mess that we will need to keep an eye on. Your orders, ma'am. Get me everything we have on the people Quinn West has met and will be meeting. Do the same with those who are replacing the department heads. I need to know everything we have on them. Amelia sighed. Wests have begun digging their fingers in the ministry. Ivy boarded the red Hogwarts Express with an excited expression. Today was the first day out since she had been out of her house. She had spent the entire summer vacation trapped inside her house with no access to the outside. But today was the 1st of September, and there wasn't an active Hogwarts student that wasn't at the King's Crossing station. There are a lot of people, said Hermione, looking around the platform. I wasn't expecting these many people to come. Ivy looked around, and while Hermione said there were a lot of people, there wasn't that much of a difference from the previous years. However, after last year's break-in, neither of them was expecting the turnout to be the same. The last time they had seen, the parents were pulling their children away with declarations of never letting them return. But here they were, seeing those very people standing on the platforms. They must be pressured by the attacks, muttered Ivy. The attack outside your house might have been what made all consider Hogwarts safer than their own homes. Hermione narrowed her eyes towards her best friend. Don't give me that look. We have already gone through this, and I do not want to talk about it, said Ivy dismissively. All you have done is avoid answering my questions. I will answer all your questions if you stop being so judgmental. How can I not be doubtful if you don't answer my questions? Let's not do this, or this will end up going forever. Hermione sighed. She fixed her head girl badge before boarding the train behind Ivy. They made their way to a compartment where Hermione unloaded her luggage and went away to the prefect compartment, leaving Ivy alone in the compartment. Harry and Ron had gone to meet their friends after such a long time, leaving their shrunk luggage with Ivy. Soon, the train jerked into motion and began moving. Ivy crossed her legs and turned her gaze outside as the scenery gradually left the urban behind, welcoming the vast expanse of the natural landscape. Her eyes remained glued on the scene for the past 2 months. Her only window to the outside had been the two-way mirror that she shared with Quinn, who carried it with him while outside, visiting places. She still remembered the view from the mirror when Quinn had floated it above the buildings to get an overhead shot, which then had turned into a tour through the narrow streets and even close-ups of many people engaged in their daily activities who couldn't see the presumably invisible mirror floating near them. But even despite that, nothing beat watching with her own eyes, knowing that it was just a glass pane away. As she was blankly watching out, something entered her vision, piquing her attention. She squinted to focus. Is that a bird? It was indeed a bird. As the small dot flew close, the shape of broad wings became clear. With each flap, the blackbird would come closer to the train until it was flying just beside it, moving in the same direction. A crow, Ivy muttered. It was the biggest of its kind she had seen. She was also surprised the bird was able to keep up the train that chugged forward at full speed, making her guess that it was a magical species of the crow family. I don't remember studying about this particular one. Ivy tried to recall the identity but failed. Maybe Hermione will know. The crow flapped its wing in rapid succession and left Ivy's window behind, speeding ahead. Just when Ivy was about to return her focus from the bird, the crow did a surprising and unexpected happen. The bird pivoted back and faced the opposite. Ivy's confusion soon turned into surprise as first, the crow flew towards her suddenly, the glass pane too vanished as it never suggested. Ivy raised her hands to protect herself, but the next second, she felt the fluttering winds stop. She peeked out from behind her eyes to see the black crow staring at her from the opposite seat. She hurriedly glanced at the glass pane, but it was intact and present. Ivy looked back at the crow. She gulped. The bird was larger than when she had seen it before, and as the bird was nearby, she could finally see that crow's black feathers had a purple shine that'd only turn visible at specific angles when the light would splash on them. "How did you get in?" she asked, tilting her head, slightly scared because of the size. The crow's response was something she didn't expect. The crow twisted and turned, and suddenly, Quinn was sitting in front of her. "That was exciting, not going to lie," said Quinn, fixing his cuffs underneath his suit. He waved his hand, and the compartment door locked up. "Quinn." Ivy stood up and hugged him. He hugged her back and pulled her into a snog session that both sides craved. "How did you? You're an animagus." "I have been a couple for a few years, a long but interesting story." "You didn't tell me." "I want to be an animagus as well." "It didn't come up naturally." "As for becoming an animagus, it's quite the lengthy to become an animagus, but if you want to, we can work on it. We should have done it during the summer break, but then you wouldn't have been able to complete it while locked inside. But whatever, we can think of something while you're in Hogwarts." "My dad's an animagus." "Serious as well?" "Oh, Quinn, of course, knew that." "That's neat. What form does he take?" "Stag." "You're a crow. Technically, a raven. But yeah, what do you think I'll become?" "It's mostly the same as Patronus, so there are chances that you'll be a blue jay." "A blue jay is small. Believe me, smaller size for a bird form is better. You might not be able to fly in stronger winds, but in an ideal environment, smaller birds are great. I have been in many great flights in my animagus forms." Ivy felt envious of the prospect of a new experience. "Why are you here?" she asked. "I thought we agreed to meet outside of Hogwarts after I reached the castle. I missed you, so I came. The plans we had decided earlier are still on." "Does Daphne know you're here?" "Nope, I came only for you." "Ah, how sweet." Ivy was still straddled upon Quinn and gave him a reward. "Hermione would blow up if she walked in upon us." "She's still not happy." "No, she is not. But her pestering has gone down at least." Quinn sighed. "I'm not popular with best friends. Both Tracy and Hermione aren't thrilled about our relationship." "It bothers you that much?" "Yes, it does," said Quinn, surprising Ivy. "They're the only two who know about our relationship, and both of them aren't supportive. It makes me wonder if anyone else would be." At novel been at. Ivy didn't have an answer to it. She, too, wasn't worried about the same. "Let's forget about it." Quinn smiled. "While it does bother me, it's not to a level where I'll lose any sleep." Ivy nodded. "I heard there are professors and even Aurors on board today," said Quinn. "They really want this to go well. I heard from an Order of Phoenix that Dumbledore wants Hogwarts to be seen as a safe place, and the Hogwarts Express getting safely to Hogsmeade is important for that. If any Death Eaters came, which they're expecting them to come, the professors and Aurors are going to retaliate in defense. I hope everything's peaceful." "Are you going to help if they come?" Quinn shook his head. "I'll defend as long as I can stay anonymous. If I reveal myself, my grandfather is going to get angry, and I don't want to anger him right now. He's prickly these days," said Quinn, pausing before continuing. "Please don't go out and try to actively fight them. I support self-defense, but don't pick a fight with them. Leave that to the Aurors." Yes, Ivy sighed. "I have heard that so many times in the last couple of days. Mum's been harping on and on about it. If they're so worried about it, why can't they just let us come directly through Hogsmeade? It's a show of confidence. Hogwarts and even the Ministry can't have people thinking that they're scared of the Death Eaters by stopping a long-time tradition. It's risky because of the young children involved, but I see where they're coming from." Ivy hummed. "They want to keep up the traditions, but they moved Ollivander out of the shop." That caught Quinn's attention as he asked, "I am curious, what's going on with the wands situation?" "The first years don't have their wands yet. Mum said that Ollivander and his shop are going to be present at Hogwarts, and the first years are going to get their wands in the school itself. I see this becoming the norm." "I think so too. Someone in the Ministry will think that it's safer for the children to have their wands when they enter Hogwarts, and then somehow it'll become part of the sorting ceremony. You know, that actually sounds cool, but I wouldn't want it to happen. Parents need to get used to their kids having a wand, and the time before Hogwarts where kids can't do much with them is the perfect time for that purpose." "Tell that to Hermione's parents," Ivy giggled. "They told me that Hermione almost broke everything in her room." "What about you? I'm sure you weren't any less." "Please," Ivy rolled her eyes. "I had Mum with me. She would allow me my wand 1 hour in the morning and 1 in the evening." She narrowed her eyes. "You got to do magic without care, didn't you, you spoiled brat?" "Spoiled brat?" Quinn quirked his brow playfully. "I was anything but spoiled. I will have you know I did my chores and completed my tasks before I could use magic, he said proudly, puffing up his chest. Aren't you a good boy, said Ivy, her voice a bit husky. I am, Quinn nodded deeply. Then let me give you a reward, she said and leaned forward. But before they could get into another snogging session, a loud explosion disturbed them. Both of them looked outside the window, and they saw black trails flying through the sky. Looking closely, they saw people inside, flying on brooms. They came, he sighed. They did. Ivy got up from Quinn. What are you going to do? Quinn stood up and stared out of the window. He saw a flying Death Eater shoot a spell towards the train, but it was deflected by a shield spell, thus crashing into the ground, exploding the mud and grass that did hit the train. I'm going to go to the roof in case a spell slips past the Aurors and professors. I'm sure the train has its own enchantments, but prevention is better than cure. Quinn turned away from the window and pulled Ivy into another kiss before saying, I'll see you in a couple of days. We will go out then. Be safe, she said. I will. Have your wand at ready. In the immortal words of Mad Eye Moody. Constant vigilance, Ivy sighed again. She had heard that phrase so much during the summer that her ears bled. Quinn laughed. He snapped his fingers and turned invisible. Next, the window again vanished from its frame before it returned again, and Ivy could tell that Quinn wasn't in the room. At that moment, the door rattled. Ivy unlocked it and let in Hermione, Harry, and Ron inside. Did you see it? Asked Harry. I did. What should we do? Ivy took out her wand. We stay ready and wait. If they come inside, we teach them a lesson.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.